Next, Chaoyun. In the Talent Awakening Hall of the Taiying Martial Academy, the voice of the combat instructor, Chun Feng, boomed from the high platform like a great bronze bell crashing into everyone's ears. Below the platform, more than 3,000 18-year-old freshmen raised their heads in unison like a dark surging tide. Every gaze converged on the thin youth walking toward the awakening stone. This guy's grades in theory class were always terrible. He's probably doomed. People really shouldn't compare themselves. It'll kill you. Just look at Zhou Tianyi, who awakened just now. That's what you call a monstrous genius. Exactly. And Shrank Thunder Battle Body. That's a once-in-a-century top-tier talent in our base city. My eyes were practically tearing up from envy. And there's Su Nianwei from Class 1 with her rank ice sword intent. She looks like a celestial maiden and her strength is terrifying. Who could possibly stand against her in the future? Compared to them, this Chaoyun. Tisk, he's not just mud on the ground, he's a rotten vegetable leaf in the sewer. Voices filled with sharp and vicious ridicule buzzed through the crowd like flies, brazen and unrestrained. In this era of high martial power, talent was everything. The weak were not even granted the right to be respected. These cutting jeers droned like swarms of flies around him, impossible to swat away. Chaoyun acted as though he heard nothing. His expression was as calm and lifeless as a pool of dead water. Clad in an old-school uniform washed so many times it had turned pale with frayed cuffs at his sleeves, he walked steadily up the steps to the high platform. What are you dawdling for? Move faster. Instructor Chun Feng frowned and snapped impatiently. Just moments ago his face had bloomed like a chrysanthemum while dealing with Zhou Tianyi. Now facing Chaoyun, the corners of Chun Feng's eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. In this damned era, after all, talent decided everything. 37 years ago, rifts from beyond the realms had descended, unleashing ferocious beasts upon the world. Humanity could only retreat and cling to steel-based cities like Taiying. Those who failed to awaken a combat talent were considered wrong, even for drawing breath in this age. Expressionless, Chaoyun walked up to the awakening stone. It was a black crystal as tall as a person, its surface rippling with mysterious ghostly radiance. He lifted his long, clean right hand and pressed it onto the icy surface of the stone. Hum! The awakening stone emitted a low, resonant hum. A moment later, a ray of white light, so faint it was nearly invisible, flickered into existence. The light was like a dying candle in the wind. It flickered twice, then went out completely. For 3 heartbeats, the hall fell utterly silent. Chun Feng's brows knitted together as he lowered his head to look at the display screen beside the awakening stone, his expression turning exceedingly strange. Chaoyun talent evaluation. Chun Feng drew out his words, a trace of barely concealed mockery threading through his tone. A rank. Category, support type. He paused, took a deep breath, then abruptly raised his voice as though afraid those below could not hear him. Specific talent, chef. A roar surged through the hall as though the roof might be blown off, followed by explosive, uproarious laughter. No way did I hear that right. Chef, how can that even count as a talent? Is he going to stir-fry dishes for the beasts on the battlefield? I'm dying here. This has to be the most useless talent in the history of our base city. Others awaken to slay beasts. He awakens to flip a wok in the back kitchen. The waves of ridicule surged like a tsunami, drowning the high platform completely. The students who had always been on bad terms with Chaoyun were laughing so hard they could barely stand. From the distant ranks of the elite class, Zhou Tianyi stood with arms crossed, not even sparing a glance in this direction. To enshrank genius and a rank piece of trash was not even qualified to enter his field of vision. Su Nianwei only frowned slightly before indifferently withdrawing her gaze. Silence. Chun Feng waved his hand in disgust as though driving away an annoying fly. The Academy's only pure support type, a rank with absolutely no attribute enhancement at all. This is a disgrace to Taiying Academy. Chun Feng publicly declared this with a voice that brooked no argument, every word sharp and cutting. According to Academy regulations, trash, without any combat capability, is not qualified to waste precious teaching resources. Chaoyun, all your martial arts classes are hereby cancelled. From this day forth you are assigned to the logistics cooking unit. From now on you will obediently stay in the cafeteria and cook for all the teachers and students of the Academy. For any hot-blooded 18-year-old, having their dignity stripped away in public like this would likely end in a breakdown, tears, or a furious attempt to fight back. The laughter below grew even more wanton. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed his way out from the viewing platform, seething with rage. Chaoyun, you shameful piece of trash. The newcomer was Zongheng, patriarch of the main branch of the He family, and Chaoyun's clan uncle. Pointing at Chaoyun's nose, Zongheng trembled all over with fury. How did our He family end up with garbage like you who can't even condense martial chi? A stinking cook waved. Keeping our family name on you feels filthy to me. Zongheng was terrified that this rank waste would tarnish the family's reputation, and he could not wait to sever all ties. Everyone bear witness. On behalf of the He family, I hereby formally declare this. From this very second onward, He Chaoyun is completely expelled from the main branch of the He clan. His name is struck from the clan register. Another uproar swept through the hall. In this brutal era, being erased from the family register was tantamount to a sentence of social death. Without the protection of a family, one could forget about purchasing cultivation resources in the base city. Even buying a decent house would become impossible in the future. Everyone waited eagerly to watch He Chaoyun collapse, crying, kneeling, or groveling in humiliation. But He Chaoyun did not. Calmly, he withdrew the hand that had been resting on the awakening stone. "Are you done talking?" he asked in a faint, level voice. The fat on He Zonghang's face twitched. For a moment, he seemed unable to process it. You little beast, what kind of attitude is that?" He Chaoyun turned away and took a white logistics cook's uniform from the stunned logistics instructor beside him. He tied the washed-out apron around his waist. His movements were clean and crisp without the slightest hesitation. Expressionless, he walked down from the high platform, passing through the crowd that unconsciously parted to open a path. The surrounding jeers, curses, and gloating chatter were all shut out from his ears. "Fine, I'll remember all of this," he recited silently in his heart. Outwardly indifferent and uncontentious inwardly, he had already tallied this debt with crystal clarity. "Hey bro, Chaoyun, wait up." A shout came from behind as a burly male student barreled after him. It was his roommate Linmu. Linmu ran up to him, panting heavily. You okay? Linmu had awakened a drank fist reinforcement talent, barely passing the threshold. He was the only one in the entire academy who hadn't laughed at He Chaoyun. He Chaoyun glanced at him. "I'm fine." That old codger from the He family was way out of line. "Don't take it to heart," Linmu said, scratching the back of his head. "I know," He Chaoyun replied blandly. "Let's go." "Go where?" "The cafeteria." He Chaoyun looked toward the distant buildings. "It's time to cook." Linmu froze on the spot. He had thought He Chaoyun would drown his sorrows in alcohol after such a blow. Striding toward the academy's logistics area, He Chaoyun silently memorized the faces of all these people. He had no need to argue with them. That night in the back kitchen of the third cafeteria. A woman's words are like a ghost's deception. Su Fu could not trust her one bit. But in this critical moment, he didn't want to cause internal strife, so he could only comply. With his white chef's uniform on and apron tied securely around his waist, He Chaoyun picked up a kitchen knife. In this age where humanity had retreated to base cities and resources were scarce, ordinary teachers and students ate these things every day. Food as tasteless as wax and almost impossible to swallow. He looked at the synthetic ingredients on the workbench, things that could hardly be called food. In this world, the only truly energy-rich food was exotic beast meat. After every beast tied, the mountains of exotic beast corpses outside the city walls became the best potential source of meat. Yet no one dared to eat them. Exotic beast meat contained extremely violent, baleful qi. An ordinary person would explode and die after a single bite, and low-level martial artists who ate it would have their meridians shattered. Only high-level martial experts at grandmaster level and above could, by expending vast amounts of true qi, purify a small portion of the meat for consumption. Thus, the vast majority of exotic beast carcasses could only be hauled away and burned as waste. As he gazed at the pile of synthetic feed before him, He Chaoyun's eyes grew increasingly deep. At the very instant, his grip tightened around the knife handle. Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind, abrupt and out of place. Detected host is currently in an environment of extreme disdain and despair. System fully charged. Taotai Chef God System binding in progress. Binding successful. He Chaoyun set the knife down from his hand. Before his eyes, a transparent panel that only he could see appeared. Universal ingredient appraisal activated. Extreme purification cooking space activated. Devouring attribute permanent stacking activated. Butcher's insight perspective activated. He Chaoyun stood in the dim back kitchen. He gazed at the system panel suspended before his eyes and tapped open the introductions for each function. Divine ingredient appraisal, able to discern the hidden attributes and toxin content of any exotic beast, heavenly material, earthly treasure, or spiritual plant, as well as the optimal cooking method. Extreme purification culinary space, an exclusive independent domain. Within this space, any ingredient processed can have 100% of its berserk energy, baleful aura, and lethal toxins removed, drawing out completely pure energy, retaining only pristine beneficial effects with absolutely no side effects. At this point, a faint frenzy finally rippled beneath He Chaoyun's previously placid gaze. His eyes continued downward across the panel. Permanent attribute stacking. When the host consumes exotic beast dishes personally cooked by himself, he can directly obtain permanent attribute enhancements with no cultivation bottlenecks and no upper limit to his level. Butcher's insight. The host can pierce through the muscular structure and vital points of exotic beasts at a glance, using the kitchen knife to slay enemies as effortlessly as dissecting an ox. Gratitude value shop. When the host cooks exotic beast ingredients and gives them to others to eat, he can obtain their gratitude value and luck value, which can be exchanged in the system shop for rare recipes, ancient cooking tools, special physiques, and bottleneck-free breakthrough pills. After reading the final lines, Chaoyun closed the panel. His breathing remained steady, but his eyes grew razor-sharp. As long as he cooked, as long as he ate, he could become infinitely stronger. Moreover, if others ate the food he made, they would not only help him farm gratitude value, but also allow him to exchange for those ancient divine items whose very names sounded overwhelmingly mighty. The most useless talent in the history of the entire base city. He let out a soft chuckle. Fine, then let's see who the real trash is. Permanent attribute, stacking 100% purification. This meant that the exotic beast corpses shunned by the entire world were in his eyes elixirs capable of elevating his strength. Bang! Just as Chaoyun was already calculating in his mind, the back kitchen door was violently kicked open. The smile at the corner of his lips vanished, his gaze instantly returning to that deathly calm as he slowly turned his head. 3 people swaggered inside. Leading them was a buzzcut boy with a thick neck and broad waist, his face covered in heavy jowls. His school uniform hung open, revealing the thick muscles beneath, and he strutted as though he wished he could walk sideways. He was the tyrant of the ordinary class, Lu Haoran, who had just awakened a crank iron arm talent during the daytime. In front of the geniuses from the elite class, this guy was as docile as a lapdog, but before the ordinary class and logistics class, he was a mad dog with no scruples at all. Behind Lu Haoran, 2 scrawny lackeys trailed on his left and right, their thin faces plastered with smug, sycophantic grins. Hey, you new useless cook. Lu Haoran walked up to the work table, eyeing Chaoyun's white apron with open derision. The brothers just finished training and were hungry. Hurry up and fix your lord a late-night snack. The cafeteria is closed. Chaoyun looked at him, his voice not loud, yet perfectly clear. If I tell you to cook, you cook. Where do you get all this nonsense? Bang! Lu Haoran suddenly slapped his palm down onto the stainless steel countertop. The power of his crank iron arm talent punched a shallow dent into the metal. Chaoyun's expression remained unchanged as he merely pointed toward the overturned ingredient basket beside them. There are no ingredients left. Come back tomorrow. Lu Haoran narrowed his already small eyes, then suddenly raised his hand and brought it down on a plate. The metal plate flew out, the minced meat and rotten vegetable leaves inside scattering messily across the floor. No ingredients. Lu Haoran jabbed a finger toward the chaotic scraps on the ground, swaggering a step closer. Then what are you, this useless piece of trash, still doing here? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Haoran's eyes hardened. He suddenly lifted his right leg and snapped a straight kick directly at Chaoyun's stomach. This was the solid strength of a martial disciple. Right now, Chaoyun possessed no martial cultivation whatsoever. This body was entirely that of an ordinary person. A dull thud sounded. Chaoyun had no time to dodge. The kick sent his feet off the ground, his entire body flung 2 to 3 meters backward before he crashed heavily against the metal door of the cold storage. A surge of agony radiated from his abdomen. Sliding down the icy metal door, Chaoyun collapsed to the floor as a thin line of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Trash is trash. Even stepping on you dirties my shoes. Lu Haoran spat, his face full of satisfaction. Stop. At that moment, a furious shout rang out from beyond the back kitchen door. It was Lin Mu. He had gone back to the dorm, and not finding Chaoyun had traced his way to the cafeteria. The instant he stepped inside, he saw Chaoyun being kicked, flying, and coughing blood. Lin Mu's eyes turned red in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, his arm muscles swelled a full ring thicker as he activated his Drank-reinforced fist talent, swinging his fist straight toward Lu Haoran. Oh, another one who isn't afraid of death. Lu Haoran remained where he was, not even bothering to dodge, instead letting out a cold laugh. At his side, the scrawny lackey who had been silent until now suddenly blurred into motion. He was too fast. That was an agility-based speed talent. The scrawny boy easily slipped past Lin Mu's flawed punch, then suddenly whipped a low roundhouse kick into the back of Lin Mu's knee. Arg! Lin Mu instantly lost his balance and crashed hard onto the greasy floor tiles. Half his face met the ground in a brutal kiss, swelling up in an instant. Before Lin Mu could struggle to rise, the scrawny lackey had already stepped over, lifting his foot and planting it on Lin Mu's back with deliberate humiliation. A drank piece of trash dares to play the hero in front of Brother Hao. Where did you get the courage, fatty? The scrawny boy twisted his foot harder as he taunted arrogantly. Lu Haoran burst into loud laughter as he looked at Lin Mu being trampled beneath a foot. In front of the cold storage door, Chaoyun wiped the blood from his mouth, gripped the icy handle, and slowly straightened up. His abdomen still throbbed faintly with pain. The body of an ordinary man truly was too frail. Remember this, my name is Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran stepped up to Chaoyun, jabbing a finger into his chest. I'll be back tomorrow night. If I still can't eat meat with some fat on it. He pointed at Lin Mu on the floor, then at He-Chao. I'll smash every pot bowl and ladle in this shabby cafeteria and cripple both you and this fatty along with them. Understood, trash. Lu Haoran waved his hand. His lackey lifted his foot, and the three of them laughed loudly as they left the back kitchen. Silence returned. Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, Chaoyun strode over and helped Lin Mu up from the floor. Hiss. Easy, easy, those bastards really didn't hold back. Lin Mu grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. Clutching his face, he looked Chaoyun up and down. Bro, are you okay? You were coughing blood. I won't die, Chaoyun said as he helped him onto a nearby chair. Don't be afraid. At worst, tomorrow night I'll hold them off with my life, and you run. Lin Mu spoke through gritted teeth. Chaoyun quietly regarded the chubby man before him. When the entire school mocked him as useless trash, only this big, dark, and simple fellow was willing to take a beating on his behalf. No need to run, Chaoyun said, patting Lin Mu's shoulder twice. Rest here for 10 minutes. Lin Mu, huh? What are you going to do? Chaoyun did not answer. He turned and walked toward the small door leading from the back kitchen to the rear courtyard. Behind it lay a vast open yard. The air was thick with the reek of blood and charred stench. More than 20 massive corpses lay piled upon the open ground. They were bloodthirsty wolves, Blackburn rank exotic beasts hunted today by the city guards in the wilderness outside the walls. Each wolf was over 2 meters long, its fur a dark red, its flesh exuding visible streams of black violent aura. This was standard procedure for the Iron Eagle base city. The corpses of low-rank exotic beasts could not be eaten. They would be hauled to the rear yards of various academies or units and collected by incineration trucks the following morning. In everyone's eyes, these were deadly waste. Chaoyun walked up to the nearest bloodthirsty wolf corpse. Ding! The system's chime rang in his mind. Appraisal successful. Target Blackburn rank exotic beast, bloodthirsty wolf. Edible parts tenderloin, hind leg, meat, wolf heart. Status contains a massive amount of low-level violent energy. Mortality rate for ordinary people consuming it 100%. Optimal cooking methods: charcoal, grilling, red braising. Estimated permanent attributes obtainable after consumption: strength 10, agility 5, physique 3. Enter extreme purification culinary space for processing. Chaoyun stared at the massive wolf corpse before him, at those blackened muscle fibers. A 100% mortality rate from direct consumption, huh? He murmured softly, the whole world thinks you are garbage, and that I, Chaoyun, am trash, not even fit to be compared to garbage. He grabbed the wolf's hind leg. Although his strength was weak, the instant he touched the exotic beast's corpse, the system automatically severed the sensation of its weight. Then I might as well find out, Chaoyun said, the corners of his mouth lifting into an unabashed smile. Enter culinary space. The scene before him changed in an instant. The night in the backyard faded away. Chaoyun stood in a pristine white space before a sleek and exquisite cooking station. The wall was adorned with top-tier kitchenware. In the center was a massive custom grill burning with smokeless charcoal fire. The corpse of a bloodthirsty wolf hovered above the workstation. A golden beam of light descended from the top of the space, enveloping the entire wolf corpse. The visibly dark and violent aura was drawn away by the light, turning into nothingness. The originally dark red muscle gradually shed impurities, transforming into a translucent pale gold. Chaoyun approached the workstation and picked up a sharp boning knife. As he gripped the knife, his fingers naturally found the most powerful angle. He had never learned how to dissect a beast, but the guidance from the system was already etched into his muscle memory. His wrist turned, and the blade sliced into the joint of the wolf's leg without encountering any resistance. A piece of perfectly marbled snowflake-patterned premium wolf leg meat was completely extracted. The sensation is exquisite. Chaoyun said, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The absolute control over the ingredients filled his otherwise tranquil heart with a long-forgotten rush of excitement. He cut off a thick, plump piece of Wolf King rib and placed it on the wooden cutting board. Grabbing the specially blended secret spices provided by the system, he evenly sprinkled them over the pale golden meat. Using both hands, he pressed and kneaded, allowing the fragrance of each spice to penetrate deep into the muscle fibers. He turned and walked towards the grill. The charcoal fire inside the grill emitted a stable high temperature. Chaoyun placed the Wolf King rib on the grill. Sizzle. The moment the fat contacted the charcoal fire, an intensely rich aroma exploded in the space, and Chaoyun swallowed hard. This was not the ordinary smell of grilled meat. It was the essence of pure life energy being released. Chaoyun flipped the rib, cooking it with precise timing to achieve a tempting caramel color on the surface while locking in all the juices. Ding. Cooking complete. Dish: charcoal, grilled Wolf King rib. Quality perfect. Chaoyun picked up the tongs and placed the sizzling rib onto a white porcelain plate. He did not use a dining knife, instead he directly grabbed the hot rib with his hand and put it into his mouth. Crunch. His teeth shattered the crispy outer skin, and the sweet juice exploded in his mouth. The meat was so tender that it almost melted upon entry. In less than half a minute, an entire 2-pound Wolf King rib was devoured by Chaoyun. Boom! A wave of scorching energy erupted from his stomach. This energy carried no sense of violence. It flowed like a warm current, spreading instantly throughout his limbs and bones. Ugh! Chaoyun let out a muffled groan. He felt his muscles contracting and expanding, and his bones emitted subtle grinding sounds, becoming harder. His blood flow accelerated, and a wave of soreness surged through his body. In front of his eyes, a transparent attribute panel popped up automatically, and red numbers began to jump wildly. Strength 313, agility 27, physique 14. Chaoyun was stunned for 3 seconds. He lowered his head and noticed that the muscle lines on his arm were slightly bulging. He clenched his fist tightly. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of his knuckles echoed, filled with a strength that made him want to pound a sandbag with all his might. The average attributes of an ordinary martial artist are strength 15, agility 10, physique 8. A meal like this. Chaoyun looked at his fist and couldn't help but laugh. Is this comparable to others training for half a year? He turned his head, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the remaining half a wolf meat on the cutting board. Continue. 10 minutes later, 5 portions of charcoal grilled Wolf King ribs came out of the grill. Chaoyun sat in front of the grill, picked up the second portion of Wolf King rib, and swallowed it. Ding. Strength 10, agility 5. He picked up the third portion and swallowed it. Ding. Strength 10, physique 3. A series of mechanical sounds echoed wildly in his mind. A violent surge of heat washed over his body again, and again a layer of faint black impurities was expelled through his pores and instantly evaporated by the purification power of the system space. Chaoyun let out a long breath of turbid air. He opened the attribute panel once more. Strength 33, agility 17, physique 10. Chaoyun stood up and casually moved his neck. Twice the strength of an ordinary martial artist. If Lu Haoran dared to stand in front of him right now, he could slap that bastard's back teeth out to his grandmother's house. Chaoyun packed the remaining 2 portions of Wolf King ribs into a food box and exited the cooking space. He walked back to the kitchen, where the second hand of the clock on the wall had only moved a notch. Lin Mu remained in the same position, sitting in a chair, clutching the swollen half of his face while gasping for air. Ouch! That skinny monkey is really vicious. My back teeth are almost loose. Chaoyun did not engage and walked straight in front of him. With a bang, he opened the food box and placed a steaming plate of charcoal grilled Wolf King ribs before Lin Mu. The domineering aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. Lin Mu's eyes widened in shock as he took 2 deep sniffs with his nose. Gulp! He swallowed a loud gulp of saliva, staring intently at the meat on the plate. What? What is this? It smells too good. I've never smelled anything like this in my life. The next second, he suddenly realized his face turned pale as he pointed at the faint golden patterns on the meat. No way. The color of this meat. Is it beast meat? Lin Mu jumped up from his chair in shock, forgetting the pain in his face. Bro, Yungu, are you crazy? Chaoyun leisurely picked up a corner piece from the plate and threw it into his mouth in front of Lin Mu, chewing and swallowing. What are you yelling about? I've already eaten 3 portions, Chaoyun said flatly. Lin Mu's mouth hung open, nearly dropping to the floor. Are you really fine? Don't you feel your meridians in chaos? Don't you feel a bomb about to explode in your stomach? Stop talking nonsense. Are you eating or not? Chaoyun, too lazy to explain, directly reached for the plate. If you're not eating, I'm taking it away. Eat. Lin Mu protectively covered the plate. The aroma completely shattered his rationality, and he grabbed the wolf meat and took a big bite. The moment he bit down, Lin Mu's pupils constricted sharply. Then he wolfed down the entire piece of meat clean. 10 seconds later. Ugh! Lin Mu suddenly clutched his stomach. His face turned beet red as veins bulged on his neck. Damn! Yungu! My stomach! It's so hot. It's going to explode. He suddenly straightened up, a surge of uncontainable power thrumming in his chest, making him instinctively swing his right fist, activating his grade strengthening fist talent and smashing it hard onto the nearby wooden cutting board. Crack! That was a solid 3 inches thick wooden cutting board, usually used for chopping large bones, but Lin Mu's punch cracked it open. Lin Mu looked at his fist. Damn! Lin Mu's voice cracked. My fist strength has increased by at least 30%. This is impossible. At that moment, a crisp notification sound echoed in Chaoyun's mind. Ding! Detected that someone consumed the host's dish, resulting in a breakthrough in their strength. Congratulations to the host for receiving gratitude value 50. Chaoyun looked at the new numbers appearing on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. It seems this path is feasible. He quickly calculated in his mind, with over 20 bloodthirsty wolf corpses piled up in the backyard, these would be burned tomorrow morning. Before that, he needed to convert them all into attributes. Throughout the entire night, Chaoyun was tirelessly processing the wolf corpses in the system space, like a production line. Over 20 bloodthirsty wolves had all turned into barbecued meat that emanated an exceptionally rich aroma. He ravenously swallowed, and with each chew he could distinctly feel his strength surging within his body. However, as his consumption increased, the system notification sound changed. Ding. Consumed roasted wolf meat. Strength 2, agility 1. Ding. Warning, host's physical body has reached the saturation limit for energy absorption at the black iron level. Resistance from materials of the same tier is generated and the benefits are decreasing sharply. High-tier exotic beast energy is urgently needed to break through the limits. Chaoyun paused his chewing and opened the panel. Strength 48, agility 25, physique 18. 48 points, huh? Chaoyun quickly calculated in his mind. Those elite freshmen at Iron Eagle Academy who were hailed as the best would toil for months, and even with all the resources from their families, their physical strength would barely reach around 25 points. The remaining black iron level wolf meat, aside from satisfying his hunger, could no longer extract much attribute essence. To continue advancing, he needed to acquire higher tier exotic beast materials. Chaoyun exited the system space and pushed open the iron door to the kitchen. Lin Mu, who was on lookout outside, hurriedly approached. This fat guy hadn't slept a wink all night, and just digesting that piece of wolf meat's energy had left him burning like a furnace. At this moment, Lin Mu's skin was flushed red and hot sweat mixed with thick, foul-smelling black impurities was pouring out through his large pores. That was the bodily toxins expelled by the purifying energy. Brother Yun, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm going to explode. Lin Mu frantically threw punches in place to vent his excess energy, speaking in a disjointed manner from excitement. I had been stuck at the initial stage for months without any progress, and in just one night, I was directly pushed to the peak of a martial apprentice. If the old fossils at the academy find out about this, they'll definitely drag me to the dissecting table for research. Go take a shower. Chaoyun tossed him a rag. Also keep your mouth tightly shut. Brother Yin, you can count on me. From now on, wherever you point, I will strike. I, Lin Mu, will be your fiercest guard. Lin Mu patted his chest, his eyes filled with fervor. The next night, the cafeteria had just finished its daily service, turned off the overhead lights, and hung up the closing sign. Suddenly, the door to the kitchen was flung open. New trash, I've come for meat. Lu Haoran swaggered in his school uniform, jacket wide open. Behind him, the two thin, monkey-like lackeys from yesterday were still in tow, slinking around, yet trying to act fierce, their eyes filled with arrogant provocation. Lu Haoran slapped the stainless steel countertop heavily. Hurry up and fry me something greasy for a late-night snack. If you dare to mess with me, I'll smash both you and this broken cafeteria today. Chaoyun remained expressionless as he turned towards the stove. He coldly picked up several pieces of wolf meat that had not been fully purified by the system. Since the other party sought death, he would oblige. As the spatula flew, he deliberately used premium spices to mask the slight deadly ferocity in the waste meat. 2 minutes later, a plate of ordinary-looking stir-fried meat devoid of spiritual fluctuations and exotic aromas was slammed onto the countertop. Your late-night snack, Chaoyun said flatly. Lu Haoran looked over suspiciously, his face filled with disdain. Are you trying to fool me? He cursed under his breath, but his stomach was indeed growling from hunger. Picking up a pair of chopsticks nearby, he carelessly picked up a slice of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. At the moment of chewing, Lu Haoran's pupils suddenly constricted and the hand holding the chopsticks trembled uncontrollably. The exquisite flavor exploded on his tongue, followed by a violent surge of blood energy that rushed straight to his head, creating an illusion of immense strength surging within his already swollen arm muscles. Damn! Lu Haoran gasped in shock, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. Greed instantly consumed his reason. He threw down the chopsticks and frantically attempted to carry the entire plate of meat away. Smack! Lu Haoran pulled with all his might, but the plate did not budge, as if it were welded to the countertop. Chaoyun pressed down on the bottom of the plate with one hand, staring at him through the window. One portion is enough. Ooh, too much, and I fear you won't be able to digest it. Lu Haoran was stunned. As a Clevel awakened, he was actually mocked by an A-level waste recognized by the entire school right in front of his underlings. You're seeking death, aren't you? Lu Haoran's eyes turned bloodshot. Clevel iron arm talent fully activated. The muscles in his right arm tore through his sleeve, glimmering with an indestructible grayish metallic sheen. Die for me. With the sound of air tearing, he unleashed all his power, throwing a punch straight at Chaoyun. Brother Hao is mighty. Get rid of him, shouted the two thin monkey-like lackeys excitedly. Chaoyun didn't even take a step back to avoid the blow. He casually raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Bang! At the moment their fists met, an extraordinarily dull sound of bone and flesh colliding echoed through the kitchen, and a powerful shockwave erupted from the two, rattling the empty iron bowls on the operating table. The sinister smile on Lu Haoran's face froze as he felt that this all-out strike had not landed on flesh. Chaoyun stood firm as a rock, his feet not shifting an inch. He firmly grasped Lu Haoran's gray iron fist in his palm. The terrifying pure physical strength of 48 points displayed an absolute crushing superiority. Lu Haoran's prideful iron arm now felt as if it were trapped, unable to be retracted. Panic began to spread in his eyes. "I'll return this to you." Chaoyun flicked his wrist. The terrifying recoil force without any extravagance surged up Lu Haoran's iron arm. Crack. "Oh." Lu Haoran screamed in agony as his tiger's mouth went numb and cracked. He was jolted back, 3 steps collapsing to the ground, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. The 2 thin, monkey-like lackeys were so frightened that their legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. A clever iron arm's full-force strike was caught and returned with a single hand. Chaoyun pulled out a toothpick and held it in his mouth, looking down at the collapsed Lu Haoran. "I've had my late-night snack." Chaoyun spat out the toothpick, his gaze indifferent. "Now you can roll. Next time you come, remember to queue up." Lu Haoran's face turned pale. The excruciating pain of his fractured right arm was mixed with the ferocious aura from the unpurified waste meat coursing through his broken bones like poisoned steel needles. He stared at Chaoyun in horror, but he didn't dare utter a single threat, clutching his trembling hand and crawling out of the cafeteria. On the way, the thin, monkey-like lackeys swallowed their saliva, asking what had happened. Lu Haoran clenched his hand, remaining silent, his psychological trauma reaching its peak. The next morning, Instructor Chen Feng was drinking tea in his office when the door was suddenly pushed open. A counselor from an ordinary class rushed in, drenched in sweat and looking panicked. "Instructor Chen, something has happened. Chaoyun from the logistics class has shattered Lu Haoran's iron arm." "Uft." Chen Feng spat out a mouthful of hot tea, leaping to his feet, his face instantly darkening to the extreme. An A-level logistics waste actually shattered a Clevel's arm. He couldn't care less about Lu Haoran, that thug's life, but Lu Haoran was part of his combat class. Attacking a combat class member was equivalent to slapping Chen Feng's face. "Good, this is truly rebellious." Chen Feng slammed his palm on the desk, rattling the teacup. "Go." He pointed at the door, his roar echoing in the corridor. "Immediately go to the logistics area and bring that scoundrel, Chaoyun, over to me. I want to see who gave him the audacity to lay hands on my combat class members." In the morning, in the office of the combat training instructor, Chen Feng leaned back in his office chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, his cold gaze fixed on Chaoyun standing opposite him. "I heard from the lower ranks that you crippled Lu Haoran's hand." Chen Feng scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. "A worthless logistics class lackey broke a regular class student's hand. Chaoyun, do you think that just because you've awakened a chef's talent you can disregard the academy's rules?" Chaoyun stood still, wearing a cooking class uniform, his expression calm. "He was the one who attacked first to steal something. I was only defending myself." Smack. "I don't care who struck first." Chen Feng slammed the table, hot tea splattering everywhere. "Lu Haoran has a clever talent. He is a combat seed cultivated by the academy, destined to go to the front lines and slay beasts. What are you even worth? You have injured him, wasting the entire base's combat resources." Chen Feng stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Chaoyun. "According to the rules, with your worthless A-level talent, I can report you for expulsion today." Chen Feng gritted his teeth, pointing towards the city defense wall outside the window. "However, I am a magnanimous person, so I will give you a chance to redeem yourself." He deliberately elongated his voice. "There is a pile of combat waste from the practical class that has accumulated at the abandoned warehouse number 3 outside the city. I punish you to go there and move 20 tons of beast skeletons to the incinerator with a deadline of 3 days. If you fail to complete it, you will pack your things and leave Iron Eagle Academy." Moving 20 tons of skeletons in 3 days is nothing short of a death sentence for an ordinary student without true energy. It is filthy and stinky, piled high with decaying flesh. Chen Feng coldly observed Chaoyun, waiting for him to break down and plead for mercy, and was even prepared with a harsher rebuke. "Fine." Chaoyun nodded, not bargaining. He did not argue further and turned to leave the office. Watching Chaoyun's retreating figure, Chen Feng snorted coldly, his face dark as he muttered under his breath, unaware of his own death. "In 3 days, I'll personally watch how you get kicked out." In the kitchen of the 3rd cafeteria, during the downtime for food preparation, the kitchen was empty save for the faucet in the sink that was not tightly turned off, dripping water with a drip-drip sound. Zhao Tieju, wearing an apron stained with grease, slowly walked into the kitchen. This old fellow had worked in the cafeteria for over 20 years, usually either cooking large pots of food or squatting by the back door, smoking, his presence so faint that no one paid him any attention. Old Zhao walked to the stove used by Chaoyun last night and suddenly stopped. In his eyes, which had long been murky and always carried a hint of shrewdness and drunkenness, a terrifying glint suddenly burst forth. He extended his calloused hand and gently touched the smooth stainless steel countertop. This residual fluctuation. Old Zhao pinched his fingers and brought them to his nose to sniff. There was no ferocity of beasts, only a pure essence of blood and qi that seemed to awaken the primal instincts of life. What the hell? Old Zhao's fingers trembled uncontrollably, causing the sparse stubble on his chin to... Having hidden his name and acted as a dead dog in this academy cafeteria for so many years, he had seen countless high-level martial artists and so-called culinary masters handle beasts, yet he could never achieve such a clean removal of violent energy. The astonishing purity was akin to legendary ancient techniques that had long since been lost. This is definitely not an ordinary processing method. Old Zhao squinted his eyes. Could it be that there are any old monsters disguised in sheep's clothing hidden in Iron Eagle Academy? Old Zhao looked around secretly, keeping his guard up. At noon, at the edge of the city defense wall in the abandoned warehouse. This place resembled a gigantic landfill with a pungent mix of rotten smells and blood, making it impossible for one to open their eyes. Lin Mu pushed a rusty cart, sweating profusely as he followed Chaoyun. Brother Yun, this Chen Feng is such a scoundrel. It's obvious that he is trying to set you up. Lin Mu gritted his teeth in anger. 20 tons of skeletons with your body that hasn't awakened true energy, even a bull couldn't move them all. I took leave to help you move. Chaoyun turned around and unceremoniously pushed him away from the cart. Chen Feng is watching you. If you stay here, he will find a reason to expel you too. But, go back. Chaoyun's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable tone. Brother Yun, go back. Chaoyun looked at the naive fool, his tone softening slightly. Chen Feng is looking for an excuse to deal with people. If you stay here, it will give him a handle to grab, and then you'll be expelled together. Lin Mu gritted his teeth as he stared at the mountain of foul remains. But, how can you move this much? I have a plan. Chaoyun casually picked up a rusty shovel from the side. Hurry and get lost, don't be a nuisance here. Go back and practice your enhanced fist techniques so you won't get beaten by Lu Haoran and his gang next time. With a combination of scolding and urging, he finally drove the reedy Lin Mu out of the warehouse. Watching Lin Mu walk away, Chaoyun closed the heavy iron door of the warehouse behind him. He then turned around and discarded the shovel in his hand. He looked up at the mountain of beast remains piled before him. Those skeletons' internal organs and scraps that had been drained of essence by the city guards and stripped of all good flesh formed a continuous series of small hills crawling with nauseating maggots. To others, this was a stinky pile of garbage, a torturous hell. But in Chaoyun's eyes, before him a series of blue light screens were flashing madly. Ding! Ingredient appraisal triggered. Discovered edible ingredient: black iron level armored cow marrow. Best cooking method: slow simmered soup. Discovered edible ingredient: black iron level toxic swamp crocodiles damaged heart. Non-toxic parts are edible. Best cooking method: stir fry. Discovered edible ingredient: black iron level earth splitting bear's paw tendons. Ding, ding, ding. The system's prompt sound kept refreshing in his mind. There were at least a dozen materials that ordinary people would consider waste, all accurately marked by the system. Some of the ingredients even had a higher quality than the previous bloodthirsty wolf. Chaoyun looked at the light spots filling the warehouse, his shoulders involuntarily shuddering twice. A faint smile crept onto his lips, and he let out a low chuckle. Chen Feng, you really are a living bodhisattva sent by the heavens to deliver a buffet to me. Chaoyun took a deep breath and directly entered a festive mode. During the day, he pretended to push out a few carts of crushed bones to mislead others. Each time he passed by the surveillance camera, he deliberately acted weak, drenched in sweat, and struggling to walk. As night fell, he gathered all the top-quality scraps marked by the system into the ultimate cooking space. Although the black iron-level bloodthirsty wolf meat had already saturated him with qi and blood, the diverse ingredients before him provided different dimensions of qi and blood stimulation, forcibly opening a gap in his tight saturation limit. The charcoal fire burned day and night. Bone soup, grilled meat tendons, stir-fried liver slices. Within 3 days, the essence garbage in the abandoned warehouse was completely cleared by him. On the third night, Chaoyun was cleaning up the last remnants in the deepest corner of the warehouse. Chaoyun wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, using the shovel in his hand to forcefully pry open a heavy black iron-level wild boar skeleton. With a crash, the skeleton collapsed, and his gaze suddenly froze. Beneath that pile of foul-smelling viscous waste lay a corpse that was not large in size, but was extremely... Although this corpse was dried and shriveled, its exposed bones still glimmered faintly, with a metallic sheen emanating a chilling sense of oppression, completely on a different level from the surrounding black iron-level garbage. What is this? Chaoyun held his breath. Ding. High-level ingredient appraisal successful. Target bronze-level beast remains. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment, confirming Chaoyun's guess. In the Iron Eagle-based city, bronze-level beasts are terrifying existences that only high-level martial masters or even grandmasters dare to hunt in the depths of the wilderness. Corpses of this level should be collected by major clans or martial arts guilds. How could they end up mixed with low-level black iron remains thrown away as garbage in this abandoned warehouse? Chaoyun threw away the shovel and quickly stepped forward. No matter the reason, Qinfeng has personally delivered a tremendous opportunity right to my doorstep. Looking at the corpse buried beneath the trash pile, a strong sense of excitement surged in his heart. This is undoubtedly the highest grade ingredient he has encountered so far, enough to break through his current combat power bottleneck. Chaoyun casually dug through the black iron grade bones swarming with flies with a shovel. The sight beneath made him raise an eyebrow. It was a fierce bird of prey with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Its flesh had dried and shriveled, yet the remaining green feather shafts were still sharp as blades. Given its desiccated state, it had likely been dead for over a month. In front of his retina, a light blue system interface flashed wildly with a crisp and pleasant notification sound. Ding. Identification successful. Bronze level exotic beast wind blade vulture remains. Edible parts breast meat. Contains energy pure wind attribute and bronze level violent energy. Best cooking method stir-fried shredded meat. Expected benefits significant attribute enhancement, very high chance of awakening wind attribute skills. Chaoyun's eyes lit up. Windblade vulture. This was indeed a true bronze level exotic beast. If left outside the city, this creature could shred a team of novice martial artists into pieces midair. Now it was reduced to meat on the chopping board. Without a second thought, Chaoyun silently instructed in the system's domineering plundering function activated, instantly penetrating the dried skin and flawlessly stripping away the most core and well-preserved piece of breast meat from the windblade vulture. A flash of white light, and the ingredient was directly stored in the system space. Dropping the shovel, he locked the iron door of the warehouse. With a thought, Chaoyun immediately vanished into the pristine white cooking space. The piece of freshly separated windblade vulture meat lay quietly on the cutting board. The meat appeared translucent green with delicate patterns resembling a work of art, lacking even a hint of rancid odor. The meat of a bronze-level exotic beast was extremely tough, ordinary knives couldn't even scratch its skin. However, when Chaoyun grasped the old chef's knife provided by the system, his entire demeanor changed. With a sudden force from his wrist, there was no resistance. The sharp blade perfectly sliced along the direction of the muscle fibers. Swish, swish, swish. In just 10 seconds, an entire piece of bronze-level breast meat was cut into uniformly sized strips. He heated the pan and poured in oil. As the hot oil bubbled, ginger and scallions were added, instantly releasing their fragrant aroma. Chaoyun flicked his wrist, and all the shredded windblade vulture meat went into the pan. Sizzle. The intense heat instantly locked in the violent energy within the meat, and a wild, ripping scent filled the kitchen. Chaoyun deftly flipped the meat with one hand, perfectly controlling the heat. In less than 30 seconds, the dish was plated. He directly picked up a handful of steaming meat strips and stuffed them into his mouth. Ding. Cooking windblade vulture, shredded meat successful. Quality perfect. Host gains strength 15, agility 12, constitution 8. Congratulations on acquiring the passive skill Gale Step. Short distance explosive speed increased by 50. Unlike the brutal impact of black iron grade ingredients, the extremely pure wind energy sliced through the barrier of chi and blood that had been stuck in his body. Ding. Host has broken through black iron grade chi and blood saturation. Chaoyun exhaled a mouthful of scorching white breath, his bones cracking audibly. In his leg muscles it felt as if a miniature tornado had been stuffed inside. With just a slight exertion, his body felt light enough to defy gravity, ready to launch at any moment. He glanced at the panel in front of him. Strength 63, agility 37, constitution 26. Chaoyun rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Those so-called elites at Iron Eagle Academy, after half a year of hard training, could only reach this level at the peak of novice martial artists. With this terrifying 63 points of strength and the additional 50 speed boost from Gale's Step, he felt ready. At Iron Eagle Academy, he finally had the capital to flip the table at any moment. Exiting the system space, Chaoyun pushed open the warehouse door, and a wave of fresh air rushed towards him. On the dim stairs, a plump black shadow squatted. Lin Mu, this kid, was clearly uneasy and had snuck over earlier in the afternoon, waiting here to greet him. Hearing the door open, Lin Mu jumped up, swallowing hard, and exclaimed, "Brother Yun, what was that smell just now? It was so damn fragrant, I'm about to drool all over my shoes." Chaoyun looked at the fool and casually tossed over the leftover scraps packed in an aluminum box. "Finish off the remaining scraps quickly and get back to work." Lin Mu caught the lunchbox with both hands, not even asking what kind of meat it was. In his eyes, anything made by Brother Yun, even if it were shoe insoles, would be a supreme delicacy. He lifted the lid, and this plump guy stuffed the stir-fried shredded meat into his mouth in a frenzy. Delicious. 2 bites in his originally rosy face turned crimson, and the veins on his neck bulged like worms. His already stocky arms were swelled even more by the massive surge of chi and blood, and the seams of his clothes creaked ominously. Damn, this power is too great. Lin Mu let out a suppressed roar, turning and punching the empty ground beside him, the winds from the punch whipping up a strong gust. His eyes lit up, excited to the point of stuttering. Brother, this meat is divine. Truly divine. I feel like I could punch through an armored cow right now. At this state, I could definitely sign up for the ranking competition of the Academy Martial Apprentice Group. Chaoyun patted his sturdy shoulder while looking at Lin Mu, whose face was full of fervor. Then go sign up. In the morning, Instructor Chun, dressed in a crisp instructor's uniform, arrived at the abandoned warehouse with 2 student council staff members, his expression dark. Instructor Chun, that waste named, he is doomed this time. 20 tons of bones. Even a martial apprentice can't move that much. A staff member flattered him, his face full of sycophancy. Instructor Chin scoffed disdainfully. The academy has its rules. A trash that refuses to be disciplined is just a waste of air. He had even mentally rehearsed several times how to ridicule Chaoyun and the lines to kick him out of the academy. However, as he walked with indifference towards the incinerator, Instructor Chun froze in place. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. The once mountain-like pile of stinking garbage had vanished. His gaze quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to find traces left by large moving equipment, but found nothing. The entire 20 tons of exotic beast bones had not only been moved, but were also neatly stacked beside the conveyor belt, ready to be incinerated. Beside the conveyor belt, Chaoyun, wearing the logistics team's white coat and a faded apron tied around his waist, was sweeping up the bone fragments on the ground. Instructor Chin's eyelid twitched, and he struggled to suppress his anger. He walked up to Chaoyun, forcing a smile, as he coldly snorted. Well, I never expected you, the one serving dishes, to actually be quite a good laborer. Instructor Chin mocked in a deliberately exaggerated tone, trying to save some face. So you really managed to move 20 tons of bones. Fine, I'll give you that. Now go back to cooking your meals, and be more alert in the future. After saying that, he crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly, adopting an arrogant posture of superiority, waiting to see Chaoyun bow his head in submission. However, Chaoyun leaned the broom against the wall and dusted off his hands. His eyes had not lingered on Instructor Chun for even half a second. He removed the greasy sleeves, directly bypassing Chun, striding towards the warehouse door. The air instantly fell silent. The 2 student council staff exchanged glances, not daring to breathe. Instructor Chin, treated like a transparent person, stood frozen, feeling as though he had punched a cotton ball, with all his might, angrily kicking the bone fragments on the ground, only to misjudge the force and hurt his toes, forcing himself to stifle a cry. On the way back to the academy, Chaoyun was rapidly calculating in his mind. After 3 days, the treasures in the abandoned warehouse had been completely scavenged by the system. The Windblade Vulture had allowed him to taste the sweetness of bronze-level ingredients. If he were to go back to eating those black iron-grade garbage scraps, it would be a waste of stomach capacity and would barely contribute to his strength enhancement. The leftover food within the city could no longer satisfy his appetite. He needed to find a more stable and higher-grade supply channel. Chaoyun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the distant steel city walls. Outside the city walls lay the treacherous wilderness where exotic beasts roamed freely, posing a constant threat to life. But in Chaoyun's eyes, that was a huge, all-natural, unguarded, super self-service grain depot. To truly stand above the masses, one must step into that deadly abyss. The wilderness outside the city is an excellent supply source, but leaving the city requires permission. The Iron Eagle Bay City has strict regulations, with thick alloy city walls over 10 meters tall, bristling with energy-powered heavy machine guns. Without a permit from the Hunters Guild, ordinary people cannot even touch the high-voltage electric fence outside the city defense. With no perfect solution available, Chaoyun could only continue to remain quietly in the cafeteria. In front of the stove in the kitchen of the 3rd cafeteria, Chaoyun swiftly wielded his knife, thud, 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 slicing a basket of hard industrial synthetic potatoes into fine shreds. Kid, your knife skills are quite impressive. A slightly hoarse voice sounded beside him. Zhao Tieju, with a beer belly, wiped his hands on his greasy apron and slowly approached. This old man usually smoked in a corner, but today he surprisingly initiated a conversation. Chaoyun casually replied, "It's just practice makes perfect." To his surprise, old Zhao disdainfully smacked his lips, cleared his throat, and revealed his yellowed, rotten teeth that had been stained by smoke. Cutting this synthetic garbage made from scraps, even if you practice your whole life, you'll just be a vegetable cutting machine. Old Zhao leaned forward, lowering his voice. Real chefs from decades ago dared to cook with high-level exotic beast meat directly. Kid, have you thought about handling exotic beast meat? Chaoyun's knife paused slightly. There was a hint of mystery in the old man's words. Could it be that he sensed the commotion Chaoyun caused in the warehouse last night? He put down the knife and turned to stare directly at old Zhao. Old Zhao, are you getting old and confused? Chaoyun pulled over a rag to wipe his hands. Exotic beast meat is filled with violent energy. Without true qi to forcibly neutralize it, an ordinary person would explode on the spot after a single bite. I'm just a useless grade talent, and you want me to touch that stuff? Do you think I want to live too long? Well, a grade recognized as a loser. But let's make a deal. What if there really is a miraculous method that can completely extract the violent energy? Saying this, old Zhao quickly flipped his wrist and pulled out a dark object from his greasy pocket. Thud. It landed heavily on the counter with a muffled sound. Chaoyun looked down. It was a piece of dried meat, palm-sized and dark, with a strange layer of eerie blue frost on its surface. This piece of rotten meat has been preserved for a whole decade. It was the last remnant left to me by my long-deceased ancestor. Old Zhao tapped the hard meat with his finger, producing a metallic clink. For so many years no one dared to eat it. Old Zhao leaned forward, his nose almost touching Chaoyun's face. Aren't you the one with steady hands and quick knives? But I wonder if your teeth are hard enough. Dare you taste something fresh for this old man? The two stared intently at each other across the counter. Chaoyun lowered his gaze, refocusing on the dark stone before him. Ding! All ingredient identification triggered. A pale blue system light screen violently appeared before his retina. Target: silver grade exotic beast frost, horned deer jerky. Status: dried for 10 years. Energy loss is severe. Contains massive amounts of violent cold poison. Ordinary martial artists consuming it will lead to permanent freezing of their meridians. Good heavens! Chaoyun couldn't help but exclaim internally. Silver grade. In the entire Iron Eagle Base city, only the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance would dare to provoke such terrifying characters deep in the wilderness. Even though this thing had been dried for 10 years, and its energy had largely leaked, it was still undeniably a potent silver grade supplement. This old man is hiding something deep. He casually pulled out such a rare item as a test. It would be foolish to turn down a free silver grade ingredient. Chaoyun directly picked up the piece of jerky, radiating a bone-chilling aura. In front of old Zhao, he sent it straight into his mouth. Crunch. Accompanied by an exceptionally crisp cracking sound, Chaoyun bit down hard, tearing off a large chunk of the jerky. Old Zhao's pupils constricted. He originally just wanted to test this kid and force him to reveal some tricks. Who could have thought this madman would dare to eat it raw? That was the poisonous cold meat left by his master, which even peak martial artists would not dare to chew raw. The instant the jerky entered his mouth, a violent icy energy surged like a flood, wildly attacking Chaoyun's oral mucosa, attempting to freeze his internal organs as it traveled down his throat. But the system's domineering purification function activated fiercely. Sizzle. The rock-hard meat quickly softened, transforming into a rich, essence-filled meat juice that flowed down his throat into his stomach. Ding. Successfully consumed frost-horned deer jerky. Strength 3. Only a mere 3 points. Chaoyun cursed wildly in his heart. However, the taste of this frost-horned deer was indeed exceptional, exuding a refreshing wild flavor from the alpine snowfields with an endless aftertaste. A bit dry, Chaoyun said blandly, and you didn't put enough salt. You. Old Zhao stared fixedly at this young man who showed no signs of unusualness, and even had the leisure to critique with trembling fingers. Others may not understand, but he knew better than anyone how terrifying that piece of jerky was. Old Zhao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and his eyes burst forth with an unmistakable gleam. Good kid, your teeth are truly exceptional. Old Zhao laughed, his face wrinkling with joy. He suddenly turned, striding to another empty stove, and with a clang picked up a large iron pot. Come here. Old Zhao shouted angrily, completely shedding his usual timidity. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. He saw old Zhao take out a bag of synthetic glutinous rice flour, adding water to knead the dough. His short, thick fingers were remarkably nimble, kneading the dough into a remarkably elastic ball in just a few motions. He heated the pot and poured in oil. Old Zhao, relying solely on his eyes and sense of touch, at the moment the oil reached the perfect critical temperature, tossed small pieces of dough into the pot. Sizzle. The hot oil bubbled, and the white tender dough quickly expanded, the outer layer frying to a golden crisp, while perfectly retaining the soft, chewy texture inside. Then old Zhao started another pot to boil sugar. The sweet aroma of caramel instantly filled the kitchen. Kid, cooking is not just about how fast your knife is. Old Zhao did not look back, his right hand wielding a large iron spoon as he stirred rapidly in the sugar pot. It's about timing, thoughtfulness, and your reverence for every single ingredient. Do you think that just chopping things up and cooking them makes you a chef? He suddenly exerted force with his wrist, pouring the thick caramel syrup perfectly over the glutinous rice cake, and sprinkled synthetic bean flour on top. Smack! A plate of sweet-scented caramel glutinous rice cake landed in front of Chaoyun. Old Zhao had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, his sharp eyes fixed on Chaoyun. Remember this. The way of cooking has never just been about making food. Chaoyun looked at this plate of ordinary glutinous rice cake devoid of any system effects, picked up a piece, and placed it in his mouth. His teeth broke through the crispy outer shell, and the soft filling combined perfectly with the rich caramel on his tongue. There were no power boosts, no attribute surges. But this exquisite taste turned into a warm current flowing from his stomach to his limbs. Chaoyun swallowed the glutinous rice cake and nodded. The taste is good. Nonsense, can what I make be bad? Old Zhao instantly resumed his carefree demeanor, tossing aside his apron. Alright, I'm off work now. You clean up the rest, and make sure the floor is spotless. Don't even think about slacking off. Having said that, he walked out of the kitchen with his hands behind his back, humming a tune in a slightly off-key manner. Chaoyun stared at old Zhao's departing figure, a touch of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. In the back alley of the cafeteria, old Zhao pushed open the rusty iron door, and the cold wind hit his face, abruptly halting his tune. He slowly raised his calloused right hand, which was now trembling violently. His murky eyes were, unbeknownst to him, filled with red bloodshot veins. Old Zhao glanced back at the dim window of the kitchen. A drop of tears that had been withheld for decades slipped down the corner of his eye. Master. Old Zhao clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse, filled with overwhelming joy. Finally, I've waited for this. At the northern gate of Taiying Bay City, the massive alloy barrier slowly rose. Beyond the wall stretched an endless expanse of ashen yellow wasteland, its cracked earth carpeted with dark purple mutated weeds. A pungent stench of sulfur and blood hung thick in the air. Brother, are we really going out? Gulp. Lin Mu swallowed hard, gripping a heavy solid steel pipe with white-knuckled intensity, his calves trembling uncontrollably. Are we seriously delivering takeout to monsters? Lin Mu's voice quavered. Chaoyun strode ahead, clad in a simple tracksuit, still wearing his kitchen apron over it. In his hand, he carried a battered kitchen knife. The City Defense Authority's transit permit was painstakingly approved. How else are we supposed to restock? Chaoyun replied, calm and matter-of-fact. His official pretext for this expedition was absurdly specific: an urgent procurement mission for rare wild herbs required by the canteen. The gate sentry, seeing only an errant kitchen assistant, didn't even bother mocking him. Just stamped the permit and waved him through. In these times, few volunteered to die in the wastelands. Such lunacy was rare indeed. Lin Mu wiped cold sweat from his brow. But outside the walls, it's all monsters. We've got nothing but a kitchen knife and a steel pipe. Isn't that recklessly underprepared? A kitchen knife, Chaoyun said, is after all meant for cutting food. He paused mid-step, ignoring the boy's unraveling composure. Then he closed his eyes. His passive ability, 10,000 Li scent tracking, activated silently, furiously. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the air fractured into countless microscopic data particles, the acrid tang of monstrous urine, the rotting decay of vegetation, even the damp, mineral-rich scent of soil 10 meters underground. All automatically stripped, filtered, and rendered distinct within his mind. 2 seconds later, Chaoyun snapped his eyes open, his gaze locking with unnerving precision on a direction to the left front. 400 meters ahead, behind the ruined earthen mound. 6 fresh ingredients. Without another word, he hefted the worn kitchen knife and strode forward. Lin Mu clenched his teeth and followed, heart hammering against his ribs. Using the cover of withered, mutated shrubs, the two circled the towering earthen mound. What lay before them stole Lin Mu's breath entirely. A colossal sinkhole, over 3 meters in diameter, yawned ahead. Around its rim, 6 hulking creatures lay sprawled, their bodies bristling with coarse gray spines. Each beast rivaled a full-grown Tibetan mastiff in size, its tail lashed like a steel whip as it devoured an unidentifiable carcass. The wet, tearing crunch of flesh echoed across the desolate wasteland, raising goose flesh on the nape of one's neck. Holy hell, black iron tier earth-running rats. Lin Mu's eyes bulged nearly from their sockets, his whisper a strangled, desperate shriek. 6 of them. They're pack hunters. Brother Yun, retreat. Now. Their hides are thick as armor. Even martial masters hesitate before them. Chaoyun watched the rats intently. Before him, a familiar azure interface shimmered into view. Ding. Identification successful. Black iron tier aberrant beast, earth-running rat. Edible parts: tender abdominal meat, thigh muscle. Optimal preparation method: clear broth stew. Expected yield: enhanced physical constitution, a slight chance of acquiring earth element perception ability. Retreat. Why? Chaoyun unbuckled a large iron pot from his back and tossed it to Lin Mu. Seal the rear exit of that sinkhole. Let not a single one escape. Before the words fully faded, Chaoyun exploded forward, his legs coiling and releasing with explosive force. Wind-rushing step ignited instantly. To Lin Mu it was but a blur, a fleeting afterimage, as Chaoyun shot headlong into the rat swarm. Scree. The lead rat sensed movement and shrieked, a piercing guttural cry. Bearing jaws reeking of decay, it tensed its hindquarters and launched itself straight at Chaoyun, airborne and feral. All 6 beasts surged upward in unison. That sight alone would have reduced an ordinary martial apprentice to trembling paralysis. Yet Chaoyun flicked his wrist, the humble kitchen knife catching sunlight, carving a dazzling snow-white arc through the air. His vision shifted, perfect butchery perspective activated. In his gaze, the rat's hardened, spine-studded hides dissolved into translucent phantoms. Bone structure, muscle fiber, alignment, neural nexus points. Even the sub-millimeter fissure between cervical vertebrae flared with crystalline clarity, annotated like a high-resolution anatomical diagram. Too tough for roasting. Stewing is the only option, Chaoyun remarked, a chef's professional verdict delivered with detached precision. In the next instant, schlick, the blade plunged at an impossible counterintuitive angle, sliding precisely into the 3rd cervical gap of the first rat. A subtle twist of the wrist severed its neural core. The beast emitted no cry. Its massive frame went utterly slack mid-leap, crashing lifelessly onto the cracked earth with a dull wet thud, twitching only by reflex. Then the 2nd, then the 3rd. Within 3 minutes, the 6 ferocious black iron tier, earth-running rats lay perfectly aligned in a row, still silent, submerged in crimson pools. Each bore the same fatal wound, at the exact same spot on the neck, clean surgical, without a trace of struggle or excess motion. Lin Mu stood frozen at the sinkhole's edge, gripping his steel pipe, jaw slackened in disbelief. Stop gawking. Get the fire started. Chaoyun shook blood from the knife and knelt, already deftly butchering the carcasses. The system's flawless extraction function engaged. At his fingertips touched the choicest cuts, tender belly meat and thick thigh muscles, parted cleanly from the bodies. Not a whiff of awful stench clung to them. Each portion was diced into uniform cubes. Within 3 minutes, a makeshift field stove rose amid the perilous wasteland. Like a sleepwalker, Lin Mu mechanically fed dry branches into the firebox. His movements hollow. Chaoyun unzipped his satchel and withdrew ginger slices, scallion segments, cooking wine, and even a small paper-wrapped packet of aromatic herbs specifically for deodorizing. He dropped the prepared meat into boiling water to blanch away impurities, rinsed it clean, then refilled the pot with fresh water and added spices and herbs. Glug glug glug. 20 minutes later, a pot of milky white broth bubbled vigorously. Rich, fragrant, utterly free of any trace of gaminess. That singular soul-luring aroma drifted far across the barren wind. Chaoyun lifted a collapsible bowl, blew gently on the steaming surface, and drank down half in one deep draught. Ding! Clear broth, earth rat stew successfully prepared. Quality perfect. Host gains physical constitution 12, defense 5. Congratulations. Passive skill acquired. Burrowing perception detects minute ground vibrations within a 100-meter radius. Hearing the pleasant chime resonate in his mind, Chaoyun smiled faintly and drained another generous bowl. Scalding broth coursed down his throat, transforming into pure vital energy that nourished his viscera and marrow. His strengthened physique manifested as heightened skin resilience, like an invisible second layer of armor. Delicious. Lin Mu, already gulping down 2 bowls, sat dazed and grinning, sweat beading across his forehead, his terror of the wasteland utterly forgotten. Brother, I swear my stamina's jumped at least 30%. What's the point of training anymore? From now on we'll come here every day for soup. I'll knock every elite class braggart flat. Chaoyun chewed a succulent fall-apart piece of thigh meat, about to reply, when suddenly, the newly acquired burrowing perception flared violently in his mind. Beneath his feet the parched wasteland trembled, not erratically, but with deep, rhythmic, deliberate force. Tum, tum. Something immense was charging toward them, fast. Lin Mu felt the vibration too. His bowl jolted violently, sloshing broth onto his hands. He turned toward the fog-shrouded expanse ahead, his face bleaching bone-white. Brother, what is that? His voice shattered into ragged tremors as he pointed stiffly forward. From the ashen mist emerged a silhouette the size of a light, armored vehicle, 2 ghastly spear-like ivory tusks gleaming coldly in the dim sun. Rows of rigid steel-gray dorsal spines bristled along its back. The beast halted a dozen meters, its gaze locked unblinkingly on the steaming iron pot before them. Drool thick and foul dripping from those monstrous fangs, sizzling into corrosive white smoke where it struck the ground. It had been drawn here, from the deepest reaches of the wasteland, by the irresistible fragrance of that very pot of stew. Bronze-grade iron bristle wild boar. Lin Mu's teeth chattered wildly as the bowl in his hand clattered to the ground. In Lin Mu's single-threaded train of thought, today was undoubtedly the day his life would end right here. Even elite students of the Taiying Academy, when faced with such a creature, would write their wills in advance, never mind the 2 of them mere kitchen hands carrying cleavers and battered pots. Chaoyun did not flinch. He held the empty bowl, and a string of azure information flickered before his eyes. Ding. Identification successful. Bronze grade anomalous beast. Iron bristle wild boar. Edible parts pork, belly forecuts hind legs. Recommended cooking method braising. Expected gain strength 20 defense 10, awaken passive skill, Tiezong Jia, iron bristle carapace. Physical defense 30. Seeing these terrifying numbers on the panel, a repressed fervor flared in Chaoyun's eyes. This boar was a walking tonic. Why run? Chaoyun said, folding the iron pot and bowls used for stew with swift efficient movements and stuffing them into his marching pack. Then with his right hand he scooped up the battered kitchen cleaver from the chopping block. He flicked his wrist, the old blade traced a clean decisive arc through the air. Chaoyun looked at the distant iron bristle boar. Tonight we'll have a feast, braised pork. His words had barely fallen when the beast, clearly enraged by the contempt from this tiny two-legged creature, raised its head and let out a deafening berserk roar. Its thick hind legs slammed into the ground, the hard parched earth split under its assault, and two great craters were gouged out. The next instant it charged straight for the two of them. Sand and stones flew in its wake. Shrubs the width of bowls were easily shredded by those spear-like tusks. Holy, it's over, it's over. Lin Mu shut his eyes in terror, clutching his head, and emitting a wretched pitch-shifted howl. Mother, I am so unfilial. At the moment those razor tusks were less than half a meter from Chaoyun's chest. Jifeng Bu Gale's step surged to its peak. Chaoyun's body left a residual afterimage as he grazed the boar's tusks by the narrowest margin and slipped into the beast's lateral blind spot. At the same time, pouting Jinyo Butcher's dissection perspective opened. In Chaoyun's eyes, the boar's vaunted, supposedly impregnable iron bristle armor became a map of red threads and nodes. Connections between bones, the direction of muscle fibers, the distribution of major blood vessels. Everything stood out with crystalline clarity. Beneath the neck armor, 3 times as thick as steel plates, there lay a coin-sized neural node pulsing with a lethal faint glow. There was no bony protection there, it was the beast's sole vulnerability. Die. Chaoyun flicked his wrist, the old cleaver became a blinding streak of steel and slid precisely into that seam. The thin sound of flesh being split was strikingly crisp across the wasteland. The blade met no bone, cutting cleanly through the boar's aorta and severing the central spinal nerves. Chaoyun twisted his wrist and withdrew the knife. The whole maneuver took less than half a second. The white kitchen smock on his back had not a single speck of blood upon it. With a thunderous roar, the once unstoppable iron bristle boar, its massive body driven by momentum, plowed forward across the hard earth for dozens of meters, soil flinging in its wake. Its limbs twitched twice and lay still. Lin Mu, who had been waiting for the catastrophic collision that never came, tentatively opened one eye. He stared at the fallen boar, and then at Chaoyun, who was wiping his cleaver, his mind utterly short-circuited. Brother, be honest with me. What exactly is your cultivation level now, eh? Lin Mu swallowed. His voice wavered. About a martial artist of the initial rank, I suppose. Chaoyun stepped forward, one hand pressing on the boar, and the system instantaneously stripped away the choicest slab of pork belly and the hind leg. Stop dawdling. Chaoyun glanced back at Lin Mu, standing like a dumb statue. Come help me carry the hind leg, it's heavy. Lin Mu went over and hoisted the thick hind leg. Easily over 100 gene, still in a daze. His brother was an initial rank martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist of the initial rank. In the Taiying Academy, that was enough to shred the pride of those arrogant elite students to pieces. What was more absurd was how others bared all their trump cards and fought tooth and nail to fell a bronze-grade beast. Chaoyun, however, with a battered cleaver in hand, butchered a bronze-grade boar more neatly than cutting vegetables in the mess hall. Lin Mu carried the meat, glancing back at Chaoyun with different eyes now. Half an hour later, the North Gate checkpoint of the Taiying base. Under the heavy alloy gate, 2 fully armed city guards leaned against a barricade, drinking and trading tall. Did you hear? Yesterday, the Hunter Guild lunatics ran into a nearly advancing bronze-grade spotted leopard on the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest, one said. They lost 2 brothers before they could bring the corpse back, the left guard said with a shake of his head. Bronze-grade beasts aren't easy to kill, the right guard replied, swallowing a long gulp of water. If you make it back intact, you've got a hard life. As they lamented the ferocity on the front lines, a pair of blurred figures appeared along the wasteland road in the day. The left guard set down his canteen and rubbed sand from his eyes. As the 2 drew nearer, his eyes widened. Beyond the gate, 2 young men swaggered toward them, each shouldering enormous slabs of meat still dripping blood. From the bristling hairs and steel-like needles embedded in the flesh, there was no doubt this was a bronze-grade monster. That's the hindquarter of an iron bristle wild boar, the left guard breathed. You're kidding me. The right guard pinched his thigh so hard it hurt. They were the emblem of the Academy's logistics kitchen on their chests. 2 dish boys wandered outside and came back with a bronze-grade kill. Chaoyun reached the checkpoint expressionless and produced a pass, logistics crew out gathering provisions. Please stamp it. The guard stamped mechanically and watched the two men stride into the city with their meat stunned into silence. 10 minutes later, Wudao Academy combat instructor's office. Chen Feng sat in a leather chair sipping tea, plotting how to curry favor with the young master of the Zhou family to escape the damned academy and transfer into the lucrative city guard. A clerk burst through the door without knocking, breathless. Instructor Chen, bad news. We received word from the city gate. Logistics crew members He Chaoyun and Lin Mu carried back meat from a bronze-grade iron bristle wild boar taken outside the city. Chen Feng's brows knitted, and he set down his cup, displeasure etched across his face. What did you say? He demanded, eyes fixed on the clerk, incredulous. Those logistics trash hunted a bronze-grade anomalous beast. The report is accurate. The checkpoint people saw them with their own eyes. The meat wasn't cold yet. The clerk nodded frantically. Chen Feng stood motionless, his chest heaving. Impossible. Even he, a combat instructor, might not fare well against such a beast if he had to face it himself. Why should two dish boys be able to slay one? Greed and cruelty flickered plainly in Chen Feng's eyes. Let's go. He slammed his palm on the table. Move to the logistics canteen at once. I want to see whether they stole some hunter team's kill or used some unsavory method to obtain that corpse. If I find any weakness, I'll expel them from the academy for theft. He snatched his instructor's jacket from the hat rack and strode out, determined and swift. In the kitchen of the third cafeteria, a rich aroma of meat enveloped the spacious room. He Chaoyun stood before the second large stove, holding a dry cloth in one hand, lifting the lid of the enormous alloy pot. The thick red sauce at the bottom of the pot was bubbling vigorously. Cubes of enticingly bright red wild boar belly floated up and down in the boiling broth. After systematic purification, the originally nauseating violent aura and the pungent smell of blood from the bronze-level beast had completely vanished. Only the purest meat aroma and astonishing vitality remained. He Chaoyun picked up a pair of long chopsticks and casually grabbed a piece of quivering braised meat, blowing on it without hesitation, and directly placed it in his mouth. Before his retinas, a light blue screen promptly appeared. Ding. Cooking braised wild boar meat successful. Quality assessment perfect. Host gains strength 20, defense 10. Awakens passive skill, iron bristle armor. He gently closed his teeth. There was no need to chew much. The pork skin and fat, stewed to the point of melting, instantly dissolved on his rich yet not greasy. The lean meat absorbed the thick broth and was bursting with flavor. Immediately a surge of vitality energy spread throughout his body. He Chaoyun clearly felt his muscle fibers being torn, restructured, and strengthened at an unbelievable speed, while his bone density soared wildly. He glanced at the attribute panel before him. The data had surged once again. Strength 83, agility 37, stamina 26. He was just a step away from breaking the 100 mark in strength that ordinary martial artists dream of. At the same time, an invisible layer of qi quietly covered the surface of his exposed arm skin. He Chaoyun curled his fingers and tapped his forearm with his knuckles. The sound produced was akin to striking metal, a dull yet crisp noise. It was the newly awakened passive skill Iron Bristle Armor, providing 30% physical damage reduction. If this got out, it would absolutely drive those mercenaries who fought over a few pieces of low-quality armor into a... Just as He Chaoyun was about to grab a second piece of meat, the kitchen door was forcefully pushed open. Chen Feng barged in, flanked by two curious staff members from the Academic Affairs Office. He Chaoyun, you arrogant fool. Chen Feng began to curse, but his nose suddenly twitched. The overpowering aroma of braised meat surged into his nostrils, igniting a primal desire to eat within his body as a mid-level martial artist. Gulyalu, his stomach audibly grumbled. The two staff members behind him exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. The social embarrassment hit Chen Feng like a ton of bricks, leaving him momentarily blank. To mask this intense awkwardness, he could only fixate on the still steaming large pot, raising his voice to the maximum. He Chaoyun, you dare to privately concoct unpurified beast flesh in the Academy's logistics area? You two worthless staff, did you steal from some hunter team's catch? Spill the truth quickly. In Chen Feng's rigid mindset, those who serve plates could never possibly take down a bronze-level beast alone. He Chaoyun swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, feeling the energy spreading within him before casually grabbing the white towel around his neck to wipe the sauce off his fingers. Huh. He Chaoyun pulled out a wrinkled piece of paper from his apron pocket and slapped it onto the counter. Legally hunted outside the city, neither stolen nor robbed. He Chaoyun raised his head, his calm eyes meeting Chen Feng's gaze directly. I have the exit permit from the city defense office and the inspection pass from the North Gate checkpoint. If you, Instructor Chen, have poor eyesight, feel free to read it word for word. If you still don't believe it, turn left to the city defense office to check the records. I won't be sending you off. Chen Feng rushed over, snatching the paper. It clearly bore the red stamp stating inspection passed at the north gate of Iron Eagle Bay City, and the anti-counterfeiting patterns on the stamp were legitimate. Legally, he had no ground to stand on. Chun Feng's facial muscles twitched violently, feeling as if he had been publicly slapped. A flicker of unwillingness crossed his eyes as he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it to the ground. Fine. Even if this beast was a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Chun Feng pointed at the glistening wild boar meat in the pot, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Even if this beast was picked up by you, the logistics team, using the academy stove to handle unpurified beast meat, is still a serious violation. If someone dies from this, who will take responsibility? This pot of unknown and potentially toxic danger must be dumped into the slop bucket. Otherwise, I will immediately report to the Academic Affairs Office and have you expelled from Iron Eagle Academy for endangering public safety. After delivering his harsh words, Chun Feng didn't give Chaoyun a chance to retort. He snorted coldly and stormed out with the two staff members, until the footsteps outside faded completely. Lin Mu, hiding behind the stove, finally poked his head out, furious enough to gnash his teeth. That bastard is just blatantly jealous. Since he can't have it, he wants to ruin it. Lin Mu looked at the pot of braised meat, swallowing hard. Bro, we really dumped it. This is bronze-level meat. Chaoyun gazed in the direction Chun Feng had left. Dump it. Nonsense. Chaoyun picked up the ladle again and tapped it on the edge of the pot, producing a crisp sound. Let him try and stand here every day watching me. Go grab a bowl for dinner. Lin Mu's face lit up at this, and he quickly fetched 3 large lunchboxes. Chaoyun deftly kept the largest and most succulent portion for himself. He filled Lin Mu's box to the brim, pouring the meat and broth over the white rice. Finally, he deliberately selected a few pieces that were stewed to perfection and placed them in a small porcelain bowl. Go deliver this bowl to Aunt Zhang, who is serving outside. Chaoyun instructed. Aunt Zhang often secretly gave him extra food, and it was time to give back. All right, bro, you really have a big heart. Lin Mu ran out holding the bowl excitedly. Not long after, he returned grinning from ear to ear and started gobbling up his own braised meat rice. That night, in a small flat in the logistics dormitory area, Aunt Zhang felt as though her entire body was soaking in warm water after finishing that bowl of braised meat. The severe rheumatic pain that had plagued her for over a decade, which always flared up on rainy days, miraculously vanished. That night, Aunt Zhang enjoyed the most peaceful and sweet sleep she had had in 10 years. Meanwhile, in the dormitory where Chaoyun was resting with his eyes closed, the system's crisp notification sounds echoed in succession. Ding. Target: Aunt Zhang consumed the host's cooked dish. Gained benefit: eradicated cold-related illness. Congratulations to the host for gaining gratitude points 20. Ding. Target: Lin Mu consumed the host's cooked dish. Gained benefit: strength enhancement. Congratulations to the host for gaining gratitude points 30. Note: repeated consumption by the same target has a diminishing return mechanism. The host is advised to expand the number of consumers to maximize benefits. Chaoyun looked at the panel prompt in his retina, stroking his chin. Lin Mu's gratitude points had already started to decline compared to the first time. The system store still had many darkened icons that had not been unlocked, each marked with a long string of zeros for the gratitude value. Who knows what incredible recipes and special skills would emerge later. If he wanted to maximize his profits and become invincible in this world filled with beasts through cooking. Relying solely on Lin Mu, one sheep, was clearly unrealistic. It would be exhausted sooner or later. It's time to start expanding the business landscape and develop a new customer base. Chaoyun silently calculated in his heart. The remaining wild boar meat had all been locked away in the system's preservation space for future use. In the system, space-time was completely frozen, with no energy loss to worry about. At the same time, Zhao Tieju, preparing to take a stroll in the evening, ambled through the kitchen corridor with his hands behind his back. As he passed Chaoyun's stove, he paused. A faint trace of braised meat aroma lingered in the air. Old Zhao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A flicker of shock passed through his murky eyes. He recognized the scent of bronze-level beast meat. But what truly shocked him, making his scalp tingle, was that this lingering aroma had not a trace of violent impurities. In an era where even martial saints had to cautiously resolve the violent aura of beasts, achieving 100% harmless purification meant that if this secret were to leak even a little, the higher-ups of the entire Iron Eagle Bay City, even Longqing, would be driven into a frenzy over this young man in the kitchen. This kid's methods were far deeper than he had imagined. Zhao Tieju said nothing, resumed his posture, and walked into the night humming a tune. A few hundred meters away, in front of the Academic Affairs Office building of Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy, a massive electronic bulletin board flashed with dazzling fluorescence, surrounded by students from various classes, including Chaoyun and Lin Mu. Amidst the crowd, gasps and discussions erupted sporadically. The bulletin board displayed a new document in bold red letters. Notice to the whole Academy, the most important monthly practical assessment of this semester is about to commence. Did you hear? This combat assessment will take us out to the wilderness. Of course, the number and grade of beasts you hunt will directly determine resource allocation for the second half of the year. Whoever snags a top 10 spot will be guaranteed Ningxi pills for the next term. Make way, the elite class is coming. At the center field of Taiying Martial Academy, over 3,000 students stood packed in formation by class. An LED screen on the Academic Affairs building scrolled red characters monthly combat assessment details. A loudspeaker looped the evaluation criteria. Zhou Tianyi walked at the head, the faint shimmer of his Slevel Latang battle body rippling across his skin. Wherever he passed, ordinary students dared not breathe freely and parted to make way. At the edge of the field, the logistics cooks formation huddled in their worn white work uniforms, a few dozen figures sandwiched conspicuously among the tactical-clad martial classes. On the raised platform, combat instructor Chun Feng read out the discipline through a megaphone. He wore black tactical instructor garb. The mid-tier warrior badge on his chest shone polished bright. Having finished his long harangue, Chun Feng's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze swept past the front rows and settled on Chaoyun in the last rank at the logistics formation at the far edge. Recalling the scene a few days ago when Chaoyun had publicly shamed him with a city defense office file in the kitchen, Chun Feng ground his teeth. He intended to take back the field today. Classmates in the combat teams, when you reach the wilderness, you must manifest wolfish ferocity. Wild beasts are the stepping stones of your advancement, he boomed through the megaphone. After a 2-second pause, he added, as for the logistics crew, your assessment will exclude combat scores. When you go to the wilderness, stay quietly at the rear camp. Move boxes, carry supplies, cook the big pots, do your duty. Turn up the volume, don't try to show off, and run to the front line. Wild beasts in the wilderness won't eat the meals you fry. Don't cause trouble for the combat teams and force us to waste manpower retrieving corpses. The elite and regular classes in the front rows all turned to look. A ripple of laughter broke out among the crowd. That was ruthless. They want to eat their cooking, but they'll sure eat them. A bunch of plate carriers, and they expect to hunt beasts. If they can just hold the pot steady, they're lucky. Why is the Academy taking them at all? What a waste of transport space. Laughter rose and fell. The students in the logistics class kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Lin Mu standing beside, Chaoyun clenched his fists until the knuckles cracked. That bastard is throwing shade at us, Lin Mu hissed in a rough voice and stepped forward as if to storm the platform. Today I'm going to jam that megaphone down his throat. A hand pressed onto Lin Mu's shoulder and pinned him in place. Lin Mu turned back. Chaoyun wore his logistics uniform with an apron tied at his waist. His face betrayed no emotion. He's practically shitting on us from his horse. Lin Mu stomped in frustration. Chaoyun let go and smoothed Lin Mu's collar. You hear a dog barking by the road and crawl onto the ground to bite back. Chaoyun's voice was calm. Save your strength to move boxes. In the wilderness, there will be time enough for him to cry. Lin Mu hesitated, clenched his teeth, and spat once onto the ground. Fine, I'll listen to you. I want to see how long this bastard can stay arrogant. That very night, Chaoyun lay on the hard plank bed of the logistics dormitory and let his consciousness sink into the system's ultimate purification space. Inside the culinary space, the alloy chopping board held dozens of genes of processed Blackaron-grade boar meat and mole meat. After the recent regimen, the Blackaron-grade ingredients offered him little improvement. Consuming too many materials of the same grade triggers steeply diminishing returns on attribute gains. Eating more of this meat today would not raise his strength by even a fraction. He changed plans and decided to turn it into tactical rations. Chaoyun flipped his wrist, and the cleaver spun once on his fingertip. The butcher's skill engaged. The blade sank into the flesh, and in under 2 minutes the dozens of genes of beast meat were sliced into uniformly thick pieces. He grabbed the spice tin and evenly rubbed salt, a special sauce, and crushed wild herbs into the slices to marinate them. Once the flavor had set, he laid the pieces flat on a specially made grilling rack. System activate dehydration and rapid compression functions, he ordered. A special array above the space hummed to life, spiritual power, heat waves wrapping each slice. Half an hour later, a batch of dark red jerky glistened with oil on the board. Chaoyun tapped a piece against the board, and it rang with a crisp metallic sound. A light curtain flashed before his retina. Ding, cooking complete. Blackaron-grade, high-energy jerky, success, quality perfect. Status highly portable. Effect when eaten, quickly restore substantial stamina, heal minor wounds, provide a short-term strength boost. Chaoyun pinched a piece and chewed. It was sinewy and richly savory, far superior to the compressed biscuits the Academy issued. He pulled out 2 waterproof tactical pouches, portioned the jerky, and zipped them into his march pack. Just as he closed the pack, a golden light curtain sprang up in his mind. Ding, daily task, issued wilderness hunt. Task requirement during tomorrow's combat assessment: break away from the main force and single-handedly hunt at least 1 bronze-level beast. Task reward: 10 free attribute points. Unlock 1 bronze level recipe. Chaoyun studied the task panel. 10 free attribute points. If he put them into agility and paired them with Gale's step, he might have the confidence to slip in and press his cleaver to the throat of a higher tier warrior first. The bronze level recipe would be the keystone he desperately needed to advance. Single-handedly kill a bronze level beast. Chaoyun stroked his chin. For others, the wilderness was a gamble with life and future. For him, it was a hunt for free ingredients. I hope tomorrow's wilderness delivers some meaty, chewy prey to my door, he mused. In the Martial Academy's main building, basement level 3, the old equipment room lay unlit. Moonlight from the corridor filtered into the room and lit up piles of rusting machines. Chun Feng leaned against a discarded gravity tester, a small gray paper packet pinched between his fingers. The iron door swung open, and Lu Haoran slipped in. His crate iron arm had thick medical bandages wrapped around it, and a sling held his neck. It was the injury left when Chaoyun had snapped his hand bone in the cafeteria. Chun Feng tossed the gray packet across. Lu Haoran caught it with his left hand and stared at the unmarked bundle in puzzlement. "What is this, instructor?" he asked. Chun Feng stepped close and lowered his voice. "High purity insho powder," he said. Lu Haoran's pupils constricted and his hand trembled, almost dropping the packet. This substance was absolutely banned in the base city. The slightest trace in the air could drive beasts mad within a favela radius. "Instructor, are you serious?" Lu Haoran's voice wavered. Chun Feng patted his shoulder with such force that Lu Haoran sucked in a breath. "Tomorrow's combat assessment will send every combat team to the front line." Chun Feng outlined the plan. "The logistics class will be left at a rear camp 10 kilometers away to guard supplies. Your hand is injured. Oh, I've already approved you to remain at the camp to recuperate." His facial muscles twitched twice. "Take the packet, and when you find a moment alone, sprinkle it by the boxes Chaoyun will be responsible for carrying." Lu Haoran froze, then the implications hit him. Once the insho powder takes effect, maddened beasts will bypass the front defense and rush straight for the rear camp. Chaoyun, tainted with the powder, would become the beast's primary target. "The rest will be handled by the wild animals out in the wilderness," Chun Feng offered as bait, "and once it's done, I will ensure your transfer into the elite class." Lu Haoran lowered his head and looked at the gray packet in his hand. Pain pulsed from the fracture in his right hand. Thinking of Chaoyun's attitude in the cafeteria, he pressed the packet tighter. "Don't worry, instructor," he said through gritted teeth. "They'll do it cleanly and thoroughly." He bit back the rest and nodded, the resolve in him hardened by a mix of pain and resentment. The next morning, dozens of heavy armored troop transports rolled out of Taiying Base City bound for the live fire assessment zone, a wasteland plain 30 kilometers beyond the city. The lumbering treads of the heavy transports crushed the dry, hardened earth. Inside the cargo holds, the students were divided into 2 groups. The elite class and the regular class wore polymer tactical suits, alloy combat knives coiled at their sides, clustered together and excitedly debating which hunting sector they might be assigned. At the tail of the convoy rode 2 open-bed trucks. Dozens of students from the logistics and catering unit, clad in white coats, huddled together. They had no tactical suits and no weapons. Each clutched a large iron pot and a portable stove. The wasteland wind bit through their collars, making them hunch their necks. 2 hours later, the convoy halted on the plain. The combat teams and instructors headed straight for the Heiwu forest. The rear camp would be guarded by 2 martial disciple-level teachers and a stockpile of supplies. Second team moved faster. Move the nutrient vials and medkits into tent 3. Chaoyun stepped up to a truck, hooked the handle of a 100-pound alloy crate with one hand, braced his hips, and shouldered it steadily. Lin Mu carried 2 smaller boxes, huffing as he trailed behind. As they neared the center of camp, several regular class students strode toward them. Leading them was Lu Haoran. His right hand was heavily bandaged and hung in a sling. His hand had been broken in the mess by Chaoyun and had not yet healed. Chun Feng had specially excused him from the field. Lu Haoran suddenly changed his footing and rammed his shoulder into the crate Chaoyun was carrying. The alloy box struck the gritty ground with a clatter, and the lid popped open. Glass vials of high-energy nutrient fluid shattered and splattered across the earth. A few were ground to fragments, the pale blue liquid seeping into the soil. "Oh, sorry, I didn't see." Lu Haoran took a half-step back as his cronies jeered. "Just stick to plating dishes if that is all you can do. What are you playing at in the wasteland, pretending to be a strongman? You ruined combat supplies. What can an E-class trash like you use to make amends? Selling you off would not even cover the cost of those vials," he sneered. As he spoke, Lu Haoran rubbed his left hand inside his pocket. A gray powder hidden in the seams of his nails sifted into the corner of the crate and settled at its bottom. "Are you blind or what?" Lin Mu slammed his pack to the ground, the impact shaking the earth. He planted himself between Lu Haoran and the crate, knuckles cracking as reinforced chi pulsed along his fingers. Lu Haoran took a step back and laughed toward the wasteland. "Want to fight?" Lin Mu, understand this is the outskirts, not the academy arena. He lowered his voice. Start trouble out here, and you will not even know how you die? The beasts in the wasteland love to feast on tender logistics hands like you. He snorted, waved his men away, and swaggered off. Lin Mu ground his teeth. Brother, you just let that slide. That bastard is clearly trying to humiliate us. Chaoyun stooped, collecting the unbroken nutrient vials back into the crate one by one. Grasshoppers after autumn, let them hop for a while, he said, hefting the heavy alloy box with one hand and brushing off the dust. Back to work. In the afternoon, 30 kilometers away, the front erupted in battle. A dull roar rolled on the wind toward the rear camp, where everyone busied themselves checking supplies. The portable early warning radar began to shriek in piercing beeps. 4 red blips on the screen were moving in a straight line toward the camp. Alert! Beasts bypassed the perimeter. They are closing on the camp, the communications tent officer shouted as he tumbled out. 2 remaining teachers drew their weapons. All logistics teams, drop your gear and fall back into Fortification 3 now. Before the command finished, the polymer wire fence at the camp perimeter was torn apart by a tremendous force. Metal shards flew as 4 black-orange-grade bloodthirst wolves, each the size of an adult water buffalo, crashed into the camp. Their eyes glowed crimson, saliva dripping from their fangs. Nearest to them were several logistics girls counting supplies outside Tent 3. Less than 10 meters. Screams ripped through the air. The girls fell back onto the mud, too terrified even to run. The teachers were still 100 meters away and could not reach them in time. Lin Mu, take them inside. Chaoyun untied his apron, hung it over the nearest crate, and reached to his lower back with his right hand. He gripped an old kitchen cleaver, its edge with 2 missing notches. He activated Jifeng's step, and his feet detonated off the ground. Even in his white coat, he charged straight at the 4 wolves. The lead wolf leapt high, jaws snapping for his. Chaoyun shifted half a foot to the right in midair. The fangs snapped at empty air near his ear. He triggered pouting Jinyo, and the black iron beast resolved into a 3-dimensional lattice of intersecting lines. Between the 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae, the cartilage joint lay exposed, unprotected by bone. Chaoyun rolled his wrist, and a silver-white blade line traced through the air. The battered cleaver slid along the vertebral seam and severed the wolf's spinal central nerve. Chaoyun tapped his toe on the corpse, tracing a zigzag in midair to cut into the circle of the remaining 3 wolves. His wrist flicked. The blade grazed the lumbar gaps of the 2nd and 3rd wolves. The final stroke sheared the carotid of the. Chaoyun landed and flicked his wrist. Blood droplets splattered from the cleaver onto the ground, leaving the blade astonishingly clean. Behind him, the 4 wolves collapsed together. 3 were decapitated with smooth incisions. The last had its spine severed and twitched in a pool of blood. From Chaoyun's draw to the beast's deaths, less than 5 seconds had passed. Only the steady ticking of the radar filled the camp. The girls who had been sitting stared blankly at the silhouette that had intercepted death for them. Is this the same E-class failure who slings ladles in the mess hall every day? No frontline prodigy in the elite class could match that reflex and bladecraft. Lin Mu slapped his thigh. Brother Yun, magnificent. Incredible. The logistics students snapped awake as if from a dream, voices exploding in excited chatter. Chaoyun paid them no mind, sheathing the cleaver at his waist in a reverse motion. He stepped over the scattered carcasses and looked toward where they had fallen. The 4 wolves lay in a radial pattern around an alloy supply crate. The very crate Lu Haoran had deliberately knocked loose that morning, and which Chaoyun had reassembled and carried. Black-orange-grade beasts are dull-witted killers driven by instinct, yet they are exquisitely attuned to the scent of blood and qi. With so many vigorous fighters at the front, why would these 4 animals bypass fresh prey to travel dozens of kilometers and ambush the rear camp? After crashing into the camp, they did not go for living targets first. Instead, they fixed on that pile of dead supply crates with uncanny precision. This was not the spontaneous behavior of wild beasts. Don't scatter. Fall back behind the barricades. 2 faculty members stationed at the camp charged in, brandishing alloy batons. Ordinarily confined to lecturing from textbooks, they now faced a sudden beast assault. Their martial apprentice Qi recoiled chaotically under extreme terror, causing the faint spiritual luminescence on their batons to flicker unsteadily. Just past the corner of Tent 1, they skidded to an abrupt halt. 4 black-orange bloodthirsty wolves lay neatly arranged upon the ground. 3 had been decapitated, 1's spine was cleanly severed, each incision flawlessly smooth and precise. The 2 instructors' throats tightened. Even together at peak martial apprentice strength, they would have bled heavily to fell these 4. Who did this? One instructor whispered, voice trembling. Amid the chaos, Chaoyun approached an overturned supply crate and crouched beside its alloy base, peering into the narrow seam. His fingertip brushed the metal joint, grazing a fine gray powder. He brought it close to his nose. The scent was acrid, searingly sharp. An ordinary person could not detect it, but Chaoyun's passive ability, 10,000 scent tracking, rendered it unmistakably vivid. A translucent interface shimmered across his retinas. Ding. Identification successful. High-purity beast-attracting powder. In status, emits a unique frequency spectrum odor that exerts fatal allure and rage-inducing catalysis upon black Harantir beasts. Chaoyun studied the interface. Beast-attracting powder was a strictly regulated military compound, prohibitively expensive on the black market. Liu Haoran, who scraped by extorting protection fees from juniors, could never afford even a single packet. He said nothing. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew a spare sheet of plastic film, carefully scraped the powder from the seam, sealed it tightly, and concealed it against his chest. Irrefutable evidence. A formal report to the Academic Affairs Office would yield little more than a reprimand. Chun Feng had powerful backers shielding him. To play, one must wait until their triumph peaks, then crush both the evidence and their pride deep into the mud. For now, his priority was securing the system's 10 free attribute points. He rose. Linmu, circling the wolf carcasses, turned and hurried over at the call. Brother, your blade technique is unparalleled. I couldn't even track your strikes. Chaoyun clapped Linmu's shoulder. Stay here to calm the students and assist the faculty with cleanup. Linmu scratched his head. Brother, where are you going? It's dangerous out there. Chaoyun drew the worn kitchen knife from his lower back, its edge chipped in 2 places. I'll patrol the perimeter, check for stragglers, and gather some fresh provisions. His tone remained utterly casual. Turning, he slipped through a blind spot in the camp's surveillance grid and vanished into the mist-shrouded wilderness. Once beyond the camp's reach, he summoned his system interface. His passive ability, 10,000 Li scent tracking, activated, fully unfolding a 3-dimensional olfactory map within his mind. The wilderness's chaotic scents, rot, blood, damp earth, were automatically filtered away, leaving only luminous markers signifying premium ingredients. 3 kilometers northeast, rock formation zone. He locked onto a radiant Chaoyun blood signature of extraordinary intensity, brighter than the 4 bloodthirsty wolves combined. Undoubtedly a dish worthy of bronze tier or higher. He activated Gale Step, his calf muscles coiled taut, explosive force surging from heel to sole. Thump. Soil erupted. Clad in white logistics uniform, Chaoyun streaked across the wasteland, trailing after images. Wind whipped his clothes into sharp flaps. Low-tier vines blocking his path shattered beneath sheer brute force. Within 10 minutes he reached the rock zone's edge and slowed, suppressing his aura. He flattened himself behind a colossal wind-eroded boulder, peering cautiously over its rim. In the open clearing ahead reclined a monstrous lizard, over 4 meters long. Its body was armored in thick ash-white scales. Eyes closed, it basked in sunlight. Its massive tail thumped rhythmically against the earth, scattering stones with dull, resonant booms. His retinal interface pulsed. Ending. Identification successful. Bronze-tier beast, stone-shelled lizard. In threat rating high. Edible portions, tender tail, meat, supple abdominal tendons. In optimal preparation, steaming. Unexpected yield, significant physical enhancement. Chaoyun studied the panel. Stone-shelled lizard. The Academy's illustrated bestiary had flagged this creature with special warnings: peerless defense. Its petrified scale armor deflected high-explosive, armor-piercing rounds. Even mid-tier martial masters found their blades blunted and useless against it, forced to detour entirely. That shell weighs enough to serve as a wok lid. Steamed abdominal tendons will be perfectly springy, he murmured, swallowing hard. Holding his breath, he advanced stealthily, using the rocks as cover. Though formidable in defense, the stone-shelled lizard possessed sluggish perception. 30 meters. 20. 10. At under 10 meters, its vertical pupils snapped open. Its gaze swiveled, recognition dawning too late. A guttural roar tore from its maw. Chaoyun exploded forward, legs driving like pistons. The lizard's colossal tail slashed sideways with a sonic crack, but Chaoyun surged into the strike, twisting midair. The tail grazed his nose, its pressure stinging his skin. In Butcher's art activated. The armored carapace dissolved into a 3-dimensional structural diagram woven from intersecting lines, vital weak points blazing crimson. At the junction of its thick forelimbs and abdomen lay a palm-sized patch of soft, scaleless flesh, the fatal nexus. He landed bending low, then launched a ground-hugging slide. Knees bent, momentum carrying him forward. Rough sandstone scraped his back as he slid beneath the lizard's belly. The battered kitchen knife flipped into reverse grip, blade angled upward. Shoo! And the blade pierced the yielding flank, slipping between bone and tissue to plunge deep into viscera. He twisted his wrist, spinning the blade inside, shredding the heart. The stone-shelled lizard shrieked. A final convulsion shuddered through its bulk before collapsing, crashing down with a thunderous cloud of dust. Chaoyun rolled clear, his white coat dust-streaked. Hand pressed to the corpse system. Harvest. The choicest tail, meat, and abdominal tendons detached, seamlessly vacuum-sealed into his preservation space. Only an empty husk remained. Ending. Daily quest, wilderness hunt, completed. And congratulations, host. Reward granted 10 free attribute points. Bronze tier recipe, steamed stone lizard tendons. Chaoyun reviewed the interface. Allocate all to strength. 10 points assigned. In strength 93, strength 103 in crossing the 100 threshold. His entire musculature flushed with warmth and tingling. Fibers reknitting denser and stronger. Fists clenched, knuckles cracked like dry timber. With this power alone, he could now floor Lu Haoran in a single punch. No butcher's art required. He shook his wrist, retrieved a strip of black-currant-tier high-energy jerky from his pocket, and crunched it. Crisp, savory, restoring vitality instantly. Turning, he retraced his path, returning to camp in under an hour. Yet as he stepped back into the rear compound, something felt wrong. The air hung thick with iron-rich blood. Several Red Cross-marked medical armored vehicles idled at the camp center. Logistics students scrambled to unload wounded. Every casualty from the frontline combat squad. Gently, his legs broken, "What's gotten into those beasts?" wailed a regular class student on a stretcher. "Everything's collapsed. They're acting irrationally." Another arm torn open sobbed with lingering terror. "They charge in packs, no regard for death." Commander Chin's line shattered. Several elite squad members are injured. Chaoyun absorbed the complaints without pause. The beast-attracting powder's effect, carried by shifting winds, had fully saturated the front line. Chun Feng, seeking to eliminate him, had entrusted Lu Haoran with a full dose of high-purity powder, only for the wind to shift, dispersing the scent and ensnaring his own cadre and students. Lin Mu stood outside the medical tent, staring toward the frontline, fists clenched so tight his knuckles whitened. Days of feasting on premium beast meat had ignited his chi. His body thrummed with restless energy. Spotting Chaoyun's return, Lin Mu rushed forward. "Brother, are you unharmed?" The front line's in total chaos. Those elite squad members, so arrogant before, now lie bleeding on stretchers. Lin Mu swallowed hard. "Brother, my hands ache to fight. Just give me a few beasts to test myself." Chaoyun stepped beside him, gaze fixed deep into the misted wilderness. "Hands itching." Lin Mu nodded fiercely. Chaoyun remained silent, then tapped the tactical pouch at his waist, heavy with black-currant-tier high-energy jerky. On the second day of the practical assessment, the battles in the wilderness escalated to a boiling point. Chaoyun stood in front of the large iron pot, rhythmically stirring the broth with a half-meter-long iron ladle in his right hand. The synthetic cabbage and vermicelli in the pot were bubbling away. He extended his left hand into his pocket, using his fingertips to grind a few pieces of black iron-grade earth rat jerky into powder. With a flick of his wrist, the meat powder fell into the boiling broth, concealed by the steam. Ding! Detected that the host is cooking in a large pot. Ingredients: integrated black iron-grade high-energy meat powder, automatically purifying and harmonizing residual violent energy. Harmonization complete. Current dish: blood and chi stew, large pot version. Edible effects: minor stamina recovery, chi operation speed increased by 20, lasting for 1 hour. Chaoyun tapped the ladle against the rim of the pot. If the frontline combat team couldn't withstand the first wave of beasts, tied the rear camp would also suffer. Just consider it feeding a few free guard dogs. At noon, the shift change alarm sounded. The first batch of students returning dragged their feet into the camp. Their tactical suits were covered in dirt and blood. A line of dozens walked to the food distribution window. Chaoyun ladled stew into their food containers, one scoop after another. Zhao Kai from the elite class carried his food container and sat down beside a corner supply box. His tactical suit had 3 holes and his hair was a mess. He used chopsticks to pick at a piece of cabbage, chewing it haphazardly before swallowing. As the food settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth rose from his lower abdomen and spread throughout his body. Zhao Kai paused, stunned. Having consumed chi for the entire morning, he was quickly recovering. The soreness in his muscles was also dissipating. He stared at the cabbage and vermicelli in his food container. Normally, this kind of nutritional meal wouldn't even be eaten by dogs in the cafeteria. Did they add some tonics to today's dish? He quickly finished the remaining food, even licking the soup clean. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and rushed back to the food distribution window. "Give me another scoop." "More soup." Zhao Kai slapped his empty food container on the counter. Chaoyun steadily filled his ladle to the brim. A few nearby elite class students also noticed changes in their bodies. "Why does this nutritional meal feel so invigorating today? My chi recovery speed is faster than taking a chi recovery pill." "Stop talking, hurry up, and get in line. The pot is almost empty." In less than 10 minutes, the 3 large pots of stew were cleaned out by this group of combat students. Ding! Target group consumes the host's cooked dishes, gaining minor benefits. Congratulations to the host for gaining gratitude points 1, gratitude points 1, gratitude points 1. Chaoyun turned off the panel. With hundreds of people, even the smallest gratitude points added up with the sheer number of people. Lin Mu carried a giant stainless steel basin, squatting beside the stove. He had already cooked 3 large basins of stew, his skin flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. He tossed the empty basin onto the ground and strode up to Chaoyun. Brother, I have all this energy, but nowhere to put it. It's frustrating. Lin Mu spoke in a rough voice. This afternoon, the front line is transporting special explosive shells. Those who go will earn an extra 10 credits. I signed up. Chaoyun was cleaning the counter with a dry cloth and paused for a second. Lin Mu's blood and chi were extremely vigorous, already touching the threshold of the martial master beginner stage. As long as he had an opportunity, he could break through completely. Frontline combat was indeed the best catalyst. Go ahead. Chaoyun tossed the cloth into the sink. If you encounter a beast you can't handle, run quickly, don't force it. Lin Mu grinned, patting the tactical pocket on his chest. Don't worry, I've got the divine meat jerky you gave me in my pocket. If I can't beat it, I can still run away. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the number of injured in the camp decreased, and the replacement students returned to the Chaoyun stood in front of the counter using an old chef's knife with 2 chipped edges to cut potatoes. The knife sliced evenly through the potatoes. Outside the camp, a loud screech of tires echoed. Bang! The camp's iron gate was smashed open. A military green armored off-road vehicle burst into the camp, its hood completely deformed, emitting black smoke. 3 large claw marks were imprinted on the bulletproof armor on the side of the vehicle. The off-road vehicle dragged a 10-meter-long trail in the mud, crashing into a pile of discarded alloy crates before coming to a stop. The door was kicked open from the inside. Wang Ming, the captain of the ordinary class escort team, rolled out of the vehicle. His grade talent-enhanced left arm hung limply at his side, the broken bone piercing through his skin, exposed to the air. His body was covered in blood. Medic! Quick help! Wang Ming shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking. The rear door was pushed open by 2 other injured team members. The 3 of them worked together to drag out a makeshift stretcher from the vehicle. Lying on the stretcher was Lin Mu. His bulletproof vest was completely torn apart. 3 wounds extended from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, with flesh turning inside out, exposing deep bone. Blood soaked through the canvas of the stretcher, dripping onto the muddy ground. He was barely breathing. Chaoyun pressed the old chef's knife onto the counter. He took off the towel from his waist to wipe his hands clean. Pushing past the onlookers, he walked towards the smoking off-road vehicle. What happened? Chaoyun spoke beside the stretcher. His voice drowned out the surrounding cries for help. Wang Ming swallowed a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his body trembling. It was a bronze-level ironback bear. Wang Ming stammered that beast wasn't on the front line, it suddenly came from the flank to hijack the vehicle. With my grade talent, I couldn't withstand, even a single slap from it, and my left hand was completely crippled. Wang Ming's eyes were red as he looked down at Lin Mu on the stretcher. If it weren't for Lin Mu. That kid pulled a piece of dark jerky from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. His blood and chi exploded. As a grade talent martial apprentice, he held the front line against that beast's heavy strike. He bought us time to escape. Otherwise our entire team would have perished there. The onlookers gasped in shock. A grade talent logistics class martial apprentice daring to withstand a bronze-level ironback bear. In a clash across 2 major realms, normally he would have been crushed to a pulp, yet he managed to survive. A few girls from the treatment class rushed over with medical kits, tearing Lin Mu's clothes apart. A powerful hemostatic spray was applied generously to the wounds. The white foam covered the wounds, but was quickly washed away by the gushing blood. No, the wounds are too deep, the internal organs are severely ruptured. The leading girl from the treatment class was covered in blood. The ironback bear's violent chi residue is in the wounds, preventing cell healing. Normal first aid methods won't save his life. Chaoyun crouched down, placing 2 fingers on Lin Mu's carotid artery. The pulse was weak and the heartbeat grew slower. Chaoyun stood up, looking at Wang Ming. Captain Wang, right? Wang Ming was startled, instinctively standing straight. Yes. Which direction did that ironback bear run? Chaoyun asked. Wang Ming was taken aback, pointing in a direction. Northeast. That beast took a punch from Lin Mu and received internal injuries. It can't run far. Wang Ming snapped back to reality, his eyes wide. Why do you want to know? That's a bronze-level exotic beast. Chaoyun turned and walked back to the large pot. He placed his hands behind his back, untying the white apron and tossing it onto the counter. With his right hand, he grabbed the chipped old chef's knife, while his left hand gripped the edge of the large iron pot. The 100-pound alloy pot was effortlessly lifted by him with one arm. You're risking your life. That's a bronze-level beast, shouted a student from the ordinary class. The iron gate of the camp closed heavily behind him. Chaoyun stopped summoning the system panel. Wandering for fragrance activated fully. The scents in the air were quickly dismantled and filtered. Dust, smoke, and the stench of low-tier beasts were all eliminated. 3 kilometers to the northeast, a strong aroma of high-tier beasts' blood and flesh pierced through the air. That was the distinctive scent of a severely injured high-tier beast. Chaoyun's calf muscles tensed, pushing off the ground to create a small pit beneath his feet. Swift Wind Steps was activated. He rushed towards the northeast. Along the way, he encountered several low-tier earth mice blocking his path. But Chaoyun didn't even draw his knife. He simply smashed through their bones with sheer speed, not stopping at all. 10 minutes later, in a hidden rocky valley, the ground was littered with rubble, and a few dry thorn trees lay fallen. Deep within the valley, a giant bear over 3 meters long, covered in a thick black carapace, leaned against the rocky wall. A bronze-level ironback bear. It was extending its barbed tongue, licking a shallow knife wound on its abdomen, a mere trace left by Lin Mu's desperate struggle. Hearing the sound of rolling stones, the ironback bear turned its head. Its crimson eyes locked onto the human at the valley's entrance. A gust of wind tousled the loose hair on Chaoyun's forehead. Chaoyun stood still, not moving. A blue holographic screen appeared on his retina. Ding. Identification successful. Bronze-level beast, ironback bear. Edible parts: bear paws, tenderloin, spine. Best cooking method: stewed bear paw soup, superior medicinal dish. Chaoyun looked at the furious giant bear, his right hand trembling as he drew out an old kitchen knife with 2 missing chips. It runs pretty fast. Just what I needed, high-quality ingredients without having to search around. The ironback bear was enraged by his nonchalant posture and lunged forward, its massive paws raised high, sharp bone spurs protruding from its palms, striking downwards. Swift wind steps erupted. Chaoyun advanced rather than retreating, ducking into the bear's embrace. This beast had extremely high defense on its back, but its chest joints were filled with vital points. Butcher's technique was activated. The massive body of the ironback bear disintegrated in Chaoyun's view, transforming into a 3-dimensional structured diagram woven from red lines. The first strike. The old kitchen knife was held in reverse, precisely piercing the thick fascia in the ironback bear's right arm. The skin tore open, and the fascia was severed at the root. The giant bear let out a mournful howl, its right arm losing strength, and its massive body tilted to the right. The second strike. Chaoyun slid along the ground, the knife blade seamlessly cutting into the soft cartilage seam of the left knee joint. The bones separated. The giant bear knelt on the ground, smashing large rocks. The third and fourth strikes. The 2 strikes precisely severed the tendons of its hind legs, completely stripping it of any resistance. The fifth move. Using the giant bear's falling momentum, Chaoyun pushed off the rocky wall, with force leaping into the air. The old kitchen knife descended from above, plunging straight down along the 3rd vertebra of its thick neck. Blood spurted out, staining the ground with debris red. The bronze-level ironback bear twitched twice before collapsing entirely. Within 5 moves, it was reduced to dead meat on the chopping block. Chaoyun landed on his feet, shaking off the blood from the knife edge. The bear paws were suitable for braising, and the bear bile could be used in medicine, but for now saving a life was more urgent. The spine boiled into soup would replenish chi and blood. Chaoyun walked over to the bear carcass, placing his palm on its fur. System harvest. The 2 thickest bear paws and a complete spine were cleanly extracted. All that remained was a carcass. Chaoyun turned and walked toward the small stream on the side of the valley. He quickly washed off the blood from the bear paws and spine, removing the outer skin. A large iron pot was directly placed on several flat rocks. He gathered dry twigs to start a fire. After the water boiled, he added the meat and skimmed off the foam. Chaoyun pulled out 2 herbs from his tactical pouch that he had brought from the camp to remove the fishy smell, crushed them, and threw them into the pot, covering it with a lid. In less than half an hour, a rich meaty aroma pushed the lid open and wafted through the air. Chaoyun lifted the lid. The broth in the pot had turned milky white, with golden grease boiling on the surface. He scooped a spoonful of the steaming broth into his mouth. Ding! Cooking ironback bear paw soup successful. Quality perfect. Host received strength 18, constitution 15, recovery 10. A warm current spread throughout his meridians. The stamina just consumed was replenished, and the muscle fibers became even more resilient. Chaoyun nodded. The timing was just right, the medicinal properties had all been extracted. He took out a large portable thermal container and filled it with most of the soup along with bones and meat. Tightening the lid, he carried the thermal container back along the same route. Back at the camp, the atmosphere in the medical tent was heavy. The nearby life sign monitor emitted a slow, piercing alarm, the curves on the screen flattening. The medic was covered in blood as she set down the hemostatic forceps. Turning to Wang Meng beside her, she shook her head. Excessive blood loss, massive internal organ rupture. The violent energy from the ironback bear was destroying his cellular regeneration. He wouldn't last 20 minutes. Prepare to notify the family. Wang Meng knelt by the military bed, gripping his hair with his good right hand, his eyes reddening. If only I had reacted a bit faster, this kid wouldn't have had to take that hit. A grade talent martial artist took a fatal blow for me, upgrade captain. Make way. The tent flap was lifted. Chaoyun walked in, carrying the large thermal container. His white uniform was splattered with a few drops of dried blood, and a broken kitchen knife hung from his waist. Ignoring the medic beside him, he approached Lin Mu's military bed and unscrewed the lid of the thermal container. A rich, peculiar meaty aroma filled the entire bloodstained tent. The smell of disinfectant was overwhelmed by the meat aroma. Chaoyun placed the thermal container on the bedside table, gripping Lin Mu's jaw with his left hand to force his mouth open. With his right hand, he scooped a spoonful of steaming milky meat soup directly into Lin Mu's mouth. "What are you doing?" The medic rushed over, trying to snatch the spoon from Chaoyun. "He's in organ failure. He can't even drink water. Forcing this high-energy meat soup will burst his blood vessels." Chaoyun lowered his shoulder, forcibly pushing away the medic's reaching hand. "Shut up and watch." Without raising his head, he steadily scooped a second spoonful into Lin Mu's mouth. As the first spoonful of soup went down, Lin Mu's ashen face began to show signs of color. The beeping of the monitor became urgent, and the previously flat curve began to spike upwards. A third spoonful was administered. Lin Mu's weak breath became heavier and steadier. The entire small bowl of bear paw soup was consumed. The medic covered her mouth, unconsciously softening her breathing. The edges of the deep claw mark on Lin Mu's chest, visible to the bone, began to swiftly writhe. Flesh granules intertwined and new blood vessels reconnected. The violent energy of the ironback bear was neutralized and purified, transforming into pure life energy. Cough, cough. Lin Mu opened his eyes, coughing violently twice. He grasped Chaoyun's wrist with one hand, his voice weak, yet still possessing strength. "Bro, it's so hot, but it's damn delicious. Can I have some more?" The entire medical tent was left with only the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. The medic's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, knocking over a tray beside her. Hemostatic forceps and gauze were scattered all over the ground. A fatal wound that even an A-grade healing talent couldn't handle was saved by a bowl of meat soup. Wang Ming's eyes widened, pointing at the thermal container, unable to articulate his disbelief. What kind of top-tier healing elixir is this? A miracle cure." Chaoyun set down the spoon and closed the lid of the thermal container. He turned to glance at the kneeling Wang Ming, speaking casually, as if ordering food at the cafeteria. "Ironback bear paw soup." Chaoyun picked up a clean bowl from the side, filled it with a generous serving of milky soup, and handed it over. "I see your hand is broken too. How about having a bowl?" Wang Ming stared blankly for 2 seconds, swallowed hard, and accepted the bowl with his remaining good right hand, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. The boiling hot soup flowed down his throat into his stomach. Wang Ming shivered all over. The place where his drooping left arm was broken emitted the sound of bones grinding together. Crack, crack, crack. The broken bone, piercing through the skin, retracted back into the muscle, rejoining and aligning. The once exhausted martial artist's energy surged within him. A metallic battle blade sliced through the neck of a black-hair earth-traveling rat, spattering foul blood onto the sandbags of the defensive line. Wang Ming whipped the blade back in one fluid motion, his left arm shoving aside the severed rat carcass. His movements were crisp and precise. No trace remained of the grotesque bone protrusion that had marred that same arm just half an hour earlier. A squad leader from a regular platoon, reloading his energy rifle nearby, caught sight of it out of the corner of his eye and froze mid-action. Wang Ming, wasn't that arm ruined? What miracle drug did the medics use? The squad leader panted, voice. "Miracle drug, my foot." Wang Ming wiped blood from his face, voice dropping to a hushed, fervent whisper as his eyes gleamed with intensity. "It's the logistics camp. There's a guy named Chaoyun who boiled a cauldron of bare-bone broth. I drank just one bowl, and my torn meridians re-knit themselves on the spot. Even now, true chi surges uncontrollably within me." The squad leader stood dumbstruck for half a second. "You're pulling my leg. Some kitchen hand brewing divine elixirs, eh? Believe it or not." Wang Ming flicked blood from his blade. "But I'm telling you all now, if you're wounded, or your vital energy is spent, get to the rear camp while there's still time. Wait too long, and that broth will be gone." With that, he vaulted over the sandbags, battle blade raised, charging toward the next monstrous beast. The frontline battle had reached a stalemate, and more injured students were being rotated back for rest. Several students with serious injuries, whose self-carried regenerative agents had long since run dry, sat trembling in the trench behind the lines, teeth chattering from pain. "Maybe we should try our luck at the logistics camp. Let's go." Desperate measures for desperate times. Supporting one another, they limped back toward the rear camp. Before even nearing Tent 3, an overwhelming pungent aroma of roasted meat pierced the wind and flooded their nostrils. The scent felt almost corporeal. Just one breath eased the deep-seated ache in their bones by a third. There, seated on a folding chair with eyes closed in quiet repose, sat Chaoyun. He wore a white work uniform, his apron lay folded beside him, and his battered chef's knife rested casually upon the cutting board. Classmate, we heard you serve a healing broth." A male student, his thigh gashed deeply by fangs, ventured to question hesitantly. Chaoyun lifted his eyelids, slowly scanning their wounds before gesturing wordlessly toward the large iron cauldron still steaming beside him. "Ironback bear bone broth," Chaoyun said, rising and lifting a massive iron ladle. "Mends external wounds and replenishes vital energy." The student frantically reached for his tactical comm unit. How much? I'll transfer instantly. 10,000 credits enough. Chaoyun glanced at their empty hands, then set the ladle gently upon the cauldron's rim. No payment required, he replied flatly. Bring your own bowl. The students stood frozen, then forgetting their wounds entirely bolted wildly back toward their tents. 2 minutes later they returned clutching mess tins aloft. Chaoyun served each a generous ladle of thick milky white broth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. They drank straight from the tins, scalding heat be damned, tilting their heads back and pouring it down their throats. Within 3 minutes of finishing the bowl, the severely wounded student gasped sharply. He looked down. Intense tingling and itching erupted across his wound, new flesh visibly knitting together fresh skin already spreading over raw muscle. His depleted vital energy surged like a river bursting its banks after drought. True chi swelled violently within him. Holy hell, it works. It actually works. The news spread like wildfire among the injured on the front lines. There's a cook named Chaoyun at the logistics camp. His food heals wounds and strengthens cultivation. Ditch that pathetic nutrient paste. Get to the rear camp and queue up, now. Within half an hour, a surreal spectacle unfolded at the rear camp. A throng of students, supposedly locked in life-or-death combat on the front lines, stood lined up before Chaoyun's cauldron, each holding some makeshift vessel. Mess tins, stainless steel mugs, clean tactical helmets. Even someone had snapped off half a broken alloy lid to carry their portion. Chaoyun accepted them all, without hesitation, mechanically swinging his iron ladle. In his mind system, notifications blared incessantly. Ding. Zhang San consumed dish, gratitude value 50. Ding. Li Si consumed dish, gratitude value 50. Ding. Wang Wu consumed dish, gratitude value 50. The alerts flooded his consciousness in rapid succession. He tapped the ladle handle lightly with his fingers. The mental ledger flipped to the next page. Supply replenishment rate barely passable. He would not only heal their wounds, he would condition these arrogant martial prodigies to accept one immutable truth: to survive, to grow stronger, they must stand humbly in line, bowls in hand, before him. At the forward command post, inside a temporary tent, bang. Chun Feng slammed his tactical canteen onto the table so hard the alloy surface dented inward. His face was ashen, his temple muscles twitching. Outrageous. Utterly insubordinate. Instead of holding the line, they're begging scraps from a nobody at the rear. Sir, reports confirm Chaoyun's broth is extraordinary. Even Wang Meng's shattered arm healed significantly after consuming it, a staff officer reported cautiously. Nonsense. That's just Wang Meng's innate constitution rebounding at last. Chun Feng ground his molars, fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. He refused to entertain the notion that an E-rank talent, a mere logistics soldier, could accomplish anything of consequence. Issue my order: no one is to leave the front line without authorization. Once the evaluation concludes, I'll personally deal with that rule-breaking troublemaker who dared misuse a field stove. Nearby in the elite class rest zone, Zhou Tianyi sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder, eyes closed, faint arcs of lightning shimmering around his body as he urgently restored the true chi expended by his thunder combat body. His attendant Zhao Kai sidled up, grinning obsequiously, with a sneer lurking beneath. Young Master Zhou, have you heard? That Chaoyun from logistics class, using some dubious broth cooked God knows where, has fooled the entire regular class into worshipping him like a living bodhisattva. Zhou Tianyi didn't even open his eyes. His voice dripped with disdain. A clown performing parlor tricks in the rear, nothing more. An E-rank talent is destined to circle stoves for life. Absolutely, absolutely. He's not even worthy to hold your young master's shoes. Zhao Kai hastened to agree, then spat contemptuously toward the direction of the logistics camp. At the rear camp, the queue continued inching forward. Classmate, could you please add a bit more broth? My arm's still numb, pleaded a regular class student holding his mess tin aloft. Chaoyun's wrist began to rotate, preparing to pour the ladle's contents into the tin. The ladle froze midair. Thick milky broth dripped onto the cauldron's rim with a sharp hiss. Chaoyun lifted his gaze, past the waiting crowd, past the bustling camp, and fixed it upon the deepest reaches of the wasteland. Toward the black mist forest, dense ink-black clouds churned unnaturally, swelling outward at alarming speed. Across his retinas, the previously placid system interface erupted in frantic, violent flashes. Blinding crimson light flared like emergency sirens, staining the periphery of his vision blood red. Ding. High threat alert. Detected rapidly approaching silver rank monstrous beast aura. Extreme danger level. Immediate full speed evacuation strongly advised. Brother, why did you stop? His Adam's apple bobbed as he waited for that life-saving spoonful. Chaoyun said nothing and loosened his right hand from the ladle's handle. The heavy iron ladle struck the iron cauldron's base with a clang. A few drops of thick milky bone broth splashed out and fell onto the scarred wooden cutting board. Before his eyes, the usual pale blue system overlay was drowned by a wash of blood red. An alarm notification flashed at the center of his vision, a warning tone chimed. High-risk alert. A silver-grade aberrant beast, a flame lion, has been detected less than a kilometer from the rear camp, slowly approaching. Danger level extremely lethal. Silver-grade. According to the Taiying Wudao Academy's combat assessment safety rules, the highest grade quarry released in this outer zone should only be bronze-grade novices. If a silver-grade predator appears, only a junior grandmaster instructor leading the team can hope to suppress it. The strongest student on the frontline, Zhou Tianyi, even with his thunder battle form unleashed, tops out at the peak of a martialist strength. If this flame lion breaches the line and rushes into the rear camp, those hundreds of wounded with missing limbs would all be lost. Chen Feng had handed the high-purity lure powder entirely to Lu Haoren. The wind shifted and the scent diffused. The high-purity blood lure drew predators from the depths. The frontline defenses must be in chaos now, but they couldn't hold back a silver-grade beast. Its target was unmistakable, the heavy-smelling blood in the rear camp. Chaoyun stepped around the cutting board and walked toward the teacher's tent marked with a red cross. Passing the wounded area, Wang Meng dragged the newly reattached left arm and stood up. Brother He, where are you going? The soup isn't finished distributing. Chaoyun did not stop. He lifted the tent flap and entered. Teacher Lu, the staffer left behind, sat on a folding cot, cradling a thermos steeped with red goji berries. The communications console bled in the clamorous noise from the front line. Teacher Lu, Chaoyun said, sound the highest alarm immediately and contract the defenses. Teacher Liu's wrist shook and scalding water splashed down the crotch of his tactical pants. He sprang up, frantically patting at the wet scorch. What madness are you bringing here, a supply student? Is the highest alarm something you can trigger at will? There is a silver-grade flame lion coming from the black mist forest direction, Chaoyun replied in a steady tone. Less than a kilometer away. Teacher Liu's frantic patting froze. What did you say? He crossed the tent in 2 strides and confronted Chaoyun. Silvergrade. You don't even have cultivated chi. How could you sense a beast a kilometer away? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It will enter visual range in 10 minutes. Chaoyun answered tersely. Teacher Lu lunged for the communications console. His fingers hammered the keys as he connected to the frontline command. Instructor Chen Feng. Teacher Lu bellowed into the mic. A silver-grade flame lion was spotted 1 kilometer from the rear camp. Request emergency fallback. Request emergency fallback. Static and explosions crackled through the line. The beast's roars cut in and out. Chen Feng shouted back through the noise. Fall back, my foot. He roared. The front line has erupted in a localized beast tide. Hundreds of bronze grade are clamping onto the line. I can't spare a single squad. Teacher Liu's legs went weak. But there's a silver grade at the rear camp. Where would a silver grade come from in the assessment perimeter? Chen Feng snapped down the line. You're scared out of your wits. He barked. Find cover and hold your ground until help arrives. Anyone who retreats on their own will be treated as a deserter. Beep. The line was severed. Only the hum of equipment remained in the tent. Teacher Lu slumped into the folding chair, his lips trembling. It's over. Completely over. There's not even a mid-level martialist in the rear. What can we hold with? Chaoyun stood to the side and ignored Teacher Lu. His attention was fixed on the identification panel the system had just refreshed. Target silver-grade aberrant beast, flame lion. Edible parts lion heart, must be kept absolutely intact, cannot be damaged, tenderloin, limbs, sinew, meat. Best cooking methods: stir-fry the heart, char the sinew. Consumption benefits: great increase in strength, great increase in agility. Special reward: guaranteed permanent physique attribute, intermediate fire resistance. Intermediate fire resistance. Since awakening his system, this was the first time he had seen a food item carry a resistance attribute. With that resistance, facing high-grade fire creatures later, he would no longer need to dodge. He could march through the flames and carve. Moreover, the all-stat surge would be immense. If that lion got away, or if the frontline instructors returned in time to claim the kill, he would wake in the night with regret, so sharp, head sit up, and howl. The lion heart must not be damaged. That meant no wide-area heavy ordnance, and no fatal wounds near the chest cavity. He would need intimate hand-to-hand work, a butcher's precision, sever the cervical neural center while preserving the heart's vitality. High risk, but the payoff made it worth one desperate gamble. Chaoyun turned and began to leave. Where are you going? Teacher Lu scrambled to his feet. Before the beast arrives, organize the students to move to the air raid shelters. Chaoyun pushed aside the tent flap. There's no time to transfer, it's too fast. He walked to the big iron pot number 3. The students in line had not dispersed, each stood rooted holding lunchboxes. Teacher Liu's earlier shouting had been loud enough that everyone outside had heard. Silvergrade. Is there really a silvergrade beast? Is the front line abandoning us? The students whispered and panicked. Chaoyun looped his hands behind his back, retied the white apron strap, and tightened it with a fatal knot. He snatched the battered kitchen knife from the cutting board, its blade chipped in 2 places. Then he stooped and drew a short pointed boning knife from beneath the counter, sheathing it at the back of his belt. Zhao Kai passed by with an empty lunchbox, scanning for cover after hearing the commotion. Seeing Chaoyun's movements, he stopped in his tracks. Oh look, plate server planning to use that broken cleaver to peel apples for a silver-grade beast. Zhao Kai jabbed at Chaoyun and glanced toward the elite class students nearby. Everyone looked the logistics class loser, thinks he's a hero. The elite students paid him no mind and hurried behind the alloy armored vehicles for shelter. Wang Ming, dragging his left arm, pushed Zhao Kai aside. Move. He turned to Chaoyun, his throat dry. Brother, he don't be reckless. That's silver grade. One mouthful of flame could melt even an armored vehicle into molten iron. He had drunk that bowl of bare-bones soup. The surging chi and blood in his body attested to the cook's potency. Still, he couldn't fathom how a logistics soldier with no combat talent could face a silver-grade beast. It's fine. Chaoyun flicked his wrist dismissively. The old kitchen knife sliced the air with a whistling sound. Teacher Lu dashed from the tent, gripping an anti-riot alloy baton, his legs trembling. Seeing Chaoyun head for the camp gate, Teacher Lu threw himself in front of him. What are you doing? His voice cracked. That's a silver grade. Are you mad? Going out there is suicide. Chaoyun halted and glanced at the alloy baton in Teacher Lu's hand. The cultivator's chi stamped on it could barely light a cigarette. Teacher Lu held the students steady. Don't let them scatter. He stepped around him and walked to the heavy iron gate at the camp's front. Open it. He spoke to the 2 ordinary class students posted by the gate. Both were sweating at their brows and dared not touch the latch. Outside, a silver-grade beast waited. Whoever opened the gate would be the first to die. Chaoyun did not waste words. He stepped forward and seized the alloy latch with one hand. It was a heavy mechanism designed for 2 martial disciples to pull together. His arm muscles tensed. Click. The sound of metal giving way rang out. The alloy latch, as thick as a wrist, tore free under raw force. Wang Ming inhaled sharply. Zhao Kai, crouched behind the armored vehicle, froze. Tearing a high-strength alloy by sheer physical strength. Was that something a rank cook could do? The iron gate opened a crack. The wild wind, scented with burning, rushed into the camp. The wind shifted, a wave of heat poured through. Teacher Lu dropped his baton and lunged to clasp the gate's edge with both hands. You cannot go out. You're getting the academy into trouble. If you die out there, Instructor Chen Feng will surely pin responsibility on me. Say I failed to keep an eye on the logistics crew. Chaoyun pressed his left hand against the doorframe and forced. Teacher Lu was flung aside and landed on his backside in the mud. The camp fell silent. Every eye fixed on the figure in the white work uniform. Chaoyun lifted one foot and stepped beyond the camp. The thin mist over the wasteland dispersed. On the distant horizon, a dark red blaze appeared. The dead grass along the way began to ignite. Prairie dogs poured from their burrows in frantic columns and scattered left and right. What are you going to do? Teacher Lu shouted from the ground. Chaoyun did not look back. He carried that battered kitchen knife in his right hand, and with his left hauled the camp gate closed from the outside. Bang! The metal collided and sealed the camp's sight lines. He left one sentence outside the gate. I'm going to see whether the ingredient is fresh. Chaoyun pulled up the camp gate with a swift motion. The metal parts scraped against each other, producing a harsh noise. Stepping onto the muddy ground outside, he could feel the scorching heat through the rubber soles of his shoes. The earth element mice in this area had long since fled. 50 meters ahead, a massive creature was lowering its head, sniffing the scent of humans emanating from the camp. Measuring over 5 meters in length, its body was covered in dark red scales. A ring of mane around its neck was ablaze with flickering white flames. Every breath it took sent sparks flying from its nostrils, striking the ground and causing the gravel to crackle. Silver-grade flame lion. If this creature were released into the Iron Eagle Base City, it could melt half of the outer district into molten iron in less than 10 minutes. Chaoyun stood his ground without taking a defensive stance. Gripping the old kitchen knife, which had 2 notches on its edge, he sized up the colossal beast. This was not much different from the black-haired pigs just delivered to the logistics warehouse, just a bit larger, and ding! Ingredient identification activated. Target silver-grade beast flame lion raging face. Energy type high-purity fire elemental rage factor. Edible parts lion's heart core energy source tenderloin limb tendon meat. Consumption note: the lion's heart must remain completely intact. Damage exceeding 1 will lead to energy loss and render its medicinal effects null. Best cooking methods: stir-fried lion's heart, fire-grilled tendon meat. Consumption benefits: greatly enhances strength and agility. Special benefit: guaranteed acquisition of permanent physical attribute. Intermediate fire resistance. Chaoyun smacked his lips. Intermediate fire resistance, what a good thing. With this, encountering fire-based ingredients in the future would mean he could simply approach and slice the meat directly. Fire attribute the meat should be firm. Stir-fried at high heat, sliced thinly. The tricky part is that heart. He fixed his gaze on the left side of the flame lion's chest, just below the third rib. The core ingredient is there. Heavy slashes won't do, he can't strike its chest. He can only target the central nervous system, cutting off the blood supply, with one precise stroke, leaving the heart in its most vibrant state. The flame lion sensed the movement and turned its head. It could detect that this human bore no martial energy fluctuations, not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Yet this two-legged creature regarded it as if it were evaluating pork on a butcher's block. The flame lion opened its massive jaws and roared. The sound waves mixed with a stench ruffling Chaoyun's short hair. Its four hind legs bent, muscles bulging. The ground sank beneath it. The massive body of the flame lion, wrapped in waves of heat, lunged directly at Chaoyun. The speed was astonishing, exceeding the visual capture limits of an initial stage martial artist. In Chaoyun's mind, the earth perception alarmed frantically. The vibrations of the surface fed back a precise, three-dimensional model. He jumped earlier than the flame lion, predicting its landing point. His calf muscles contracted. The swift wind step was pushed to its peak. Chaoyun stomped his foot, forcing a leap to the left front. The fireball swept past half a meter to his right. The sleeves of his white work uniform scorched at the edges. The flame lion missed its strike, its two flaming forepaws crashing heavily onto the spot where Chaoyun had been standing. The earth flew in all directions, creating a 2-meter-deep crater. The shockwave sent hundreds of glowing fragments shooting outwards. The distance was too close, there was no way to evade. Several searing fragments hurtled towards Chaoyun's chest. Iron armor activation. Iron main armor double-layered. Chaoyun did not block. An invisible ripple formed over his skin. Smack! Smack! The fragments struck his chest, disintegrating into powder. The kinetic energy and high temperature were weakened by the 2 layers of armor. Chaoyun felt a heaviness in his chest, his body sliding back several meters from the recoil. The skin is really thick and its speed is decent too. Chaoyun shook his aching wrist. A direct confrontation was not an option. His strength, while greatly enhanced by the beast's flesh, still paled in comparison to this silver-grade opponent. He needed to preserve the lion's heart. He could only go for the bones. Chaoyun leaned forward, lowering his center of gravity. The perspective of butcher's dissection unfolded. The surrounding flames dimmed. The flame lion before him was completely deconstructed. Thick, dark red scales, sturdy bones, and surging vitality transformed into interwoven red and blue lines. Found it. Just below the ring of flaming mane at the juncture of the third cervical vertebra. Every time it turned its head or landed from a leap, a very brief gap would be exposed there. If the knife was fast enough and the angle sharp enough, he could slice through the central nervous system along that gap. The next 20 minutes turned into a tug-of war in the wilderness. Chaoyun did not retaliate. He circled around the flame lion. Earth perception provided predictions, while swift wind step gave bursts of speed. He avoided all of the flame lion's lunges, bites, and tail swipes. He was not greedy for strikes. As long as he couldn't deliver a fatal blow and could preserve the lion's heart, he wouldn't even raise a hand. The flame lion grew increasingly agitated. The surrounding muddy ground was plowed into deep grooves. The temperature continued to rise. The hem of Chaoyun's tattered work uniform was scorched to a char. Sweat trickled down his forehead, instantly evaporated by the high heat. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Chaoyun's breathing accelerated. Yet that red gap in his sight became increasingly clear. The flame lion halted, no longer lunging. Its forelegs dug into the ground, its chest swelling dramatically. The temperature around it soared. The silver-grade beast's deadly move, a wide-range fire breath. In a fan-shaped spread, there was no place to hide. A big movement, a wind-up. The flame lion raised its neck, the orange-eared glow deep in its throat about to burst forth. Its body fell into a brief rigidity. Now is the time. Chaoyun advanced, instead of retreating, bracing against the rising heat ahead, his thigh muscles tensing with a dull thud. The swift wind step operated at overload. He slid against the scalding ground, advancing towards that gaping maw. The distance was 0. The flames in the flame lion's throat reached its tongue. Chaoyun's right hand wielded the old kitchen knife, following the red line indicated by butcher's dissection. There were no fancy martial techniques, just the muscle memory honed from years of slicing meat as a chef. The blade flipped, sliding into the gap beneath the flaming mane. It peeled back the hide, avoiding the cervical vertebrae. The tip of the knife grazed the thick carotid artery. Sizzle! A dark red column of blood gushed from the flame lion's neck. The scalding beast's blood shot up 3 meters high, directly extinguishing the flame breath in its throat. The enormous force prevented the flame lion's massive body from stopping, crashing over Chaoyun's head and heavily smashing into the ground behind him. The 5-meter-long carcass slid several meters over the scorched earth, carving out a bloody trench. It twitched twice, its hind legs weakly kicking before falling still. It didn't even let out a cry. Chaoyun rolled over and stood up several meters away. He shook off the blood droplets from the old kitchen knife and sheathed it back into his belt. He brushed the dust off his work uniform. Ding. Silver-grade beast flame lion killed. Detected that the host has achieved an over-level kill beginning to extract high-grade ingredients. Ding. Lion's heart extraction successful. Integrity 100. Ding. Tenderloin and limb tendon meat extraction successful. Ingredients have been stored in the system's preservation space with no energy loss. The massive lion carcass quickly shriveled, the most essential parts disappearing. Chaoyun clapped his hands. The meat is preserved well. When I get back later, he'll make a stir-fried lion's heart for a midnight snack. He turned and prepared to return to the camp to check if the soup was divided yet. Several disheveled figures scrambled up the dirt slope. A few elite class students had been tracking an injured bronze-grade beast straying from the defense line and accidentally stumbling into this area. As soon as they emerged, the leader of the elite class knelt weakly on the dirt slope. Through the heat haze that lingered in the wilderness, he clearly saw the silver-grade flame lion capable of decimating the entire outer defense line lying in a pool of blood. The wound was smooth as single-strike lethal. In front of the corpse stood a figure in a white work uniform. That person was casually tucking an old tattered kitchen knife back into their belt. Who is that? A nearby student stuttered. Instantly killed a silver-grade. When did a martial arts master arrive at the front lines? The front line command center. Inside the command tent, the breaths of the crowd were deliberately suppressed, and the faint humming of the spiritual energy communication station sounded particularly harsh. Repeat what you just said. Chun Feng seized the collar of the communication soldier, veins bulging on his forehead. What did those scouts actually see? The communication soldier swallowed hard. Report, instructor. They found the corpse of a silver-grade flame lion in the scorched earth area 1 kilometer from the rear camp. 1 strike to kill. The wound is smooth, severing the carotid artery and the nerve center, leaving no signs of struggle. There was also a person standing next to the corpse holding a knife. Chun Feng released his grip and threw the communication soldier back onto the chair. A silver-grade beast was killed in 1 strike. Still in the assessment perimeter of Iron Eagle Academy. Such absurd intelligence would have led him to flay the person who reported false military information under normal circumstances. But indeed, the front line had not faced an assault from silver-grade beasts. The beast that charged towards the camp was indeed intercepted midway. Chun Feng approached the tactical sand table, his finger heavily poking at the coordinates 5 kilometers away. He grabbed the intercom and switched to the elite team communication channel. Zhou Tianyi, Sun Yanwei, who led a team away from the defense line to the outskirts. Did you use all your trump cards against high-level beasts? A heavy panting came from the other end of the spiritual energy communicator, mixed with the sound of the thunder battle body crushing the bones of the beast. Zhou Tianyi's fist, surrounded by dazzling thunder light, instantly pierced through the skull of a bronze-grade earth rat, casually tossing aside the remains as he pressed down on the tactical earpiece. Instructor Chun, I've been holding the beast tied on the front line. That was a silver-grade beast. Even if I unleash my thunder battle body and use family treasures, I can't achieve a 1-strike kill. Zhou Tianyi wiped away the blood on his hands. He considered himself the undisputed best of Iron Eagle Academy, but such a feat was something he couldn't even dare to imagine. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Nianwei's voice then came through. It wasn't me. On the left flank of the defense line, Su Nianwei drew out an ice blue short sword with a swift motion. A knife that can sever the nerve center. Such knife skills and control are rare throughout the entire Iron Eagle base city. Discussions erupted inside the tent. All the top students above the martial master level denied it. Cold sweat trickled down Chun Feng's back. Even wearing a tactical suit inscribed with constant temperature patterns, he felt a chill penetrating his spine. Let alone students, even he as a practical instructor would be reduced to ashes when confronted with a raging silver-grade flame lion. Could it be that Dean Fengzheng secretly intervened? Or was it a passing high-level martial saint? Apart from that, he couldn't find another figure nearby the base city capable of slaying a silver-grade beast with a single strike. This was definitely a living Yama. Chun Feng heavily pressed the red button for the all-frequency broadcast, his voice tense. Everyone listen up. Immediately retract the defense line. There seems to be a peerless strongman passing through the outer area. Everyone lower your heads and close your eyes. Anyone daring to approach and spy will be treated as a traitor. Rear camp. Chaoyun avoided the patrolling students and slipped back to the front of the large iron pot in the shadows. In the system preservation space, there lay a massive heart of a flame lion. The crimson flesh surface was intact with fire-type energy locked inside. If the knife had deviated even half an inch, the violent factors within the heart would have burst through the blood vessels, ruining the medicinal effect. Brother. Lin Mu ran over with a rolled-edge fire axe drenched in sweat, his white coat stained with blood. Where did you go just now? He tossed the axe to the ground, gasping heavily. It's chaotic outside. Ooh, I've heard there's a silver-grade beast appearing. The instructor is calling for a retraction of the defense line, saying there's a hidden powerhouse who kills without blinking. Linmu took a couple of steps closer, sniffing hard, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Brother, why do you have a strange meaty aroma on you? Although it seems to be burned, it smells really tempting. His gaze dropped, fixating on the apron at Chaoyun's waist. The hem had burned a large black hole with edges still dropping black ash. That was caused by sparks when the flame line pounced. Chaoyun looked down and tore off a piece of crispy fabric. He hadn't controlled the heat well. Cooking the soup too close had caused it to burn. Next time he needed to switch to a long-handled spoon. He smoothed the hem of the apron, retied the straps behind his waist tightly. Linmu scratched the back of his head, staring at the charred hole and the large iron pot. Can cooking soup burn a half-foot wide hole in the apron? How hot must that fire have been? Chaoyun pulled out a stack of clean bowls from under the cutting board, stacking them beside. All right, go help the lightly injured classmates into the tent. The soup at the bottom of the pot is about to cool down. Linmu thought no more, swallowed hard, and walked towards the injured area with an empty bowl. Not far away, Wang Meng, who had just had his severed arm reattached, leaned against an armored vehicle. Seeing Chaoyun standing there intact serving soup, he let out a sigh of relief. Just now he truly thought this cook was going to stuff the silver-grade beast's teeth. Chaoyun placed the old knife, which had been chipped, back into the knife holder. He couldn't expose his strength now. And a grade logistics soldier killing a silver-grade beast would definitely lead the higher-ups to seize him for slicing. He continued to play dumb, letting these geniuses hold the line ahead while he harvested top-tier ingredients in the rear. That was the most comfortable strategy. In the deep night, the frontline beast-tied assault slowed, and the defense line entered a period of rest. Chaoyun lay on a single military bed, closing his eyes and entering the system space. In front of the metal cutting board, Chaoyun grabbed the heart of the silver-grade flame lion. The searing heat radiated through, making the surrounding air scorchingly hot. The core part of high-level fire-type beasts cannot come into contact with water. Even a drop can cause an explosion. He drew out the exclusive bone-removing knife. The blade sliced into the crimson muscles texture. Without needing to mobilize martial arts' true energy, he relied entirely on the technique of butcher's art. The knife moved swiftly. Slices of lion heart meat fell onto the porcelain plate, the cuts smooth and bloodless. With his left hand, he pressed down the stove switch. Turning the heat high, the cast iron pot glowed red. He poured in oil. Chaoyun lifted the porcelain plate and placed the sliced lion heart into the pot. As the ingredients made contact with the boiling oil, a dark red flame shot up over a meter high with a loud roar. Pure fire-type energy surged out wildly. The temperature in the space skyrocketed. Chaoyun did not retreat, gripping the edge of the iron pot with his left hand. Controlling the pot with one hand, his forearm muscles bulged. He flipped the pot and tossed the ladle. Using wrist strength, he kept the flame column firmly pressed at the bottom of the pot, ensuring the lion heart meat was evenly heated at high temperatures. The meat slices curled, changing from bright red to dark red. Those black violent factors which could drive martial masters into madness on the spot were forcefully crushed and stripped by the system's laws, dispersing into harmless blue smoke, leaving only the most refined essence of vitality at the bottom of the pot. He lifted the pot to serve. Ding! Cooking explosive stir-fried flame lion heart successful. Quality supreme. Chaoyun didn't even pick up chopsticks, but lifted the plate and poured the scalding lion heart slices into his mouth. The dominating heat surged down the esophagus, releasing completely in the stomach like boiling lava. The heat transformed into scalding filaments, washing through every limb and bone. Muscle fibers broke under the burning, then reformed with the pure energy, growing increasingly resilient. A prompt popped up before his retina. Host consumed supreme ingredients: strength 30, agility 20, constitution 15. The physical strength underwent a qualitative change. Gained permanent attribute intermediate fire resistance. Chaoyun's entire body cracked with a series of explosive sounds. Body temperature soared. Dark red impurities seeped through the skin's surface, instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and that layer containing pure vitality completely vanished into the depths of the blood vessels. Current strength 113 points. Overall combat power steadily stepped into the mid-level martial master. Relying on swift wind step and this physique, he could kill martial masters at the late stage of cultivation with his bare hands without using a kitchen knife. Even Zhou Tiany's proud thunder battle body, he was confident he could punch through its defenses. Just as he adapted to the strength within his body, a deep ancient bell rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. System progress, updated culinary path, training breakthrough. Current chef level bronze chef. Resolution of the ancient culinary canon increased to 8. A large amount of information flashed on the screen. Unlocked culinary specialization talent. Precise temperature control can perfectly manage the cooking of high-level ingredients, maximizing medicinal absorption rate. System stores synchronized update. Unlocked all black iron level and most bronze level recipes. Opened more supreme cooking permissions for silver-grade ingredients. A flood of recipe information and fire control techniques forcefully flooded into his brain. Chaoyun closed his eyes to digest it. In the future, the dishes he prepared would no longer be merely for blood replenishment and true energy recovery, but could be tailored to the characteristics of the ingredients, creating high-level medicinal dishes with resistance and berserk effects. He opened his eyes, exhaling a puff of white mist laced with heat, his gaze astonishingly bright. Dawn broke. The 3-day live combat assessment had officially come to an end. Dozens of heavy armored transport vehicles rolled over the scorched earth of the outer zone, the convoy grandly returning to the central square of the academy. As the vehicle doors swung open, hundreds of ordinary class students crowded in front of the academic affairs building, where the holographic screen was scrolling the assessment results. The elite class led by Zhou Tianyi occupied the first place on the comprehensive hunting leaderboard. Immediately following a red notice was displayed. Logistics support class awarded special points for providing assistance in treating frontline injured during the assessment, a first in the school's history for medical assistance. A few loud shouts erupted from the crowd. They really gave extra points. My leg was saved thanks to he guest soup. The academic affairs office did something right. Wang Ming's severed hand was reattached on the spot. That pot of bone soup is miraculous. Where's he go? I need to find him with these 2 bronze-level earth mice legs. On the observation platform, Chen Feng stared at the red text on the screen, his fingers tightening around an alloy tactical cup that instantly dented. Warm water leaked through his fingers. He turned his head to see a white figure descending from the last transport vehicle. Chaoyun was wearing work clothes, carrying a charred-bottomed cooking pot with one hand and a canvas bag in the other. His steps were steady. He didn't even glance at the high platform. Rankings, extra points, and commendations were all useless. They couldn't be eaten or exchanged for ingredients. This was the real hard currency. Chen Feng's face, as dark as a pot bottom, was just right for a side dish. Chaoyun slung the bag over his shoulder and blended into the crowd, heading toward. This was the real hard currency. Chen Feng's face, as dark as a pot bottom, was just right for a side dish. Chaoyun slung the bag over his shoulder and blended into the crowd, heading towards the logistics area. In the dormitory area of the 3rd cafeteria, Chaoyun tossed the cooking pot into the sink and hung up the dormitory door lock. He opened the canvas bag and took out chunks of flame lion meat. The energy from the silver-level fire-type beast was volatile. An ordinary person would have their stomach burned through by a single bite. It needed to be tempered with regular ingredients. He pulled out a high-power induction cooker from under the bed, setting up a small iron pot. With a swift motion, he sliced a few pieces of tendon meat. He also cut the potatoes from the cafeteria into large chunks, smashed a few green onions, and tossed everything into the pot. Adding water, he plugged it in and set it to maximum for a chaotic stew. Ding! All things purification activated, violent factors being stripped away. Violent fire poison has been cleared. Cooking mixed meat stew successful, quality good. Chaoyun served out a large half bowl and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Pure vitality flowed down his throat into his stomach, a warm current washing over his bones, enriching his foundation. The remaining potatoes, along with the soup and meat, were all dumped into an oversized stainless steel bowl on the table. The bathroom door swung open. Lin Mu walked out, wiping his wet hair and sniffing. He took 2 steps to the table, picked up the bowl without using chopsticks, and poured it directly into his mouth. Bro, this meat is really chewy. The more you chew, the better it tastes. Lin Mu continued to eat, while swallowing, his skin turning an abnormal red as white steam rose from the top of his head. 10 minutes later, Lin Mu slammed the empty bowl on the table, straightening his back. Vitality surged chaotically within him, his bones cracking rhythmically. His face turned red, and he walked to the corner of the dormitory, his right arm's muscles visibly bulging. Strengthened fist talent activated automatically. A straight punch struck towards the hanging 200-pound heavy sandbag. Bang! The specially made high-strength canvas sandbag split in half. Iron sand mixed with grain sprayed against the wall, landing everywhere. Lin Mu maintained his punching stance, looking down at his fist, and then at the sand on the ground, his lips trembling. Damn! He turned to Chaoyun, raising his voice. Brother Yun, I've reached the peak of a martial apprentice. I've reached the peak of a martial apprentice. If I were in the ordinary class, I could go rob the combat squad leader right now. What the hell did you put in that pot of Chaoyun leaned against the bed frame and tossed over an old towel. Ordinary potato chunks. Nonsense. If potatoes can have this effect, I'll buy up all the potato peels from the cafeteria tomorrow. Lin Mu caught the towel and wiped his face haphazardly. Chaoyun pointed towards the sink. Go wash the dishes. Lin Mu grinned, holding the bowl as he rushed towards the sink. All right, From now on I'll wash all your dishes even if it takes a lifetime. Chaoyun leaned back against the pillow. Ding. Lin Mu's strength breakthrough, gaining gratitude value 150. Good brothers of pure gratitude value ATM. I need to feed him more in the future. Elite class exclusive medical room. The heating was cranked up to maximum, yet the room remained freezing. Su Nianwei curled up on the therapy bed wrapped in 3 layers of temperature-regulating blankets, her body shivering uncontrollably. Her skin had a bluish hue and her lips were dark. The breath she exhaled crystallized in the air. During the assessment, in order to compete for the kill judgment of high-level exotic beasts, she had forcibly activated the unmastered ice sword intent. The cold poison in her meridians erupted prematurely. Tang Yu stood by the bed sweating profusely. Holding a tube of bright red high-grade fire-type soothing potion, she injected it into Su Nianwei's vein. There was no effect. As soon as the fire-type potion entered her bloodstream, it was suppressed by the cold. Nianwei, it's not holding. We need to find Dean Fangzheng. If this drags on your martial arts foundation, we'll be ruined. Su Nianwei gritted her teeth, enduring the pain that caused her muscles to spasm without making a sound. She raised her hand, gripping Tang Yu's uniform sleeve. No, we can't. We have the midterm competition next month. We can't expose any issues, absolutely not. The competition among the elite class is fierce. Once it's discovered that one's foundation is damaged, the position in the first tier will be immediately replaced. Tang Yu tightly grasped her icy wrist. You can't even stand up. Tang Yu paced in front of the bed, thoughts racing to the rumors circulating in the frontline camp. That logistics class guy named Chaoyun cooked a thick soup. Ordinary class, severely injured, could get up after drinking it. It sounds absurd, but there are no other options right now. Wait for me, don't sleep. Tang Yu rushed out after opening the door. 20 minutes later, Tang Yu pushed the door open, panting, holding a stainless steel thermos. This was the base product she obtained in exchange for a bottle of high-grade qi and blood pill she gave to Lin Mu. Unscrewing the lid, a rich, domineering meat aroma filled the infirmary. The heat even melted the ice crystals lingering in the air. Tang Yu poured a small bowl of thick white broth and brought it to Su Nianwei's lips. Drink this, it's the special medicinal dish made by the logistics class. Su Nianwei instinctively turned her head away. She never touched anything of unknown origin. But as the meat aroma penetrated her nostrils, the cold energy rampaging within her suddenly gave rise to a craving. The frozen vitality began to stir. Su Nianwei, guided by Tang Yu's hand, took a sip. The broth slid down her throat without any greasy aftertaste. Pure scalding energy spread in her stomach. This warmth was both domineering and gentle. It did not clash with the cold energy within her, but directly seeped into the frozen meridians. The cold energy was forcibly pushed back. 2 minutes later, Su Nianwei exhaled a long breath. Her lips regained their color, and the frost on her skin evaporated into white smoke. The hidden injury from the ice sword intent that had plagued her for 3 years was suppressed by a bowl of meat soup. Her stiff joints regained sensation. Su Nianwei lifted the blanket and sat up straight. She stared at the thermos in Tang Yu's hand. The cold poison that had stumped the top medical warriors at Iron Eagle Base was resolved by a bowl of soup. Who made this soup? Su Nianwei spoke up. Tang Yu was also stunned. She had initially been grasping at straws. I didn't ask for a name. The ordinary class said it was a guy from the logistics kitchen with a level talent. Su Nianwei did not respond. A level talent, logistics kitchen. These two terms juxtaposed with the miraculous efficacy were utterly absurd. Such control over vitality would require at least a master-level internal strength. A mere plate carrier. Su Nianwei grabbed the deep blue uniform hanging on the coat rack and put it on. She needed to confirm this. The next day at noon, the third cafeteria was bustling with diners. Chaoyun stood in front of the number 3 serving window. Wearing a white work uniform, the edges of his old apron had several burn marks. He held a large stainless steel ladle. In front of him was a long line of ordinary class students who had just finished their practical combat class. Chaoyun scooped up a spoonful of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, flicked his wrist twice, and dropped half of the food into the compartment of the plate with precision. His actions were so practiced, they seemed mechanical. Hey, don't shake your hand, give more meat. A boy in line leaned forward. Chaoyun scooped a spoonful of greens in response. The meat is at the second window. This is the vegetable area. Next, he casually flipped the ladle, and as he looked up, his gaze crossed over the crowd of diners and landed on the shaded path outside. At the end of the path, Su Nianwei was wearing a white training outfit with an ice blue short sword hanging at her waist, standing under a mutated phoenix tree. Students passing by around her all took detours. She looked through the transparent glass wall of the cafeteria at the figure serving food at the number 3 window. Chaoyun's large iron ladle paused for half a second. Su Nianwei tilted her head, slightly scrutinizing the boy in the old apron who was preparing shredded potatoes. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of martial energy. His posture was slouched, resembling an ordinary kitchen helper who had spent years in the back. He lacked the traits of a master. Was he really the one who made that soup? A coincidence, or was it a failed product made from some rare materials? Soon Yinwei turned and left the shaded path. Chaoyun withdrew his gaze. Someone was sharp enough to seek him out. Just by looking, one could not discern as long as he didn't expose himself, no one would uncover the identity of this chef. Dude, you've been holding that ladle for ages. Don't let the shredded potatoes fall, protested a boy holding a tray. Chaoyun swiftly dropped a full ladle of juicy shredded potatoes onto the rice. Next, the first week after the practical assessment, a bizarre scene unfolded at the training ground of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. Ordinary students who would normally be exhausted and panting like dogs by 3 or 4 in the afternoon have recently been training for 3 hours straight without a hint of fatigue, as if they were on a high. Bang! Bang! Li Chong bare-chested landed a heavy punch on the sandbag, causing the hanging chains to rattle loudly. He was sweating profusely, his skin flushed. Wang Ming squatted beside him, holding a cup of water, his eyes nearly popping out. Are you crazy, Chong? Wang Ming swallowed hard. After completing 2 sets of the Tiger Fist and 5 rounds of weighted shuttle runs, your stamina rivals that of the elite class next door, right? Did you secretly buy high-purity vitality pills? Li Chong stopped, grabbed a towel, and wiped the sweat off his face. What a joke. You know I don't have a single coin in my pocket. I can't even buy a scrap of medicine in the black market. Li Chong gasped for breath, his limbs surging with heat. So what's going on? Wang Ming stood up, looking him up and down. With your current state, people would believe you ate a miracle pill. Li Chong scratched the back of his head and leaned in, slightly lowering his voice. These past few days I've been so broke that I can't even afford the synthetic nutritional meals provided by the academy. I can only eat the cheapest communal rice at the 3rd cafeteria. Wang Ming rolled his eyes. The 3rd cafeteria? The place that serves pig slop. Don't joke around. If you eat that, you're lucky if you don't get food poisoning. I'm not kidding. Li Chong insisted. The food at the 3rd cafeteria has been incredible these past few days. Especially the braised cabbage. It has a hint of meat flavor. Eating it makes you feel warm all over and your vitality surges, as if you've soaked for 3 hours in a primary medicinal bath. His voice was not quiet. Several ordinary class students sprawled on the ground, panting, perked up their ears. Is that true? Can the food at the 3rd cafeteria replenish vitality? No wonder Zhang San was so full of energy while practicing his sword today. He also went to the 3rd cafeteria for lunch. The rumor that the food at the 3rd cafeteria can change your fate spread quickly in the lower grade area. As mealtime approached, the normally empty entrance of the 3rd cafeteria was packed with people. These martial arts students, who usually don't back down on the training ground, were all holding stainless steel trays, stretching their necks to look at the food window. The queue stretched for over 100 meters, curving out onto the tree-lined path. Among the crowd, a few elite class students in dark blue uniforms stood out. Zhao Kai had his collar pulled up high, trying to hide his face. He held a food tray larger than his face, obediently standing at the back of the line. Kai, are we really eating here? A nearby junior brother shrank his neck and looked around. If Shou Xiao finds out we're dead meat. Eating leftovers from the logistics class is so humiliating. Zhao Kai slapped the back of the junior brother's head. Shut up. What do you know? Look, Sun Lei from the dorm next door comes here every day, and last night in the fitness test his vitality exceeded mine by 2 points. If this keeps up, he'll be bumped out of the elite class in next month's ranking competition. He swallowed hard, inhaling the delicious aroma in the air, while his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. How much is face worth? First I need to boost my vitality. At the 3rd food window, Chaoyun was wearing an old work uniform with a scorched apron tied around his waist. He held a large stainless steel spoon and served food to the students, methodically standing in a relaxed posture without a hint of a martial artist's demeanor. Move forward, don't push. Chaoyun spoke in a calm tone. No food for those who cut in line today. Next, normally ordinary class students would have flipped tables and walked out if treated this way by the logistics chef. At this moment, Li Chong, standing at the front of the line, was so well behaved that he didn't dare to breathe. Brother He, thank you for your hard work. Please give me 2 more scoops of that cabbage soup. Yes, the one with the oily bits. Li Chong held his tray with both hands, a wide smile on his face. Chaoyun flicked his wrist and accurately scooped a full spoon of braised cabbage into the tray without spilling a drop. The instigator of it all was him. The task on the system panel was blinking with a soft glow. Task: let those who look down on you eat your food. Gratitude points doubled. Chaoyun's heart was clear as a mirror. He changed his strategy and no longer simply favored Lin Mu and Tang Yu. Every night, he would pick out black iron-level exotic beast meat from the system space. After identification and extreme purification to eliminate the violent factors, he extracted a few drops of essential meat juice. In the morning, while cooking a large pot of food, he would add these drops as a high-quality broth. The dosage was diluted to the extreme. For true martial artists, it wouldn't even be enough to get stuck between teeth, but for these newly awakened martial disciples, it was equivalent to a gentle restorative stew. A piece of exotic beast meat the size of a fingernail garnered overwhelming popularity among the entire school. He maintained a calm exterior while the system notifications in his mind rang non-stop. Ding. Li Chong consumed the seasoned large pot dish gratitude points 5. Ding. Wang Ming consumed the seasoned large pot dish gratitude points 5. It was Zhao Kai's turn. He kept his head low, handed his food tray to the window, and gruffly said, "1 portion, please." Chaoyun's eyelids flicked up. Dark blue uniform elite class badge. He recognized this person as Zhou Tiany's sidekick who had mocked the logistics class as a waste collection center on the first day of school. Chaoyun's iron spoon didn't stop. He scooped a ladle of soup and poured it over the rice. Next, Zhao Kai found a corner with his food tray and quickly shoved the food into his mouth. As the food went down, a powerful warmth radiated from his stomach, spreading through his limbs. Zhao Kai shivered with comfort, his eyes turning red. It tasted so good. He had never eaten such hearty large pot rice in his life. Ding. Zhao Kai elite class consumed the seasoned large pot dish, detected that the other party had previously shown severe contempt towards the host. Triggered a doubled humiliation effect. Gratitude points 20. Listening to the crisp notification sounds, Chaoyun's iron spoon moved even more smoothly. Once high and mighty, now he had to obediently wait in line for a few drops of pot water level exotic beast meat juice. This harvesting felt too effortless. Not far away, old Zhao leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen operation area. He wore a grease-stained old apron, holding a Yixing teapot, sipping tea. Through the glass window, he watched everything happening at the food window. Seeing those elite class students mixed in the queue, he grinned. This kid is a freak. Old Zhao murmured to himself. Others might not see the trick, but he, having worked in the kitchen for over 20 years, and with a background as a former grandmaster, couldn't possibly miss the hidden secrets within that pot of cabbage soup. The hidden, perfectly tamed fluctuations of vitality were certainly from the exotic beast. To purify the violent exotic beast meat to such a degree, even high-level martial saints could not achieve it so seamlessly. Chaoyun actually used this strategic resource as seasoning, diluting it into the large pot dish for hundreds of people. With minimal effort, he used exotic beast essence as seasoning, making these little bunnies grateful. Old Zhao stroked his bald chin. He did not intend to expose it. The martial arts community had long forgotten how glorious the culinary path was in ancient times. Now, with such an interesting little fellow appearing, the Iron Eagle-based city, which had been stagnant for over a decade, was likely to stir up a storm. He turned around, humming a slightly off-key wild tune, and strolled back to the storage room. The younger generation is frightening. At my age, I'll just wait to see the show. In the evening, in the exclusive office of the practical instructors, Chen Feng sat behind a solid wooden desk, tapping his fingers on the surface. The air conditioning was set very low, yet he felt hot all over. Dozens of physical test reports had just been compiled and scattered across the desk. Chen Feng grabbed the top ordinary class report, staring at the data comparison. 2/3 of the ordinary class students had increased their vitality by an average of 8% within a week. He forcefully picked up another elite class report. Even those top students with excellent vitality, including Zhao Kai, had a 3% increase. Is this reasonable? Without high-intensity closed-door training or large-scale distribution of high-tier resources, the vitality of new students across the school had surged collectively, which was utterly absurd. Bang! Chen Feng slapped the table. The assistant instructor standing in front of the desk trembled in fear. This is absolutely abnormal. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. An overall increase of 8%. Have these ordinary class waste products collectively mutated? Or did they rob a high-tier pharmacy in the black market? The assistant instructor wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously replied, "Instructor Chun, I checked privately. There are no records of major drug transactions in the black market. The students' recent movements are also quite normal. They go to the training ground and dormitory then." "Then what?" "Stop stammering." Chen Feng glared. "It's the third cafeteria," the assistant instructor said, bracing himself. "There's been talk recently that the large pot dish at the third cafeteria can replenish vitality. Now at noon, there's no space to even step inside that place." "Nonsense." Chen Feng laughed in anger. "How can a bunch of chefs' terrible dishes replenish vitality? Am I hearing a fairy tale?" He tore open the collar of his uniform and paced back and forth in the office. "There's definitely something wrong. I'm currently under scrutiny for privately selling exotic beast training materials. If the students' collective surge in vitality is due to someone secretly conducting illegal drug trials, it will undoubtedly implicate me if it attracts attention from above. Even if this commotion was caused by that logistics class, I cannot allow such an out-of-control situation to happen." He stared at the assistant instructor. "Come with me to the third cafeteria." Bang! the heavy alloy door of the third cafeteria kitchen was kicked open. The door creaked on its hinges and slammed against the wall, causing dust to rain down from above. The logistics students all stopped their tasks. Aunt Zhang, who was washing vegetables, trembled, spilling half a basin of water onto the ground, soaking her cloth shoes. Several boys who were rearranging meat froze in place. Chaoyun stood at the cutting board, an old kitchen knife in hand slicing potatoes. Thud, 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 the potato slices fell onto the board one by one. Chun Feng stepped over the puddle on the floor, the sound of his military boots echoing as he stopped in front of the large pot. He grabbed a long-handled stainless steel ladle, stirred it in the pot a couple of times, and scooped up a ladle of hot soup. Chaoyun, you have some nerve. Chun Feng twisted his wrist, splashing hot soup onto the ground, sending up oil droplets. Who gave you the authority to change the nutritional recipe? What kind of mess have you added to this watery soup? Chun Feng raised his voice. If a student encounters problems and loses their way, can you take responsibility for that? Chun Feng was calculating shrewdly. He was on the verge of being unable to cover up his dealings with the illegal beast training materials, as the city guards were already auditing the accounts. As long as he muddied the waters of the cafeteria, creating an incident with illegal potions, the attention from above would shift. As for whether a level chef would be expelled and imprisoned, that was beyond his consideration. Feeding martial arts students unknown food was a serious crime. It could land him in a military court. Linmu rushed in with a rag. Chun instructor Yun Gu didn't add any random things. Everyone's physical fitness has improved, isn't that a good thing? Shut up. You have no right to interrupt. Chun Feng waved his hand. The inner strength of a mid-tier martial master was unleashed directly. Linmu had just reached the peak of a martial trainee and raised his arms to block. The force from the reinforced fist was dispelled with a gust of wind. He staggered back 4 or 5 steps, his back hitting the iron rack that held the trays. Clang. Dozens of iron trays crashed to the ground. Linmu clutched his right arm, gritting his teeth as he continued to charge forward. Chun instructor, I ate the most. I'm perfectly fine. Don't tarnish my name out of thin air. Chun Feng let out a cold sneer. 2 accompanying staff members stepped forward and firmly held Linmu's shoulders. Chun Feng approached the cutting board, his finger almost poking Chaoyun's nose. An abnormal increase in physical fitness is the result of forbidden drugs that overdraw your qi and blood. Chun Feng slammed the cutting board. How could a worthless person without true energy concoct medicinal dishes? You definitely bought illegal drug powders from the black market. Chaoyun stopped cutting. He picked up a white towel and wiped his fingers clean. Chun Feng was trying to shift the blame for the corruption onto him. If he admitted to having unknown ingredients today, the city guards would come for him tomorrow. Being accused of poisoning would make his parents' lives even harder. He could not back down. He had to rub this guy's face into the ground. Chaoyun threw the towel into the sink and looked at Chun Feng. First, I used leftover extracts from a decommissioned warehouse. It's legal waste utilization and has nothing to do with banned drugs. Second, the ingredients are safe. There's no violent energy. Otherwise, those ordinary class students outside would have long since collapsed and been sent to the infirmary, not leaving it to the instructor to shout here. What are you even? Just because you say it's safe, it is. What exactly is in that pot? Are you brave enough to take it for testing? Third, Chun instructor, yesterday at noon and this morning you had the staff come to my window for the bone broth. You drank it for 2 consecutive days. You came to accuse me of poisoning. Chaoyun tilted his head. Instructor, your appetite is quite discerning. No one in the kitchen spoke. Only the bubbling sound of soup in the large iron pot remained. Someone couldn't hold it in and let out a soft puff. Several logistics students covered their mouths tightly, their shoulders shaking. Aunt Zhang, who was washing vegetables, turned around, her back to them, trembling. He kept claiming that the soup was poisoned, yet he sent people every day to get the soup to drink. The assistant instructor stood at the back, wishing he could bury his face in his collar. Those 2 servings of bone broth were drawn by him with an insulated bucket. After finishing, Chun Feng even leaned back in his chair and praised it, saying it's better than the replenishing soup at Ju Fu Lu in the city. Chun Feng's face turned ashen, the veins on his neck bulging, and his cheek muscles twitched twice. Enough. You're so disrespectful. He snatched the documents from the assistant instructor's hands and slammed them onto the cutting board. You like to cook, huh? Since you admit to using non-standard ingredients, from today onward your personal cafeteria procurement quota will be deducted. The academy won't approve another penny in subsidy for you. Chun Feng pointed at the red stamp on the document. Aren't you capable? I want to see what you'll cook with no money. He turned around and left the kitchen. Go. The assistant instructor and 2 staff members followed him out. The alloy door slammed shut. Linmu broke free, clutching his shoulder, and sat down heavily on a plastic chair. It's over, brother. He ran a hand through his hair. Without a procurement quota, we can't even buy the cheapest synthetic meat. Linmu anxiously slapped his thigh. The cafeteria has a daily task quota. If we can't produce meals, failing 3 assessments means we'll be kicked out. This is cutting off our food supply. Old Zhao strolled over from the corner, holding a well-worn purple clay teapot. He took a sip of tea and shook his head. That Chen Feng is truly ruthless. Old Zhao placed the purple clay pot beside the cutting board. He doesn't get you punished openly, but he's actually squeezing you economically. As a logistics soldier, how can you cook without money to buy rice and vegetables? Why don't you go to the academic affairs office, soften up, and write a self-critique? You can't go against the powers that be. Old Zhao was advising, but his eyes were sizing up Chaoyun. This kid's culinary skills are peculiar, and his composure is rare. Facing the pressure of a mid-tier martial master, his breathing rhythm didn't even falter. Chaoyun remained silent. He looked at the empty ingredient basket. The system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Chen Feng consumed highly diluted bone broth, detecting that the other party had shown severe contempt towards the host. Triggered face-slapping double effect. Gratitude value 100. Ding. The assistant instructor consumed the bone broth, gratitude value 5. Current gratitude value balance, 4,305 points. Quota. Subsidy. Chaoyun tugged at his apron string. He never cared about the money for synthetic trash. In the past few days, the system upgraded him to a bronze chef, perfectly unlocking silver-level ingredient cooking permissions. Living off scraps was progressing too slowly. Since the academy cut off the source of ordinary ingredients, he decided not to pretend anymore. He turned to look northward. That was the underground black market, the most chaotic gray area of the base city. The incomplete beast corpses brought back from the wilderness, the unknown heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the banned violent flesh all circulated over there. With hard currency, anything could be bought. He had no money, but he had a system. Inside the system's storage space, he kept several perfectly purified silver-level fire lion meat steaks, pure blood crystal, with no traces of rage factors. For those martial artists who had long suffered from the chaotic energy of beasts and were stuck at a bottleneck, this item was worth more than life itself. Throwing a small piece into the black market would create a big stir. Chen Feng wanted to suffocate him with a quota worth just a few bucks. Purely a dream. Linmu helped me cover for a shift this afternoon. Chaoyun untied his apron and tossed it onto the cutting board. Linmu looked up. Brother, where are you going? Chaoyun placed the chipped old kitchen knife back into its rack. I'm going to get some game. Chaoyun pushed open the side door of the kitchen, donning a hood and placing his hands in his pockets. Following the dilapidated road behind the academy, he turned into a dark alley in the eastern district. In the eastern district of the Iron Eagle base city, the underground black market. The alley was narrow with flickering microenergy lights above and dark red muck underfoot. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, the sour aroma of low-quality nutritional agents, and the persistent stench of sweat that clung to the warriors. Waterproof tarps lined the sides of the road, piled high, with severed limbs and scattered fragments emitting intense violent energy. A one-armed wilderness hunter sat cross-legged in the muddy water, using his broken weapon to drum on the ground to attract customers. Blind box remains. Today at a bargain price. Come take a look at these furry beast legs. They might hide high-level crystal cores. In the eyes of others, these chaotic remains were all perilous. Blind boxes, a wrong bite could sever one's meridians. But to him, this was an unguarded premium market. Passive skill 10,000 miles of fragrance activated. The system automatically filtered the foul odors, stripping away the scent molecules. The sour, spoiled, and foul odors were forcibly blocked. The purest aromas of ingredients became clear guides, drilling straight into his nostrils. He stood in front of a scarred mercenary's stall. In the corner lay a purple-black shriveled meat sack, oozing purple liquid. Droplets landed on the concrete floor, burning small pits that emitted white smoke. Ding. Identification successful. Bronze level purple marsh frog stomach sac status. Contains high-intensity corrosive poison. Contact leads to decay. Ingredient value premium. Detoxifying seasoning. Can neutralize the greasiness of most meats and grant dishes immunity to toxins. Chaoyun crouched down, pointing at the pile of rotten meat. Boss, how much for this junk? The scarred mercenary, busy cleaning his nails with a cheap alloy dagger, glanced at Chaoyun's tattered work, clothes devoid of any true energy fluctuations, and snorted in derision. Get lost. This is contaminated trash soaked in the poison of a bronze-level purple marsh frog. Even touching it will turn your fingers to water. It's deadly stuff. Oh, bring 2 junior vitality potions to exchange, or get out. Chaoyun stood up and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Keep it to cherish yourself then. This kind of violent toxin evaporates by a fraction every hour. Leave it out for half a day, and even the bones will be corroded away. 500 universal coins. Consider it a blind box to play with, if not, forget it. The mercenary's face instantly darkened, his hand pressed against the hilt of his knife, glaring at Chaoyun. Kid, your eyes are quite sharp. Since you've seen through it, take this hot potato for 800. Consider it making a friend. But I warn you, once you leave this stall, it will turn your bones to ash. Don't come looking for trouble with me. Chaoyun had no interest in haggling, swiftly pulling out 800 universal coins, producing a special isolation bag, and directly tossing the purple-black stomach sack into his canvas bag. The system space instantly contained and purified it. Watching Chaoyun walk away, several nearby vendors gathered around. "Old Scar, did you really sell that death token to that kid with no true energy? He'll probably not survive the night with it." The scarred mercenary toyed with a spiritual source card, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Not my concern, as long as the money is in hand, that's all that matters. But this kid dares to come alone to the black market to buy poison, he's got some guts. You all go watch him closely from behind. Once he succumbs to the poison, we'll go retrieve the money back." Chaoyun ignored the prying eyes that clung to him like a parasite, continuing forward to lock onto his next target. 10 meters ahead, an emaciated old scavenger guarded a broken stall. On the oilcloth lay a few dark red dirt blocks, muddy with not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. The surface was even covered in cracks resembling the common wasteland dirt. Ding! Discovered silver level flame, lion blood condensation, outer layer of crimson flame. Mud perfectly preserves the blood's activity. Consuming it can significantly enhance vitality. Chaoyun walked over, but his gaze did not linger on the red soil. Instead, he directly picked up a low-grade remnant bone at the edge of the stall that was glowing faintly. "Auntie, this bone looks like it can yield some bone glue. I'll take it for 50 coins. The old woman guarded her stall vigilantly, hoarsely shouting, "Don't rummage around. This is a silver-level beast shoulder bone I picked up on the edge of a level 3 danger zone. 500 universal coins, not a cent less." The two tugged back and forth over the worthless bone. Chaoyun displayed great impatience, casually picking up the 4 clumps of red earth containing blood and weighing them in his hand. "Fine, 500 it is. But those scraps of useless clay under the table must be thrown in for free. I need to take them back to fill sand." The old woman, fearing Chaoyun might back out upon seeing the worthless debris, swiftly snatched the spiritual source card from his hand and swiped 500. "Deal. You can take all the mud, no returns." Chaoyun didn't even glance at the clay, stuffing it into his canvas bag along with the worthless bone. The surrounding scavengers looked at Chaoyun as if he were an extraordinarily fat sheep. This kid must be here to collect junk in the black market, picking up trash to buy with no money for medicine, spending 500 on a worthless bone and treating it like treasure. In the next 20 minutes, the scavengers, covertly tailing him, witnessed a mad, garbage shopping spree. He didn't even ask the price for the gray-white wind wolf bones treated as firewood against the wall. He directly packed them for 300. He tossed 100 coins for the gray-blue underworld dry grass used as a footrest, pulling it up by the roots. He asked for neither origin nor quality, only picking out remnants devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, even those that were toxic. His speed was appalling. The toxic remnants others feared all ended up in his backpack. Spending several thousand coins, it couldn't compare to a few boxes of synthetic nutritional meals. However, this batch of premium materials was superior to half a month's worth of the cafeteria's allocations. With this stock, he could undoubtedly elevate the ordinary student's strength in the ranking competition to a new level. The initial accumulation was complete. The canvas bag was already stuffed to the brim. In the narrow alley behind him, the faint sounds of weapons scraping against windbreakers could be heard. At least 5 groups had already set their sights on him, this sheep carrying a full bag of poison. Chaoyun tightened his hood, his right hand subtly moving towards the hilt of the old kitchen knife at his waist. Just as he prepared to turn around and deal with the trailing group in a dead end, the system panel on his retina suddenly erupted with a blaring blood-red warning box. Ding! Highest level alert. Detected rule level remains. The shrill buzzing directly resonated in his mind, the blood light overpowering the dim neon lights of the black market. Chaoyun halted his steps, following the panel's red arrow to look. In the deepest part of the black market, a corner where streetlights could not reach. There were no stalls around, the temperature sharply dropped, and even the bloody smell in the air was frozen. On the ground sat an old man in a tattered gray robe. One-armed, both eyes blinded, eye sockets deep set with wrinkles layered thickly on his face. He sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a lifeless statue. In front of the stall lay a piece of gray bone the size of half a palm, covered in charred lightning patterns, quietly resting on the corner of the oilcloth. A red warning box popped up on the retina. Ding! Appraisal successful. Golden-grade remnant bones of the ancient thunder-pattern tiger, extremely depleted. Ingredient value extremely high. Though the marrow had dried up, the essence of ancient thunder still lingered deep within. It could be used to brew a supreme broth for breakthroughs. Golden grade. In the entire Iron Eagle Bay City, let alone the outer black market, even at the top martial arts auction in the inner city, this level of item wouldn't be encountered for a year and a half. He rubbed his thumb across his index finger's knuckle. Old man, how much for this chunk of charcoal? The blind old man sat cross-legged, his head motionless, his lips barely touching. 1,000. Not a cent less. His voice was raspy. If it were anyone else, hearing that a worthless bone with no spiritual energy was priced at 1,000 common coins would have caused an uproar. He only made one movement. He took out a spiritual source card. Buying a golden grade for 1,000 was practically a steal. Swipe the card. A hand emerged from the sleeve of the gray long gown and swiped the card on the worn-out machine. Beat payment successful. He pinched the edge of the remnant bone with his index and middle fingers. The moment he touched it, ding, detected ancient violent death energy initiating forced purification. Pure, colorless airflow flowed from his fingertips. The blind old man's lifeless face twitched twice. His head turned a full 90 degrees. The black void of his eye sockets was aimed at Chaoyun. What a pure taste. The old man grinned, revealing 2 yellow teeth. Kid, eat this bone and don't get struck by lightning. Chaoyun tucked the bone into his pocket. Without replying, he turned and strode away. The blind old man remained in place, rubbing the stubble on his chin with one arm. He can dispel the death energy of ancient beasts. Where did this character come from? An Iron Eagle-based city. In the back alley, several mercenaries following him abruptly halted. Boss, should we follow? The thin monkey mercenary asked. The scar-faced man slapped the back of the thin monkey's head. Follow what? Are you blind? He bought the goods from the blind old man outright. The scar-faced man wiped the sweat from his brow. Who in this street doesn't know not to touch the blind old man's stall? That kid bought something, and the old man even gave him advice. Definitely a tough character from the inner city. Retreat. The next morning. Smack. A notice was heavily slapped onto the corkboard in the back kitchen of the third cafeteria. The thumbtack pierced through the white paper. A crowd of logistics class students gathered around to watch. Chen Feng, dressed in a brand new instructor's uniform, pointed at the red stamp on the notice and at Chaoyun, who was chopping vegetables at the counter. Chaoyun, since your bones are so tough and you look down on the ingredients allocated by the academy, staying in this back kitchen is a waste of food. From today on, you are transferred to the miscellaneous group, responsible for cleaning the waste materials area of the beast experiment field. Chen Feng straightened his uniform. You can come back to serve dishes only when you write an 8,000-word reflection letter of remorse. The entire back kitchen was left with only the dripping sound of water from a leaky sink. Aunt Zhang, who was washing vegetables, accidentally slipped and spilled half a basin of water onto the tiled floor. Waste area of the beast experiment field. Several boys from the logistics class retreated repeatedly, their faces whiter than paper. The smelliest and most ominous place in the entire academy. Every day, the decayed flesh, waste, blood, and internal organ remnants of the beasts cut down in the martial arts research room were dumped there. A low-level martial apprentice standing at the door for 10 minutes would be overwhelmed by the malevolent energy and throw up, damaging their martial foundation. To let a level who can't even condense true chi clean up the waste materials is tantamount to directly pushing someone to their death. Lin Mu slammed the stainless steel basin in his hand. Clang! The iron basin rolled far away on the ground. Lin Mu's eyes turned red as he charged towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, this is personal revenge. Can that place even accommodate a person? Chaoyun grabbed Lin Mu by the collar and yanked him back to his original spot. Fine then. Chaoyun untied his worn apron from his waist and tossed it onto the counter. I will obey the arrangements. He did not bargain or stutter. Chen Feng had prepared a lot of suppression drafts, but they got stuck in his throat. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can hold out. Chen Feng pointed towards the door. The waste area has 24-hour surveillance. Don't expect anyone to cover for you. 3 trucks of waste materials are delivered to the incinerator on time every day. If even one truck is missing, you can roll out. Chen Feng led 2 staff members out of the cafeteria. Just as they stepped out, the assistant instructor glanced back. Instructor Chun, that kid agreed too easily. He won't be harboring any ill intentions, will he? Harboring what? Chen Feng fished out a cigarette box from his pocket, bit one, and put it in his mouth. Without true chi to protect him, he will be overwhelmed by the malevolent energy in the waste area in no time. Tomorrow morning, you can go directly to the infirmaries more to find him. Inside the cafeteria, Lin Mu was anxiously pacing in circles. Brother Yin, are you crazy? The malevolent energy in that place can drain a person dry. Old Zhao wandered over holding a Yixing teapot. Shao he, your temper. Go to the academic affairs office and apologize if things can still be turned around. With your lack of true chi, going to the waste area is just asking for death. Chaoyun brushed off the flour on his hand. Get to work. Don't forget to add water to the large pot for lunch. Without looking back, he headed towards the back door. Chen Feng was indeed a considerate instructor for his subordinates. Just when he had cut off the funds for buying synthesized decayed meat, he had thrown him into an unguarded treasure trove of beast materials. Take whatever you want without spending a penny. Half an hour later, behind the experimental field, Chaoyun pushed a metal cleaning cart and swiped his card in front of the alloy gate number 3. The iron door slid open. A mixture of blood and the smell of preservatives surged towards him. In 5 concrete pits, various beast remains were stuffed. Dark red miasma floated in the air. If an ordinary person inhaled such high concentration of malevolent energy, their lungs would be burned through on the spot. Chaoyun took a deep breath. There was no discomfort. The system's passive devouring physique functioned at full capacity. The inhaled malevolent energy was forcibly disassembled and devoured, turning into a warm current flowing towards his limbs. He put on industrial rubber gloves, pushing the cart deeper into the pile of waste materials. The system alert began to spam notifications. Ding. Detected fragments of bronze-grade iron-armored bull bones. Can be ground into powder for broth. Ding. Detected silver-grade venomous spike spider molt. Can be refined into gel. Ding. Detected bronze-grade rending wind wolf damaged liver. Can be made into speed-boosting meat sauce. Chaoyun pushed the metal cart, collecting materials as he walked. He single-handedly picked up the malevolent toxic substances that others wouldn't dare touch. At the moment of contact, the system automatically collected them. Stored in space, all violent factors eliminated, leaving only pure ingredients. For hours, he had turned over all 5 concrete pits. He stopped in front of an iron barrel marked with a red warning sign against the wall. The barrel was filled with dark, coagulated blood. Chaoyun inserted his hand inside, prying apart the blood clots. Beneath them was a biochemical isolation box. Lifting the lid revealed a dozen glass test tubes inside. Ding. Detected silver-grade crimson flame python heart blood sample. Status 30, activity loss, extremely high violent fire toxicity content. Ingredient value, an excellent liquid seasoning base that can significantly enhance the potential of meat ingredients. Chaoyun stuffed the box into his canvas bag and zipped it up. He casually scooped the truly useless rotten bones into the cleaning cart and pushed it to the incinerator for disposal. Inside the monitoring room, the duty staff stared at the screen, their jaw nearly dropping onto the desk. It's unbelievable. This kid has been inside for 4 hours without even wearing a mask. How has he not coughed up blood? The staff watching Chaoyun unloading the card on the screen hurriedly grabbed the communicator. Instructor Chen, there's a problem. Chaoyun. He cleared out all the waste from pit number 5. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Mu on the upper bunk was snoring loudly. Chaoyun lay flat on the lower bunk, his consciousness sinking into the chef god space. A large iron pot was set on the stove. Chaoyun manipulated with his mind the purple marsh frog stomach bag he had collected during the day, hovered above the pot. An invisible blade sliced through. The purple-black stomach bag burst open and venom dripped into the heated bottom of the pot. Sizzle, pungent purple smoke billowed up. Then a dozen vials of crimson flame python heart blood shattered. Scarlet blood poured into the purple liquid. The 2 types of violent attribute energy clashed violently at the bottom of the pot. Chaoyun controlled the fire with one hand. The blue flames licked at the bottom of the pot. The heat concentration domain skill activated. High temperature forcibly crushed and compressed the toxins and violent energy. Moisture evaporated. The liquid at the bottom of the pot changed from purplured to a dark red viscous state. The system's purification mechanism activated. All toxins dissipated. A rich and dominant meat aroma filled the entire space. Ding. Cooking successful. Obtain new item, beast blood seasoning sauce, silver grade, 3 bottles. Effect when dripped into any black iron to bronze grade dish. The enhancement effect directly increases by 50. Comes with a trace of violent armor breaking attribute. Consciousness detached. Chaoyun opened his eyes. A transparent glass bottle had appeared in his palm containing a dark red viscous liquid. With this item, the large pot of rice for the ordinary class students tomorrow would surely be enhanced. Martial apprentices who drank this broth would likely be able to shatter the protective true chi of the elite class young masters with their punches. Chaoyun tucked the glass bottle under his pillow, listened to Lin Mu grinding his teeth on the upper bunk, turned over, and closed his eyes peacefully. 30 days remain until the semi-annual grading test. By the flower bed outside the 3rd canteen, Shen Feng extinguished the half of a cheap cigarette in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the direction of the canteen's kitchen. It had been a whole week. He had cut off all of Chaoyun's food quota subsidies, originally thinking that within 3 days he would see that audacious Orank waste kneeling in the academic office to write a self-criticism. But the reality was like a resounding slap to his face, hitting him every day. Have you found out the situation? Shen Feng gritted his teeth, turning to the staff beside him. Does he buy those stinking scraps from the black market every day? Did anyone die today? The staff swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat. Instructor. No one died. Not only that, but the students in the ordinary class have been acting like they've been injected with chicken blood, their chi levels soaring these past few days. Now even a few captains from the elite class are spending high prices hiring people to queue in the logistics class to buy boxed meals. At the same time, in the back kitchen of the 3rd canteen, Chaoyun stood in front of the bubbling large iron pot. He took out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket and removed the wooden cork. Chaoyun's fingertips tilted slightly. A drop of dark red viscous blood essence seasoning fell into the boiling synthetic meat soup. There was no extra sound, but the color of the soup underwent a qualitative change within a tenth of a second. The originally murky gray-white was forcibly shuffled, transforming into a translucent crimson. An aggressively pure chi aroma like an invisible blade pierced through the oil and smoke of the entire logistics area. Outside the canteen, the several captains from the elite class at the front of the line originally pinching their noses in disdain. At the moment the aroma entered their noses, the internal true chi of several peak martial students unexpectedly began to circulate uncontrollably, their pores expanding. Gulch. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva heavily. Lu Haoran, holding a lunchbox, tiptoed forward to squeeze through. The student in front turned around looking impatient. Stop pushing. I've been waiting for an hour. Lu Haoran pulled out his spiritual source card and slapped it on the shoulder of the person in front. Go, 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 I'll pay double the price for your spot. Since eating the big bone soup made by Chaoyun a few days ago, Lu Haoran's chi bottleneck, which had been stuck for half a month, had finally loosened. Now he had no time to bully the logistics class, standing at the entrance of the third canteen, waiting for meals every day. The leading captain of the elite class heavily placed 5 large insulated containers on the counter, and his usual raised chin was now filled with a smile. Chef, he give me 5 servings of big bone soup with extra meat. Our brother Zhao said that this soup is more effective than the medicinal diet at the Gathering Fortune building in the inner city. Chaoyun flipped the ladle with one hand, pouring a full scoop of hot soup onto the plate. The system prompt in his mind flooded the screen. Ding. Ordinary class students consuming premium big bone soup, gratitude value 10. Ding. Elite class captains consuming premium big bone soup, triggering cross-dire shock, gratitude value 50. Current gratitude value balance 18500 points. 18,000 points. While mechanically stirring the ladle, a subtle glimmer passed through the depths of Chaoyun. In the system mall, the exchange progress bar for the book Godly Culinary Arts Mastery of Heat had quietly surpassed 90%. As long as he harvested for a few more days, he could turn this group of martial arts students' rubbish soup into a true high-level warrior's killing technique. In the next 30 days, Chaoyun led a life that appeared almost like that of an ascetic to outsiders. During the day, he wore that faded old apron, standing in front of the window, mechanically wielding the large ladle like an ordinary meal server, without any martial ambition. No one knew that every time he wielded that several dozen pounds heavy iron ladle, it was a compression of his chi within. In the deep night, after Lin Mu in the upper bunk let out a thunderous snore, Chaoyun closed his eyes, his consciousness instantaneously withdrawing. In the system's built-in chef space, the flow of time was entirely different from the outside world. Here no noise could be heard, only the constant warmth of the stove and pure ingredients. A large iron pot was set up on the stove. The legs of fire attribute exotic beasts bought from the black market rolled in the boiling water. He took out a sharp bone knife, slicing along the bone seam. The blade flipped, and the bone marrow was precisely picked into the boiling water. He opened the bottle of blood essence, seasoning dripping in 2 drops. The soup in the pot instantly turned crimson, high temperature, eliciting an extremely pure energy. Chaoyun scooped a bowl of thick soup and tilted his head back to drink it down. The violent fire attribute energy under the system's purification transformed into the purest flow of chi, crashing through his meridians. A layer of fine beads of sweat emerged on the surface of his skin, and his muscle fibers continuously tore and reformed under the high temperature. Ding. Strength 5. Ding. Strength 8. For dozens of consecutive nights, it was bowls of high-level thick soup. Chaoyun moved his arms, and his joints let out a series of crisp sounds. He walked to the corner of the space where the specially made black iron sandbag was located. Without mobilizing any true chi and without assuming the standard martial arts stance, he simply threw a punch lightly, as if stirring with the ladle. Amid the dull sound of impact, the black iron sandbag, which could withstand the full force of a high-level martial master, showed a deep and clear fist marked several inches deep on its surface. Current attributes: strength 158, agility 82, physique 74, perception 50. Chaoyun retracted his hand, looking at his long, clean fingers with distinct knuckles. He was now just one step away from the threshold of a grandmaster's physical body. In the abandoned training ground, mud and water splashed everywhere. After being fed various purified toxins and spider venom, and the shredded meat of the blazing lion, Lin Mu, after nearly a month of one-sided beating training, had finally been pushed to his limits. Lin Mu roared as he punched. The overwhelming chi that had been suppressed for half a month suddenly burst forth. He couldn't control his punch and smashed directly against the edge of the abandoned training ground's old bronze-level exotic beast armor testing device. Crack! The sharp sound of metal breaking echoed. That thickened alloy plate, which even Chen Feng's full-force attack might not be able to penetrate, was smashed through by Lin Yu's chaotic punch, creating a hole. Scalding steam rose from Lin Yu's body. He stared blankly at his fist stuck in the alloy plate, his voice trembling. Brother, this testing device. Wasn't the defense system turned on just now? Did I become a martial master? A student from the logistics class with a level talent had caught up with the progress of the top students in the ordinary class within just a month. Chaoyun tossed aside the training steel pipe in his hand, glancing calmly. In the system space, that golden level thunder pattern tiger bone bought from the blind old man in the black market was still quietly lying in the preservation compartment. That was his trump card for the final stages of the ranking competition. On the 30th day, the last day for registration for the grading test, the registration hall of the academic office was bustling with people. Chaoyun, wearing an old work uniform, stood in front of the automatic form-filling machine. Surrounding students cast curious glances. The logistics class is signing up too. Aren't they just grading based on usual performance? Who knows, probably just trying to go through the motions and get a participation award. Chaoyun ignored the discussions around him, his fingers gliding across the screen. His fingertips never paused, accurately bypassing the logistics support group, hovering over the area at the bottom of the interface marked in blood red. Cross-group challenge. Actual combat group. Beep. Confirm submission non-changeable. The cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the hall. A terminal machine spat out a death waiver receipt, printed with a Red Skull logo. A nearby student from the ordinary class, casually glancing, suddenly trembled, causing the carbon pin he was about to use to fall to the ground with a thud. Cross-group actual combat. The student looked at Chaoyun's cooking class uniform, as if looking at a monster, his voice breaking from extreme shock. You, a logistics soldier without any true chi, are signing up for a death match. Are you crazy? The surrounding students instantly erupted. Everyone put down their pens and surrounded him. Serve as a punching bag on the arena. A girl in combat gear stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Must be desperate for fame, completely unhinged, and probably finds dicing vegetables in the cafeteria too dull, and wants to spend 6 months flatlining in the infirmary morgue. Chaoyun remained silent. With one hand, he withdrew the life-and-death contract receipt, ejected by the machine, and flicked it sharply in midair. The paper crackled crisply. He folded it twice and tucked it into the faded pocket of his work uniform. And then he turned and pushed aside the crowd blocking his path. What's with the brooding act? In round one, he'll face someone who channels true chi. One punch will rupture his internal organs. Ensnaring words rained down from behind. Chaoyun did not pause. He strode straight toward the grand revolving doors of the hall. These noisy fools had no inkling what true death truly looked like. 10 minutes later, the colossal electronic screen in Central Plaza scrolled the final match roster. At the very bottom, the list for the cross-bracket challenge special channel hung alone. Logistics class, Chaoyun, assigned to Group C. The news exploded across the campus network. Inside the general class indoor training hall, Lu Haoran stood before a custom high-density sandbag, staring at the bracket notification flashing on his phone screen. He swung his thick arm. Iron gray chi coiled around his forearm, tensing his bulging muscles. A thunderous fist struck. The sandbag caved deeply inward, its overhead chains rattled violently, shrieking with metallic friction. Lately, Lu Haoran had queued daily at Cafeteria 3, and inexplicably his vital energy surged. The long stagnant bottleneck of his martial apprentice cultivation shattered effortlessly. He assumed it was merely the culmination of latent talent finally awakening. Deep reservoirs rising to the surface. He had no idea it was all due to consuming the communal meals laced with rare beast essence prepared by Chaoyun. A rank cook assigned to Group C. Lu Haoran flexed his wrist, his jowls bunching grotesquely. Placed in my same sub-bracket. A few lackeys hurried over, eager to flatter. Brother, how this guy's first-round opponent is that windblade wielder from the neighboring class. He'll be carved into a bloody gourd before he even sets foot on the platform. No. That won't do. Lu Haoran spat onto the rubber floor, his voice thick with contempt. If he collapses in round 1, who'll I vent my rage on in round 2? He clenched his fist. The knuckles popped sharply. So long as he survives round 1, I'll break both his legs myself on the arena stage. Then smash every last stove in logistics into scrap metal. Elite class climate-controlled lounge. Cool air whispered from the central AC. Zhao Kai slouched deep into a premium leather sofa, cradling the latest model communicator, his thumb scrolling feverishly across the screen. Young Master Zhou, look at the campus forum. Over 3,000 replies already. Zhao Kai slapped his thigh and shot upright, thrusting the screen forward. Everyone's calling our Iron Eagle division mad. There's a lunatic among us. A mere logistics grunt thinks he's elite enough to register for combat division. Zhou Tianyi sat cross-legged before a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. His tall, imposing frame remained immovable as mountains. Arcs of azure lightning danced ceaselessly across his fingertips, whispering faint, crisp crackles. He didn't so much as glance at Zhao Kai's outburst. A petty clown. Nothing but hollow spectacle, Zhou Tianyi murmured, his voice dripping with haughty condescension. Martial Dao is a solemn art of slaughter. Not some trivial game where stray cats and dogs brandish kitchen knives and presume to crash the gates. And the lightning at his fingertips blazed fiercely. And the Academy's regulations are absurd. Were it permitted, I'd personally petition Academic Affairs to revoke his eligibility, spare the ranking tournament grounds from being sullied by his presence. Exactly. Young Master Zhou speaks absolute truth. That trash stepping onto the arena would only stain Iron Eagle Academy's honor. In a corner against the wall, Su Nianwei sat alone in a single-person armchair. And she held a specially woven silk cloth, meticulously polishing an ice blue short sword. Hearing Zhao Kai and Zhou Tianyi's exchange, Su Nianwei paused mid-stroke. And she lifted her head. In through the vast transparent glass her gaze drifted far, toward the direction of Cafeteria 3. Only a grease-stained chimney protruded into view. Memory flashed, days earlier in the medical wing. Tang Yu had entered carrying a thermos, handing her a steaming bowl of rich marrow soup. She'd initially refused such coarse fare, but under Tang Yu's quiet insistence, she swallowed a single mouthful. An overwhelming wave of warmth erupted down her throat, forcibly suppressing the chronic icy injury festering within her meridians. Its potency dwarfed even the third-tier medicinal agents her Su clan had procured at exorbitant cost, tenfold stronger. Now the man who'd brewed that broth had become the entire school's laughingstock. Su Nianwei tilted her head slightly. Not cook. And she offered no reply to Zhou Tianyi's words, only lowered her gaze once more and resumed polishing the blade with slow, deliberate strokes. Meanwhile, deep in Cafeteria 3's kitchen, Lin Mu dashed frantically, sweat drenching his brow as he circled the chopping block. And brother, you're still slicing potatoes. Lin Mu grabbed his hair and yanked hard twice. Don't you know you've been assigned to Group C? That's the death bracket, filled with rank prodigies and elite-class cast-offs. Chaoyun stood motionless before the chopping block. Knees-worn knife rose and fell with unwavering rhythm. And potatoes dissolved beneath his blade, transformed instantly into slender, perfectly uniform shreds. And look at the match tree diagram. Lin Mu shoved his phone directly beside Chaoyun's hand, jabbing the screen with his finger. Win round 1 and round 2 pits you directly against that bastard Lu Haoran. This gives you zero breathing room. It's definitely Chun Feng's doing. And several logistics classmates dropped their tasks and crowded close, urging caution. Chaoyun, just withdraw. Go to Academic Affairs right now. There's no shame in it. And you signed a liability waiver before stepping on that stage. If you're crippled, the Academy won't cover a single credit of medical expenses. Right? Why risk it? We're perfectly safe here in logistics. Cooking, serving, living quietly. Everyone's lining up for your improved meals these days. Why wade into this treacherous current? Chaoyun pressed his wrist downward. And the knife's blunt edge struck the wooden block with a sharp, clean clack. And he tossed the knife aside, picked up a clean white towel, and wiped starch water from his fingers with unhurried precision. This bracket assignment is excellent, Chaoyun said, tossing the towel into the sink. And Lin Mu froze mouth. Agape. Excellent. How is it excellent? It's sending you to your death. And Chaoyun reached into the thermostatic cabinet behind him and drew out a slab of exotic beast hindquarter, still oozing violet fluid. He had extracted it last night using the system. And he offered no explanation. NY scour the entire academy searching for targets. These punching bags had lined up themselves, delivering gratitude value quests straight to his doorstep. Where else could such fortune be found? And he lifted the iron basin brimming with shredded potatoes and poured it all into the adjacent cauldron of boiling water. In office of the Vice Dean Academic Affairs. Chun Feng slammed a printed match roster onto the desk. In the sheet, slid half a meter across the rosewood surface, stopping before Feng Zheng. Chun Feng adopted an expression of profound anguish. Dean Feng, please look. This Chaoyun, utterly arrogant, reckless, insisted on registering for cross-bracket challenge. And then the computer system randomly assigned him straight into the Tiger's Den Group C. Chun Feng braced his palms on the desk's edge, leaning forward intently. Pick any single contestant from Group C. They'd cripple him beyond recovery in seconds. Chun Feng raised his voice. To safeguard our students' physical well-being, I strongly urge immediate rejection of his application. Declare him forfeit outright. Send him back to logistics to scrub dishes for the rest of his days. In this two-pronged maneuver was ruthlessly calculated. First, manipulate the assignment behind the scenes. Dump Chaoyun into certain death. And then rush to the vice dean, feigning concern for student safety, pressuring him to withdraw. Without ever setting foot on the arena, Chaoyun would be permanently branded a coward. Feng Zheng sat behind his expansive rosewood desk. Two glossy aged walnuts rotated slowly in his palm. Click-clack, click-clack. Feng Zheng lowered his eyes, scanning the roster, stopping at the name at the very bottom. In random. Since the assignment was computer-generated, we abide by protocol. Fang Zheng emphasized the word random. Chen Feng's forced smile froze his Adam's apple bobbed. Dean Fang, if a fatality occurs. Fang Zheng lifted the black lacquer fountain pen from his desk and removed its cap. The oppressive aura of a grandmaster rippled across the desktop. Chen Feng felt his shoulders buckle, his knees tremble. Adults bear responsibility for their own choices. Fang Zheng hovered the pen above the approval column, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the stark black characters against white paper. If he dared to register, let him step onto the stage. The pen flew, bold incisive strokes carved the two characters, approved, deep into the page. On the eve of the ranking competition, the kitchen of the third cafeteria had long been darkened. His consciousness sank, crossing an invisible barrier. He stood in the chef's space of the system, pristine and capable of precisely controlling even the flow of spiritual energy. On a specially made alloy cutting board lay a dark red meat steak. This was the core heart meat he personally sliced from the silver-grade blazing lion he had hunted in the wilderness a few days earlier using a bone knife. The surface of the meat steak shone with a fiery red glow, radiating an alarming heat. If this were thrown onto the black market, it could make mercenaries stuck at the initial stage of martial arts lose their minds. Chaoyun picked up a kitchen knife. Let's start. A pure black custom iron pot hovered in midair, with azure blue spiritual flames igniting beneath it. Special beast oil slid into the pot, melting away. Flames leaped up and the temperature in the space soared. The steak sizzled as it touched the high-temperature pot bottom, creating a dark red fire column soaring half a meter high. The violent fire essence desperately tried to escape. Chaoyun's wrist flicked, and the iron spoon pressed precisely in the center of the steak. The precise temperature control auxiliary talent operated fully. He forcefully compressed and locked all the violent energy within every fiber of the meat steak. Oil splattered, and the aroma of the meat mixed with the overwhelming energy crashing through the space. Ding! Successfully cooked the juicy, blazing lion steak. Quality supreme. Chaoyun reached out to grab the sizzling hot steak, taking a big bite. The scalding meat juice exploded in his mouth, and the scorching energy surged down his esophagus into his stomach, rushing through his limbs. The muscle fibers tore under the high temperature, then reassembled with the abnormal recovery ability of his gluttonous physique. His whole body creaked, every inch of his tendons being reshaped. A dark red sheen surfaced on his skin. Ding! Host consumed a supreme silver-grade ingredient, strength 4, constitution 3. Ding! Host's physical strength has reached the current stage threshold. Intermediate flame resistance resonates deeply with iron armor. Body physical defense reaches the peak of martial artist late stage. Chaoyun exhaled a breath of scalding white mist which sprayed onto the stainless steel countertop, scorching a shallow imprint. He moved his neck and his cervical vertebrae cracked. A truly terrifying physical body, so tough that even ordinary martial artists could not break through his skin with their blades. The timing is just right. Chaoyun exited the space. In the dormitory, Lin Mu was snoring. He rolled out of bed and pushed open the iron door leading from the kitchen to the backyard. In the corner of the backyard where old cardboard boxes were piled up year-round, a small flame flickered. Old Zhao sat on a long bench puffing on cheap dry tobacco. Old Zhao, not sleeping in the middle of the night, practicing cultivation here. Chaoyun approached. Old Zhao took 2 hard puffs of smoke, knocked the pipe against the sole of his shoe, scattering ash everywhere. He fished out a long object wrapped in layers of oil paper from the bench and casually tossed it over. Take this. Chaoyun reached out to catch it. His wrist sank directly. So heavy. Even the heavy chopping knife used for cutting large bones in the kitchen was not this heavy. He tore open the outer layer of waterproof oil paper smeared with grease. Inside was an extremely old kitchen knife. The back of the knife was thick, the blade a dull gray color, completely non-reflective. The edge had several noticeable chips. With this appearance, no one would even want to pick it up at a recycling station. This broken piece of iron has been with me for over 30 years. Old Zhao exhaled a puff of smoke. Now I find it dull for cutting ribs. You brat, since you want to embarrass yourself tomorrow, at least take a decent tool with you. Don't let them say our logistics team can't even produce a proper knife. Oh, I can't afford to lose face. Suspected ancient kitchen tool shard. Additional effect: physical cutting power permanently increased by 30. Passive attribute: unbreakable attacks. Below on his retina, a row of pale golden characters danced wildly. Ding. Identification successful. Nameless kitchen knife, extreme damage version. Quality silver, grade superior. Suspected ancient kitchen tool shard. Additional effect: physical cutting power permanently increased by 30. Passive attribute: unbreakable attacks. Below grandmaster level cannot break it. Chaoyun's breath hitched. Silver, grade superior. Ancient shard. Even grandmasters cannot break it. This broken kitchen knife, which he found dull for cutting ribs, was a top-tier weapon that would make the martial arts families in the inner city fight over it. This old man is definitely not an ordinary cafeteria cook. Chaoyun asked no questions and secured the ancient relic to the faded old apron at his waist. Thanks, old Zhao. Old Zhao waved his hand. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't die on stage tomorrow. I'd have to spend money to buy you a coffin. The current funeral expenses are not cheap. Chaoyun turned and walked toward the dormitory, waving his hand behind him to old Zhao. The next morning sunlight illuminated the academy's enormous circular martial arena. All 3,000 faculty and students of the school were present. The stands were packed with heads, and the noise was deafening. Various recording artifacts buzzed and hovered in the air, capturing this semi-annual grand event from all angles. Have you heard? That a grade waste from the logistics team really dares to come. Damn, is he not afraid of dying? Group C is full of tough characters. He probably wants to get famous so badly that he's risking his life for attention. In the eastern stands the ordinary class camp. Lu Haoran clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, the flesh on his face trembling. If this kid gets crippled in the first round, who am I going to find for fun? A lackey beside him chimed in, Brother, how, don't worry. With his small frame, he's probably so scared that his legs are soft. There's no need for you to step in. In the exclusive VIP area for the elite class at the highest point of the stands, Zhou Tianyi sat on a genuine leather sofa, his fingertips dancing with blue lightning. He did not look at the ring below, just a clown trying to attract attention. Martial arts is a skill of killing, casually taking a kitchen knife to play tricks. Zhao Kai nodded repeatedly. Young Master Zhou is right. This kind of trash stepping onto the stage would only dirty the ring. In the corner, Su Nianwei was wiping her ice blue short sword. Hearing Zhou Tianyi's words, she paused for a moment and turned to look at the entrance passage below. In the entire martial arena, the only sound was the faint humming of spiritual energy as the recording stones operated. A figure walked out from the contestant passage of Ring C. Chaoyun was dressed in the white uniform of the cooking team, with the faded old apron loosely tied around his waist, wearing cheap black cloth, shoes not in battle attire, and not wearing any protective gear. A chipped old kitchen knife was tucked into his lower back. The stands erupted in laughter. I can't believe it, he really brought the kitchen knife from the kitchen. Is this guy here to be funny? Not even wearing a heart guard. Incredible, this look could guarantee laughter for an entire year at the Iron Eagle base city. On the instructor's seat, Chen Feng leaned back with his legs crossed. Dean Fong, take a look, this is the contestant you approved for the stage. Our academy's reputation is about to be ruined by him. Dean Fong sat in the main seat, turning an old walnut in his hand without responding. Chaoyun listened to the surrounding mockery. His steps were steady and his breathing was calm. Each step he took on the alloy floor contained a unique rhythm. He reached the edge of ring 1, pressed one hand against the railing, and lightly leaped, landing in the center of the ring. Match 1, Group C, Sun Chong of the ordinary class versus Chaoyun of the logistics class. The referee raised his right hand and brought it down sharply. The announcement echoed across the circular martial arena through the loudspeaker. A wave of raucous laughter erupted from the stands. He couldn't even keep up with dishwashing in the kitchen. Now he's come here to stir fry. Look at that tattered apron tied around his waist, stained with grease spots. Sun Chong, move quickly. Kick this chef off the platform before he delays the main matches. Several students from the ordinary class stood up and whistled down toward the arena floor. Some even pulled out snacks and began chewing. Students from the elite class shook their heads in disapproval. To these martial cultivators, steeped in strength, clad in advanced gear, Chaoyun's attire was nothing short of an affront to the martial way. In the instructor's gallery, instructor Chen Feng sat with one leg crossed over the other, sipped water from his tactical canteen, and leaned back comfortably, watching the spectacle unfold. He turned slightly toward the administrative officer beside him. Watch closely. He'll be carried off on a stretcher within 30 seconds. Defying the academic affairs office carries such consequences. The officer nodded vigorously. From the waiting area, Lu Haoran folded his arms and shouted upward. Sun Chong, don't just kick him off outright. Give this chef a proper lesson. Let him understand what the martial arena truly represents. Chaoyun ascended the steps leisurely and stepped onto the arena platform. Ignoring the torrent of mockery, he stood motionless at the center. Opposite him stood Sun Chong, 185 meters tall, clad in black form-fitting combat gear, his bulging muscles rippling beneath tight fabric. Hey chef, Sun Chong cracked his neck, a vertebrae popped audibly. At the referee's signal, Sun Chong roared, and his true chi surged forth. His Class C talent iron arms activated instantly. His forearms swelled visibly, their surfaces shimmering with a hard, ashen metallic luster. Will you walk off yourself, or shall I snap your ribs and toss you down? Sun Chong strode forward, closing the distance with heavy, deliberate steps. Chaoyun rested his right hand lightly on the hilt of the old cleaver tucked behind his waist. You talk too much. The words had barely left his lips when Chaoyun moved. Blood surged through his leg meridians at blinding speed. Yet no thunderous burst of true chi, no dazzling flare of martial technique accompanied his motion. He simply took one casual step forward. Before 3,000 pairs of eyes, Chaoyun's figure blurred. One moment, he stood 3 meters away. The next, he stood half a meter from Sun Chong's chest. What a... Sun Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even registered how this logistic soldier had crossed the distance. Instinctively, he raised his prized ashen iron arms, crossing them protectively over his torso. Chaoyun drew back his right hand in a reverse pull. From the blade handed to him by old Zhao, a battered nicked kitchen cleaver, he unsheathed it smoothly. The art of butchering oxen, perception mode activated. Golden data streams flickered rapidly across his retinas. Sun Chong's supposedly impregnable iron arm defense dissolved before his gaze into countless interwoven muscle fibers of varying thickness. Precisely where the two arms crossed at the joint, a fragile crimson node glowed vividly. Chaoyun did not wield the blade's edge. Instead, his wrist twisted sharply. The worn cleaver descended, not with a slash, but with crushing pressure, striking the crimson node with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! A muffled impact reverberated across the arena floor. The ashen metallic sheen coating Sun Chong's arms shattered instantly upon contact with the cleaver's blunt back, a violent shockwave penetrating deep into his body. His defense collapsed. Sun Chong didn't even have time to cry out. His feet lifted off the ground as he flew backward, crashing through the safety net beyond the arena's edge and slamming onto the cushioned rubber mat outside. He rolled twice, then lay utterly still. His arms hung limp at his sides, joints fully dislocated. Instant victory. The entire circular martial arena fell silent. The clamor, the jeers, the whistles, all severed mid-breath. The live commentary feed on the giant screen froze momentarily. Only the faint hum of spiritual energy from a dozen hovering recording stones and the whisper of wind through the stands filled the void. 3,000 faculty and students gaped, jaws agape, transfixed upon the slender figure standing alone on the platform, dressed in a faded work uniform. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For a full 3 seconds, not a single voice broke the silence across the vast arena. Chaoyun rotated his wrist and slid the old cleaver back into its place on his apron's waistband. His movement was effortless, natural. He smoothed a slight wrinkle from his jacket. Clack! In the instructor's gallery, Instructor Chun Feng's tactical canteen slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the stone steps. Its lid flew off, a warm water spilled across the stairs, trickling downward and soaking his combat boots. Chun Feng shot upright from his seat, gripping the railing before him with both hands, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. That was the Class C Iron Arms talent, among the top 10 defensive specialists in the ordinary class. And yet, an A-rank chef with no detectable true chi had disabled it with a single blow from the back of a cleaver. Impossible! Chun Feng cried out, his voice cracking shrilly. In the waiting area, Lu Haoran, who moments earlier had stood arms folded eagerly awaiting the show, now staggered backward, knees buckling, knocking over the folding chair behind him. His mouth hung open, emitting only guttural choking sounds. No coherent word escaped. Just moments ago he'd been shouting he'd personally break Chaoyun's legs. Now staring at Sun Chong's unconscious form sprawled on the rubber mat nearby, cold sweat streamed down Lu Haoran's temples. At the central podium, Vice Dean Feng Zheng paused mid-rotation, the 2 aged walnut shells resting motionless in his palms. Leaning forward, he pressed both hands firmly onto the redwood desk, eyes locked on Chaoyun below. Feng Zheng had seen it all clearly, no flashy techniques, no outward surge of true chi. Only raw, absolute physical power, refined to terrifying precision. He had struck the weakest nexus of human anatomy, the joint connection point itself. Terrifying perception. Feng Zheng murmured softly, the walnuts grinding faintly in his palm. He turned to Chun Feng. Instructor Chun, wasn't it you who said he'd be carried out within 30 seconds? Chun Feng's face twitched violently. No reply came. In the elite class VIP viewing lounge, Zhou Tianyi, previously seated cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in quiet repose, now sat upright, legs drawn together. He extinguished the azure lightning dancing between his fingertips. What just happened? Zhou Tianyi asked. Beside him, Zhao Kai held a communication device for live recording, his hands shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. Zizhou, young master, the chef, defeated Sun Chong in one move. Zhao Kai swallowed hard. Just one strike. Zhou Tianyi rose and walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the man on the arena floor, unarmored, unadorned, he tapped twice on the glass. No true chi, Zhou Tianyi declared. Pure physical force. Fascinating. In a corner, Su Nianwei ceased polishing her short sword and lifted her gaze toward Chaoyun. She recalled the rich bone broth soup she'd drunk days earlier, the surging warmth, its uncanny ability to suppress her latent frost wound. This man was far more than an ordinary chef. Other elite class students gathered at the window, voices rising in animated discussion. What did he use? Cheating, surely. Impossible. He passed full security screening before entering. Even that battered cleaver showed zero spiritual resonance. Far away in the rear kitchen of the third cafeteria, an antique radio sat beside the chopping block, broadcasting the live arena feed. Faint static crackled, its announcer utterly speechless. Old Zhao sat on a long wooden bench, pipe in hand, grinning broadly, yellowed teeth gleaming. Good lad. This old friend hasn't suffered disgrace in your hands. He tapped the pipe twice against his shoe sole. Still too much force. Against someone who hasn't even refined true qi into his bones. Just slapping him with the flat of the blade would have sufficed. Using the back. That boy won't hold chopsticks for half a month. Lin Mu rushed over from the sink, wiping his wet hands frantically on his apron, hopping in agitation. Old Zhao, why's the broadcast gone silent? Did Yunj get hurt? I told you he shouldn't go. Old Zhao exhaled a slow curling smoke ring. Your Yunj is perfectly fine. It's others who'll need to rush to the infirmary, or perhaps the morgue, for beds. On the arena platform, Chaoyun turned toward the dazed referee. May the verdict be announced? Chaoyun asked calmly. The referee jolted awake, swallowing hard. His voice trembled as he raised his right hand. In match 1, Chaoyun of the logistics class wins. With those words, the arena snapped back to life, roaring applause erupting like a tidal wave. What just happened? Who recorded it? Slow it down. I need to see frame by frame. One move? Just a slap with the blades flat. That iron arm could shatter cast iron. What sorcery was that? Has he been concealing his cultivation level? That cleaver, it's cursed. It must be cursed. Chaoyun paid no heed to the uproar in the stands. Turning, he fixed his gaze on the waiting area below, where Lu Haoran stood, frozen legs quivering uncontrollably. The referee cleared his throat, picked up the match roster, and boomed into the loudspeaker. Next match. Group C. Lu Haoran versus Chaoyun. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena through the loudspeaker. Lu Haoran versus Chaoyun. Contestants, please come on stage. Lu Haoran raised his hand to rub his face, suppressing the fear that surged within him after witnessing Sun Chang's swift defeat. He supported himself on the railing and flipped onto the arena. What happened to Sun Chang just now was due to his lack of vigilance. You took advantage of it. He yanked off his academy uniform. The light beam reflected dazzlingly off the steel armor. Arm guards, chest plates, and leg protectors, even the knee joints were covered with spiked alloy plates. Lu Haoran pounded his chest armor heavily, twice the metallic clang resonating throughout the arena. This clever custom battle armor cost me 300,000. Today I will shatter your bony frame inch by inch. Chaoyun stood still, his hand resting on the edge of his apron without drawing his weapon. You've brought quite a bit. Looking for death. The referee's hand came down. Lu Haoran stomped hard, shattering the plastic layer on the arena's surface, and charged forward. The clever talent iron arm was fully activated. Azure gray, true chi pouring into the steel arm, guards the gust from his punch, making the protective net at the edge of the arena rattle. Someone in the audience section stood up. Lu Haoran is serious. That heavy armor combined with iron arm, even a novice martial master wouldn't dare to take it heat-in. Chaoyun remained in place, a faint golden stream of data weaving across his retina. The perspective of butcher's knife technique was fully activated. The steel parts, crafted with hefty costs and claimed to withstand a martial master's strike, automatically disassembled into their most primitive blueprints in Chaoyun's eyes. The left arm's armor support strap was misaligned by 2 millimeters. The right leg's knee rivet material was too brittle. The clasp beneath the chest armor only engaged at 60%. These were all flaws. Lu Haoran's fist was on its way. The iron gray true chi created a fierce wind pressure, aiming straight at Chaoyun's face. Chaoyun sidestepped with his left foot, his upper body slightly turning. His fist barely grazed the tip of Chaoyun's nose. Lu Haoran's right hand had drawn an old, chipped kitchen knife without him realizing it. With a flick of his wrist, the knife slid along the inner side of the steel arm guard's belt buckle. With a gentle cut, click, a subtle sound of metal breaking echoed. Just as Lu Haoran was about to swing his left fist in a combo, his left arm suddenly felt weightless. The 10-pound steel arm guard fell from his arm, crashing onto the plastic floor with a heavy thud. Lu Haoran was stunned. 1. Chaoyun spat out a number, his steps unceasing, his body gliding close to Lu Haoran's side. His wrist turned. The old kitchen knife slipped in through the gap between the rivets of the right leg guard, the tip lifting. Click. The right leg guard flew off, rolling several meters on the ground. 2. Lu Haoran turned to grab Chaoyun's shoulder. He missed. Chaoyun's steps were too quick, and the knife in his hand even quicker. Click. The clasp on the side of the chest guard was severed. Click. The alloy belt broke in the middle. Click. The special shoelaces of his tactical boots were neatly sliced off. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated continuously across the arena. In less than 10 seconds, Chaoyun stopped his right hand, twisting back the chipped kitchen knife, being sheathed back into the apron at his lower back. He stepped back 3 paces, quietly observing his opponent. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't landed a single blow on Lu Haoran. Lu Haoran remained in position, both hands reaching forward, his body frozen. The armor he had been so proud of, worth 300,000, had all turned into scrap metal scattered at his feet. Now Lu Haoran was left wearing only a pair of black shorts and a torn tactical vest. He had even lost his shoes, standing barefoot on the plastic floor of the arena. A cold wind blew in from the entrance. Lu Haoran shivered. The gaze of all the teachers and students in the arena was fixed on the stage. For a full 5 seconds no one spoke. Then suddenly, the laughter overwhelmed the martial arts arena's roof. What a divine skill. What kind of disrobing knife technique is this? I'm dying of laughter. Did this guy just get stripped naked in front of everyone? 300,000 in gear reduced to junk in 10 seconds. This chef is too ruthless. The students in the ordinary class laughed so hard they doubled over, some even tearing up. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu had his mouth agape, half of his bun falling onto his lap. Old Zhao, did you teach this knife technique to Yun Gu? Old Zhao sat on the long bench, the ember in his pipe flickering. Nonsense. I've sliced meat for decades and have never done anything so unethical. This kid is killing with a broken heart. Old Zhao exhaled a puff of white smoke, the wrinkles on his face all scrunching together. In the elite class VIP area, Su Nianwai's silk scarf fell onto the table. She gazed at the figure wearing an apron on the stage. To be able to precisely sever all the protective gear clasps from a rampaging martial artist without injuring him at all. Such control over power and timing exceeded that of a martial apprentice. Many martial masters wouldn't be able to achieve this. Su Nianwei murmured to herself, is he really an A-grade chef? Zhou Tianyi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, breathing heavily. The lowly tactics he despised were taking center stage in front of the entire school. What a show-off. Turning a sacred duel into a despicable farce is simply a disgrace to the martial arts world. At the instructor's seat, Chen Feng's fingers dug deeply into the armrest of his chair. His true chi was out of control, squeezing 5 finger marks into the solid wood armrest. What is this? Vice Dean Feng, take a look. Is this a duel or a circus performance? Chen Feng turned to shout. Vice Dean Feng spun the walnut in his hand rapidly. To wield a knife to this extent, stripping without harming the skin and deboning without leaving a trace. Instructor Chen, do you want to try? Can you strip it this clean within 10 seconds? Chen Feng was rendered speechless. Ding. Lu Haoran has suffered extreme humiliation. Gratitude. Ding. Triggered strong emotional fluctuations in the crowd. Gratitude value 1200. Chaoyun dusted off the apron. Laughter erupted from all directions. Lu Haoran's face was flushed, veins bulging, the redness spreading to the base of his neck. In front of the 3,000 students of the school, he was stripped naked by a logistics chef he looked down upon. Such extreme social humiliation crushed him more than death itself. Lu Haoran's eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he stepped barefoot over the shattered armor pieces, madly charging at Chaoyun. He completely resembled a street thug in a brawl. Chaoyun stood still, watching Lu Haoran charging at him with flailing arms. What did you just say you would do to me? The distance closed to half a meter. Chaoyun raised his right hand. There was no fist, no true chi used, fingers spread wide. He swung his arm in a wide arc, producing a sharp whistling sound. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap drowned out the laughter in the arena. Lu Haoran's body, which had been charging forward, halted in midair, his face turning to the side. He flew off the ground, spinning 2.5 times in the air, crossing over the arena's railing and crashing directly into the front row of the audience. Several rows of folding chairs were smashed to pieces. Lu Haoran lay in the heap of scrap metal, spitting out 2 bloodied teeth, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The entire arena fell silent. The live broadcast on the campus forum briefly went blank, with only the faint hum of spiritual power from the filming stone audible. Chaoyun flicked his wrist, not even glancing at Lu Haoran, who was sprawled below, unaware of his fate. He turned his head, looking towards the C group waiting area below the stage. Dozens of contestants who had mocked him just moments ago were all gaping, their calves cramping up. Chaoyun walked to the edge of the arena, resting his hand on the railing. Don't waste time. Who's next? The dozen or so contestants in the waiting area who had previously been huddled together took a large step back in unison. The tall participants who had just boasted about teaching a lesson to the logistics team now shrank to the back of the crowd, burying their heads in their chests. The referee's hand holding the roster froze midair, his atoms apple bobbing up and down rapidly. He cleared his dry throat and picked up the microphone. In the third round, Liu from the regular class will face Chaoyun from the logistics team. Liu was pushed from behind by his companion and staggered to the steps. He specialized in leg techniques, excelling in agility. Climbing onto the stage, Liu took his stance, his leg muscles tense. Azure True Chi rapidly coursed along his pant legs and calves, stirring up a mini whirlwind that kicked up the plastic debris on the ground. The referee's hand came down. Liu pushed off the ground, causing the plastic flooring to sink. He leaped more than 3 meters into the air, leaving several afterimages of Azure True Chi in his wake. A series of kicks accompanied by a fierce wind charged directly at Chaoyun's side and neck. Chaoyun stood still, not even touching the old kitchen knife pinned to his apron at the waist. He tilted his upper body, slightly evading the sharp winds of the kicks. As the distance closed, there was a walnut-sized point of True Chi gathering at the root of Liu's thigh. That point was the power hub for the entire series of kicks. Rather than retreating, Chaoyun advanced, bringing his right hand together to form a knife hand. His arm muscles tightened, instantly unleashing a terrifying penetrating force that struck precisely at that node. Bang! The dull thud of flesh meeting bone reverberated. Liu's movement in midair came to an abrupt halt. The flow of True Chi was forcibly severed, causing his entire right leg to go numb and twitch. He lost his balance, flailing his limbs chaotically in the air, tumbling out of the edge of the stage in a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the rubber mat. Medical personnel rushed over to check on him. Liu had already fainted. In the third round, Chaoyun from the logistics team wins. The referee announced. There was no applause or boos from the stands. In the venue of 3,000 people, only the sound of hurried breaths remained. In the fourth round, Zhang Yin from the regular class will face Chaoyun. Zhang Yin, a robust man weighing over 200 pounds, had awakened an earth element talent. He learned from the lessons of the previous contestants and immediately began to ramp up the True Chi within him upon stepping onto the stage. Brown earth rose from the cracks in the surface of the ring, quickly enveloping his whole body. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. A thick shield of earth surrounded him, forming a solid oval fortress. Come on, let's see how you break through. Zhang Yin shouted from behind the shield, trying to bolster his courage. Chaoyun walked forward slowly. In his retina, faint golden data streams interwove. The butcher's cleaver vision opened. The 3 layers of earth shield were dissected into countless irregular blocks in Chaoyun's sight. At the right side of his waist, there was a gap of less than a millimeter under pressure. Chaoyun drew out the old kitchen knife blade facing out and positioned the back of the knife against that gap. With a flick of his wrist, he struck down with the back of the knife. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the arena via the microphone. The outermost layer of the earth shield was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately, the cracks rapidly spread to the second and third layers. With a crash, the 3 layers of the shield completely collapsed, turning into a pile of gray earth and mud. Zhang Yin stood dazed, his hands still in the position of supporting the shield. Chaoyun was already in front of him, gripping the tactical vest collar at the back of Zhang Yin's neck with his left hand. A total of 158 points of ultimate power erupted. Chaoyun lifted Zhang Yin, who weighed over 200 pounds, with one hand. Swinging his arm in a circle, he flung him out towards the edge of the stage. Zhang Yin flailed wildly as he flew out of the protective net, landing on the plastic track 5 meters away, creating a shallow pit. In the fourth round, Chaoyun from the logistics team wins. The remaining contestants in the waiting area completely broke down. Some directly tore off their competition number tags and ran towards the exit. I'm not doing this anymore. This is impossible. The referee wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead, his voice shaky. In the fifth round, Wang Hao from the regular class will face Chaoyun. Wang Hao stepped onto the stage with a stiff face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He excelled in speed and planned to use positioning to buy time and find an opportunity to concede, saving face. The referee's hand had just waved down. Chaoyun exerted force with his legs, activating swift wind steps in an instant. A shadow was left on the plastic floor. Wang Hao didn't have time to take a defensive stance before a whirlwind surged up in front of him. Chaoyun was right in front of him now. A straight punch tore through the air, carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, stopping just a millimeter from Wang Hao's nose. There was no fluctuation of True Chi. It was purely the destructive power generated from the extreme explosion of physical strength. The violent punch wind swept across Wang Hao's face. The capillaries at the edge of his nostrils couldn't withstand the pressure and burst, causing blood to shoot out along his philtrum. Wang Hao's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. I concede. He covered his bleeding nose and crawled back to the edge of the stage. In the fifth round, Chaoyun from the logistics team wins. The referee's announcement echoed continuously above the circular martial arts arena. The entire arena fell into a chilling atmosphere of oppression. Students from the regular class sitting in the front row stared at the slim figure in a white work uniform on the stage, not daring to breathe. Chun Feng slumped in his chair, his chest rising and falling violently. Sweat soaked through his uniform shirt on his back. He turned to look at the several staff members beside him. The staff members were equally pale. In their eyes, Chaoyun was not participating in a ranking match at all. The technique and precision displayed were entirely those of a seasoned butcher processing chickens on a market assembly line. There were no extraneous movements, no flashy techniques, just the decisiveness of a single lethal blow. In the logistics team's observation zone, Lin Mu stepped on the back of the chair in front of him, cupping his hands to his mouth, his face flushed with excitement. Brother, awesome. Take them down. Lin Mu's voice was completely hoarse. His shouts echoed in the empty martial arts arena, sounding exceptionally grating. Several students from the logistics team looked at each other, pinching their own thighs hard. In the elite class exclusive rest area, the air conditioning was set very low. Zhao Kai was curled up in the corner of a leather sofa, tightly gripping the latest communication device. The post he had made earlier predicting that the logistics team wouldn't last a second had now been pushed to the top of the forum's homepage. The comments below were filled with frenzied replies mocking him. Zhao say something does getting eliminated in a second count. Is this what you call useless? You go try it. Zhao Kai didn't dare to reply. His fingers slid across the screen with no strength left. Sweat trickled down his temples. He didn't dare to look up at the stage. Zhou Tianyi, seated on a single sofa in the center, stood up. The top-class genius of the school could no longer maintain his previous aloof demeanor. He stretched his long legs and walked to the huge panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze pierced through the transparent glass, locking onto the figure in the old apron on the C group stage. As he raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers lightly tapped on the glass surface. The blue arcs of electricity that had been suppressed by him began to leap wildly in response to his emotional fluctuations, emitting a buzzing sound. There is no fluctuation of true qi. Zhou Tianyi spoke slowly, enunciating each word heavily. It relies purely on physical strength and speed, along with that bizarre eyesight that can see through all weaknesses. If you were to go up, who can guarantee that they could disable Zhang Yan's 3 layers of earth shield in a single strike without using martial techniques? No one answered. The rest area was so quiet that the only sound was the hum of the air conditioning vent. Su Nianwei, sitting in the back corner, maintained her original posture. She held a bottle of mineral water with the cap unscrewed. Initially, she only wanted to take a sip to alleviate her inner shock, but at this moment her hand remained frozen in midair. The mineral water bottle tilted slightly. Transparent water flowed down the bottle's mouth, dripping onto her deep blue pleated skirt, creating a large dark stain. Su Nianwei was completely unaware of the cold sensation on her skirt. In her cool, clear eyes, only the image of Chaoyun leisurely pinning the old kitchen knife back to his waist was reflected, unable to look away. On the stage, Chaoyun turned to look at the referee's table. Continue. He uttered 2 words, disregarding the chaos below. The referee wiped the sweat from his face and picked up the latest battle roster that had just been printed. His fingers trembled on the paper. The dry, pitchy announcement echoed from the microphone. C Group, Semifinals. Elite Class Substitute Sun E will face Chaoyun. Sun E swiftly tore off the gray armband of the substitute member and tossed it onto the shelf at the entrance of the passage. He took a few steps onto the arena. The soles of his shoes pressed against the rubber floor, stirring up swirling microcurrents. He didn't follow the earlier individuals in making fierce threats. With a swift shift of his legs, he glided backward, halting firmly at the edge of the arena 10 meters away. The outcomes of the previous matches were vividly in sight. Chaoyun excelled in close combat, exploiting every weakness. Sun E resolved not to let his opponent come within a step. Creating distance, he unleashed a barrage of direct firepower. Your tricks of close-range bone-breaking techniques won't work on me. Sun E quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest. The grade wind blade talent was fully activated. Wind attributes spiritual power, surged wildly above the arena, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Airwaves spread across the area 10 meters away. Chaoyun stood still, tugging at the edge of his old apron with his left hand. Give it a try, he said. Sun E pushed forward with both hands. Dozens of semi-transparent wind blades materialized out of thin air. Each wind blade extended half a meter, its edges shimmering with a blue light crisscrossing to form a large net aimed directly at Chaoyun. The specially designed rubber layer on the arena's surface was sliced, leaving behind numerous gashes and flying debris. The ordinary class spectator area erupted in chaos. Several students, specializing in ranged combat, stood up, gripping the back of the front row tightly with both hands. It's the chaotic blade massacre. This all-encompassing coverage is unavoidable. Retreating to the edge of the stage won't help. That chef is doomed. On the instructor's platform, Chun Feng sat up straight, gripping the wooden armrest tightly. Vice Dean Feng, this is the suppression power of orthodox martial arts. He leaned forward over the table, speaking rapidly. No matter how strong the physical body is, when faced with attribute restraint and ranged martial arts, it's just a serving of food. This ignorant chef should have been expelled long ago. Feng Zheng remained silent, his walnut stopping its rotation, his gaze fixed on the arena. The blue wind blade net loomed less than 2 meters in front of Chaoyun. The strong wind made his white work uniform rustle loudly. Chaoyun did not employ the gale step, nor did he evade. In front of 3,000 schoolmates, he placed his left hand behind his back. Clutching the old, chipped kitchen knife in his right hand, he faced the oncoming storm of wind blades and raised the blade. A faint golden data stream intertwined in Chaoyun's retina. Butcher's knife technique vision activated. Ding. High concentration wind attribute spiritual power attack detected. Precise temperature control auxiliary talent synchronized operation. Judgment energy distribution is extremely uneven with 17 structural weak points present. The dozens of wind blades before him were directly deconstructed into chaotic energy bodies wildly flailing and out of control. Cooking requires attention to timing. If the timing is off, it can lead to an explosion. To deal with such uncontrollable energy brute force is unnecessary. Just locate the weakest points of the energy and intervene physically to dissipate the force. Chaoyun flicked his wrist the kitchen knife, cutting into the first wind blade. The back of the blade struck precisely at the weak point where the wind blade's true energy converged at an incredibly sharp angle. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. That wind blade capable of slicing through steel disintegrated upon meeting the back of the broken knife, dissipating into a gentle breeze that brushed past Chaoyun's cheek. Not even a single hair on his forehead was disturbed. Before the spectators could catch their breath, Chaoyun's kitchen knife drew a phantom. He remained rooted in place, his right hand tracing arcs in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid series of impacts merged into a single sound on the arena. Chaoyun's movements showed no haste, entirely in sync with the rhythm of a chef slicing potatoes in a kitchen. A light flick of the wrist. A downward pressure. The knife's back striking at just the right angle. Each strike hit precisely at the energy core of the wind blades. The dozen or so true energy wind blades all disintegrated under the pressure of his knife. The blue light vanished completely. Chaoyun's clothes remained unscathed. In the ordinary class spectator area, all the cheering students fell silent. A boy's tactical water bottle crashed to the ground, splashing water everywhere. In the corner of the waiting area, the recently awakened Lu Haoran witnessed this scene, his legs trembling violently. Monster! What the hell is this monster? Lu Haoran's teeth chattered, scrambling on all fours deeper into the passageway. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu gripped his thigh tightly. Old Zhao, what is Yun Gu doing? Is he using the back of the knife to break true energy? Old Zhao pulled out his pipe, knocking it heavily against the sole of his shoe. What the hell are you talking about? His facial wrinkles all scrunched together. This kid is flipping the pan. Using true energy as a means of timing control, he is redirecting the energy flow with the back of the knife, dissipating all attacks. Old Zhao exhaled a puff of white smoke. This technique, I haven't seen it in decades. The elite class exclusive resting area was well air-conditioned. Su Nianwai's deep blue pleated skirt was soaked with a large patch of moisture. The plastic water bottle in her hand was crushed into a deformity. Single-handedly deconstructing true energy, Su Nianwei uttered a few words. She trained in the ice sword intent, emphasizing breaking through techniques with power and freezing defenses with low temperatures. This youth's approach was fundamentally different. He doesn't rely on true energy for defense at all, purely depending on physical judgment and force dissipation. This level of meticulous control is something even my mentor cannot achieve. Beside her, Zhao Kai was so frightened he fell onto the carpet, cradling his head with both hands. This is insane. That's a grade wind blade. He's not using true energy to protect himself, but blocking it with a piece of broken iron. In front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Tiany's finger tapping against the glass froze in motion. Blue electric currents surged uncontrollably from his fingertips, scorching several marks on the bulletproof glass. Realm suppression. Zhou Tiany uttered 4 words, his chest rising and falling heavily. This grade genius breathing intensified. No power to counter it. With his understanding of the essence of power, he completely overwhelmed Sun Yi. In Chaoyun's eyes, Sun Yi's attacks were all flaws. Accepting the challenge with one hand was mocking the entire martial arts system. On the arena, Sun Yi's eyes were bloodshot. His proud area effect killing move was effortlessly dismantled by his opponent, who didn't even move a step, cleanly countering it with one hand. I don't believe it. Sun Yi roared, squeezing out the last remnants of true energy from his dantian. The air velocity intensified. In midair, a massive fusion wind blade over 2 meters long and half a meter wide rapidly took shape. The blue light was blinding, and the sound of sonic booms roared. Sun Yi pressed down hard with both arms. The enormous wind blade swung down toward Chaoyun's head. Chaoyun remained in place, his left hand still behind his back. Had enough, he asked. Now it's my turn. Chaoyun's right wrist flipped upwards. The old kitchen knife, which had been used for defense, traced a crescent arc in the air. Butcher's knife technique ignoring defense / a silver blade gleamed suddenly. Shoo! The sound of leather tearing echoed throughout the arena. The massive fusion wind blade upon striking the back of the knife was split directly in half. The blue true energy dissipated, transforming into a gale that wildly swept around the arena, causing the protective net to rustle. Son, he didn't even have time to blink. A metal piece pressed against his neck. Chaoyun crossed the 10 meters in an instant, standing directly in front of him. A faint white mark was left on the rubber floor. The old chipped kitchen knife pressed firmly against Sun Yi's carotid artery. The oil stains on the back of the knife smeared onto Sun Yi's collar. Chaoyun's left hand remained behind his back, gazing intently at the person before him. Do you concede? Sun Yi stood rigid, cold sweat soaking through his combat vest. The metal piece on his carotid artery felt cold to the bone. Just swallowing would cause the Adam's apple to strike against those sharp notches. Facing Chaoyun's expressionless face, Sun Yi opened his mouth. I concede. On the podium, Vice Dean Fong suddenly stood up. The solid wood armchair behind him was knocked over by his leg crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Fong Zheng pressed his hands firmly against the mahogany table, his old eyes wide with disbelief. To integrate the delicate technique of timing control perfectly into the practical breakdown of true energy. Fong Zheng's chest heaved heavily. This level of turning life skills into martial instinct is something that many great masters would never even touch their entire lives. An 18-year-old grade chef achieved it. What the hell is this battle instinct? Fong Zheng exclaimed, completely ignoring Chen Feng, who was dumbstruck beside him. This is not just a logistics soldier. This is a monster that crushes a multitude of geniuses with martial knowledge. The referee below the arena shouted, raising his right hand. In the C group semifinals, Chaoyun wins. Advancing to the finals. The loudspeaker relayed this announcement throughout the martial arts arena. No one in the stands, numbering over 3,000, responded. The entire live broadcast of the martial arts arena was completely cleared of comments. Only the faint buzzing of the recording stone remained. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the youth with one hand behind his back, wearing a faded old apron at his waist. This is the monthly ranking competition group C finals. Elite class Zhao Kai versus logistics class Chaoyun. Please have the contestants come to the stage. The referee shouted into the microphone. In the martial arts arena, thousands of heads turned, all focusing on the exclusive resting area of the elite class. Zhao Kai was sunk into a single leather sofa. The air conditioning blew cold air against the back of his head, yet beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the carpet. His fingers were digging into his knees. The fabric of his trousers was torn, veins bulging on the back of his hand, bones cracking. The image of Sun Yi collapsing on the ring replayed in his mind. The scene of that broken kitchen knife brushing against the artery had completely terrified his legs. His Blevel wind blade talent was dismantled by that old knife in one move. The Klebel thunder technique he obtained through flattery towards young Master Zhou was merely a ticket to death. But he dared not retreat. The rules of the elite class were harsh. Losing was bearable, but fleeing the battle would mean being kicked out. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, a salty taste filling his mouth. I refuse to believe in evil. Just a kitchen chef. His thigh muscles tightened as he stood upright. The sound of his leather shoes echoed on the ground. A hand reached from behind, pressing down on Zhao Kai's right shoulder. Blue thunder chi flowed along the fingertips. With heavy pressure bearing down, Zhao Kai's knees buckled, forcibly pressed back into the depths of the sofa. The metal base creaked under the strain. Zhou Tianyi stood behind him. This level genius looked down from above and uttered, if you go up now, you won't even be able to handle a single strike from him. Zhou Tianyi withdrew his hand, grabbing a towel to wipe off the remaining thunder chi from his fingertips. Step back, don't go to your death, don't embarrass the elite class. Zhao Kai was pressed down, one side of his body numb. His mouth slightly opened, but only dry, raspy sounds escaped, unable to form a word for a long time. His eyes were red from holding back tears. He had managed to save his life this time. He lowered his head, covering his face with his hands, shoulders shaking. Zhou Tianyi no longer paid attention to this psychic, directly passing over the sofa to press the call button on the communicator. Elite class Zhao Kai forfeits due to injury. The announcement cut into the main channel speaker, echoing throughout the arena. The faint hum of the recording stone could be clearly heard. After a brief pause, a thunderous uproar erupted from the ordinary class area. Is he already giving up? He was so loud on the forum, but now he doesn't dare to step up. He's embarrassed the elite class completely. The uproar peaked. The chief referee wiped the sweat from his forehead, flipping through the backup list. Zhao Kai forfeits. According to the ranking rules, elite class substitute Zheng Hui will take his place. In the corner of the waiting area, Zheng Hui was crouching down, tying his tactical boots. Hearing that name, his hand trembled, and the shoelace snapped halfway. Several eliminated contestants nearby shrank back, giving him a clear path to the stage. Zheng Hui discarded the broken shoelace and stepped up the platform. He found Chaoyun standing at the center of the ring, gripping an old rag in his left hand and a knife full of nicks in his right. With his thumb against the back of the knife, he wiped the blade clean of the few drops of oil that had splattered on it. He paid no attention to Zheng Hui opposite him. Zheng Hui clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Don't get too arrogant. I specialize in iron cloth, and there are no weak points in close combat. The referee made a slicing gesture. The match begins. Zheng Hui stomped his legs heavily on the ground, creating 2 shallow pits in the bluestone slabs. Earth chi flowed throughout his body, solidifying the outer layer of his skin into a hardened shell. He charged forward, crashing straight into Chaoyun. Chaoyun casually stuffed the rag back into his apron pocket. A faint golden data stream flashed before his eyes. Ding! Low-level earth armor detected. Assessment material is rough, equivalent to the black iron-level armor on a rock pig's back. The skill butcher's cleaver activated. The rapidly charging petrified shell was dismantled into hundreds of pieced mud plates. The route of the chi operation was completely exposed. At 1/3 below the left rib, the chi transport channel stagnated for half a second. The internal axis of the right knee joint deviated 15 degrees. To handle such a hard-shelled ingredient, all one needed to do was shatter the joints. Zheng Hui charged forward. His fist shot straight for Chaoyun's face. Chaoyun's toes touched the ground, his body tilted sideways. A slip step to avoid the rolling oil in the kitchen. The fist wind brushed past his ear, striking empty. Chaoyun flipped his wrist, the back of the knife facing outward. His arm exerted force, making the back of the knife strike repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds. The first strike hit Zheng Hui's left elbow's nerve. The second struck the chi core below his ribcage. The third hit the ligaments at the node of his right knee. In less than a second, Zheng Hui's forward motion froze in midair. The petrified outer layer of his skin began to peel away, crumbling into fine yellow dust. One side of his body was completely numb. Before he could call out, inertia pulled him forward. His face slid along the floor, rushing out of the ring's edge and crashing into the protective net. The rope net rebounded, and Zheng Hui fell into the cushioned mats below the stage, losing consciousness. The one-sided 3 strikes concluded the battle. Chaoyun retracted his wrist, sheathing the knife at his lower back. He wiped his hand on the back of his apron. The referee holding the microphone trembled uncontrollably, taking a long time to speak. C Group Finals Logistics Class, Chaoyun wins. Champion of the monthly ranking competition Group C is Chaoyun. Just as the announcement finished, the stands erupted. In the ordinary class area, thousands of students stood on chairs, waving their cheering sticks and shouting wildly. All the emotions suppressed by the elite class for years were released. So fierce. Is he really a chef? Single-handedly dismantling martial skills. Not even using chi. From now on, who dares to say a waiter can't do it'll slap them. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu ripped off his shirt, standing bare-chested on the bench. He pounded his chest with his fists. Brother Yun, you are my real brother. First place. Our logistics class came in first. His hoarse voice reverberated, causing people's ears to ache. A few boys from the logistics class huddled together, gasping for breath, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Old Zhao remained in his seat. The tobacco in his pipe burned down to the end. He tapped the pipe against the sole of his shoe. This kid today, he broke through the heavens. Old Zhao stuffed the tobacco pouch into his pocket, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. In the elite class VIP resting area, the sound of the air conditioning became the only sound. No one spoke, nor did anyone try to help Zhao Kai beside them. This group of normally arrogant geniuses all lowered their heads, staring at the ground. Sun Yinwei sat in the back. The water stains on her deep blue pleated skirt had dried, leaving a circle of white marks. She tilted her head, watching the person in logistics uniform on the ring. There was no cheer, no extra movements. Chaoyun stood there, breathing steadily. He neither boasted nor was impatient, for he already knew he would win. Sun Yinwei tightened her grip on the plastic water bottle, the bottle crinkling under pressure. A dimensional suppression. This person didn't even regard his opponent. On the ring, Chaoyun turned to walk towards the contestant passage. Upon reaching the edge of the ring, he paused. He looked up at the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows at the highest point. Zhou Tianyi stood by the window. His deep blue uniform collar was unbuttoned, and his hands pressed against the bulletproof glass. Thunder Chi scorched several black marks on the glass. Level Thunder Warrior body against a level chef. The top student of the school against the newly crowned champion of Group C. The two faced each other from a distance. The spiritual energy around Zhou Tianyi surged violently, forcing several elite class students to take steps back, their backs pressed against the wall. Chaoyun stood still for 2 seconds. His left hand casually tugged at the corner of his old apron. Then he turned and walked down the steps. No rules. At the instructor's desk, Chen Feng slammed his hand on the table. The corner of the wooden table splintered. What kind of nonsense is this? Winning a few rounds through despicable tactics, and you dare to provoke young Master Zhou. Chen Feng stood up pointing at Chaoyun's back. Vice Dean Feng, I suggest immediately re-evaluating his qualifications. This kid definitely used banned drugs. Anyone who disrupts the rules must be expelled. Chen Feng's words were cut off. Vice Dean Feng pressed the central control intercom switch in front of him. His booming voice drowned out the noise of the crowd. Student Chaoyun. The entire venue instantly quieted down, and the sound of the recording stone's operation became clear once more. Everyone looked towards the podium. Fang Zheng put down the walnut in his hand, leaning closer to the microphone. Go change your clothes and come to my office for some tea when you have time. This was not just an invitation. It was a protective talisman given to Chaoyun in front of the entire school. The vice dean, a late master, personally came to recruit him. Chen Feng's Adam's apple bobbed, swallowing hard. All the accusations he had were stuck in his throat. He gripped the edge of the table tightly. His legs felt weak. Chen Feng slumped into his chair, his back crashing heavily against the backrest, producing a muffled thud. Chaoyun pushed open the large oak double doors of the vice president's office and closed the door behind him. The room was filled with a rich aroma of sandalwood. His cuffs still had bits of chopped green onion, and the front of his shirt was stained with oil and seasonings. A faded old apron was tied around his waist. He walked over to the mahogany desk and chose the largest leather sofa to sit down. His legs casually spread apart, hands crossed over his stomach. He resembled a master chef from the kitchen, taking a break after preparing a large pot of food. The oppressive aura of a late grand master filled the room. Chaoyun's breathing was steady. Fang Zheng halted his movements. Dang! 2 glossy walnuts were placed on the table. The old man leaned forward, arms crossed, pressing down on the edge of the table. In the secret safe of the Academic Affairs Office, there is your talent assessment file. A grade culinary talent. Purely supportive, no combat capability assessment. The airflow in the room slowed. The pressure from all directions closed in. The leaves of the green vine plant in the corner drooped under the pressure of the chi, and faint cracking sounds came from the stems. The central air conditioning vent at the top had its cold air forcefully blocked. You didn't use a single bit of chi in today's arena match. Fang Zheng's fingers interlocked. Relying solely on physical strength and speed, you crushed a grade talent martial artist in the initial stages. Sun Yi's wind blade can slice through the armor of a vehicle. You took a broken kitchen knife and shattered it completely by using your wrist to release the force. Liu Haoran's heavy armor, you dismantled it flawlessly with a single move. This limit of physicality has definitely reached the peak of martial artists. You have even stepped half a foot into the threshold of grandmasters. An invisible pressure shield bore down on the opposite sofa. The leather surface caved in and creaked. The wooden base creaked in response. Chaoyun leaned back against the sofa, his right index finger tapping on his knee. The pressure weighed down on his shoulders, but he did not resist. This force was comparable to carrying a 300-pound wild boar leg with one hand in the kitchen. It was even less than the strength it took to deb-one a wild boar. His mind was filled with the tactile sensations from dealing with Zheng Hu's layer of petrified skin earlier. It felt just like striking the hard shell of a black iron-level rock pig. Either the testing stone was faulty at the start of the school year and misjudged your talent, or you have other paths. A way to become stronger that no one knows about. Which one? Chaoyun stopped his finger's motion. The testing stone is not broken. My talent is indeed that of a chef, no fake whatsoever. Chaoyun spread his hands, pointing at his work clothes speckled with oil. Which law in the Alliance states that a culinary talent cannot fight? The office fell silent. The sound of the air conditioning compressor was particularly clear. After half a minute, Fang Zheng leaned back, the master chair let out a muffled sound. The old man burst into loud laughter. The laughter shook the green porcelain teacup on the mahogany table, causing a few drops of tea to splash onto the surface. Fang Zheng collected his laughter and slapped the table. What a statement that a culinary talent cannot fight. I have worked at Iron Eagle Academy for 30 years, observing 30 batches of new students' talent assessments. I have seen geniuses and I have seen trash. But I have never seen a grade talent person who could cultivate their body to such an extent in less than 2 months. You are the first. Fang Zheng stood up, walked around the desk to the front of the sofa. His height of 1.9 meters cast a shadow that completely enveloped the sofa. Chaoyun remained still in his original position. This world is indeed chaotic. Fang Zheng tugged at the collar of his gray robe. Anyone with a bit of skill has probably stepped in dog poop and stumbled upon some fortuitous encounters. I do not like to reveal my cards. Those petty schemes of soul-searching and treasure hunting I disdain to engage in, nor do I allow others to do so in my academy. Today I called you here to ask one thing. Fang Zheng bent over, his hands supporting the armrests of the sofa. Are you from Iron Eagle Bay City? If Iron Eagle encounters a catastrophe and otherworldly beasts break into the city, would you be willing to step up and hold them off while others retreat? Chaoyun looked at the old face in front of him. There was no testing here, only a clear-cut transaction confirmation. Chaoyun nodded directly. Yes, My parents make a living here. This is my home. I must protect their means of making a living. That statement is enough. Fang Zheng straightened up, raised his right hand, and patted Chaoyun on the left shoulder. Bang! The true energy of a Grand Master struck with power. If one of those combat instructors outside took this hit, their scapula would shatter on the spot, and they would kneel down. Chaoyun remained firmly seated. His limit of 158 points of physicality came into play. His shoulder did not budge, and only a few creases formed in the fabric of his clothing. He raised his hand to dust off the incense ash that had fallen on his collar. Fang Zheng retracted his hand. What Iron Eagle needs most now is someone like you, a relentless monster. The old man turned and walked back to the desk. He pulled open a drawer and rummaged out a stack of blank documents stamped with a red seal. With a smack, he placed it on the table. Speak up. The core seat in the first row of the elite class is reserved for you. You can freely enter the training room that Zhou Tian can use. If you want to join any Grandmaster's sect, I will make that happen. No matter who it is, no one dares to refuse an Iron Eagle-based city. From today onwards, the Academy's resource pool is open to you. Pills, techniques, and special-grade beast blood, all core allocations will tilt toward you alone. As long as you can cultivate, you will have more than enough. This configuration, if offered, would make students outside kneel in admiration. It was equivalent to directly handing out a ticket to the Martial Saint realm. Chaoyun looked at the stack of documents and shook his head. I will not go to the elite class. Nor will I accept a master. Chaoyun planted his hands on his knees and stood up, giving his reason. I must return to the third cafeteria. Old Zhao cannot handle so many vegetables alone, and he still has to serve meals to thousands of people every day. The kitchen cannot be without people. Fang Zheng, who had just grasped the pen, froze. He was stunned. After living 60 years, the thought process of a Grand Master hit a wall. The pen was thrown back onto the table. The barrel rolled far across the surface. What do you gain from that? What resources can that shabby cafeteria provide you with? What can you cultivate by preparing meals for a group of people who have not even touched the threshold of martial artists, say? Chaoyun walked to the desk and pressed down on the edge. The cafeteria is closest to the ingredients. He looked at Fang Zheng with a serious attitude. Dean Fang, if you truly want to provide resources, give me something substantial. Please have a key made for the abandoned experimental site and the third underground cold storage. Fang Zheng froze. What are those places? The abandoned experimental site is where the corpses of beasts that have been wasted in practical classes across grades are stored. The third underground cold storage is always filled with toxic flesh that has an excessive amount of chaotic energy and cannot be purified. All of those are garbage that needs to be regularly transported outside the city to be incinerated. Not only do they have no nutritional value, but excessive exposure can also lead to backlash from chaotic spiritual energy, causing meridians to rupture. Chaoyun was well aware of this. What others saw as poisonous garbage were premium experience packs that he could purify 100%. Yesterday, the second practical class brought back half a corpse of a bronze-level saber-toothed tiger, its venom ducts ruptured, and the entire body was contaminated with toxins, which was directly thrown into the abandoned site. The day before yesterday, the teaching and research group dissected a silver-level armored bull, and after draining its blood, they stuffed the skeleton with chaotic fire attributes into the underground cold storage. In Chaoyun's eyes, all of these were permanent attribute points. It would be better for him to have a knife and go into the cold storage to cut meat rather than sit in the elite class and nibble on low-grade pills. After a few seconds, Fang Zheng reacted. He pointed at Chaoyun in midair. Then he burst into another round of loud laughter. This time he laughed so hard that he started to cough, the wrinkles on his face crumpling together. After a few seconds, Fang Zheng reacted. He pointed at Chaoyun in midair. Then he burst into another round of loud laughter. This time he laughed so hard that he started to cough, the wrinkles on his face crumpling together. Fang Zheng waved his hand grandly. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The old man pulled open the middle drawer. He took out a piece of dark pattern stationery bearing the highest authority mark of Iron Eagle Academy. He grasped the pen again. Removing the cap, the pen tip scratched across the paper with a raspy sound. Special permission approved by the Academic Affairs Office. Logistics class student, Chaoyun enjoys the unrestricted right to allocate abandoned beast materials and experimental site remnants throughout the Academy. Access to the third underground cold storage and the abandoned site is permitted at any time, and no one may obstruct him. Below, Fang Zheng's name was signed. Fang Zheng picked up the jade seal on the table and pressed it into the ink. Bang! The bright red seal was stamped on the signature, the imprint showing through the paper. You don't need to worry about Qin Feng. Today I will kick him out of the combat instructor team and replace him with someone who knows the rules. Fang Zheng pinched one corner of the stationery and pushed it forward. The paper slid across the table, stopping in front of Chaoyun. Your cafeteria work is fully restored. Take this note: no one in the academy will dare to stop you from picking up supplies. If the security department sees it, they will open the door for you. Chaoyun's eyes gleamed. This was the most emotional he had been since entering the academy. He grabbed the stationery, flicked his finger against the paper, folded it twice, and tucked it into the pocket on the inside of his work uniform. He patted his chest over the fabric to confirm that the note was secure. This piece of paper was worth 10,000 times more than the elite class quota. The high-grade beast scraps from the entire academy would now be his legal buffet. Finally, he could eat his fill. With the special approval letter securely tucked away, Chaoyun strode out of the vice principal's office. The door to the teacher's lounge at the corner was ajar. Seeing the figure in the worn work uniform in the corridor whose wrist was trembling, Chaoyun noticed that tea had spilled all over his pants, creating dark stains. He hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe it off. His head lowered tightly, fearing that someone outside would catch sight of him. Fang Zheng's earlier words echoed in his ears. He was told to leave the combat instructor team. Now he didn't even have the courage to look at the logistics apron. The main thoroughfare of the logistics area at Taiying Academy was completely blocked. The line for meals extended from the serving window all the way to the artificial lake. In the front of the line stood a dozen elite class students in deep blue uniforms. In the past, these individuals would kick aside the logistics team and cut in line at the cafeteria, but today they stood obediently, hands pressed against their pant seams. No one dared to speak loudly. A few boys from the regular class whispered among themselves. Did you see? Those elite class students, they don't even dare to breathe loudly while in line. Who would dare to cut in line? Sun Yi was just disqualified from level martial arts yesterday, and he collapsed without even releasing his true chi. Now all these people are silent. Chaoyun's single-handed disassembly of the wind blade was analyzed frame by frame by the old professor from the martial arts department. They say his control over power has reached the pinnacle. Even Zhou Tianyi, the top student in the entire school, couldn't stop him. Let's just follow the rules and wait in line. In the middle of the line, Lu Haoran, with a bandage wrapped around his neck, was squished among a few followers looking timid. Bro, should we eat at a different cafeteria? Change. What nonsense. This is a pilgrimage. A boy ahead turned around. Lu Haoran slapped the back of the boy's head and lowered his voice. Right now, being able to eat a meal prepared by brother, he is a blessing for me, Lu Haoran. Didn't you see that the elite class students are all waiting in line? If we leave, that would be truly ignorant. The sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen of the cafeteria. Lu Haoran's legs shook, his knees clashing loudly. Did you hear that chopping sound? What if he finds me annoying and strikes me with a knife? I'd be stuck in the treatment chamber for the rest of my life. Lu Haoran covered his ears. Inside the serving window, Chaoyun was tied with an apron, standing in front of a large iron pot, stirring with a big iron ladle in a clockwise direction. The broth in the pot was boiling, the milky white bone soup bubbling vigorously. The overwhelming aroma of meat wafted through the gaps of the exhaust hood, directly invading the nostrils of those in line. From the crowd outside, there was a collective sound of swallowing. Chaoyun had just added the system-purified silver-grade essence blood seasoning into the pot. This was scrap taken from the remains of saber-toothed tigers retrieved from the abandoned experimental site. After purification by the system, all toxins were removed, leaving only pure energy and the ultimate flavor. Brother, you're now the idol of the entire school. Lin Mu stood by the sink, quickly washing potatoes, his chubby body jiggling. Those elite class students outside, usually so arrogant, now stand in line more obediently than anyone. Cut the nonsense, slice the potatoes thinly, not like sticks. Chaoyun didn't even turn his head. Got it. Lin Mu grabbed the kitchen knife and started chopping wildly on the cutting board, tossing the washed potatoes into the basin. Brother, why does this bone soup smell so good today? I added the tiger bones delivered from the cold storage. The timing is just right. Chaoyun wiped the edge of the stove with a cloth. Ding. Silver-grade saber-tooth tiger bone marrow purification complete. Consumption effect temporarily increases the physical attributes of all by 5 points, lasting 4 hours. Slightly strengthens bone density. This pot of soup was enough to cause a scramble among the crowd outside waiting in line. Old Zhao sat on a small stool in the corner, fiddling with a tobacco pipe. Chaoyun pulled out a red string and threaded the chipped old kitchen knife through it. Standing on a small stool, he hung it on the white-tiled wall directly in front of the cutting board. The oil and blood stains on the blade had been cleaned, glimmering under the overhead light. What are you up to with that old knife? Treating it like a revered ancestor. Old Zhao exhaled a puff of smoke. This is called the treasure of the mountain. Chaoyun jumped down from the stool, wiped his hands with a cloth, and patted the wall. With Fang Zheng's special approval letter, this knife can be considered as having achieved its purpose. In the future, when cutting high-level exotic beasts in the underground cold storage, I'll need to find a better tool. You're clever knowing to use the scrap from the cold storage for practice. Old Zhao tapped his shoe sole with the pipe, revealing yellowed teeth. Here, are you busy? A clear female voice rang out from outside the serving window. Chaoyun approached the window. The head of the medical class, Tang Yue, stood outside dressed in a white medical class uniform, holding a silver double-layer thermos. She nervously rubbed the handle of the thermos with both hands, looking anxious. Tang class leader. It's not mealtime, yet what are we having today? Chaoyun looked at her through the glass. Last time she had casually taken an extra serving of bone soup to this level school beauty, Sun Yinwei. I'm not here to get food. Tang Yu bit her lip, glancing at the crowd waiting in line, deliberately lowering her voice. I need a favor. Could you prepare a dish for me separately? Is someone injured? Chaoyun paused his actions. It's Yinwei. Her condition is getting worse. Tang Yu nodded heavily. Chaoyun recalled the image of the school beauty, sitting on a high platform emanating cold air. Enscraved talent in ice sword intent. Such top-tier talents are considered key protected individuals at Taiying Academy. What happened to her? The side effects of her talent have erupted prematurely. Tang Yu sighed, placing the thermos on the windowsill. The cold energy within her body can't be suppressed at all. She is exuding freezing air from the inside out, and 3 monitoring devices in her hospital room have been damaged by the frost. Regular medical chambers and warm medicines can only barely keep her alive. They're completely ineffective for a cure. As soon as the medicine enters her stomach, it freezes into ice shards, making absorption impossible. For the past few days, she has struggled to get out of bed. Her meridians are nearly completely sealed by the cold energy. Several groups of mentors from the treatment class have come, all helpless. Tang Yu anxiously stamped her foot, pulling out a lab report from her pocket. Yinwei has always been too strong-minded. To maintain her position in the elite class top tier, she forcibly activated her ice sword intent to break through. As a result, her meridians couldn't bear it, and the cold energy surged into her organs. Now we can't even measure her body temperature. Her skin is covered in frost. The mentor said that unless we can find the legendary Qi Yanlingji combined with a Grandmaster's true Qi to guide it out, she has no hope. But Qi Yanlingji, such a rare treasure, can't be found even in the entire Taiying base city. She handed the lab report through the glass. I know your medicinal dishes have a powerful purging effect. Last time she drank the bone soup you made, the cold energy within her was suppressed for 3 days. Tang Yu looked at Chaoyun. I truly have no other options, so I had to come to you. Chaoyun didn't immediately take the lab report. He crossed his hands in front of his apron. Data streams rolled across his retina. Ding. Special side quest triggered. Treat this grade ice type broken physique. Quest objective: cook a special medicinal dish infused with extreme yang fire attributes to neutralize the uncontrolled cold energy within the target. Quest reward: a large amount of gratitude points. Randomly unlock a golden level recipe. Obtain ice resistance attributes. Qi Yanlingji. Not necessary at all. As long as I find materials from exotic beasts containing explosive fire attributes, they can be purified by the system, achieving or even surpassing the effects of Qi Yanlingji. In the abandoned experimental site, an underground cold storage. No. 3 such fire-type scraps are piled high. To others they are lethal poisons. In my hands they are the finest tonics. To heal the hidden injuries of enscraved genius, how many gratitude points would that yield? Once Sun Yinwei recovers, the Su family will surely send a large batch of high-level exotic beasts as thanks. This would be akin to binding a long-term top-tier supplier of ingredients. He glanced at the chipped kitchen knife on the wall, then turned back to face Tang Yu. Show me the physique report. Chaoyun extended his right hand. Chaoyun drew the densely written medical analysis report from the slit in the glass window. The corners of the page still bore the creases Tang Yu had pinched into it. Every indicator on it was riddled with red warning arrows. Ding. Target constitution data detected. Target Sun Yinwei. Cause determined, not merely a side effect of cold ice sword intent. The subject conceals an ancient extreme cold ice phoenix bloodline, currently in an incomplete awakened state. The corporeal strength is insufficient to bear the bloodline's power, causing the cold attribute to violently backrush through the internal organs. Treatment plan must use golden grade or higher extreme yang ingredients, for example the gall of the Liang Dixin Mang cooked, as the principal medicinal medium to fully neutralize and activate the bloodline. Chaoyun paused, pinching the report's edge. Golden grade extreme yang ingredients. Where on earth was he supposed to procure something like that now? Never mind gold tier. Last night in his scramble for rank matches, he had stewed and devoured the silver grade fiery lion meat head filched from the cold store. Had even scraped the pot's last broth clean with steamed buns. Expecting him to conjure a golden grade medicinal dish out of thin air was a fantasy. So what do you think? Isn't it tricky? Tang Yu stood on tiptoe against the glass, both hands gripping the sill, breath, quick chest heaving. It is tricky. This is not a mere side effect at all, Chaoyun said as he slid the report back through the gap. Her Boda's foundation is too frail to bear the advancement of her innate gift. If she forces it, her viscera will freeze into clotted ice. Then what do we do? The tutor said if we can't find the Qi Yanlingji shall be ruined. Tang Yu stamped anxiously, the hem of her coat fluttering. I can't achieve a complete cure now. I'm missing the main ingredient, Chaoyun replied, turning to grab a white towel and wiping water from the back of his hand. But I can make a dish to suppress the cold inside her. It will keep her lively for 3 months. Really? Tang Yu slapped the stainless steel sill. The glass chimed under the impact. How much will it cost? They'll transfer my entire elite class stipend. No money, Chaoyun said, tossing the towel onto the chopping block. Give me 5 minutes. Chaoyun didn't rummage through the system shop. He needed to save his gratitude points for larger purchases. He walked to the plastic crate in the deepest corner of the kitchen. It was the batch of black iron-grade Horong pig offcuts they'd hauled in that morning. He bent to sift through them, parting useless splinters until he drew from the bottom a segment of spine streaked with dark red veins. The pig had likely been only a low-ranked black iron specimen. The fire attribute in its bones was negligible. Chaoyun tossed the pig's spine onto the chopping block. He lifted the nicked cleaver from the wall. Pouting Jinyo Butcher's precision activated. With a flick of his wrist, the blade slid into the bone, seam skirting hard knuckles without the slightest hitch. Not a scrap of debris fell onto the board. 30 seconds later, the entire spine had been broken down into dozens of uniform pieces. The tiniest core of fire tribute was cleanly stripped away, suspended in the marrow's center. He set the pot on the fire, added water, then the spirit rice. Chaoyun opened the gas valve. A ghostly blue flame licked the iron pot's base. Precise temperature control activated. He took the large iron ladle and stirred the rice broth clockwise. With every sweep, the whirl of water evenly dispersed that sliver of fire attribute from the marrow. The fire attribute was magnified and locked into each grain of the slowly blooming white kanji. The flame eased to a low simmer, the grains rolled, steam rising. A domineering, yet not acrid warmth scent unfurled through the kitchen. It carried a strong calming effect. A single inhalation caused every pore to loosen. Lao Zhao at the stove snuffled his clay pipe, frozen halfway to his lips, as he stared dumbly at the pot. Ding! Cooking Wenyang beast bone kanji succeeded. Quality supreme. Accompanying effect expels cold and warms the womb. Can forcibly suppress cold attribute outbreaks, effective for 3 months. Chaoyun rummaged under the counter for a large stainless steel thermos. It had been left by the old canteen aunt before. He filled the thermos to the brim with the soft, glutinous bone kanji with his iron ladle and screwed the lid tight. He carried the thermos to the window and placed it on the sill. Take it. Make her drink it while it's hot. 1 bowl a day. This jug is large, enough for 2 days. Tang Yu hugged the thermos, feeling the warmth through its heavy metal skin. Chaoyun picked up a rag and wiped the water from the sill. Also tell her that if she ever feels unwell, she can come to the canteen and find me. Tang Yu nodded repeatedly. But next time she comes. Chaoyun paused his wiping and flung the rag into the sink. Have her bring her own bowl. This thermos is rather expensive. They'll need it to pickle vegetables. Tang Yu snorted with laughter, much of her earlier worry evaporating. Okay, he'll tell her exactly that. Thank you, Chaoyun. She hugged the thermos and ran off, the white uniform parting the crowd like a river. In the elite class single dormitory, the cooling system was clearly off, yet the room's temperature had dropped below freezing. A thin layer of white frost crept across the wall coating. The humidifier nozzle on the bedside table was utterly clogged with a block of ice. Su Nianwei curled up on the 2-meter-wide leather bed. Wrapped in a heavy down quilt, her once radiant cool beauty was now deathly pale. Her lips bore an unhealthy bluish purple. Delicate frost clung to her long lashes. Cold charged through her meridians, numbing her pain nerves. She could only tremble by instinct. Nianwei, wake up and drink this. The dorm door flung open. Tang Yu rushed to the bedside, placed the thermos on the cabinet, and forcefully unscrewed the lid. An extremely gentle, commanding warmth scent exploded into the frost-choked room. The ice flowers that had clung to the window pane melted instantly into beads of water. Su Nianwei forced her eyes open. The instant the fragrance entered her nostrils, the tyrant-like cold that had stormed through her body faltered for the first time. It was like a retreat at the sight of a natural enemy. Tang Yu propped Su Nianwei up against the headboard, ladled half a bowl of kanji into a porcelain bowl, blew off the steam, and brought it to her lips. Su Nianwei stretched out a hand, her fingers still carrying the extreme cold of the ice cellar. She took the porcelain bowl with both hands and sipped a small mouthful. Boom. The kanji slid down her throat. It was not scalding at the lips, but once in her stomach it became a brash, violent warmth that smashed open the meridians sealed by the cold. The torrent of warmth raced through every limb and bone. Wherever it passed, ice lodged and the acupoints melted in an instant. Frost clinging to the meridian walls was ruthlessly swept clean. Even the smallest damaged fissures were rapidly mended. Like spring snow meeting the proud sun, and after only half a bowl, color bloomed on Su Nianwei's formerly ash-white cheeks. The frost on her lashes turned to droplets that fell onto the quilt. Her rapid, shallow breaths steadied completely. The excruciating agony that had gripped her for half a month vanished utterly. She cradled the porcelain bowl, still warm to the touch, and sat dazed at the bed's edge, unable to form a word. This kanji. He made it. Su Nianwei looked up. Yes. He Chaoyun made it. Tang Yu sat at her bedside and took a tissue to dab the fine sweat from her brow. He also said that if you feel unwell again you can come to the canteen and look for him. But tell you to bring your own bowl. He said he needs to keep his thermos to pickle vegetables. Su Nianwei clenched the rim of the bowl. In her mind the silhouette she had seen on the ring, single-handedly wielding a knife to disarm a great wind blade, and this utterly domineering medicinal kanji forced themselves into one image. A cook from the logistics team who carried trays, who could dismantle a martial technique barehanded, and with a kanji brewed from some unknown beast's bone quell a defective bloodline backlash that even a grandmaster couldn't master. When did he become this strong? Su Nianwei bowed her head staring at the last mouthful of white kanji at the bottom of the bowl. Tang Yu replaced the thermos lid and looked at her friend propped against the headboard. Nianwei, perhaps he's always been this strong, she said, putting the thermos back into its bag. We were simply all blind before. Su Nianwei brushed her thumb along the rim of the porcelain bowl. Residual warmth seeped into her palm. She kept her head bowed silent for a long while. Nianwei. Tang Yu stepped half a pace closer. Su Nianwei shook her head and placed the empty bowl on the nightstand. 3 days after the tier assignment martial ranking tournament. Logistics dormitory Taiying Martial Arts Academy. Night fell. In the narrow corridor 2 fists alternated forward in rapid succession. Their gusts grazed the iron bedposts, making the metal guardrails hum with vibration. Lin Mu stood bare-chested, feet planted firmly on the concrete floor, his stance rooted in a solid horse stance. Sweat coursed down the sinews of his neck, splattering onto the ground and spreading into dark stains. A month ago this stout young man would gasp after running just a few steps. Now every ounce of soft flesh had transformed into dense corded muscle. True chi of the initial martial master realm flowed visibly across his skin, casting a faint bluish sheen. This was the corporeal feedback triggered by activating rank D enhanced fist. Chaoyun sat cross-legged on the lower bunk, leaning against crumbling plaster, cradling a chipped enamel mug and blowing aside floating leaves from its surface. Within his mind the system interface unfolded, flipping through low-tier waste ingredient recipes. Charcoal grilled fireweed pork chop. Clear braised steel quill hedgehog hind leg. With a square specially approved permit in hand, he moved unimpeded into sub-level 3 cold storage. Every evening after work, he combed the cold storage for discards, waste materials tainted with toxins or saturated with volatile chaotic energy. Yet consuming too many of these black iron and bronze tier scraps led to rapidly diminishing returns. At first, 1 meal boosted physical fortitude by 5 points. Now 3 meals yielded barely a fraction of a point. Even the taste had lost its edge. Chaoyun sipped hot water. The mug clinked against the wooden table. Enough, my head's spinning. Keep this up, and the dorm supervisor will kick down the door. Lin Mu retracted his fists. His chest rose and fell as he exhaled a plume of white vapor. He snatched an old towel draped over the chair back and wiped his face roughly. Dragging over a folding chair, he straddled it backward, gripping the backrest with both hands. Brother, I've fully stabilized at the initial martial master realm. This afternoon I strolled through the regular class training grounds. Chaoyun picked up a pair of nail clippers and trimmed his thumbnail. Lucy, the guy who used to snatch my meal tickets and kick my stool, now sidles along the wall when he sees me. He even bent low as he passed, bowing respectfully. Senior Brother Mu. Lin Mu slapped his thigh cheeks, jiggling with unrestrained delight. A sharp crack echoed. Damn right, it's glorious. For 2 years at Taiying Academy, I've played the subservient underdog. Never once have I felt this unbearably triumphant. Chaoyun blew away nail fragments and dropped the clippers onto the table. That's all you aspire to? 1 title, brother, and you're satisfied? Lin Mu straightened his spine and swept his arms wide in an expansive gesture. Impossible. Brother, have you heard? In 3 months, the Inter-City Exchange Tournament begins. Our Taiying base city will face off against neighboring Tianling base city on the arena stage. The Inter-City Exchange Tournament, the centerpiece contest for resource allocation rights between base cities, was reserved exclusively for elite class prodigies. Regular class students weren't even granted spectator privileges, let alone logistics personnel. Lin Mu clenched his fists until his knuckles popped. I want to try. Chaoyun leaned back against the wall, arms folded beneath his head. That arena belongs to the elite class. You've just reached the initial martial master realm. What do you intend to compete with? Lin Mu ground his molars, tendons bulging along his neck. Once I break through to the intermediate martial master realm, I'll qualify for open registration. Even if I only fight 1 match and lose, I'll have earned it. The logistics division won't be trampled forever. Chaoyun studied the stout young man before him. Rank D talent, by outsiders' standards destined to carry trays for life. Yet having consumed his leftover meals for a month, the youth's constitution had undergone a complete metamorphosis, and his courage had grown alongside it. Given sufficient ingredients, even a grandmaster could be cultivated, not just an intermediate martial master. Fine. That goal isn't half bad. Lin Mu froze mid-motion. Chaoyun sat upright. Starting tomorrow, double your nightly meat rations. There are still 2 slabs of mutated wild ox ribs in sub-level cold storage, tainted so no one dares claim them. I'll braise them for you tomorrow night. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Lin Mu leapt up, his skull thudding dully against the upper bunk. He rubbed his head, grinning broadly. After laughing, he sank back onto the chair, draping the towel over his shoulders. Glancing left and right, he lowered his voice. By the way, brother, I took some low-tier missions at the Hunters Guild Periphery this afternoon to sharpen my skills, and I ran into someone truly extraordinary. Chaoyun lifted his mug and drank. Everything served the pursuit of ingredients. He held no interest in legendary hunters, his instincts activated only at the scent of high-tier monstrous carcasses. How extraordinary! Lin Mu gestured wildly. A silver rank hunter, usually solitary. Today he strode alone into the guild hall, drenched in blood. His clothes were slashed open by razor-edged blades. Worst of all, his thigh. Lin Mu traced a long line along his own groin. A bone-deep gash, his intestines nearly spilled out. He bound it haphazardly with gauze, and uttered not a single sound. Didn't even sway while walking. Chaoyun paused mid-sip. An ordinary martial master would have slipped into shock. This man's willpower was forged in steel. The hall had been loud and bustling, until he entered. Silence fell instantly. The stench of blood hit like a physical blow, even from 15 meters away. Lin Mu pounded his chest. I was standing nearby. Seeing so much blood, I instinctively stepped forward to help him. He glanced up, and damn, if I wasn't nailed to the spot, calves trembling uncontrollably. The receptionist said his name is Shun Changfeng. He's been stalled at the peak martial master realm for 3 years. This time he risked everything deep in the black mist forest to seize a spirit herb that could propel him to grand masterhood. Lin Mu sucked in a sharp breath. He slew a silver rank windblade eagle, single-handedly. Windblade eagle. Chaoyun froze, mug suspended halfway to his lips. Among beasts of equal rank, avian monsters dominated the skies, 10 times harder to kill than terrestrial ones. To fatally wound a silver rank windblade eagle while grievously injured meant Shun Changfeng's combat prowess surpassed even that of an average grandmaster at the initial stage. A chime resonated within his mind. High-tier ingredient intelligence detected. Target confirmed, silver rank windblade eagle. Attributes wind affiliated. Its wings contain concentrated wind element essence honed by lifelong aerial mastery. Meat exceptionally dense, fat-free. Culinary value assessment supreme. Optimal preparation methods: braised wing joints, simmered wingtips, marinated talons. Requires deodorizing herbs and century-aged ginger. Expected effects: drastic enhancement of agility and perception. Potential acquisition of wind resistance trait. A supreme tier silver rank ingredient. For 2 months they'd subsisted on scraps, offal, and toxin-laced refuse. Now, an entire fresh silver rank avian specimen. To martial cultivators, windblade eagle feathers forged lightweight armor, its bones tempered peerless weapons. Its flesh brimmed with violent, untamed wind element spiritual energy, lethal to ordinary cultivators whose viscera would shred under its internal vortex. Utterly worthless as raw material. Yet within the gluttonous divine chef system, it represented premium collagen and ultra-dense high-energy muscle fiber. Chaoyun's mind had already begun disassembling the eagle. Thick wing joints, braised until tender enough to fall from the bone-rich sauce, perfect for 2 generous bowls of rice. Wingtips packed with gelatinous cartilage, simmered for hours in a clay pot until the broth clung thickly to the lips. Talons marinated in rice wine and soy sauce, then slow-boiled in spiced brine until meltingly soft, ideal for pairing with liquor. Securing the windblade eagle guaranteed full purification by the system. Then a single potent stew would flood his body with pure immense energy, triggering explosive growth in vital chi and shattering the barrier into grand masterhood. Chaoyun slammed the mug onto the table. Clang. Tea splashed outward. He threw back the quilt and rose. Snatching his worn jacket from the bedrail, he shrugged it on. Brother, where are you going? Lin Mu recoiled in alarm. Night had fully descended. Curfew was imminent. To the Hunters Guild, Chaoyun zipped up his jacket and pulled a baseball cap low over his brow. What do you need with Shun Changfeng? Lin Mu grabbed Chaoyun's arm urgently. Brother, don't act rashly. He's gravely wounded. His temper must be volatile. This afternoon, several black market merchants tried to buy windblade eagle parts. A portly tycoon offered 3 million credits, with 2 grandmasters as bodyguards. Shun Changfeng didn't even draw his blade. His outward aura of slaughter forced those 2 masters to retreat 3 paces. The fat man collapsed onto the floor. He's immovable. Neither persuasion nor intimidation works. You'll only get rebuffed. Chaoyun met Lin Mu's gaze, eyes steady above the brim of his cap. Millions mean nothing. What bends a high-tier cultivator, stalled for 3 years, meridians damaged, is neither wealth nor intimidation. It is an unparalleled medicinal dish, one that saves life, heals grievous wounds, and unlocks breakthroughs in an instant. Chaoyun shook off Lin Mu's grip and wrenched open the metal door. A draft surged down the hallway, whipping his coat hem into furious motion. To procure supplies. Chaoyun strode decisively from the room. Lead the way. Up. Lin Mu scratched his head. Those wings, I've claimed them. At the Iron Eagle Base City, the Hunters Guild branch. The hall was bustling with voices late at night, the air thick with the mingled stench of cheap alcohol and blood. Several muscular men with bare torsos were arm wrestling around a table piled high with dirt-stained beast crystal cores. The floating screen displayed a series of glaring red bounty missions. Lin Mu led the way, his sturdy arm pushing aside a few swaying hunters. Brother, it's just below. On the second underground level, the injured rest area. Chaoyun adjusted his duckbill cap and followed behind. No one paid the young man, wearing an old work apron around his waist, any attention. The hall was filled with the stench of cheap alcohol mixed with blood as several bare-chested muscular men banged on the table, while arm wrestling with dirt-covered beast crystal cores piled beside them. The two descended the stairs. The steps were caked with black mud and dried blood clots. The corridor was suffused with the smell of blood that disinfectant could not mask, with metal doors tightly shut on either side. At the innermost end, the doorplate was covered in large rust spots. Lin Mu raised his hand to knock on the door. The front desk checked. Shinchangfeng is inside. Before his hand could fall, Chaoyun stepped past him, grasping the rusty doorknob and pushing the door open. The pungent odor of disinfectant rushed out. Inside there was barely enough room for a broken iron bed and a chipped bedside cabinet. A man sat on the bed, his hair cropped short, with an old scar running horizontally across the corner of his left eye. He was shirtless, biting down on a rag, while gripping a hemostatic spray directed at the root of his thigh. A deep gash marred that leg, with blackened rotting flesh curling outward faintly, revealing white bone. Hearing the door creak, the man spat out the rag. He tossed the spray can aside and had his right hand already gripping the narrow combat knife on the bedside. With a push of his thumb, the blade slid out half an inch. The oppressive aura of a peak martial artist slammed into the doorway. Lin Mu was forced to take 2 steps back, his back colliding with the wall of the corridor, his face turning red. Chaoyun remained still, one hand tucked into the pocket of his old coat, assessing the half-drawn knife, and then glancing at the man's ruined leg. He stepped into the room, shutting the metal door behind him. He casually pulled over an office chair, missing a caster, and dragged it to within a meter of the iron bed, leaving a long scratch on the floor. Chaoyun sat down heavily. Who are you? Shin Changfeng's voice was hoarse. The combat knife was fully drawn, its tip resting on the concrete floor, leaving a white mark. You have the wrong door, get out. Chaoyun looked at the old scars crisscrossing Shin Changfeng's body. You are Shin Changfeng. He patted his knee. I heard from my brother that you single-handedly killed a silver-grade wind blade eagle today. Shin Changfeng's fingers tightened around the knife handle. He scrutinized Chaoyun's faded work uniform and the old apron tied around his waist. What has the black market abandoned all rules and come to the guild to steal goods? Not at all, I am reasonable. Chaoyun leaned back against the chair, his hands crossed on his knees. Do you still have the wings of the Windblade Eagle? I want them. Shin Changfeng's cheek muscles twitched. You want the wings of the Windblade Eagle? Kid, which rich young master are you out here experiencing life? That thing has very hard bones, and the meat is filled with wind-based toxins. Besides using it for refining materials, even dogs won't eat it. I can eat it. Chaoyun interjected quickly. Shin Changfeng lifted the knife, positioning it horizontally in front of him. He clenched his teeth. Fine. Regardless of what you intend to do with it, silver-grade materials cost 5 million, no bargaining. Chaoyun spread his hands. I have no money. Shin Changfeng's forehead bulged with veins. The true energy of a high-level martial artist surged directly into the combat knife, producing a piercing hum. Are you kidding me? What do you want to buy without money? I'm not buying. Chaoyun tapped the armrest of the chair. They'll trade a meal for those wings, plus all the internal organs of the Windblade Eagle. The hard-won spoils from nearly losing his intestines in the Black Mist Forest were being offered in exchange for a meal. Shin Changfeng flipped his wrist, slamming the combat knife toward Chaoyun's shoulder. He aimed to smash the kid and the chair out of the room. Chaoyun did not dodge. His right palm flipped, and a palm-sized white porcelain cup appeared out of nowhere. His thumb flicked open the lid of the porcelain cup. An overwhelmingly potent fragrance wafted from within. The rich aroma of meat mingled with medicinal properties, directly overwhelming the smell of disinfectant in the room. The back of Shin Changfeng's knife hovered 3 inches above Chaoyun's shoulder, unable to descend. He inhaled deeply. The aroma filled his lungs, and the true energy that had been swirling chaotically due to his severe injury began to slow. The fiery wound on his thigh also radiated a noticeable cooling sensation. Shin Changfeng fixed his gaze on the porcelain cup, his throat tightening. What is this? Steamed wind blade, eagle wings trial version. Chaoyun pushed the porcelain cup forward and placed it on the chipped bedside cabinet. It was a remnant of wing membrane he had found in the Academy's abandoned cold storage a few days ago, purified by the system. Take a bite. Chaoyun leaned back in the chair. If you're not satisfied, just walk away. Inside the porcelain cup lay a glistening gelatinous piece of meat steaming hot. Shin Changfeng's Adam's apple bobbed twice. Having lived for 25 years, he had never encountered such an overpowering meat aroma. Rationality urged him not to eat food from a stranger, but his stomach acid was already going into overdrive. With a clatter, the combat knife was thrown onto the tiled floor. Shin Changfeng grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks next to the food container, his wrist trembling, and he picked up the piece of meat and shoved it directly into his mouth. As he bit through the meat, a gentle yet immense essence of wind attributes spread through his esophagus. Shin Changfeng's eyelid twitched. He clearly sensed that the energy divided into two as it coursed through his meridians. One stream rushed straight to his thigh wound, violently washing away the black-red toxins clinging to the bone. The flesh that had flipped outward began to itch and heat up, and the severed muscle fibers rapidly reconnected. The lethal injury that had required him to lie in the medical chamber for half a month formed a thick scab within mere breaths. The other stream of energy slammed directly into his dantian. The bottleneck that had kept him at the peak of martial artist for a full 3 years despite consuming high-level pills without any progress began to loosen under the onslaught of this pure energy. The true energy on his surface could no longer be contained. Light blue cheese surged chaotically within the room. Lin Mu, who had just poked half his head in through the door, was directly blown away by the wave of energy rolling twice on the corridor floor. Lime plaster fell from the walls. Chaoyun sat calmly in the chair, his old coat rustling in the wind. Shin Changfeng's internal true energy swirled faster and faster. A muffled sound resonated from deep within his dantian. The gaseous true energy began to condense and become sticky. This was a characteristic of a grandmaster. Even if only a trace of true energy underwent transformation, it meant that the dead end that had trapped him for 3 years had been forcefully broken open. As long as he ate a few more bites of this meat, he would be able to cross that threshold. With a plop, the disposable chopsticks fell to the ground. Shin Changfeng was frozen on the iron bed. Just that tiny piece of meat had detoxified him, healed his wounds, and paved the way for a grandmaster's path. He gasped for breath, staring at the empty porcelain cup, then looked at the young man in front of him, wearing an apron. 5 million was nothing compared to this mouthful of soup, which outweighed all the treasures in the guild's treasury. Shin Changfeng rolled off the bed, without even putting on his shoes, his bare feet landing on the concrete floor. All the materials from the Windblade Eagle are in cold storage number 3. Shin Changfeng spoke rapidly, his voice even trembling. Wings, internal organs, bones, and feathers all belong to you. He fixed a fierce gaze on Chaoyun. Who exactly are you? Chaoyun stood up, took the empty porcelain cup from the bedside cabinet, covered it, and stored it in the system space. He tugged at the hem of his faded logistics uniform. The canteen cook. Shin Changfeng stared intensely at his thigh. A deep gash exposed the bone, covered with a thick layer of dark red scab, and a tingling sensation of new flesh surged directly to his mind. Even more terrifying was his dantian. The stagnant chi that had troubled him for 3 years was now circulating wildly, faintly showing signs of misting. All because of a piece of meat the size of a fingernail. Shin Changfeng abruptly lifted his head, tearing off the silver hunter badge from his neck, slamming it along with a set of electronic keys onto the table before Chaoyun. The exclusive cold storage on the first underground level of the guild. No. Free. Shin Changfeng's voice was hoarse, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a gambler. A complete set of silver-grade Windblade Eagle wings along with the entire skeleton and that Wind Thunder heart. It's all inside. The bandage on his chest soaked with fresh blood as he fixed his gaze on the young man in tattered logistics clothing. This eagle priced at 5 million in the black market. I risked half my life to bring it back. No matter what methods you use to refine it, I want 1/3 of the essence produced from this batch of materials. The rest is all yours. From now on, all high-level exotic beasts I hunt will be delivered to you first. Are you willing to accept? Chaoyun didn't even glance at the silver badge that represented privilege, simply pocketing the electronic keys. Deal. Come to the back kitchen storage room of the 3rd cafeteria tomorrow morning to collect the goods. As he reached the door, Chaoyun halted, turning half his face. Just a reminder, wear something sturdy tomorrow. When the Grandmaster breaks through, the commotion is quite significant. The iron door closed. Shin Changfeng maintained his position on the edge of the bed, cold sweat soaking his back. In the early morning, Chaoyun pushed a food delivery cart, entering the No. 3 cold storage with the key, transferring all materials into the back kitchen of the third cafeteria. With a thought, the materials were transferred into the system space. Ding. Beginning pre-processing of silver-grade Windblade Eagle materials. Toxins removal completed. Rampant wind-related impurities cleared. Thunder attributes rampancy factors neutralized. A pile of black-gray rancid powder was isolated and discarded by the system. Chaoyun placed the processed pure materials back onto the cutting board. Next to it lay the translucent white skeleton stained with residual blood and a dark red heart the size of a volleyball pulsating with tiny bolts of lightning. He gripped the old chipped kitchen knife. His gaze instantly became intensely focused. Butcher's skill activated. Without using a shred of chi, he relied solely on the finesse of his wrist and the law-level vision granted by the system. The old kitchen knife turned into trails of afterimages slicing into the Windblade Eagle's most vulnerable bone seams. The metallic edge of the blade collided with the tough membranes of the silver-grade exotic beast, yet made not a single sound. Muscle fibers naturally parted like waves, and the separation of flesh and bone was even more precise than in surgery. In less than 5 minutes, a silver exotic beast that would give a grandmaster a headache was dismembered into neatly arranged ingredients on the cutting board. The wing roots were chopped into even chunks for braising. The wing tips, being the most gelatinous, were tossed into a clay pot for soup. The Wind Thunder heart was sliced thin for a clear stew. Turning on the gas stove, the blue flames shot high. The inherent spiritual power of the silver-grade materials was domineering as soon as the large iron pot was placed on the bottom, burned red to raise the oil temperature. The thick iron skin began to deform and sink, emitting a pungent smell of burnt rust. Chaoyun turned off the fire, bending down to rummage through the clutter basket beneath the stove. He pulled out a piece of dark red broken iron scrap he had picked up a few days ago from the waste area of the exotic beast experimental field. It was neither metal nor jade, covered in dust. He casually tossed it between the stove and the bottom of the iron pot. He reignited the flame. The broken iron scrap touched the high temperature, and intricate patterns surfaced on its surface. The surging heat was completely absorbed by these patterns. The deformed iron pot steadied, heating evenly. Controlling the oil temperature at a critical point, Chaoyun tapped the edge of the pot with a large iron spoon. This scrap iron had a pretty high fire resistance. He poured oil into the pot and grabbed the eagle meat to stir-fry. As dawn broke, 3 large bowls of steaming finished dishes were arranged on the cutting board. Braised Windblade Eagle wing roots rich in dark sauce with viscous broth. Clear stew of eagle tips, the soup color milky white, floating with thick collagen on the surface. A small bowl of eagle heart stew sprinkled with green onions, enveloped in the energy of thunder attributes. Chaoyun grabbed a wing root drenched in sauce and bit down. It was tender and falling off the bone. Pure energy slid down his throat into his stomach. He lifted the eagle heart soup and drank it all down. The essence of the silver-grade exotic beast exploded in his stomach. A massive flow of energy washed through his limbs and bones, crashing wildly through his meridians. Ding! Consumed the full banquet of silver-grade Windblade Eagle. Strength 35, Agility 30, Constitution 25, Perception 15. A series of crisp sounds echoed from all his bones. Muscle fibers expanded amidst tearing and reformation. The loose logistics uniform stretched tight. Then it quickly shrank, transforming into a streamlined muscle form. A layer of gray-black oil seeped from the surface of his skin. He summoned the system attribute panel. Strength 162, Agility 88, Constitution 76, Perception 52, Overall Combat Power Assessment. Latest stage Martial Master Limit. The water in the sink rippled outwards. Without the support of chi, relying solely on this 162 points of strength and 88 points of speed, an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster would be able to shatter the opponent's protective barrier with a sink. The water in the sink rippled outwards. Without the support of chi, relying solely on this 162 points of strength and 88 points of speed, an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster would be able to shatter the opponent's protective barrier with a single punch. Chaoyun picked up a cloth to clean the cutting board. He took out a covered plastic lunchbox and packed the remaining 1/3 of the eagle heart and several pieces of eagle wings into it. At noon, the third cafeteria was at its busiest peak. Outside the meal window, several students from the elite class were banging on their stainless steel plates, their faces full of disdain. What is this logistics class serving? There's not an ounce of exotic beast blood essence in it. How can we break through eating this garbage? Just endure it. Who told us that our school only has one A-grade chef talent, a useless one? With the task of serving food, what can we expect him to cook up? In the cluttered back kitchen storage room, Chaoyun shoved the serving spoon into old Zhao's hands and pushed the door in with the plastic lunchbox. Shin Changfeng had changed into a thick black combat suit, standing like a spear beside the rice bags. Chaoyun tossed the lunchbox onto the rice bags. Finish eating before you leave. Keep the noise down, don't break the rice bags. There are still people outside complaining about our cafeteria's food lacking blood essence. He locked the door. Shin Changfeng lifted the lid of the lunchbox. The overpowering essence of the exotic beast mixed with rich fragrance surged forth, forcing him to take half a step back. He didn't even use chopsticks, lifting the lunchbox and tilting his head back, pouring the eagle heart and broth down his throat in one go. Just as it went down, Shin Changfeng's cheeks instantly turned purple. Veins bulged on his forehead like dragon tendrils, the blood vessels hard, as if steel wires were embedded beneath his skin. The violent yet pure wind and thunder energy rampaged within him. The invisible barrier that had trapped him for 3 whole years crumbled like paper in front of this thick soup. A dull explosion echoed in the cramped storage room. Substantial pale blue energy surged from his pores. Chaoyun had anticipated this, raising one foot to brace against the iron door. The powerful wave of energy slammed against the door, but was forcefully pushed back into the room, not even stirring a speck of dust outside. The gaseous chi wildly collapsed and condensed, ultimately dripping a drop of viscous liquid essence into the depths of his dantian. Grandmaster. On the other side of the wall, students from the elite class were still loudly mocking the incompetence of the logistics class. Within the wall, this coldest silver hunter of the Iron Eagle Bay City was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. He bent his knees, and with a thud knelt solidly on the flour-stained cement floor. Such great kindness, no words of thanks. Shin Changfeng raised his head, gazing up at the young man in a shampoo-white apron tied around his waist, cupping his fists with a crunching sound. From today on, half of my life, Shin Changfeng, belongs to you, Chaoyun. Chaoyun leaned against the door frame, indifferently tossing the empty plastic water bottle into the air and catching it steadily. I have no need for your life. What I want is the bodies of high-level exotic beasts, the more complete the better. Go, don't occupy this space. The old lady will come in later to get the broom. Sending Shin Changfeng away, Chaoyun tossed the empty lunchbox into the trash can and clapped his hands. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the target has broken through the Grandmaster realm, gaining gratitude points 5,000. Ding. System mall updated. Tiao TF physique fragment, 110 unlocked. Price, 3,000 gratitude points. Effect, permanent doubling of food intake, absorption and digestion speed increased by 50. Reaching the limit of latest martial master, even excessive consumption of silver-grade materials will yield diminishing returns. To continue growing without limits, one must enhance their digestion and absorption capabilities. He opened the panel and pressed the exchange button. Beep, the highest level announcement in the entire school. On a Monday morning, as the piercing broadcast pierced through the morning mist of Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy, several lines of glaring blood-red bold text suddenly popped up on the gigantic, all-encompassing projection screen in the central square, towering 5 stories high. Announcement of the semi-annual ranking competition and elite contest rule change notice. To simulate real wilderness survival and high-pressure combat, this competition officially cancels the talent group divisions. The class restrictions have been lifted. A school-wide indiscriminate mixed lottery elimination system will be implemented. At the bottom of the announcement, there was an even more eye-catching supplementary clause. The results of this competition will directly determine the allocation of S-level martial arts resources for the academy in the second half of the year. The top 3 will gain qualification to participate in the inter-city exchange competition at the Sirius Bay City and receive an S-level graduation recommendation letter from the Top Hunter Guild. After a brief silence, the entire academy erupted like a powder keg, producing a roar powerful enough to lift the roof. They've gone mad. Those old fossils in the academic affairs office are absolutely insane. Indiscriminate brawl. A boy from the ordinary class clutched his hair, his face filled with despair as he shouted. Are they really going to let us clever and level talents fight against those freaks from the elite class? This isn't a practical exercise, it's a one-sided massacre organized by the officials. Who says it isn't? The top 10 monsters from the elite class are all at the peak of the martial master level. Leading the charge is Zhou Tianyi, who possesses the S-level thunder battle body. If we run into him, we're just sending ourselves as punching bags. As the students on the lower levels lamented and protested, believing the rules were extremely unfair, the exclusive internal group of the elite class was buzzing with mocking laughter. A school-wide brawl. That's exactly what I want. Zhao Kai posted a voice message in the group, his tone betraying a venomous relish. Last time in the monthly ranking competition, that idiot chef took advantage of the situation and stole the spotlight. This time with no group restrictions, let's see where he hides. As long as Chaoyun dares to sign up, I will definitely smash his bones to pieces on the arena in front of the entire school. However, as the discussion deepened, an undeniable fact presented itself to everyone. The championship favorites prediction post on the Academy forum had accumulated a staggering number of comments in just half an hour. Level talent, Zhou Tianyi dominated the top spot with overwhelming votes. But the second place trailing closely was not any genius from the elite class, but rather the one marked in blood red font as the dark horse of the entire school, Chaoyun from the logistics class. The ultimate showdown of Zhou Tianyi vs. Chaoyun instantly soared to the top of the Academy's hot search, raising the anticipation of the onlookers to a peak. At 12:30 in the afternoon, the third cafeteria witnessed the most terrifying customer traffic peak in long lines of over 100 meters formed outside the food-serving window, the air filled with the clamoring voices of students, nearly all of whom were flushed with excitement as they debated the predictions for the semi-annual ranking competition. Although Chaoyun defeated Liu Haoran last time, he absolutely can't win against young Master Zhou. The Thunder Battle Body is the pinnacle of elemental systems. Can a strong physical body withstand high-voltage electricity? You know nothing. Chaoyun relies purely on physical domination. He can send a clever iron arm flying with one slap. That strength is at least martial master peak. If they get close, young Master Zhou is also going to suffer. Just as the students outside were embroiled in intense arguments over the predictions nearly coming to blows, another scene unfolded in the open kitchen behind the serving window. Chaoyun wore a gray apron that had faded from washing, gripping a heavy cast iron wok that weighed dozens of pounds. He clearly heard the deafening discussions outside, even catching wind of people placing bets on him, but his face showed no expression. He felt neither anger from being underestimated nor glee from being praised. Bang! Bang! The iron spatula rhythmically struck the rim of the wok. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the high-temperature oil and the kind-fused ingredients collided, causing flames to leap up half a meter high along the edge of the wok, illuminating his focused profile in red. Chaoyun seamlessly flipped, stirred, and seasoned the dish with precision, finally flipping the pot of fragrant and visually appealing exotic beef stew steadily into a stainless steel thermal container. The only slight change was that his cooking speed today was exactly twice as fast as usual. Outsiders watched the excitement, insiders see the trick. The boisterous students outside had no idea that Chaoyun was not angry at all, though instead he was greedily squeezing every second of his time. The semi-annual ranking competition. All members of the elite class are stepping into the ring. As Chaoyun flipped the wok, a barely noticeable smirk played at the corner of his mouth. To him, this was not a ruthless elimination competition, it was an extremely lavish high-end buffet. A school-wide mixed battle meant he could justifiably treat those lofty geniuses from the elite class as high-level NPCs for grinding gratitude points and skill mastery. As days passed, the sense of pressure from the ranking competition loomed over Iron Eagle Academy like dark clouds until one deep night 2 weeks before the competition began. Creak. The rusty little iron door of the third cafeteria kitchen was quietly pushed open. A strong smell of blood mixed with the night wind rushed in. Shin Chongfeng, wearing a tactical coat stained with dried dark red blood, slipped in like a ghost. He locked the door behind him and slammed an extremely heavy, specially made alloy freezer onto the concrete floor of the kitchen. Bang! When the box hit the ground, a layer of visible frost instantly formed on its surface, and a violent wave of scorching heat surged out from the seams, hissing as it collided with the frost. Chaoyun, the hard goods you wanted, I've brought them for you. Shin Chongfeng wiped the blood from his face, his expression utterly fatigued, yet his bloodshot eyes glinted with an exhilarating fervor. Chaoyun paused his knife work, his gaze instantly locking onto the alloy box, radiating extreme, contrasting heat and cold. Silver-grade flame lion. Shin Chongfeng patted the lid of the box, his voice trembling. Complete core, spine, meat, and a whole heart. This beast's explosive flames nearly scorched half of the black mist forest before it died. If I hadn't broken through to the Grandmaster level, I definitely couldn't have returned this time. Chaoyun stepped forward, gently stroking the cold alloy box. Through the thick metal, he could distinctly feel the wildlife essence of the silver-grade fire attribute exotic beast wildly pulsating. This is a top-tier supplement capable of causing ordinary martial masters to explode. But before Chaoyun had just unlocked the abnormal digestive power of the gluttonous physique fragment, this piece of meat was the last perfect puzzle piece on his path to the Grandmaster realm. Old Shin, well done. Chaoyun effortlessly lifted the alloy box weighing 200 pounds as if carrying a bag of cotton. They'll give you an extra portion tonight. In the ranking competition half a month later, I will let the whole school see what true timing looks like. Clang. Chaoyun locked the iron door of the third canteen's kitchen. The shouts of the instructors and the sounds of martial techniques clashing outside were completely cut off. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system space. The cooking space of the system unfolded. On the alloy cutting board lay a piece of silver-grade, blazing lion back meat. High temperatures seeped out along the meat's texture, causing the cutting board to sizzle. Nearby, several stainless steel bowls were filled to the brim with high-grade beast scraps salvaged from an abandoned warehouse during this time. The silver-grade blazing lion meat was filled with violent fire poison. A grandmaster would need to spend 2 or 3 days using their vital energy to extract the poison, with only a fraction of the essence remaining. But on Chaoyun's cutting board, this was merely a hot piece of pork belly. Chaoyun grasped the old kitchen knife, which was filled with nicks. The skilled butcher's art activated. His vision penetrated through the flesh, analyzing and dismantling the silver-grade muscle fibers, thick muscle strands, and the nodes harboring fire attribute energy. The blade sank into the dark red meat. It glided along the seams of the fascia and bones. The thick meat slab was cut into uniform cubes, the edges smooth. Red fire poison surged out from the severed meridians. Chaoyun grabbed half a basin of clean water and poured it over the meat. Steam rose. The toxins were forcibly locked in the steam and sucked away by the range hood. He heated the pot and poured in oil. The flames at the stove flared high as the meat cubes were added. The fire attribute essence, stimulated by the high temperature, expanded outward. Chaoyun exerted force with his wrists, spinning the cast iron pot in midair. Cooking domain fully activated. The cooking state was locked at the critical point, tightly sealing the leaked energy within the meat fibers. The oil sizzled, and the aroma of browning wafted through the air. Ding! Cooking of the exquisite blazing lion steak successful. Chaoyun did not take up chopsticks. Instead, he reached out, grabbing a steaming piece of steak and tearing into it. The hot meat juice filled his mouth. He chewed it a couple of times haphazardly before swallowing the energy-laden meat piece whole. Fragment of the gluttonous physique activated. 50% extra digestion absorption speed activated. The silver-grade essence, which would take a grandmaster several days to refine, was broken down instantly upon entering his stomach by the digestive acids. Pure energy spread along the stomach wall, washing through his limbs and bones. Chaoyun's bones creaked within. The subcutaneous muscle fibers ruptured, only to be reorganized under the nourishing energy. Black impurities seeped from his skin, evaporating into ash under the high temperature. The panel data fluctuated. Ding! Consumed exquisite blazing lion meat. Strength 15, agility 8. He grabbed a second piece of steak and swallowed it whole. Ding! Consumed exquisite blazing lion meat. Physique 12, perception 5. The notification sound flooded his mind. Dozens of pounds of high-grade beast meat were stuffed into his belly. The glutinous fascia around the bones was cleaned out thoroughly. He swallowed the last piece of steak. Ding! Warning! Host's overall vitality has surpassed the critical point. Current physical pure attributes have stabilized at the mid-level of Grandmaster. Chaoyun opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of scorching white vapor. The vapor sprayed onto the alloy cutting board, leaving a patch of moisture. He stood up straight, his right arm pulling back. He punched forward. His fist tore through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom in the space. He did not use any true chi, relying solely on the pure explosive power of his physical body to compress the air. The defensive martial techniques of an ordinary grandmaster at the initial stage could not withstand this punch. His consciousness exited the space. On the stove there were still the remaining bones of the blazing lion, along with dozens of high-nutrition scraps. Chaoyun switched to a large cast iron pot. He added water and threw in all the bones and medicinal materials. Turning the heat high, he boiled it vigorously. Half an hour later, a whole basin of rich, thick pre-competition reinforcement meal was ready. He carried the steaming iron basin and kicked open the wooden door leading to the yard from the kitchen. In the backyard, Lin Mu was bare-chested, throwing punches at a specially made iron sandbag. His fist struck the thick canvas, producing a dull thudding sound. The surface of the canvas was stained with blood. Huh. He gritted his back teeth, forcing a low growl from his throat. Sweat dripped down his tendons, splattering onto the cement floor. Tomorrow was the mixed competition for the entire school. The elite class was consuming high-grade nutritional liquids provided by their families. Lin Mu relied entirely on the leftovers that Chaoyun salvaged from the kitchen every day to survive. He was unwilling to accept his fate. His paralyzed mother was still waiting for him to achieve greatness. The iron sandbag shook violently from the strikes. The barrier of a martial artist at the initial stage was blocking his vitality, and he could not break through it. Chaoyun walked over and placed the iron basin on the nearby stone table. Come over and finish this basin. Lin Mu halted his actions, panting heavily. Without a word, he strode to the stone table and picked up the iron basin. The bottom of the basin was scalding hot, but he didn't care. He tilted his head and began to gulp it down. The thick soup flowed down his chin to his chest, burning his skin red. He didn't even spit out the softened bone scraps. His teeth clenched tightly. He crunched and swallowed them down. In less than 5 minutes, the iron basin was empty. Ugh! Lin Mu dropped the iron basin. It clanged against the bluestone slab, making a loud noise. His entire body was flushed red. White vapor rose from the top of his head. He bent down, scratching his chest with both hands. The raging vitality broke through the limits of his meridians, rampaging within his body. The tight waistband of his pants made cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Mu straightened his back, exerting force outward with both arms. A formidable aura burst forth from him. The bluestone slab beneath his feet cracked. 2 fissures spread outward along his footprints. Brother Yun. Lin Mu's chest rose and fell, his eyes reddening. Martial artist mid-stage. He patted his thigh forcefully. Damn it. I actually broke through to mid-stage martial artist before the competition. The class leader of the ordinary class is only at this level. He trembled all over. Brother, tomorrow in the arena, I will make those who look down on us poke their eyes out. Save some strength for tomorrow to shout in the arena. Chaoyun pulled the old towel draped over his shoulder, wiping off the grease from his hands. After saying that, he turned and walked back to the kitchen. It was 9:30 at night. The cafeteria staff and helpers had long since finished their shifts. Chaoyun walked to the innermost wall of the kitchen, retrieving the incomplete old chef's knife hung with a red rope. The handle of the knife was polished to a shine. Clang. The corner lit up with an orange-yellow flame. Zhao Taiju sat on a long bench, a pipe in his mouth, puffing away. The firelight illuminated his weathered face. Old Zhao picked up the chipped military aluminum water bottle. With a swing of his arm, the water bottle flew towards Chaoyun. Have a sip. Old Zhao didn't even lift his head. Chaoyun caught the water bottle with one hand. Unscrewing the cap, a pungent and peculiar herbal scent wafted out. Inside, dark red liquid swirled. Chaoyun didn't even ask, tilting his head to gulp down a large mouthful. The liquid slid down his throat, not being ordinary white liquor. A wave of fierce fire surged down his esophagus into the pit of his stomach, causing Chaoyun's throat to constrict from the heat. After 2 seconds, the fiery sensation transformed into pure and gentle air flow circulating through his meridians. The rampant vitality that had surged in the past few days was smoothed out. He raised the back of his hand to wipe off the alcohol stains from his chin. This liquor packs a punch. Old Zhao exhaled a thick white smoke ring. I brewed this strong liquor myself. It contains specially treated beast bone powder to dispel cold. What, afraid I poisoned you? Chaoyun shook the water bottle, listening to the sound of liquid inside. He tilted his head again, taking another large gulp, then tossed the bottle back to Old Zhao. The poison won't kill me. Old Zhao caught the water bottle and, holding his pipe, knocked off the ash on his shoe sole. He squinted, sizing up the strength in Chaoyun's shoulders. There was no leakage of true chi, but just standing there, the solid vitality beneath his skin made even this former grandmaster feel alarmed. What has this kid been eating to grow so strong while cooking in the kitchen every day? Tomorrow is the mixed competition for the entire school. These elite class brats have their families backing them armed to the teeth with martial techniques emerging. When you get on stage tomorrow, don't be nervous. Chaoyun wiped off the dust on the old kitchen knife with a cloth, casually tucking it into the waistband of his apron. I'm never nervous. Chaoyun dropped this line, exuding confidence, as if he could cover himself with a blanket even if the sky fell. That's good. Go make our logistics team proud. If you get knocked out in the first round, don't you dare say you're from... Chaoyun waved his hand back to Old Zhao, pushing open the iron door of the kitchen. The night breeze rushed in, blowing the hem of his work uniform. He stepped into the night. Old Zhao sat on the long bench, listening to the gradually fading footsteps. Every step's distance and weight were perfectly consistent. Even a battle-hardened martial arts master would feel their breath disordered the night before a big competition. Yet this kid's heartbeat was so steady it was frightening. Old Zhao lifted the military aluminum water bottle to his mouth and gulped down the strong liquor. His Adam's apple rolled. Old Zhao murmured softly, this kid is way stronger than I was at his age. Old Zhou, this year we need to renegotiate the quota for this grade resource zone among our families. In the outdoor martial arts arena of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy, several representatives from martial arts families exchanged business cards in the front row of the VIP section, whispering to each other. Some were holding the crystal cores of high-level exotic beasts, calculating the benefits to be divided next. The large circular beast fighting arena was packed with people, even the aisles were filled. All 3,000 teachers and students of the school were present. Senior executives from the Hunter Guild and recruitment personnel from various commercial groups were also seated in the front row. The holographic projection screen above displayed footage of past ranking matches. The heavy metal battle songs, accompanied by severed limbs and spurting blood, raised the atmosphere to its peak. Acting Dean Fangzheng stood on the highest podium. His deep voice, thick with the true chi of a latest-stage grandmaster, overwhelmed the noise of the crowd. Martial arts must compete. The sound reverberated through the venue. Today's mixed competition does not consider background or talent. On the arena's strength speaks. The stands erupted with roars that threatened to lift the roof. Representatives from each class enter. The ordinary class formation was the first to enter. This group of C and grade talent students wore gray training uniforms, their formation disorganized. A few boys were crushing their mineral water bottles, cursing under their breaths. The indiscriminate brawl across the school meant that if they encountered the elite class fierce characters, they would be lucky to come out unscathed. The searchlights illuminated the entrance. The elite class formation entered all dressed in expensive alloy battle armor. Leading them was Zhou Tianyi, clad in a custom black and gold battle suit, with lightning dancing across its surface. In the VIP section, several elders from the Zhou family stroked their chins, receiving congratulations from surrounding smaller families. Elite class students carrying specially crafted weapons strode confidently to the cheers from the stands. The ordinary class students hurriedly retreated to the edge of the arena, fearing they might damage the hundreds of thousands worth of equipment which they could not afford to replace. The elite class had completed their entrance. The broadcast momentarily stuttered. The announcing officer flipped through the list, managing to squeeze out half a sentence. Now welcoming the representatives from the logistics class to enter. The cheers from the stands abruptly ceased. At the entrance, Chaoyun stood with his hands in the pockets of his gray work uniform, an old apron tied around his waist. At the small of his back, a red string secured an old chipped kitchen knife. Lin Mu lagged half a step behind him, wearing a black tank top with the faded words "Third Canteen" printed on his chest. With over 200 members in the logistics class, only the two of them had registered. Standing among the fully armed martial students, they looked completely out of place. The stands fell into a brief silence before erupting in laughter. Whistles and jeers rained down from all corners. Oh my, those two oddballs from the logistics class actually dared to come. The one in the apron must be Chaoyun, right? He signed up for the combat team in a full school brawl. He must be tired of living. What's that he's carrying? A kitchen knife. Is he planning to chop meat with a broken knife? Isn't that big guy beside him a grade loser? Wearing a canteen vest, is he here to deliver lunch to everyone? The ridicule surged higher and higher. A few board members on the podium frowned, displeased with how these two were tarnishing the academy's image. A few silver-tier hunters leaned back in their leather chairs, pointing and laughing at Chaoyun at the edge of the arena. Even the waiters are stepping into the arena. Old Shin, your Iron Eagle Academy's students really know how to entertain. With that delicate physique, a single claw from an ordinary exotic beast would shatter him to pieces. Shin Chongfeng, dressed in black combat gear, sat at the very edge. His hands resting on his knees, he stared at the young man in the apron. The wound on his thigh, torn by the wind-blade eagle a few days ago, had already scabbed over, while the drop of liquid essence in his dantian circulated with his breath. His initial stage Grandmaster cultivation allowed him to clearly hear Chaoyun's calm heartbeat from afar. Shin Chongfeng didn't respond, pulling out his personal terminal to check the academy's underground betting options. The 3 million federal coins left in his account, along with the recently advanced Grandmaster allowance, were all placed on the option of Chaoyun entering the top 3. Laugh all you want, Shin Chongfeng put away his terminal, leaning back against the chair. Just don't bite your tongue later. The warm-up area was divided into dozens of small sections, with each class gathering together to stretch and adjust. The elite class occupied the most spacious and even area in the center. Zhao Kai, wearing a brand new silver lightning pattern battle armor, twisted his neck amidst a group of followers. The energy core of the battle armor emitted a low-frequency hum, forcibly elevating his initial stage, crave martial master strength. He glanced sideways and caught sight of Chaoyun standing by the corner storage locker. Chaoyun leaned against the chipped iron cabinet door, staring at the ventilation duct above. Beside him, Lin Mu was wrapping his hands with an old bandage he had picked up from the infirmary. The fire that Zhao Kai had been holding in for half a month surged to his head. He had lost face in the last monthly ranking match. Today he had spent his family's half-year allocation on this lightning pattern battle armor just to flatten this cook on the arena. Zhao Kai strode over his combat boots, thudding against the rubber floor. Several followers swaggered behind him. He stopped 2 meters away, eyeing the old apron. "Oh, the cook is here!" Zhao Kai shouted, his voice loud. Over a dozen students from the ordinary class turned their heads. Chaoyun didn't budge, continuing to watch the ventilation duct. He didn't hear a thing. His mind was solely focused on calculating the rewards for the top 3. Securing a spot at the Tianlang base city would bring him closer to the edge of the rift, where high-level exotic beast ingredients were abundant, far richer than the meager supplies in the Iron Eagle base city. Seeing that no one was responding, Zhao Kai took half a step forward, his fingers rapping against the alloy armor on his chest, making a clattering sound. "You took advantage of me with your underhanded tricks in the last ranking match. Today's school-wide match is all about real skill." He pointed at the matchup chart on the big screen. "I just checked, they're all in the upper half of Group C." Zhao Kai grinned. "Don't cry and shout for mercy on stage today. I'll definitely smash your bones inch by inch." Several elite class followers burst into laughter. "Bro Kai, for a character like this, one finger is enough." Just zap him with electricity, let the cook experience what it's like to be roasted. Lin Mu stopped wrapping the bandage. He turned around, his thick neck bulging with veins. The blood and chi from his recently achieved mid-level martial master cultivation erupted within him. A deep explosive crack echoed from his body. A wave of energy radiated outward from Lin Mu, creating a gust of wind. The two followers closest to him were slammed in the chest by the pressure, their legs buckling as they stumbled back and fell to the ground, scrambling backward. Zhao Kai found himself gasping for air under the pressure. The energy core of the lightning pattern battle armor was triggered automatically, deploying a light blue shield. Mid-level martial master. This big idiot broke through. Zhao Kai's scalp tingled, his arrogant demeanor frozen on his face. The ordinary class students around watching the commotion all gaped and stepped back. A logistics class errand boy, how could he have mid-level martial master strength? Even Zhou Tianyi, who was far away, paused in his knife cleaning to look over at Lin Mu. Lin Mu drew out a solid steel pipe as thick as an infant's arm from his back. He slammed the end of the pipe against the rubber floor, creating a dent. He took a step forward, ready to charge. Try talking back again. I'll smash your broken scrap metal right now. A hand pressed on Lin Mu's shoulder. Without much force, Lin Mu's forward momentum was forcibly halted. Chaoyun stepped away from the iron cabinet. He ignored the tense Zhao Kai and paid no attention to the commotion around him. He reached into the pocket of his apron. After a few moments of rummaging, he pulled out a wooden toothpick. He held the toothpick in his mouth, tilted his head, and leisurely picked at his back molars. The sound of toothpicking was exceptionally clear in the quiet warm-up area. He did not lose his temper, nor did he exude any signs of martial energy. Among the 3,000 tightly strung martial arts practitioners facing the fully armed elite class, Chaoyun carried himself like an old man who had just finished a meal at a roadside stall. Zhao Kai glared at Chaoyun, his chest heaving. Wearing armor worth hundreds of thousands, he led a group while making threats. Meanwhile, the other side was casually picking his teeth. This was not just ignorance, it was trampling his face into the ground. Zhao Kai's face turned red, his neck thickening, veins bulging. Are you deaf or something? Zhao Kai yelled. Chaoyun paused his actions, took out the toothpick, and flicked it with his fingers. The toothpick landed in a trash can 3 meters away. He turned his face, letting his gaze rest on Zhao Kai's armor for half a second. Who are you? Chaoyun asked in a flat tone. He wasn't trying to sound profound, he was genuinely asking a stranger. Do we know each other? This question shattered the string in Zhao Kai's mind. I'll ruin you. Zhao Kai roared, his right hand slapping towards the hilt of his knife. His thumb popped the lock, drawing the knife from its sheath, the blade crackling with lightning. The first round of the competition officially begins. Please have the contestants from Group C's first match take the stage. The broadcast echoed across the martial arena, shaking the ceiling with a buzzing sound. Group C Round 1. Ordinary Class Li Gang versus Logistics Class, Chaoyun. The announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. The holographic screen displayed photos of the two and their talent levels. On one side stood the Clevel Iron Wall, and on the other the A-level chef. The announcer raised the microphone to address the audience. Li Gang's Iron Wall is a pure defensive talent. In the same level, it can't be broken. Let's see how this logistics class student plans to breach the defense. On the stage, Li Gang, nearly 2 meters tall, let out a loud roar. Iron Wall. Activate. Blood surged as a gray-black rocky layer surfaced on his skin. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest, curling up into a ball. This defensive stance even enveloped his neck. His feet created 2 depressions on the rubber floor with stone chips falling down through his joint seams. Come on, chef. Li Gang opened his mouth wide. If you can leave a white mark on me today, I'll consider it a loss. Chaoyun stood still, drawing out a chipped old kitchen knife from his lower back. There was no burst of true energy. There was not a trace of martial artist's blood fluctuation on him. He didn't even take a stance, casually walking forward. In the ordinary class formation, a few boys whispered to each other. Is Chaoyun crazy? Going to chop the iron wall with a broken kitchen knife? Li Gang's skin, even a second-tier monster's claws can't scratch it. Wait until the chef's hand gets broken from the recoil. But let's stay away and avoid getting splattered with blood. On the stands, students from the elite class were munching on seeds, pointing and commenting. How can a logistics class student even stand on the stage? Probably here just to scam medical fees. Chaoyun stopped half a meter in front of Li Gang. Butcher's skill activated. The so-called iron wall defense was decomposed in sight into lines of true energy flow. A faint red dot lit up beneath the left scapula where the lines intersected. This was a stagnation point for the true energy supply. Ding. Identification complete. Clevel iron wall defense. There are 3 energy circulation gaps. Best entry point 1/3 below the left scapula. Chaoyun didn't gather power. His wrist flipped. The broken back of the knife struck the red dot. Crack. The sharp sound resonated throughout the martial arts arena. The so-called invincible iron wall defense at the same level shattered into countless cracks from the node. The cracks spread across Li Gang's entire body. The rocky layer crumbled piece by piece. Falling to the ground, it dissipated into true energy. What? Li Gang's eyes went wide. This broken kitchen knife shattered my iron wall. Chaoyun's knife back was pressed against Li Gang's chest. With a burst of force, the pure physical strength of a grandmaster surged through. Li Gang's 200-plus pound body left the ground flying 10 meters off the stage. He crashed onto the protective mat outside. He directly fainted. The referee at the side was stunned for a few seconds before remembering to blow the whistle. Medical team, lift the stretcher. Students from the treatment class rushed up to carry Li Gang off the stage. Tang Yu followed behind the stretcher. She had checked Li Gang's body. He had no internal injuries, merely stunned by the massive physical impact. The control of this power was too precise. The announcer holding the microphone was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word. He glanced at Chaoyun on the stage, then back at the unconscious Li Gang on the mat. This is the match over. The large screen timer stopped at 0004. For seconds, the barrage on the projection screen briefly went blank, and the entire venue's breathing seemed to pause for a moment. In the ordinary class formation, the boys who had just mocked Chaoyun dropped their water bottles. Water splashed everywhere. Iron wall Li Gang gone in 4 seconds. He didn't even use true energy. On the podium, the acting Dean Fengzheng leaned forward, staring at the young man in the apron on the stage. This kid is interesting. The nearby board members exchanged glances. Old Feng, did you see how he struck? Pure physical strength accurately found the weakness in the iron wall. Fengzheng leaned back in his chair. In the elite class area, Zhao Kai's face twitched. It was just a coincidence. That stupid pig Li Gang must not have trained the iron wall properly, leaving a flaw. If he encountered my lightning pattern battle armor, it would electrocute him to death. His followers nodded in agreement. Right, how much capability can a chef really have? Group C Round 2. Level Agility Talent Zhang Chong versus Chaoyun. The announcer was replaced by a staff member from the academic office. Holding a list, he urged the next contestant. Zhang Chong jumped onto the stage wearing lightweight tight combat attire. As soon as the match began, he dashed around Chaoyun. High-speed movement created afterimages, stirring up a whirlwind on the stage. You can't hit me, chef. You can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Zhang Chong shouted while running. The stage was filled with his afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real him. Chaoyun stood in the center holding the knife with one hand. Without even turning his head, he simply stood there. To others it seemed he was completely disoriented by Zhang Chong's speed. Ding. Identification complete. Level Agility Talent. Energy flow trajectory locked, expected to reach the host's right rear in 0.5 seconds. Chaoyun swung the back of the knife in a reverse motion, striking the empty space behind him to the right. Bang. An afterimage moving at high speed crashed into the back of the old kitchen knife just as it was about to hit his back. Zhang Chong fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. The whirlwind ceased. The large screen timer read 0006. The extra 2 seconds were due to the opponent's speed. Chaoyun couldn't be bothered to chase and stood still, waiting for him to crash into him. As Zhang Chong was carried away by the medical team, he was still rolling his eyes. The microphone at the commentary booth let out a piercing screech. The newly arrived staff member was momentarily stunned. Contestant Zhang Chong actually crashed into Chaoyun's knife back by himself. Congratulations to contestant Chaoyun advancing to the 3rd round. The followers in the elite class fell silent. They looked at each other. Once as coincidence, but twice. Zhou Tianyi stopped polishing his knife and turned to look at Chaoyun. Su Nianwei, sitting in the front row of the elite class, halted her play with the ice blue short sword. Staring at Chaoyun's kitchen knife, she seemed deep in thought. In the VIP seats of the Hunter Guild, Shen Changfeng shifted his posture. Old Shen, this kid is a bit uncanny. That earlier prediction was not something an ordinary person could achieve. A nearby silver-ranked hunter chimed in. Did you see his footwork? Shen Changfeng shook his head. He didn't use footwork, he didn't move at all. Just keep watching it, the good show is yet to come. Group C Round 3. Level Strength Talent Wang Meng versus Chaoyun. The announcement echoed. Wang Meng stepped out from the waiting area, having learned from the lessons of the previous 2 contestants. No tricks, no defense, just outright attack. He unhooked a 120-pound fine, steel-heavy sword from his back. True energy surged, his arm muscles bulged. Die. Wang Meng leaped up, swinging the heavy sword down. The heavy sword sliced through the air towards Chaoyun's head. Before the blade even reached, the true energy had already pressed down, causing the rubber mat to dent. Chaoyun didn't evade. He looked at the descending heavy sword. Let's test out the new heat. A layer of dark red firelight flickered on his right hand. Heat condensation domain activated. With the mid-level Grandmaster's physical strength compounded with high-temperature fire attributes, he didn't use the knife. He raised his fist, meeting the heavy sword heat in. Clang. Crack. The over 100-pound fine steel heavy sword was shattered with a single punch. The broken sword flew apart. Wang Ming, along with the sword's hilt, was sent flying out of the arena. He crashed into the guardrail net, creating a large dent in the alloy barrier. The broken sword lodged into the alloy floor in the front row, its tail vibrating violently. Wang Ming hung on the guardrail net, his hands tiger mouths split, blood gushing out. He looked at the bare hilt in his hand, questioning his life. This was a heavy sword forged from second-tier alloy, broken with a single punch. The large screen timer read 0003. 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 3 seconds. As Chaoyun faced increasingly stronger opponents, his time kept decreasing round by round. The third round of the match concluded. The audience could only hear the faint humming of spiritual power from the shifting stone. The taunts from the elite class students were all stuck in their throats. The instructor's eyes twitched. How could this be that a level waste? It was a monster clad in human skin. The ordinary class students were left speechless. Looking at the young man in the old apron, their worldview suffered a catastrophic blow. Without using true energy, he smashed a 120-pound fine steel heavy sword with a single punch. Is this still the one serving plates? Which chef can catch a heavy sword with bare hands? In the logistics class area, old Zhao tapped his tobacco pipe. This kid is still too restrained. Lin Mu on the D group stage had just knocked down a level talent with a punch. Wiping the sweat, he looked towards the C group stage. Brother Yun is amazing, Lin Mu shouted at the top of his lungs. In the elite class area, Zhao Kai's body trembled uncontrollably. His proud lightning pattern battle armor felt less than a piece of paper in front of that punch. The large screen flickered wildly. The knockout tournament bracket was officially released. Lin Mu had swept through D group, advancing to the lower bracket. In Chaoyun's upper bracket, beside his name, the next opponent was displayed in blood red font. Elite class, the first match of the elimination round. Elite class, Zhao Kai faces logistics class Chaoyun. The announcement echoed, causing the bleachers to buzz. The screen displayed the profiles of the two contestants. Zhao Kai Crade Thunder, a tribute equipped with the latest silver thunder pattern battle armor. Chaoyun, a grade chef, wearing a white chef's coat from the cooking class with an old apron full of grease hanging from his waist. Students in the stands whispered among themselves. After 3 previous matches of one-sided crushing, no one dared to treat this chef as a joke anymore. Zhao Kai stood on the other side of the arena, breathing heavily. The anger that had been ignored before the match mixed with the scenes of consecutive victories he had just witnessed, tightening his nerves. If he lost to a mere cook today, he would never be able to lift his head in the academy again. Chaoyun, stop pretending to be mysterious. Zhao Kai shouted hoarsely. Your brute strength is only good for bullying Li Gang. Today I will show you the prowess of the elite class. True energy surged out uncontrollably. The air filled with the smell of burning, and electricity crackled. Blue lightning gathered along the patterns of the battle armor, forming a semi-transparent thunder, a tribute phantom between Zhao Kai's fists. The rubber pads at the edges curled up from the heat. Someone from the elite class stood up. Zhou Xiao's Thunder Dragon Break. Damn, Zhou Xiao even taught him this move. This is a trump card capable of withstanding the peak of martial masters. Su Nianwei in the front row rested her fingers on her ice blue short sword. The temperature around her dropped, and frost formed on the armrests of the seats. She watched the figure in work clothes on the stage. Over the past few months, she had consumed a lot of bone broth brought back by Tang Yu. The energy in that broth was extremely pure, even able to suppress the backlash of her sword intent. Tang Yu mentioned that it was made by a chef from the logistics class. Now this chef was using a dull kitchen knife to send ordinary class students off the stage as if chopping vegetables. On the high platform, Zhou Tianyi leaned against the back of his chair, showing little reaction to the thunder martial arts below. Zhao Kai was only using a simplified version, unable to unleash even 1/10 of its power. However, it was sufficient to deal with a chef who relied purely on brute strength. No matter how tough the body, when faced with a high-dimensional elemental attack, it would turn to ashes. Die! Zhao Kai took a large step forward and pushed his fists heavily forward. The thunder phantom tore through the air, charging straight towards Chaoyun's chest. Lin Mu, seated below, tightened his grip, crushing a water bottle and spilling water all over his pants. Brother Yun. Chaoyun stood still, casually stowing the old kitchen knife back into the rope at his waist. A system notification sounded. Ding. Detected incoming high-level thunder attribute, true energy. Identification complete. Violent lightning energy lacking control, uneven heat. Can be used to grill charred food. Recommended handling method: forcibly cool down or cover with higher temperature. Using lightning as firewood. Chaoyun raised his left hand. Using lightning to strike me, eh? His tone was calm. You don't understand what timing is at all. A layer of dark red high temperature covered his left hand. This was a temperature control technique he had developed by boiling beast bones for days, combined with master-level pure blood energy, compressing the air, creating an extreme high-temperature force field. Culinary skill form of timing domain. The Thunder Phantom collided with that hand. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Hiss! The sound of moisture evaporating echoed. The violent thunder attribute energy body was forcibly vaporized the moment it made contact with the timing domain due to unreasonable high temperatures. The high-temperature force field crushed the lightning. The residual energy dissipated into a gust of hot wind lifting the hem of Chaoyun's old apron. The Thunder Dragon break, capable of withstanding peak martial masters, was thus completely scattered. Zhao Kai remained frozen in the stance of his punch, his eyes bulging. The trump card he had exhausted true energy to unleash was crushed by a single hand. It's my turn now. Chaoyun retracted his hand and powered his right foot. Crack! The specially made alloy plate dented inward. He propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Zhao Kai in the blink of an eye. He didn't draw his knife or use any martial skills. It was simply an ordinary straight punch with 145 points of master-level pure physical strength fully poured in. The fist struck Zhao Kai's chest. Bang! The expensive custom silver thunder pattern battle armor burst into a web of cracks at the point of impact. Fragments of the armor flew in all directions, clattering against the protective barrier. The energy core of the armor was instantly destroyed, emitting black smoke. Zhao Kai's 200-plus pound body flew off the stage, crashing into the edge of an alloy pillar. The pillar, as thick as a thigh, bent into a shape. He slid to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, lying motionless. Chaoyun withdrew his stance, hands tucked into his work uniform pockets, watching Zhao Kai, who was searching for his teeth on the ground. The entire martial arts arena fell silent, with only the sound of Zhao Kai gasping for air. Chaoyun addressed the microphone in the front row directly. Using someone else's moves to fight isn't called combat, it's called a performance. Zhao Kai clawed at the plastic debris on the ground, unable to speak. He borrowed the master's killing move and wore the most expensive armor, yet he couldn't even scratch a chef. Chaoyun bent down. And don't use your mediocre thunder talent to insult my culinary talent. The voice broadcasted through the loudspeakers, echoed throughout the arena. These few words not only completely crushed Zhao Kai, but also delivered a slap to Zhou Tianyi from afar. On the high platform, Zhou Tianyi exerted strength in his right hand, leaving 5 finger marks on the alloy armrest. Is this really the waste who usually serves food in the cafeteria? He stared at Chaoyun, and the sense of superiority he had always held finally cracked. Zhao Kai lay on the ground, retching up a few mouthfuls of bile, unable to rise. The referee finally regained his senses, swallowed hard, and raised the signal flag. First match of the elimination round. Chaoyun wins. The stands erupted in cheers that nearly toppled the roof. Students from the ordinary class went wild. Damn! Crushing thunder with one hand. Is this a grade talent? The chef evaporated high-level martial arts. That armor couldn't even withstand a punch. In the logistics class area, Aunt Zhang led the charge, banging a stainless steel spoon against the bottom of the bowl. Little he has made it big. Give him 2 more scoops of meat at noon. On the podium, acting Dean Fangzhong sat up straight, turning to instruct the director of education. Investigate. Was that kind of high temperature a martial technique or a talent mutation? The director of education wiped his sweat while searching through an electronic board. Fang Lao Chaoyun's testing report has always indicated he cannot absorb true energy, being a waste talent. He really didn't have any true energy fluctuations just now. No true energy, yet he can create a high-temperature force field of this magnitude. Fang Zheng leaned back in his chair. Our academy has struck gold. VIP seats. Shen Changfeng activated his personal terminal, and the amount in the betting pool had multiplied several times over. The several silver-ranked hunters beside him were rendered speechless. Shen Changfeng patted his knees. See, this is what you look down upon. He didn't even break a sweat. Old Shen, what is his real skill? If I could understand it, would I still be in the guild? Shen Changfeng put away his terminal. A few days ago, he went to the black market to buy materials and overheard an old blind man mumbling about a master who could use beast bones to make soup that purges toxins. Connecting this to the injury on his leg that had been healed using beast meat, he pieced these matters together. Chaoyun ignored the commotion in the arena and returned to the waiting area along the steps. Old Zhao stood by the railing, handing him a military-grade aluminum water bottle. Chaoyun unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The strong liquor brewed from beast bone powder replenished the stamina he had just expended using the timing domain. This fire control skill is nearly on par with my level when I was flipping the stir-fry. Old Zhao chuckled. It's just average. The thunder attribute as firewood is too crude, it can't bring out the aroma of the meat. Chaoyun wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and returned the water bottle. Old Zhao grinned. The notification sound rang and the matchup list on the big screen began to scroll again. The referee shouted loudly, quarterfinals. Elite class Hansong versus logistics class Chaoyun. The noise from the loudspeaker caused the metal stands to vibrate. The door to the passage on one side of the arena opened. A short-haired young man, nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, strode onto the stage. His heavy footsteps produced a dull echo from the special steel plates. Han Song, the third-ranked tough guy from the elite class possessing a grade diamond body talent. The elite class squad, previously rendered speechless by Chaoyun's consecutive victories, stood up in unison. Brother Han, show him. Let the logistics class learn their lesson. A grade talent is not like those soft persimmons before. Several rascals shouted while banging on the metal railing. The ordinary class did not dare to breathe. Against a pure defensive talent that could withstand attacks of the same rank, flashy techniques were completely useless. Han Song ignored the commotion behind him and stopped at the center of the arena. No mockery, no eye-rolling. He clasped his hands in a formal martial arts salute. Elite class Han Song. His voice was loud. Your physical body is strong and your sight is even sharper. They have all underestimated you. He glanced at Chaoyun's old apron and the worn-out kitchen knife at his waist. I do not underestimate you. From now on I will give it my all. Chaoyun assessed the tall young man opposite him. His stance was stable. He was a serious practitioner. Completely different from Zhao Kai's kind who relied on top-tier equipment. He followed the rules, and he must also adhere to them. Chaoyun pulled his hands from the pockets of his work uniform and also clasped his fists. Logistics class Chaoyun. Good. The referee stepped back to the edge, waving the red flag. Begin. Han Song roared, fully activating his grade diamond body. His skin turned dark gold in half a second, reflecting a heavy metallic sheen. The rubber mat beneath him instantly shattered. Han Song charged forward, the airflow violently pushed aside, heading straight for Chaoyun's face. The pressure was far greater than that of his previous opponents. On the podium, Vice Dean Fong Zheng, holding a teacup, froze in place. This kid from the Han family has already trained his diamond body to the point where his blood and chi meld with his skin. No one of the same rank can break through his defenses. On the arena, Chaoyun did not meet him heated. He tapped his toes on the ground, his body swaying. Just as Han Song's heavy punch descended, he slipped past Han Song's robust arm. Han Song's punch missed. With a twist of his waist, he delivered a powerful swinging punch. Chaoyun leaned back to avoid the punch. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he aimed for the gap in Chaoyun's ribs and struck. Clang. The dull sound of metal crashing echoed throughout the arena. Chaoyun withdrew his hand and shook it twice. His thumb felt slightly numb. The pure physical power of a grandmaster level struck against that layer of dark golden skin, yet was surprisingly withstood. The outer shell was tough, Chaoyun thought. However, in a chef's eyes, the harder the outer shell of an ingredient, the firmer the meat inside. This was clearly a high-tier, hard-shelled exotic beast. He reached behind his waist and drew out the old knife, which was covered in chips. Butcher's Cleaver worldview activated. Ding. Identification complete, a grade diamond body. Ingredient rating high-tier, hard-shelled type. There are multiple points of stagnation in the flow of true energy. Forcibly dismantling requires following the energy flow lines or avoid brute force. Suggested method: strike at the weak points. In his sight, the layer of dark golden shell on Han Song disappeared directly. What remained was the intricate network of true energy flow. At the moment when the opponent's limbs exerted force and true energy circulated to the joints, the tiny defensive gaps all lit up in red. Han Song stepped forward again, his fists alternately swinging, producing a flurry of dark golden fist shadows. Chaoyun met the attack with his knife, engaging in close combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron striking resonated throughout the open martial arts arena. After exchanging dozens of blows, Han Song became increasingly alarmed. His fists, capable of smashing through 30 centimeters of steel plates, could not even touch the edge of the opponent's clothing. Every time it seemed he was about to land a hit, it was deftly evaded at an awkward angle. What was most critical was that Chaoyun's worn-out kitchen knife struck precisely at the weak points of his joints, where his true energy was thinnest. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Han Song bit down on his back molars and concentrated all his true energy into his right arm. The dark golden sheen piled up densely at the tip of his fist. With all his strength, he launched a heavy punch aimed at the opponent's heart. At the moment his right arm was fully extended, Chaoyun lowered his body to evade the punch. The old kitchen knife in his hand drew a trail, slipping into the gap under Han Song's arm. The knife wrist flipped. The back of the knife struck the joint gap of Han Song's right elbow. Ding! The crisp sound of the strike echoed through the microphone. The dark golden defense at Han Song's elbow was cracked open. The flow of true energy stalled, and his right arm immediately went numb. Han Song realized something was wrong and tried to defend with his left hand, stepping back to create distance. Chaoyun would not give him the chance. The continuous slicing technique used on high-end ingredients would not stop once initiated. Second hit. Chaoyun stepped forward. The back of the knife slid down, striking the half-moon joint of Han Song's left knee. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out. Han Song's left leg went soft, his center of gravity shifting. The crack on his knee widened, and the defense net of the diamond body began to collapse. Third hit. Chaoyun stepped on the rubber mat, leaping into the air and twisting his body. The old kitchen knife smashed down hard on the true energy connection point of Han Song's left scapula. Crack. The crisp sound of bone dislocation reverberated in the martial arts arena. The 3 consecutive strikes at weak points completely severed the true energy circulation structure of the diamond body. The dark golden sheen on Han Song's body dissipated completely, revealing his original skin color. The defense line collapsed. Chaoyun gracefully landed, gently pushing his wrist forward. The damaged back of the knife was steadily pressed against Han Song's heart. As long as he pushed forward another half-inch, the explosion of Grandmaster-level power would lead to a shattered heart. Chaoyun stopped. A gust of wind blew across the arena, stirring up the rubber debris on the ground. Han Song looked down at the dull kitchen knife pressed against his chest, falling silent for 2 seconds. He let out a long breath, voluntarily stepping back half a pace, respectfully clasping his fists and bowing. Your skills are astonishing. I lost, and I am convinced. He was frank and open. Chaoyun tucked the old kitchen knife back behind his waist and nodded to Han Song. Thank you for the lesson. The referee was dumbfounded until the director below coughed repeatedly, prompting him to quickly raise the signal flag. First match of the quarterfinals. Logistics class, Chaoyun wins. As the result was announced, the commotion in the stands came to an abrupt halt. Only the faint buzzing of spiritual energy from the recording stone could be heard. In the elite class stand, all the students were collectively speechless. The boys who had previously boasted about taking down Chaoyun now had their mouths tightly shut. A grade talent Han Song, with his invincible diamond body defense of the same rank, was reduced to a state of disassembly by 3 strikes from a worn-out kitchen knife. This scene completely shattered their perceptions. Zhou Tianyi, sitting in the front row, dug his fingers into the armrest of the seat, deforming the alloy material. How many tricks could his thunder battle body withstand against such a dissection-style approach? What other secrets did this logistics chef hide? In the ordinary class formation of the spectacled boy swallowed hard. Damn. From now on, I must be polite to the guy serving food in the cafeteria. People next to him nodded wildly. The long-standing rule that talent level determined everything was completely shattered today. On the logistics class side, Lin Mu waved his vest emblazoned with the words "Third Canteen," shouting, "Brother Yun is invincible." Old Zhao, puffing on his pipe, squinted at the scene. The strength in this wrist, the precision in targeting the acupoints, cutting potato strips, is definitely a skill to behold. Tang Yus, sitting in the treatment class formation, covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open. Is this really the Chaoyun who always gave me an extra scoop of meat? In the VIP section, Shin Changfeng sat, with his legs crossed, watching the replay on the big screen. He took a big sip from his teacup and turned to the group of silver medal hunters beside him. Did you see that? That wasn't fighting, that was dissection. He pointed at the screen. Every strike hit precisely at the gaps in the circulation of the diamond body's true energy. Such vision and control of timing are rare, even among grandmasters. The hunters exchanged glances, none daring to respond. In the highest level resting area, the view was the best. Sun Yinwei sat on the leather sofa, staring at the figure walking towards the passage. The water bottle in her hand was squeezed out of shape. Water splashed all over her, soaking her well-tailored elite class uniform. She paid no attention to it. Her usually expressionless face was filled with astonishment. The chipped kitchen knife in Chaoyun's hand traced each trajectory with extreme precision, entirely resembling the techniques of a top chef in bone cutting and meat peeling. Not only does he possess strength, Sun Yinwei spoke softly, drops of water falling from her fingertips onto the carpet. He can even see through the essence of all martial arts. Before the words fell, the air around group as semifinal venue violently expanded. A pungent smell of ozone emanated from the semifinals arena, and the airflow swept through, causing the hair of students in the front row to blow backwards. A thick blue lightning bolt struck the center of the arena. High-voltage currents darted across the specially designed alloy floor, carbonizing the rubber cushioning layer and billowing out thick clouds of black smoke. Zhou Tianyi hovered half a meter off the ground. The glass thunder battle body erupted at full power, enveloping him in blinding blue plasma. His eyes turned completely azure, and the strong electromagnetic field distorted the surrounding light. There were no meticulous techniques, no patience in seeking flaws, only pure destructive violence. On the other end of the arena, the perennial second best of the elite class, Su Bin, was retreating frantically. The A-class frost talent was pushed to its limits. Su Bin's feet were firmly planted on the steel plate, while his 10 fingers flew rapidly, weaving a defensive line. Light blue martial energy gushed forth, transforming into substantial frost. Layer after layer of half-meter-thick ice walls rose from the ground in front of him. The frozen hexagonal ice crystals on the surface reflected piercing blue light, casting half of the martial arena into flickering shadows. According to military testing standards, ice walls of this thickness could withstand continuous strikes from micro-armor-piercing rounds. Su Bin hid behind 3 ice walls, gasping for air, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Zhou Tianyi raised his chin. Your prideful absolute zero can't even freeze my thunder armor. He didn't pose or use any martial arts. He simply lifted his right leg in a straightforward manner. Thunder gathered at his right leg, the blue light blinding the hundreds of spectators in the front row, causing them to shield their eyes. With a downward strike in midair, there was a snap. Boom! The first kick came down. The 10-meter-high, half-meter-thick anti-explosion ice wall shattered from the top down. Cracks ran through the 3 ice walls. The splintering ice crystals struck the protective shield of the stands, creating a sharp sound. Immediately, the high temperature vaporized the ice crystals, and a large amount of scalding steam rose in the center of the arena. Su Bin crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a thick layer of frost armor formed on the surface of his skin. Zhou Tianyi lowered his body and swept out with his second kick. The back of his foot struck Su Bin's arms, shattering the frost armor into powder and transmitting kinetic energy through Su Bin's arms. Su Bin was sent flying off the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which turned into red mist in the air due to the plasma. His knees slammed heavily onto the steel arena, creating 2 dents in the specialized steel plate. The third kick followed closely behind. Zhou Tianyi's toes hovered just 1 millimeter from the center of Su Bin's forehead. The high temperature ignited Su Bin's hair, and the smell of burning filled the air. If the toes moved forward another millimeter, the high-voltage current would penetrate Su Bin's brain. Ignoring his burning hair, Su Bin struggled to push back with his hands, his features contorted in fear. I concede. The distorted scream pierced through the entire arena. 3 moves. Faced with an A-class genius, Zhou Tianyi similarly only used 3 moves. This was the unreasonable, all-around crushing from class talent. Zhou Tianyi dissipated the electric light, landed on the steel plate, and turned to walk down the steps. His steps were steady. The destructive scene from earlier ignited the entire martial arena. The elite class formation, previously silenced by Chaoyun's dissection style, erupted into a frenzy that shook the roof. The pent-up frustration from 3 matches was completely released. Hundreds of elite class students jumped onto their seats, waving their uniform jackets and shouting "Class! This is absolute power. What techniques? In front of Zhou, they are all worthless. 1 force overcomes 10, do you understand? Tomorrow he'll chop that tray holder into carbon. Let him witness a real genius." Zhao Kai, wrapped in bandages, sat in a wheelchair, frantically slapping his thighs and shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. All the students from the ordinary class stood up, and those in the front row took 2 steps back. They stared at the specially designed materials on the stage that had been melted by high temperatures and scorched by lightning, feeling the scorching heat wave wash over them, swallowing nervously. It's terrifying that this is beyond the destruction a human can inflict. That was a class defense. It couldn't withstand even 1 kick. Could Chaoyun's broken kitchen knife withstand this high temperature? It probably melted into iron water before even getting close. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu's mouth was agape, and the bottle of mineral water he had for celebration dropped to the ground, spilling water down the steps. He turned to old Zhao. This thunder battle body is unreasonable. With Yun Guest's little frame, can he survive a hit? Old Zhao's action of puffing on his pipe froze in midair, remaining silent. The tobacco leaves in the brass pipe flickered in and out. He squinted at the replay on the screen, mentally deducing the path that the old kitchen knife would take into the storm of lightning. In the VIP section, Shen Shangfeng crossed his legs, watching the A-class arena. This is the monster that the Zhou family has exhausted resources to create. Not only is its glass talent, but his physical quality is nearly on par with high-level martial masters. A silver medal hunter leaned in. Old Shen, in a matchup between this thunder battle body and Chaoyun's dissection skills, who has a better chance of winning? Our guild has opened a betting pool on this. Shen Shangfeng picked up his teacup, blew away the floating dust, and took a big sip. It's hard to say. One is an absolute technique that sees through everything, the other is an absolute force that destroys everything. Chaoyun can cut through solids, but can't cut through pure energy bodies. Zhou Tianyi's lightning can melt all conventional weapons. That old kitchen knife can't withstand 100,000 volts of high voltage. He put down his teacup. Tomorrow's finals will be quite ugly. It's all about who can't hold on first. 4 giant holographic screens above the venue lit up simultaneously. Data streams fluctuated, obscuring all the eliminated contestants' information. 2 half-length images flew out from the sides of the screen and collided at the center. Ultimate Finals. Logistics class, Chaoyun versus Elite class, Zhou Tianyi. E-class against class. Trash against genius. Yellowed old work uniforms against $10 million thunder battle armor. Kings meet kings. 2 completely different paths are about to collide. Heaton. The entire school of 3,000 people erupted into a frenzy. Shouts and whistles intertwined, shaking the holographic projection ceiling into rippling waves. Everyone at the instructor's table stood up, pointing at the list of matchups on the screen and debating. The suspense of this match exceeded everyone's initial expectations. The night before the finals. There were still 12 hours until the finals. Inside the elite class gravity training room. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sounds of impact echoed continuously in the enclosed metal room. Zhou Tianyi trained shirtless, his chest and abdomen muscles completely tensed. The instrument panel displayed a gravity multiplier of 10G. In this environment, every lift of his hand was equivalent to lifting several hundred pounds. Zhou Tianyi's fists crackled with azure electricity as he pounded one specialized force-measuring sandbag after another. Sweat barely seeped from his pores before being evaporated by the high temperature of his body, enveloping him in a layer of white steam. The alloy door to the training room slid open. Zhou Hongyi entered with his hands behind his back. This powerful figure from Iron Eagle Base, a low-level martial saint, wore only a loose training outfit. He did not deliberately release any aura, but with every step, he took the sparks of lightning in the training room automatically parted to the sides. This was the oppressive feeling of a martial saint. He stopped assessing the sight of his son furiously punching. The surface of the sandbag had already carbonized, the metal rings groaning under the strain, and the alloy walls were covered in fist marks. "You are afraid." Zhou Hongyi stated the fact, his voice cutting through the sounds of impact steadily. Zhou Tianyi punched through the sandbag, sand and electricity spilling out. He retracted his fist, his chest heaving heavily, and turned to face Zhou Hongyi. "I just don't want any accidents. That chef is definitely more than just a grandmaster-level physical strength." He dismantled Han Song's diamond body with 3 strikes. I understood the first strike. Zhou Tianyi walked over to a nearby platform and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. "I can't keep up with the trajectory of the ladder strikes." He tossed the towel onto the desk. Zhou Hongyi walked over to the broken sandbag and picked up a handful of electrified sand. The Thunder Battle body is Sklass. The core of Sklass is its unreasonable attribute suppression. No matter how thoroughly he perceives the true energy operation, your thunder energy is liquid and amorphous. That knife with a notch can cut through solid armor, but cannot cut through liquid thunder plasma. Zhou Tianyi remained silent. "Go rest. Tomorrow use the most direct means to wipe him off the arena." Zhou Hongyi turned and walked towards the door. The alloy door closed. Zhou Tianyi lowered his head, staring at his hands, blue lightning jumping between his fingers. He walked to the control panel and pressed the plus button. The gravity multiplier jumped to 12G. The training room echoed with even more deafening sounds of impact. At the same time, in the kitchen of the third cafeteria, there were no high-tech training devices here, nor any holographic projections. The lights were off and moonlight slanted onto the greasy floor tiles. Chaoyun sat on a low stool with a grayish-green whetstone clamped between his legs. He held in his hands the old kitchen knife that had processed countless exotic beast meats. With his right hand gripping the handle and his left fingers pressing down on the blade, the aged grease on the knife's back had already been cleaned. Next to him was a plastic basin filled with water. He dipped his fingertips in the water, sprinkling it over the surface of the whetstone. The droplets seeped down along the stone's texture. Shoo-shoo. Pushing the blade forward, it glided along the stone surface. Shoo-shoo. Pulling the blade back, it picked up fine stone slurry. The sound of metal grinding against stone echoed rhythmically in the kitchen. Chaoyun's upper body swayed back and forth with the motion of sharpening the knife, maintaining a steady rhythm. The cheers, shock, and fear from outside were irrelevant to him. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Old Shin, this match is truly unwatchable. That scar-faced hunter rubbed his thigh and stuffed the electronic terminal back into his pocket. That kid from the Zhou family has developed the Thunder Battle body to such an extent, it's beyond the realm of conventional martial arts. Shin Changfeng sat in the front row with his arms crossed over his chest, leaning forward, intently fixated on the tightly closed iron door on the right. The open-air martial arts arena was filled to capacity with 3,000 seats, leaving no space in the aisles. The alloy arena was heated to a blistering temperature from the previous semifinal, with smoke rising from the air above. At the VIP table, the director of education leaned closer to Fang Zheng. Old Fang people from the Zhou family have arrived, occupying the VIP seats. Fang Zheng knocked his purple clay teacup against the table. "No matter who comes, the rules of the arena cannot be broken today. I want to see which of these two can ultimately defeat." In the far corner of the logistics stand, old Zhao was squeezed between 2 portly chefs, pulling out yellowed tobacco and stuffing it into a brass pipe. This was also his first time breaking away from the kitchen to watch the match. Lin Mu gripped the railing in the front row, his veins bulging. When the sound of a bronze bell resonated, the stands fell silent, the only sound being the faint hum of spiritual energy from the viewing stone. Driven by hydraulic push rods, the iron doors on both sides slid open. Chaoyun and Zhou Tianyi stepped onto the alloy arena, stopping 10 meters apart. Zhou Tianyi wore a sleeveless black combat suit. Blue lightning radiated from his body, and the insulating rubber cushioning crackled, releasing plumes of black smoke. "I've watched every match you've had so far," Zhou Tianyi began. There was no mockery, no condescension. "Your physical body is quite extraordinary, and your ability to exploit weaknesses is precise." The lightning climbed up along the contours of his muscles, bursting into blue light at his fingertips. "I don't know what means you used to grow stronger, but today I won't hold back a single ounce of strength." Zhou Tianyi took a half step forward, the gravitational pull of the lightning drawing the scattered metal debris between them into the air. "I will wake you up. Logistics workers should stay in the kitchen." Chaoyun stood firm, not even breaking his breath. He undid the buttons of his white work uniform and reached towards his lower back with one hand. The freshly sharpened old chef's knife was drawn out. He ran his thumb along the shiny blade. "What a coincidence," Chaoyun looked at the lightning ahead. "I also don't plan to hold back. Your skin should fetch a good price." Outside the arena, Zhao Kai in a wheelchair slammed the armrest and cursed loudly. "Looking for death." The referee dared not approach, hiding behind the protective shield and waving a red flag. As the red flag fell, Zhou Tianyi moved. The thunder battle body erupted at full power. The 10-meter distance was erased in the blink of an eye, with Zhou Tianyi glowing with piercing blue light charging forward. No probing, no tricks. His right fist, infused with high-pressure lightning, slammed directly at Chaoyun's face. Boom. The lightning tore through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. Hundreds of students in the front row turned their heads, covering their ears. Chaoyun pushed back with his right foot. Swift wind step activated. He slid half a step to the left. The high-pressure electricity grazed past his nose, the intense heat instantly burning the collar of his white coat to ash. Chaoyun raised his right hand. The battered old chef's knife was thrust upward, striking the wrist joint of Zhou Tianyi. Ding! The skill butcher's cleaver has been activated. Ingredient identification: living, energetic body. Status: extremely berserk. The world faded to black and white. In the past, when cutting meat and bones, the body of a high-level martial artist would reveal the sluggish points of true energy and the gaps in the bones glowing red. But this time there was nothing. Chaoyun's wrist paused slightly. In the realm of butcher's cleaver, Zhou Tianyi's arm had no physical structure, completely composed of flowing energetic essence. There were no meridian nodes, nor any gaps in the bones. It was merely a high-speed flowing ball of high-pressure energy. The knife's back struck in, but the lightning ions did not disperse. Instead, they split along the metallic edge of the knife, and then rapidly closed back together. Clang! The physical impact collided with the high-pressure electric field. The knife's back did not damage the structure of true energy. Instead, it attracted a fierce backlash of lightning. A segment of blue light surged up along the old chef's knife, ensnaring Chaoyun's right hand. A tingling pain surged, with burning heat pressing against his shoulder. The Grandmaster-level vitality automatically protected him, forcing the lightning energy to be trapped at his elbow. Was I deflected? Lin Mu tugged at his messy hair, leaning halfway over the railing. On the arena, Chaoyun stepped back 2 paces, shaking his right hand to dispel the numbness in his meridians. "It's useless." Zhou Tianyi's voice drowned out the thunder. "My thunder battle armor is energetic essence. Your dissection techniques are futile." He didn't give Chaoyun a moment to adjust. His right leg shattered the steel plate as he lunged forward again. A flurry of lightning-infused punches rained down. The blue light and high temperature sealed off all escape routes around Chaoyun. He retreated, wielding the old vegetable knife up and down to block. Clang! 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 Metal clashed, with lightning exploding into a shower of sparks accompanied by a grinding noise. Chaoyun pushed his Grandmaster-level physical strength to its peak. His wrist firmly gripped the knife handle, bracing against each heavy strike. Yet the lightning showed no mercy. The energy splattered beyond the blade, relentlessly battering against him. The white chef's uniform burned through to reveal dozens of charred holes, exposing the scorched skin beneath. Boom! Zhou Tianyi seized the opportunity while he was swinging the knife, twisting his waist. His right leg, wrapped in a crescent-shaped lightning plasma, swept directly at Chaoyun's neck. There was no way to dodge. Chaoyun retracted his arms, gripping the knife with both hands and placing the wide blade vertical against his chest. The whip kick struck the knife face. The kinetic energy exploded with the lightning plasma. Chaoyun was pushed back, his legs spread apart, with his shoes firmly planted on the arena. The rubber soles of his shoes scraped against the alloy steel plate, carving out 2 deep grooves 2 meters long. He retreated 3 full steps before he could dissipate the impact. A brief silence fell over the martial arts arena. Immediately thereafter, the elite class erupted in a frenzy that threatened to topple the roof. Hundreds of students in dark blue uniforms jumped onto their seats, waving their arms and slamming water bottles. The frustration of losing 3 consecutive matches was fully released. Break him. Did you see that? This is absolute strength. What useless techniques. In front of Zhou Xiao he is worth even less than paper. In the logistics class area, Aunt Zhang dropped the stainless steel soup pot she was holding, which clattered down the steps. Tang Yu covered her mouth with both hands. Old Zhao held a freshly struck match, the flame consuming the stick, and he did not react even as it reached his fingertips. In the high VIP seats, Su Nianwei sat on a leather sofa leaning forward. Her hands gripped the fabric at her knees tightly, creating several creases. Chaoyun, who had once dispatched the elites of the class with a kitchen knife, finally faced a setback. At the edge of the arena, Chaoyun stood firm. He paid no mind to the commotion outside. Looking down at the singed apron on his chest, he relaxed his right hand, then clenched it again, forcing the residual sparks of electricity out from his fingertips. He stepped back 3 paces. Yet there was not a trace of defeat on his face, only the fervor of a top chef encountering a rare ingredient slowly climbing into his eyes. A fine ingredient. 50 meters away, Zhou Tianyi began to gather lightning energy, once more preparing to end the match decisively. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chaoyun assumed an unusual stance that defied the principles of martial arts. He pulled his right hand back, flipping his wrist outward. The old chef's knife, now covered in nicks, turned halfway around. The blade faced down while the handle pointed up. The thick back of the knife pressed against his right forearm. The forehand chop transformed into a backhand grip. In the corner of the stands, old Zhao tossed away the burning matchstick, his eyelids twitching. This was the intricate boning technique of a seasoned chef dealing with slippery-skinned exotic beasts. Chaoyun lowered his center of gravity. His right hand concealed behind him, while his left hand reached forward, gazing intently at the swirling lightning ahead. Since I can't cut through the water, it'll just change the recipe. Chaoyun flipped his wrist. The previously aggressive stance of chopping bones vanished, replaced by a reverse grip with the knife's back against his forearm blade facing outward. This was a technique from the kitchen for dealing with slippery seafood. The wrist must be steady, and the force must be precise. A slight miscalculation could lead to incomplete cuts, while excess force could injure oneself. His rubber-soled shoes scraped against the steel plate arena, and with a slight twist of his ankle, Chaoyun slid to the side. This was not the martial steps taught by the academy. It was purely muscle memory honed from dodging while carrying scorching hot pots in a crowded kitchen. Smooth and uninterrupted, each step landed perfectly in the attack's blind spots. Zhou Tianyi shouted, "Stop playing tricks." He pushed off the ground, and a specially made steel plate buckled under his feet. He surged forward like a thunderstorm. His right fist sliced through the air with a whistling sound, aiming directly at Chaoyun's face. The high-voltage electricity baked the surrounding air to a dry heat. Chaoyun did not meet it, heating, using the momentum of his slide to evade. Instead of retreating, he advanced, reversing the grip on the knife and slipping in close to Zhou Tianyi's punch. The world of Butcher's cleaver opened up before him. In his vision, the direction of the blue lightning ions was clear. The gaps where energy flowed were the natural textures of the ingredients. The old kitchen knife was presented. No chopping, no hard clashes. The blade followed the gaps of the lightning flow, slicing directly into that turbulent energy. Ding! Butcher's cleaver proficiency 1 successfully guided the turbulent energy flow, triggering a special dissection effect. As the blade passed, the lightning was redirected, sliding away along the back of the knife. He sliced open the belly, running the knife down the spine effortlessly. Zhou Tianyi felt a chill in his right arm. The uninterrupted, thunderous outer layer was forcibly penetrated through the energy gap by that worn-out knife. The back of the knife pressed against his shoulder. No skin was broken, no blood was shed. But at that point of pressure, the thunderous battle aura was abruptly cut off for a full second. A vacuum appeared in the energy network. The lightning on his shoulder extinguished, revealing the black combat suit beneath. Zhou Tianyi felt a tingling on his scalp. This was equivalent to having a knife placed against his artery. As long as Chaoyun pressed his wrist down half an inch, the power of a grandmaster would flow in, and this arm would be rendered useless on the spot. Zhou Tianyi exclaimed, "This is impossible." Chaoyun leaned closer, pressing down with the back of the knife. No matter what meat it is cutting, along the grain is always the best way to slice. This layer of skin is just a slightly tougher beast with a shell. Zhou Tianyi shouted, "Get lost." He was furious. His pride was shattered by this statement, and his martial spirit surged uncontrollably. The blue lightning surged forcibly, pushing Chaoyun back half a step. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. The arena became a stormy battleground. The specially made steel plate melted into crimson metallic droplets from the erratic currents. Every punch from Zhou Tianyi relied purely on brute force. High-voltage electricity mixed with the wind of his fist, striking directly at Chaoyun's vital points. He Chaoyun gripped the old kitchen knife in reverse, repeatedly slicing into the gaps of the lightning. Dodging left. Shifting right. The back of the knife flipped. The blade arced upward. Ding. Butcher's Cleaver Proficiency 1 ding. Butcher's Cleaver Proficiency 1 system notifications flooded his mind. The sounds of metal clashing merged into a symphony. 5 times. 10 times. 15 times. He Chaoyun quickened his pace. Each cut precisely pierced the energy nodes of the thunderous battle aura. The lightning was forcibly pried apart, unable to form a complete shield cycle. During the cuts, he even had the leisure to tap the joints of Zhou Tiany's body with the back of the knife, disrupting his power structure. This was not a battle at all, it was entirely a one-sided culinary process. After intensive guiding cuts, the thunderous shield surrounding Zhou Tiany began to collapse. The once solid blue electric armor became pockmarked. Large amounts of lightning went out of control, flying haphazardly. The elite class students in the stands were left in shock. The boys who had just been shouting wildly were now gaping, unable to utter a single word. Their most proud class genius was being suppressed and beaten by a mere kitchen worker. The invincible thunderous shield was riddled with holes. His psychological defenses crumbled. Zhao Kai sat in his wheelchair, his bandaged hands trembling. What kind of monster is this kitchen worker? Instructor Chen Feng stood at the bottom of the stage, his face twitching. He had always looked down on those in the logistics class, frequently cutting their rations of beast meat. Looking at the figure on stage, suppressing the class, Chen Feng was drenched in cold sweat. If that kid sought revenge in the next match, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one knife strike. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu pressed 2 handprints into the railing, shouting, "Brother Yun is awesome. Slice him. Turn him into fish fillets." The fat chef held a metal basin, banging the bottom loudly. "This knife skill, this precision, is absolutely the best in the kitchen for cutting shredded radish." Old Zhao even forgot to smoke his pipe, his dry lips trembling. "This knife skill of cutting through lightning. In all my years, I've never seen anyone able to treat pure energy as beast meat to slice." Using culinary skills to break martial arts, this kid had practiced the art of cooking to its very core. Tang Yu sat in the treatment class formation, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. The figure in the tattered work uniform on the stage was still the same apprentice who washed vegetables in the kitchen. Those who mocked him for his E-class talent had all become laughingstocks. In the VIP section, Shin Changfeng stood up, knocking over a teacup. The tea spilled across the table, but he paid no mind, fixated on the slow-motion replay on the big screen. Shin Changfeng remarked, guiding the flow, peeling layers like silk. "This kid treats high-voltage electricity like flowing water to redirect." The hunters beside him were left speechless. If they were on stage, how many rounds could they last against such dissection techniques? Vice Dean Fang Zheng sat at the center of the podium, tapping his fingers on the table. Fang Zheng commented, "A well-executed maneuver, placing oneself on the edge of danger while using the most efficient means to dismantle the opponent's strongest defense. Such temperament and insight cannot be cultivated overnight." On the arena, Zhou Tiany retreated to the corner. The vacuum period of the thunderous shield grew longer, and it was about to collapse. He gasped heavily, his lungs producing a rough, wheezing sound. Each circulation of his true energy felt excruciating. He bit his tongue, swallowing the metallic taste of blood mixed with turbulent energy. The ultimate explosion of the thunderous battle body. Zhou Tiany shouted, "He Chaoyun, you better fall down." His eyes were bloodshot, his vital energy overdrawn. The lightning around him collapsed, all converging into his right arm. The surrounding air was sucked dry. A thick, blinding pillar of lightning unleashed a torrent of violent energy. A lethal strike, thunderous fury. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. This was a pure outpouring of energy. No gaps, no textures to cut. It was all sheer violence. The range nearly covered half the arena. He Chaoyun had just completed a close-range cut, but his footing faltered, leaving him no time to evade. He turned around, channeling all his strength into his left arm, blocking across his chest. The passive defense of the gluttonous physique activated. 80 points of physical strength surged beneath his skin. The accumulated blood and energy from years of consuming high-tier beast meat transformed into a substantial layer of red light, enveloping the surface of his left arm. A tremendous sound echoed throughout the venue. The arena collapsed half a meter deep under the impact. The steel plate curled up. The violent lightning transformed into a blinding blue sea, engulfing He Chaoyun. The accumulated blood and energy from years of consuming high-tier beast meat transformed into a substantial layer of red light, enveloping the surface of his left arm. A tremendous sound. Sun Yinwei stood high above her, fingers gripping the glass wall. The storm of lightning below was overwhelming. That old kitchen knife couldn't withstand such an impact. Did that kitchen worker just lose? Zhou Hongyi crushed his purple clay cup, tea mixed with ceramic shards spilling onto the floor. Forcing Tiany to use this self-destructive ultimate move meant He Chaoyun was not dying in vain. The dignity of its glass must be stained with blood. In the center of the arena, the bright light dissipated. Black smoke cleared. Chaoyun staggered back 5 steps, half kneeling on the ground. The white sleeve of his work uniform turned to ash. The skin of his entire left arm was scorched black, the surface carbonized. He used his right hand to lodge the broken knife into the steel plate, stabilizing his stance. Ding! Detected massive amounts of turbulent energy invading. Gluttonous physique activated, digesting. A faint resonance of blood and energy echoed within Chaoyun. The lightning energy that penetrated his meridians was forcibly consumed by the gluttonous force, transforming into pure blood and energy that nourished his entire body. Beneath the scorched skin, new flesh buds rapidly grew. 10 meters away, Zhou Tianyi also half knelt in the deep pit, his chest heaving. The thunderous battle body on him had dimmed, with only a few thin strands of lightning flickering on his shoulder. The side effects of overdrawn vitality began to show. His muscles twitched uncontrollably. The two locked eyes across the cracked ruins of the arena. Neither had fallen. Chaoyun glanced down at his charred left arm, smoke wafting up from the wound. A massive amount of qi and blood gathered in his left arm. The burnt skin peeled off, revealing new flesh beneath. He moved his fingers a couple of times while his right hand firmly gripped the broken old kitchen knife. The chip on the blade still bore scorch marks. Come on. Zhou Tianyi's voice was hoarse. The boy, straining against the brink of collapse of his thunder battle body, pressed all the remaining lightning energy into his right fist and charged forward. Beep. Target identified. Living energy state, body overloaded state. The violent energy is backfiring on the target's meridians, expected to self-destruct in 3 seconds. A red warning popped up in his vision. Chaoyun squinted. This kid was on the verge. The lightning energy had completely spiraled out of control. If this continued, it would turn into a deadly high-pressure bomb. He himself, with the Taodai physique, wouldn't die, but this excellent ingredient would surely turn into waste. Wasting ingredients is a grave taboo in the kitchen. Chaoyun held nothing back. With over 160 points of physical strength, he erupted instantly. Dark red qi and blood surged forth. The energy of the lion flame fist transformed into tangible flames, enveloping the old kitchen knife. The blade emitted a low hum. The gale step was stacked to its limit. The alloy steel plate beneath his feet cracked under his pressure. He lunged forward, and stray high-pressure lightning ions drilled into his pores. An ordinary martial artist would have had their meridians scorched dry by now. A red hue surfaced on Chaoyun's skin, a result of long-term consumption of high-tier beast meat that accumulated violent qi and blood. The Taodai physique's passive defense activated, initiating energy absorption. The invading lightning had not yet touched his blood vessels before being crushed and swallowed by the Taodai power, transforming into pure physical strength. The closer he got to the eye of the storm, the more abundant Chaoyun's strength became. He charged straight toward the blazing white lightning. As the thunderous fist struck towards him, Chaoyun felt the wind surge beneath his feet, his legs crossing as he exerted force from his waist and hips. The fish slicing step from the kitchen was put into play. He slipped around the dead angle of the thunderous fist. The scorching wind from the punch swept away half of his eyebrow. At the same time, his right hand wielded the kitchen knife. The butcher's knife technique locked onto the last gap of lightning flowing through Zhou Tianyi's right arm. He didn't chop or hack. The blade slid precisely along that gap, from his wrist to his elbow, and then to his shoulder. Thousands in the audience only saw a dark red cutting line. This was entirely a technique for deboning fish. The knife tip followed the connective fascia seamlessly. This wasn't actually cutting meat. The blade directly severed the energy circulation circuit of the thunder battle body along this main vein. A muffled bang echoed. Zhou Tianyi's right arm suddenly felt empty. The violent lightning energy was drained from its source and dissipated, causing his body to sag. The thunder battle body completely disintegrated. The blue light vanished from the martial arts arena, leaving only the specially made steel plate still smoking. Without the protection of lightning, his legs went weak. The burning sensation in his meridians receded, leaving only the feeling of exhaustion. He stared at his right arm. Not a single white mark was left on his skin. The energy pathways within had already collapsed. Before he could regain his senses, Chaoyun spun around the back of the kitchen knife, firmly resting against his chest. The wind fluttered Chaoyun's tattered white apron. He stood there, not bringing it down. With his 160-plus strength, if that knife edge had struck, Zhou Tianyi's heart would have definitely been lost. Yet he retracted cleanly, with not a hint of strength leaking out. The two stood half a step apart. Chaoyun casually twirled the knife, securing it back on his apron. "You're strong," he said in that infuriatingly calm tone. "But this is where it ends." Zhou Tianyi stared intently at Chaoyun, his chest heaving. He knew the opponent had held back. If it were in the wilderness outside the city, he would have already been sliced in half. This was not just a crushing defeat in power. In terms of control over true chi and technique, he was leagues away. Just now, when the lightning spiraled out of control, he couldn't even manage the violent energy himself. It was Chaoyun's knife that accurately released the overloaded lightning pressure, saving his life. His pride shattered, but he also glimpsed a broader world. Zhou Tianyi forced a bitter smile, his proud head lowering. I lost. I'm convinced both in heart and mouth. The martial arts arena fell into a 10-second silence. Only the buzzing of the energy stone operating could be heard. Following that, deafening cheers and whistles erupted, threatening to blow the roof off the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. The ordinary class student area went into an uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? A single knife split the thunder. What do you mean split? It was dissection. He dissected that mass of lightning. Is this what an grade chef talent looks like? Who assessed this? Bring him out and beat him. I'm signing up for the logistics class tomorrow to wash dishes. This knife technique is unbelievable. Thousands of people babbled and jostled each other. Everyone's understanding was thoroughly ground into the dirt. In the logistics class area, Lin Mu directly vaulted over the railing onto the front table. He swung the work clothes he had taken off in the air. He won. Chaoyun won. Did you see that? This is our logistics class. The hefty chef slammed the stainless steel soup basin, creating a thunderous sound. Aunt Zhang bounced on the steps, vigorously shaking the arms of the two apprentices beside her. Old Zhao huddled in a corner, striking a match to light his brass smoking pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. His parched lips curled into a wide grin. This kid has broken the heavens. In the elite class formation, hundreds of students dressed in deep blue uniforms slumped in their chairs, unable to utter a sound. The earlier arrogance turned into slaps across the face. Zhao Kai sat in his wheelchair, mouth agape, making a strange clacking sound in his throat. Enscraved Thunder Battle Body, a Ancient Century genius from Iron Eagle Bay City, was cut open by a logistics apprentice wielding an old kitchen knife. Instructor Chun Feng's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed into his chair, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. He stared at the figure in the torn apron on the stage, his scalp tingling. It's over. He had been cutting the logistics class beast meat rations daily. If this was held against him, his mid-tier martial master cultivation wouldn't even be enough to withstand a few cuts from the other. In the VIP seats, Shun Changfeng stood up, overturning the tea table. The glass shattered into pieces, tea splattering everywhere. He paid no mind to this, staring intently at the stage. What kind of monster is this? The nearby silver badge hunters gasped. Old Shin, did you see that footwork? I didn't catch it. Not only did I not see the footwork, I didn't even understand how he broke the Thunder Battle Body. Shin Changfeng pressed his hands firmly against the railing. He sliced along the energy patterns. He saw through the energy flow of the Thunder Battle Body and cut off the nexus. This isn't brute force. This is deadly control. The balance of interests had completely tilted. And a great support who can single-handedly take down its grade genius. Representatives of all factions present mentally calculated their gains. Sun Yinwei sat on the leather sofa, her hands gripping the fabric at her knees, her chest rising and falling. She gazed at the figure on the stage who was sheathing his knife. Initially thinking that the opponent merely had a peculiar dissection technique, it now appeared to be a dimensional strike. Her prideful grade-I sword intent, if faced against that old kitchen knife, would likely not last 3 moves. Zhou Hongyi gripped the solid wood armrest of the Grandmaster chair, the hardwood crumbling beneath his grip. The pressure of his early martial saint level leaked uncontrollably. Surrounding high-ranking academy officials couldn't withstand the pressure and retreated. He didn't explode watching Chaoyun on the stage, sheathing his knife, then glancing at Zhou Tianyi, who had bowed his head in surrender. A fine display of control and release. Zhou Hongyi ground his teeth. If that knife edge had come down, the Zhou family would truly face extinction. Chaoyun was establishing his authority, while also making the Zhou family owe him a tremendous favor. To be able to defeat you, while controlling how to defeat you, this kid's thoughts and methods run deep. Wang Deming sat on the other side, the 200-pound black iron balls in his hands, suddenly, still deep fingerprints left on them. A Grandmaster-level physique, combined with this strange ability to see through energy flow trajectories. Wang Deming leaned slightly toward his adjutant, lowering his voice. If he continues to grow, the balance in Iron Eagle City will be disrupted. Should we arrange for someone from the black market? The adjutant leaned closer, nodding. Commander, should we find out this kid's background? Wang Deming waved his hand. If we can't recruit him, find an opportunity to dispose of him. This kind of variable cannot remain in Iron Eagle. Amidst the overwhelming frenzy, Vice Dean Fong Zhang sat at the center of the podium, lifting a purple clay teacup and blowing off the floating dust. A clear transmission pierced through the noisy din, directly reaching Chaoyun's ear. Well done, you little rascal. Once your injuries heal, come to my office. We need to discuss the list for the inter-city exchange competition. Damn, this is incredible. Lin Mu howled, standing atop the desk in the dormitory, his voice cracking. That night after the ranking match concluded, the Iron Eagle Martial Academy was in an uproar. Boys from the ordinary class bare-chested swung their uniforms around wildly, while the girls pounded on the tables howling. Hundreds of students lined up at the entrance of the third cafeteria, shouting that tomorrow, even if Chaoyun served a plate of looking up at the stars, they would lick the plate clean. In contrast, the elite dormitory area was shrouded in darkness. The geniuses who usually strutted around with their noses in the air were all hiding in their rooms pretending to be dead. The class genius who had been boasting on stage during the day was now as vulnerable as a fish sliced with an old kitchen knife. Practical instructor Chen Feng immediately filed a report to guard the city wall overnight, fearing that Chaoyun might come at him with a full dissection. Outside, chaos erupted, yet Chaoyun didn't even furrow his brow. He leaned against the alloy countertop in the back kitchen of the third cafeteria. The iron door was tightly shut, and this place, filled with the scent of oil smoke, felt the most comfortable to him. He tossed the chipped old chef's knife into the sink. In his line of sight, a semi-transparent system panel displayed pop-up notifications. Ding. Mainline boasting task. Full completion of the school-wide competition. Task ratings class. Reward issued, golden level recipe. Thunderstrike Tiger full banquet. Face-slapping task exceeded expectations. Harvested collective shock feedback gratitude value 5,000. 5,000 gratitude points. Converted into black market low-tier exotic beast meat, it could overflow the cold storage. The kitchen tools in the system shop, the Shumi icebox, and even that book, Ancient Knife Skills 36 Techniques for Bone Removal and Skinning, could all be exchanged. A major overhaul of kitchen equipment could happen. And then there was that dark golden recipe. The Thunderstrike Tiger. This creature roamed the black fog forest outside of Iron Eagle Bay City, and a single paw could shatter alloy breakwaters. This system really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Chaoyun tapped his fingers on the countertop. Right from the start, it's setting me up to stew a golden-level exotic beast. This ingredient, if put up for a bounty at the Hunter Guild, not even the entire community of hunters in Iron Eagle City could pluck a single hair from it. Yet despite saying this, the excitement of a chef's instincts could not be concealed in his gaze as he fixed it on the recipe. Immediately, a gigantic golden prompt box popped up on the panel. Ding. Detection shows that the host chef level has reached the peak of Bronze Chef. About to break through to Silver Chef. Breakthrough conditions: must independently cook a dish rated above Silver level and deemed perfect. Additional restriction: no system-assisted seasonings may be used during this cooking. It must rely entirely on the host's culinary skills and ultimate control over the heat. Chaoyun smacked his lips. No system seasonings allowed. The system was pushing him to practice the fundamentals, preventing dependence on external aids. In terms of basic skills, he had never been lacking. Over the years in the back kitchen, from washing vegetables to handling the main cooking, his control over heat was more precise than many alchemists. This is what I call a true cooking skill. He patted his solid abdomen. In the afternoon, he had withstood this glass thunder battle body on the arena. The high-voltage current that had surged through his channels would have fried anyone else. However, his gluttonous physique allowed him to swallow it all. No meditation or circulating martial arts was needed. Once digested, the energy flowed directly into his limbs. His arm muscles bulged with density, and a faint glow of vitality flowed beneath his skin. If he were to collide with an armored vehicle from the City Defense Army, now the one to fall apart would definitely be the armored vehicle. Eating his truth. Chaoyun pushed open the ventilation window of the back kitchen. The night breeze rushed in. The 100-meter-high steel city wall stood outside, with searchlight beams sweeping back and forth across the night sky. Beyond the city wall was endless wilderness. Dull roars floated in every now and then. But in Chaoyun's eyes, everything outside had changed. The silver-level wind-blade eagle circling above was nothing more than a flock of wild chickens. The ferocious beasts in the forest were all premium ribs, choice tenderloin, and marrow capable of making rich broth. As for the platinum-level beasts, they were just slightly more troublesome, spiny seafood. Sooner or later they would end up in the pot. Kid, you really wielded that knife well in the arena today. A raspy voice floated in from behind. Chaoyun didn't even turn his head. In the entire Iron Eagle Academy, the only person who could sneak into the kitchen without triggering his senses was this greasy old man who never seemed to wake up. Old Zhao slinked out from the storeroom, not having taken his brass pipe. His apron was bulging with 2 bottles of Erguo 2, the glass bottles clinking together. Old Zhao swung his arm, and the glass bottle sliced through the air, heading straight for Chaoyun's face. Chaoyun raised his hand, accurately grabbing the neck of the bottle. With a flick of his thumb, he popped the cap off. The bottle cap flew into the sink without spilling a drop. He tilted his head back, the low-quality alcohol hitting his stomach. Without even catching his breath, he exhaled a breath of alcohol. It's just average. Chaoyun wiped the alcohol stains from the corner of his mouth. That kid from the Zhou family couldn't take a hit. The thunder battle body sounds impressive, but when dissected the gaps between the bones were wide enough to run a horse through. It didn't even push my knife skills to their limits. Old Zhao walked to the window, bit open the bottle cap, and took a large gulp. He didn't respond, his murky old eyes gazing over the city wall towards the wilderness. Don't get cocky. Old Zhao's tone was rarely serious. This little Iron Eagle Academy is just a beginner's village at best. You revealed your dissection techniques today, and those who target you in the future will not just be this bunch of inexperienced younglings from the academy. Chaoyun leaned against the window frame, twirling the glass bottle with his slender fingers. I know. He looked in the direction old Zhao was pointing. These sheltered flowers inside the city walls are uninteresting to cut. Those outside who have seen blood are what I really want to sink my teeth into. Old Zhao turned to examine this 18-year-old youth. He had a face that would get lost in a crowd. Yet that calm demeanor, as steady as an old dog, made even the once great master feel a twinge of doubt. You little brat. Old Zhao chuckled and scolded, focus on honing your culinary skills. The path of cooking is very deep. The back kitchen fell silent. The two stood side by the window drinking. Only the distant mechanical sounds of the rotating searchlight could be heard. The wind changed direction. The breeze that had been blowing from the city to the wilderness rolled back. Chaoyun's drinking motion halted. The perception attribute went into alarm mode. The wind carried a foul stench. It wasn't the scent of one or two exotic beasts, but the putrid smell of thousands of animals mixed with hunger and blood. The roars from outside the city doubled in frequency within minutes. Uniform and synchronized. Smelled it. Old Zhao set down the bottle in his hand. Chaoyun raised his head and drained the last sip of alcohol, tossing the empty bottle into old Zhao's arms. He ripped off the gray apron hanging on the hook and tied a tight knot at his lower back. Grabbing a cloth, he wiped down the stainless steel countertop. The wind direction is off. The peaceful days are coming to an end. Chaoyun's hands didn't stop. Old Zhao, I'll handle breakfast tomorrow. I'll make a pot of high-concentration exotic beast bone porridge. In the next few days, many will need to replenish their blood and energy. Old Zhao looked at the tall figure, grinning. All right. He picked up 2 empty bottles and turned towards the storeroom, waving his hand behind his back. Remember, use less salt. The back kitchen's iron door was tightly shut. Just as Chaoyun was about to check the ingredients in the cold storage, the system panel in his mind began to flash wildly. The alert sound was sharp and urgent. Blood red text dominated the screen. Mainline task warning detected large-scale high-level life form reactions approaching the defense line. Crisis event chain about to unlock. Yungu. Slow down, wait for me. Early in the morning, Lin Mu dragged his hefty frame, weighing 200 jeans, sprinting from the third cafeteria's hall to the back kitchen. Chaoyun had just tied the washed apron tightly at his waist when he turned his head to look. Lin Mu was gripping a communication spirit board tightly, the screen shining brightly. It's blown up. Completely crashed. Lin Mu was panting heavily, jabbing his thumb at the screen. Our academy's internal forum was down for 10 minutes this early morning. The top 10 pinned posts were all video replays of you battling Zhou Tianyi on the arena yesterday. There are over 100,000 comments below. Those martial arts students with lofty aspirations have gone crazy digging up your background. Look at this one. Someone asked if an A-rank chef's talent could solo an A-rank exotic beast, and a whole bunch of people are begging to buy your knife technique tutorial. Someone even said your old chef's knife is an ancient divine weapon. Chaoyun turned on the faucet to wash off the grime on his hands. Once the water stopped, he didn't even glance at the spirit board. The forum is down. Can you help me peel 200 jean of potatoes? Shaking off the water droplets from his hands, Chaoyun walked towards the cutting board. Lin Mu was completely choked by this sentence. That was strength, genius, Zhou Tianyi, a ancient century thunder battle body. Yesterday, he was dismantled by Yungu using a broken vegetable knife, following the energy patterns. If that last knife hadn't been controlled, Zhou Tianyi's heart would have shattered on the spot. If someone else had accomplished such a historic feat in the academy, who knows where they'd be now. But Yungu only cared about peeling potatoes. Brother, I truly admire your mindset. Lin Mu quickly rolled up his sleeves and obediently went to the sink to wash the potatoes. At 7:30, it was mealtime. In the past, students coming to the third cafeteria would kick the door open, shouting curses if the food was served slowly, directly pointing fingers at the logistics students. But today the entire hall was silent. Hundreds of people were quiet, with no one yelling or cutting in line. The 2 long queues at the food distribution window were straighter than a battle formation. Mixed in the queue were a dozen elite students wearing deep blue uniforms. Usually they walked around with their noses high in the air, but now they were all hunching their necks, peeking towards the back kitchen. Did you see? That's him. A boy in the middle of the queue nudged his companion with his elbow. His companion quickly covered his mouth, warning him in a hushed voice. Are you trying to get us killed? Did you not see the live event yesterday? He's a monster. When he held the vegetable knife against Zhou Tianyi's neck, he didn't even blink. Have you heard? Instructor Chun from the practical classes used to skimp on cafeteria meat, and he requested to be assigned to guard the city wall overnight, fearing he might be dissected by him. The queue was filled with whispers, occasionally glancing at the skinny figure by the cutting board. Chaoyun completely ignored the outside. He held that old knife full of nicks. The sound of chopping was both rapid and steady. With a swift motion, a potato transformed into evenly cut shreds in the blink of an eye. If an outsider were to watch, a knowledgeable martial artist would recognize that this knife technique was derived from the same lineage that dismantled the Thunder Battle Body yesterday. No matter the reverence from outside, Chaoyun focused solely on cutting the vegetables. What does it matter if he defeated the top student in the school? If the timing is off, the dish's flavor will suffer, and the gratitude value feedback from the system will be reduced. That would be a real loss. The side door of the kitchen swung open. A few logistics students who usually handled trash and miscellaneous tasks rushed in. These few used to shrink back in front of anyone, but today they stood tall. Yun-gu, one of the boys who was usually bullied, shouted loudly, causing the ceiling to hum. He took 2 steps forward, snatching the vegetable washing basin. They'll carry this basket of vegetables. Your hands are meant to defeat strength geniuses. Well, handle the heavy work. The boy next to him started scrubbing the stove furiously with a rag. Watching Zhou Tianyi admit defeat yesterday, I was brought to tears in the stands. Our logistics class has finally stood up for itself. Chaoyun used the back of his knife to sweep the potato shreds into an iron basin. Alright, the floor is a bit slippery, mop it up. A light remark, and several logistics boys worked so hard that stars began to appear under their feet. At 8 sharp, mealtime began. Chaoyun approached the first food distribution window, picked up a large iron ladle, and casually tapped it against the edge of the stainless steel basin. With a clang, the boy at the front of the queue shivered. This person was wearing a deep blue elite class uniform. Chaoyun recognized him a few days ago during the ranking preliminaries. This kid had followed behind Zhao Kai, shouting for the logistics class to roll out. The boy held out his lunchbox with trembling hands, sweat dripping from his forehead. Chaoyun class, he stuttered, his tone dripping with humility. Could you give me an extra scoop of the potato shreds? As soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Normally, he came here to eat with his nose in the air. Now for an extra scoop of vegetables, he was acting as timid as a grandson, fearing that he would anger the other party and be sliced with a knife across the window. Hundreds of people in the hall were all staring this way, waiting to see how Chaoyun would deal with this unseeing fellow. Chaoyun glanced at him, treating him as if he were merely a piece of pork belly. No ridicule, no airs. He flicked his wrist, and the iron ladle scooped up a generous serving of steaming potato shreds. With a thud, he firmly packed it into the lunchbox, forming a small mountain. Then the ladle's bottom brushed around the braised meat basin, scooping up half a ladle of rich, fragrant meat sauce and expertly drenching it over the white rice. Next, Chaoyun lifted his chin. The boy holding the lunchbox froze. Looking at the extra potato shreds and meat sauce, his eyes turned red. No humiliation or difficulty, just a bowl of honest meal, enough to fill him up. Thank you, Yun-gu. He even changed how he addressed him, bowing deeply and running off to find an empty table with his lunchbox. Lin Mu, who was helping with the meal distribution nearby, could no longer hold back and laughed aloud. He leaned over and whispered, "Brother, the one who cursed us the hardest is now stuttering." Lin Mu rubbed his hands together. "You are now the absolute celebrity of Iron Eagle Academy. Let's see who dares to put on airs in front of the logistics class in the future." Chaoyun tapped the basin with the iron ladle. "Get back to work. If you have nothing to do, go dump the food waste bucket in the backyard." "Got it," Lin Mu cheerfully replied. Chaoyun wiped the table clean. Watching the group of martial arts geniuses lined up in an orderly fashion outside, he listened to the quietness around him. This atmosphere, where others could be tamed into obedient diners without harsh words, was indeed more enjoyable than slapping someone in the face. The glass door of the third cafeteria was pushed open from the outside. A man dressed in a black suit, wearing a spirit gold-framed protective artifact, strode in. His leather shoes made a sharp clack against the tiles, contrasting sharply with the uniforms of everyone else. Someone in the queue immediately gasped. "Isn't that Vice Dean Fang Zheng's exclusive assistant? What is he doing in the logistics area?" The man passed by 2 long lines, completely ignoring the elite class students beside him, and headed straight for the first food distribution window. He stopped in front of the glass, looking at Chaoyun, who was wearing an old apron and wielding a large iron ladle, and slightly bowed. His attitude was polite, with no flaws to be found. "Chaoyun, classmate, I apologize for the intrusion." The man used true energy to amplify his voice, echoing throughout the hall. "Vice Dean Fang Zheng is waiting for you on the top floor. He instructed me to personally invite you, as it concerns the future of Iron Eagle Bay City, and he wishes to discuss it with you in person." The chewing sounds in the hall ceased. That was the Vice Dean, a latest-stage grandmaster, sending a personal assistant to the logistics cafeteria to find a student, using the words invite and discuss. "Lead the way." Fang Zheng opened the redwood box, pinched a pinch of calming incense, and casually tossed it into the bronze incense burner. This incense was worth its weight in gold on the black market, trading for a bronze-level exotic beast per gram. The door swung open. Chaoyun walked in wearing a work uniform that had frayed edges, still smelling of garlic and ginger from the kitchen, completely out of place in this top-floor office adorned with thick plush carpets. Fang Zheng did not turn around, gazing out at the outer city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Sit down. Fang Zheng gestured toward the leather sofa in the reception area. Chaoyun walked over and sank directly into the sofa. This posture was more relaxed than peeling garlic in the backyard of the third cafeteria. Fang Zheng turned around, picked up a zisha teapot, and filled 2 small cups with hot tea. The water flowed like a line, not spilling a drop, producing a green halo of spiritual energy. Fang Zheng lifted the zisha cup. What happened on the arena yesterday was truly remarkable. That broken kitchen knife turned into a weapon of art. Fang Zheng blew away the surface foam of the tea to dismantle the thunder combat body. That's what you call technical crushing. The final seamless strike was a true heart-wrenching kill. You shattered that young man's pride from the Zhou family and forced him into submission, leaving him unable to utter a single harsh word, only able to admit defeat and accept your favor. Your background, young man, is becoming increasingly inscrutable to me. Chaoyun lifted the spiritual tea in front of him and tilted his head back, gulping it down. The scalding tea entered his stomach. Ding. Pure plant-based spiritual energy input detected. Gluttonous physique has been automatically triggered. Spiritual energy decomposition complete, converting to 0. 1 points of mental attribute. Comfortable. After setting down the empty cup, Chaoyun stroked his chin. Teacher Fang, you flatter me. I usually kill fish in the kitchen, so my hands are quite skilled. Classmate Zhou Tianyi's ability is impressive, but his skeletal structure is not much different from that of a black-backed bass. Cutting along the grain is quite effortless. Fang Zheng looked at the empty cup, his face twitching slightly. This cup of blood spirit tea would require an ordinary martial artist to meditate for half a day to dispel the medicinal effects, yet this young man drank it like water, without even a burp. Fang Zheng pointed at him and joked, your mouth really doesn't know when to back down. Comparing a unseen-a-centuries glass genius to a black-backed bass. If word of that reaches the Zhou family, they'll surely be furious enough to spit blood. As the laughter subsided, Fang Zheng opened the drawer of his desk and pulled out a document. The file was sealed with wax, stamped with a red top-secret seal. Fang Zheng pushed the document to the center of the coffee table. The internal recording of yesterday's ranking match has already been encrypted at the highest level overnight. I utilized my authority to send it directly to the highest level of the Iron Eagle Division of the Martial Arts Alliance. Fang Zheng tapped the file back. Your chef's auxiliary talent evaluated as a grade has crossed realms and exploded this grade genius of the century in front of everyone. This incident has caused a tremendous stir above. Not only the higher-ups of the academy, but also several powerful families within Iron Eagle City are now restless. So what? Do those people upstairs think my genes have mutated and plan to capture me for research? Or is the Zhou family preparing to send assassins to ambush me in the alley? If that's the case, he wouldn't mind putting in some overtime tonight to investigate the difference between high-level martial artist flesh and that of ordinary exotic beasts at the Zhou family estate. They wouldn't dare. Fang Zheng spat out 4 words. The aura of a late grandmaster erupted. The air in the office suddenly became thick and heavy. The tea on the solid wood desk trembled violently, flowing backward into the air. The bulletproof glass of the floor-to-ceiling window emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache from the pressure. Chaoyun remained seated unaffected. The gluttonous physique within him silently devoured the pressure-inducing true qi. Fang Zheng withdrew his aura, and the suspended tea returned to the cup. As long as I Fang Zheng sit in this chair for a day, no student of Iron Eagle Academy can make a move. Fang Zheng pushed the top-secret document forward. I received confirmation from the Alliance headquarters early this morning. 6 months from now, the National Bay City Youth Martial Arts Conference, held once every 3 years, will take place in the Central Bay City launching. This is the highest-level competition for all humanity. The most concentrated resources, the greatest exposure, and the ultimate arena where all top forces are watching. I want to exercise my authority as acting dean to directly recommend you. Let you represent the Iron Eagle Bay City in this national conference. Chaoyun leaned back on the sofa, not responding. Fang Zheng waited for a long time, but did not see this young man react with excitement or lose his composure. Going to launching, competing with the top monsters in the nation. Winning would mean countless top-tier cultivation resources and transcendent techniques. If it were someone arrogant like Zhou Tianyi, he would have jumped up to pledge his loyalty by now. Chaoyun cleared his throat and leaned forward slightly. Teacher Fang, is there a market for exotic beast ingredients in launching? Fang Zheng's hand holding the teacup froze in midair, and he began to cough violently, his face turning a deep shade of red. What market? A market specifically for selling high-level exotic beast corpses, various unwanted leftovers, or freshly harvested meats pulled back from the rift. Chaoyun even gestured with his hands. Is it large in scale? Is the supply stable? Are there high-end seafood stalls that offer wholesale discounts? Is there one in Longsheng? Fang Zheng took a deep breath, his blood pressure soaring. What on earth was this kid thinking? Talking about a national competition, discussing the future of humanity, yet he asks if there's a market for ingredients. Are we going to Longsheng to fight, or to stock up? Yes. Fang Zheng squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. Longsheng is the largest central base city in the nation, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. It has the largest, highest level, and most comprehensive exotic beast material trading center in the country. Don't even mention silver or gold grades. As long as you have enough hard currency, even platinum-level exotic beast thigh meat can be procured by those black market merchants. Chaoyun's eyes lit up. That is the largest exotic beast trading center in the nation. This isn't about going to compete. It's a public-sponsored trip to the largest top-tier fresh produce supermarket in the country. The golden-level recipe Thunder Pattern Tiger Feast, which I just received as a reward from the system, is hard to find main ingredients in a small place like Iron Eagle City. Let alone the 13 high-level spiritual plant auxiliary ingredients needed for this dish. Relying on the hunters in Iron Eagle City to gather them would probably take until the year of the monkey. In Longsheng, wouldn't it be possible to buy whatever you want? All the geniuses of the world gathered together. Wrong. It's all high-level ingredients from around the world concentrated in one basket for him to choose from. All right, then I'll go. Chaoyun readily agreed. Fang Zheng rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. Having lived for most of his life, he had seen all kinds of martial arts geniuses. But someone like this, whose mind was only occupied with cooking and shopping, was truly a first. He'll handle the issue of the quota. If the Zhou family has any objections, he'll handle it. Just focus on getting yourself into the best condition. Fang Zheng put the top-secret document back in the drawer and closed it. There's one more thing. You must be very careful during this time. Fang Zheng walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the wilderness beyond the city walls. This morning, the city guard sent over a top-secret battle report. In the past half-month, the frequency of exotic beast activities in the Black Mist Forest on the outskirts of Iron Eagle City has shown abnormal signs. 3 experienced low-level hunter teams have gone missing at the forest's edge without sending any distress signals. The city guard has entered a level 2 combat readiness state, significantly increasing patrols and vigilance. After hearing this, Chaoyun quickly calculated in his mind. The disappearance of 3 hunter teams indicated that high-level exotic beasts previously unseen had appeared on the outskirts of the forest. There must be a major problem in the ecosystem of the Black Mist Forest depths. Fang Zheng turned to look at Chaoyun. Such high-frequency anomalies often indicate one thing. A beast tide is coming. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to the point of trembling. Thousands of exotic beasts driven by frenzied energy would leave nothing alive in their wake. How many lives would it cost to fill the human flesh defense line? Yet Chaoyun nearly laughed out loud. Countless high-level exotic beasts, usually unseen in the wild, would line up and charge toward the city walls. This is not a disaster, it's a free home delivery service for ingredients. No need to brave the wilderness, no need to haggle with the Hunters Guild, and no need to worry about the loss of spiritual energy during transport. It's all fresh, lively, and ready to be killed, and butchered premium goods. The towering alloy walls of Iron Eagle City are the world's most perfect large-scale escape-proof farming enclosure. Chaoyun maintained a serious expression, feigning a look of fear, and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Teacher Fang, I'm just a chef in the kitchen. If a real fight breaks out, I'll definitely hide in the logistics area and cook obediently. I won't run around and add to the chaos at the front lines. Fang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. That's good to know. You can head back now. If you need to prepare any defensive items, take some time to visit the trading hall at the Hunters Guild. Mentioning my name will get you a discount. Chaoyun stood up, bowed, and pushed open the solid wood door to leave. As the door closed behind him, the obedient look on Chaoyun's face completely vanished. He walked away with his hands in the pockets of his old work uniform, stepping lightly toward the elevator. Old Fang's pancake is too dry. The seafood market in Longsheng is much more reliable. Chaoyun casually stuffed his hands into the pockets of his work uniform and strolled towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. The solid wooden door of the vice dean's office silently closed behind him, the soundproofing array sealing Fang Zheng's size within. The top-floor corridor was covered with a heavy handcrafted spirit beast fur carpet, making no sound even as he stepped on it. Chaoyun's logistics white coat, frayed from washing, appeared out of place in this luxurious environment of the Alliance headquarters. Yet he walked steadily, his mind consumed with thoughts of the national largest exotic beast fresh produce wholesale market in Longsheng, calculating the purchasing price of platinum-grade ingredients. The floor indicator light above the elevator turned green and the alloy cabin doors slid open. A wave of icy air rushed out through the gaps of the cabin. The temperature control array in the corridor emitted a piercing alarm, and the hot air from the exhaust fan transformed into white mist midair. Thick white frost rapidly condensed on the metal decorative strips of the wall. The temperature plummeted by several degrees. Tiny ice crystals formed in the air, crackling as they struck the carpet. Chaoyun halted in his tracks. A girl dressed in a deep blue elite class uniform with a light blue short sword hanging at her waist emerged from the white mist. Su Yinwei, the possessor of the grade talent Ice Sword Intent. Her face was pale, devoid of any color, appearing even weaker than when she sat in the stands during the rank. What was once an aloof aura now transformed into a physical cooling mechanism, a frost storm swirling uncontrollably around her. The two collided in the corridor less than 2 meters apart. Chaoyun, lacking the inclination to greet her, stood aside slightly, intending to let her pass before he descended the stairs. Su Yinwei also stopped. Her gaze fell on Chaoyun, tracing his logistics work uniform, which still bore the scent of scallions, ginger, and garlic all the way to the hands tucked in his pockets. It was this pair of hands that had wielded a chipped and tattered kitchen knife yesterday, dismantling the grade Thunder battle body before the entire faculty and student body. The two locked eyes over a distance of 2 meters for 2 seconds. Yesterday's ranking tournament. Su Yinwei spoke first, her voice carrying an icy chill. You fought quite well. The words came from Su Yinwei, the second-best student of the elite class, who never deigned to glance at ordinary martial students. If any of the boys in the forum heard this, their jaws would surely hit the floor. Chaoyun nodded. Thank you. His tone was flat, no different from a cafeteria worker asking a student if they wanted extra chili. No further exchange, no attempts to get closer. The two, who usually wore the mantra "mind your own business" on their faces, ended the conversation with a single sentence. Su Yinwei bit her bloodless lower lip. Her right hand hanging at her side tightened. For a proud young lady from a prominent family, bowing down to a logistics class cook was more difficult than killing someone. After a few seconds, she hesitantly opened her mouth again. Previously, the bone broth, that tang you brought me. Su Yinwei looked at Chaoyun's face, her voice soft. Did you make it? Chaoyun nodded naturally. The corridor seemed to hold its breath. Su Yinwei's expression finally faltered, filled with astonishment. Although she had long connected the reversal in yesterday's arena with that bowl of broth, she was about 80 to 90% sure. However, hearing him admit it in person carried a completely different impact. It worked very well. Su Yinwei lowered her eyelids, frost collecting on her eyelashes, her voice tinged with helplessness and weakness. My hidden injuries have been suppressed. She did not directly say thank you. For someone with an extremely competitive nature, openly admitting hidden injuries to a logistics class student was already a significant show of vulnerability. Chaoyun looked at her lips, which had turned purple from the backlash of the cold, and then glanced at the uncontrollable ice shards surrounding her. He shrugged. As long as it's useful. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and pointed toward the cafeteria downstairs. If your hidden injuries flare up again, you can come find me in the 3rd cafeteria. Su Yinwei was taken aback. A flicker of anticipation arose within her. She didn't even notice herself. Was this seemingly unassuming guy planning to make an exception for her and offer special medicinal dishes? Just as this thought emerged, Chaoyun paused and added 4 words in a serious tone, as if conveying the cafeteria's serving rules. Bring your own bowl. The only sound in the corridor was the faint hum of the ventilation system. Su Yinwei's expression completely froze. She widened her eyes, staring at this serious guy who asked her to bring her own bowl. Her chest heaved violently, nearly causing her to choke. Her fair complexion twitched uncontrollably, and her hand rested on the hilt of the short sword at her waist, wishing she could directly crack open this bastard's head. A true daughter of the Su family. The Ice Queen, for whom countless geniuses of Iron Eagle Academy lined up to ask out for meals. To go to the logistics cafeteria for a bowl of soup, and she still had to bring her own bowl. How could such a person, completely ignorant of basic human courtesy, exist in this world? Su Yinwei took a deep breath of the icy air mixed with ice shards, forcefully suppressing the frustration that nearly erupted. Not saying another word, she stepped forward, bypassing Chaoyun, and strode heavily toward Feng Zheng's office. The corridor was left with a biting cold wind and the faint scent of plum blossoms. Chaoyun did not look back, striding into the elevator cabin that was still exhaling white mist. The metal doors of the elevator were about to close. A sharp mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Abnormal ice attribute energy fluctuations detected within target Su Yinwei. Warning: this energy is consuming the target's emotions and vitality. Suspected severe side effects from her talent. Current state of the target: cold backlash, intensifying, meridians nearing freezing point. System suggests continuous monitoring. This type of special physique is an excellent high-grade ingredient for medicinal dishes. Chaoyun raised an eyebrow at his reflection in the elevator's metal doors. The system never reported nonsense. Just now, when he brushed past her, the perception attribute had already given a warning. The cold aura surrounding Su Nianwei was more than double what it had been a few days ago. That kind of cold had long transcended personality traits. Physically, her vitality was slowly being sealed off by fragments of ice-type laws. It's even more serious than what Tang Yu said. Chaoyun stroked his chin. The black iron-grade bare-bones soup brewed from scraps had too low an energy level to suppress that domineering a grade cold. But this was definitely good news. This prime living test ingredient must not be completely frozen before he could develop a high-grade cold-resistant recipe. Once he got hold of high-grade fire attribute exotic beast ingredients, he had been worried about finding someone to test them who could withstand the violent fire poison. Su Nianwei, with her extreme cold physique that could freeze her to death at any moment, was a perfect customer who could definitely convert gratitude value. The elevator reached the first-floor lobby, and the door slid open. Chaoyun shook his wrist, temporarily storing the data regarding Su Nianwei's condition in his mind as he strode out of the office building. Fang Zheng had just revealed that exotic beast activity in the Black Mist Forest outside the city was unusually frequent, hinting that he should visit the Hunters Guild. It was time to apply for a temporary hunter's license. He must personally visit the trading hall of the Hunters Guild to acquire some genuine high-quality blooded ingredients. Spending every day in the kitchen of the third cafeteria picking up scraps left by students or cutting blackback base would never satisfy the appetite of his voracious appetite physique. To quickly break through the barrier of a silver-grade chef, he needed to set his sights on the colossal beasts that stirred up bloody storms in the wilderness. Hunters Guild, let's hope for some interesting seafood. Chaoyun walked towards the outer district of the academy, the bright sun above him untying the apron tied at his waist. Move aside. Don't block the way. A burly man hoisting an alloy greatsword crashed rudely through the crowd. A few low-rank hunters nearby hunched their shoulders and hurriedly made room. Lin Mu trailed behind, Chaoyun stepping with extreme caution, his hands clenching the hem of his hoodie. Brother Yun, this place is the largest hunter guild in Taiying Base City, he said in a hoarse voice, his muscles taut with strain. Chaoyun had his hands in the pockets of a frayed white work coat. The worn garment stuck out like a sore thumb among the hall full of high-tech combat suits. He walked with a steady gait, scanning the surroundings. From the moment he stepped into the hall, his system backend had not stopped running. To his left, the burly man had a black iron-grade horned rabbit leg hanging from his waist. To the right, an old veteran's pack revealed a bronze-grade earth-rending bear paw. To others, these were trophies bought at the price of blood, but beneath Chaoyun's retinal scan, the hall was nothing but fresh provisions. Chaoyun approached the registration counter and tapped the stainless steel countertop twice with his finger. Where do I apply for a temporary out-of-city procurement permit? The female receptionist kept her head down, painting her nails without looking up. Name, grade, martial cultivation level, awakening talent rank. Chaoyun Taiying Academy. First year, no martial cultivation level, E-rank culinary talent. The brush in the receptionist's hand tapped the counter and left a smear of polish on the glass. She finally looked up and appraised Chaoyun from head to toe. Say that again. E-rank. A cook, a backline food service assistant coming to the Hunter Guild looking for a sense of purpose. The jeers set the queue of hunters around them roaring with laughter. Damn, there's every kind of person these days, carrying a spatula to go monster hunting outside the city. Kid, the beasts outside won't wait for you to chop scallions and ginger, they'll just chew you up. An unshaven, hulking man slapped his thigh and guffawed. Lin Mu clenched his fists and stepped forward. Chaoyun steadied him with a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back. Ignoring the laughter, he slapped a piece of paper onto the counter. An introduction letter from the school's logistics office. Procurement for the cafeteria of wild, harmless seasonings. Per guild regulations, Article 47, auxiliary students with formal academy introduction letters are entitled to apply for a copper temporary procurement permit. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. The receptionist swallowed and muttered under her breath, then began tapping on the terminal keyboard. A faint hum filled the air. A bronze-colored metal plaque was slapped onto the counter. Copper temporary permit. Valid for 7 days, only allowed to operate within city defense force designated absolute safe zones. If you go out and feed beasts on your own, the guild will not even authorize any funeral compensation. Chaoyun pocketed the copper plaque and walked toward the task board at the side of the hall. Brother Yun, where to next? Straight to the safe zone to gather wild vegetables. Lin Mu rubbed his sore wrist. Chaoyun studied the holographic task board. Bounty hunt, a silver-grade netherwolf reward, 30000. Urgent search for missing caravan at the edge of the Black Mist Forest. The copper permit did not grant access to view higher-tier assignments. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on a shabby wooden placard in the corner of the hall painted with crooked red characters. Notice guild surplus warehouse severely backlogged. Large quantities of unclaimed beast remnants and waste materials are available free of charge. First come, first served. Helpers who clear the warehouse may receive a small amount of guild credits. At the sight of the two characters, free of charge, Chaoyun tapped his thigh with a fingertip. Lin Mu, go to the guild warehouse. Why go there? Isn't that just a pile of junk? Lin Mu was puzzled, but followed. 2 floors below ground the supply warehouse. A nauseating mixture of rot blood and preservatives hit them like a wall of stench. Lin Mu gagged and clutched his hoodie collar over his mouth. My goodness, does this place store dry corpses? Chaoyun pushed open the blast-proof iron door. The cold storage was bitterly cold. Thousands of alloy racks stretched out piled with frozen flesh, enormous boneless frames, and shriveled innards. In this world, the valuable parts of beasts were their cores, pelts, and special organs. These fragmented meat and bone wastes were saturated with berserk energy and impurities. Ingesting them could at best shatter one's meridians, and at worst cause the body to explode. Except for the grandmasters who would bother refining them, the rest were treated as refuse and left here to await incineration. But on Chaoyun's retina, the system panel erupted in a dazzling burst. A cerulean display frantically scrolled across his vision. Ding! All ingredients identification triggered. Edible found, bronze grade. Violent earth boar tendon. Best preparation, braised and marinated. Edible found, bronze grade. Bloodthirst bat wing tip. Non-toxic portions can be processed, best prepared by deep frying. Edible found, black iron grade. Savage bull, spinal marrow fragments. Best preparation, slow simmered into broth. Edible found, silver grade. Xianwater octopus tentacle remnants. Chaoyun halted before the faint sliver of marrow lodged in the crevice of bone was plainly visible. He took a long inhalation. The aroma was the very foundation of a supreme stock. He slid his hand into his pocket. This is practically a private deep freezer. Nearby, an old man with a beer belly lay in a rocking chair, snoring with a newspaper over his face. Hearing the movement, Lao Chen peeled off the paper and eyed the two newcomers. New here? Looking for cheap ingredients to practice with. Beyond. Those black iron grade scraps on the left go for 100 per gene, bronze grade 500. Take my advice, don't buy at random. The berserk energy in there without a grandmaster's protective rights will tear your entrails to shreds if you eat it. Chaoyun moved deeper into the warehouse and pointed to the pile of bones and flesh stamped with it to be burned tag. Uncle, the notice outside said the waste is free to take. This is it, right? Lao Chen sat upright. Yeah, that pile. Hunters pick the scraps and rotten meat. A couple days later they haul the rest away to burn. It stinks to high heaven. Why you asking? Chaoyun pointed to a half-height cart beside Lin Mu. I want all of this waste. Lin Mu slipped, the cart's handle knocked into his hip. Brother Yin, are you insane? If we haul this back, Aunt Zhang will fry us with her iron wok. She'll beat us. Lao Chun looked bewildered. Kid, you making fun of an old man. 2 tons of rotting bone. What you gonna bring it home to ferment into fertilizer? Chaoyun produced the copper plaque and tapped it against the card reader in front of Lao Chun. Guild Regulation 180, anyone assisting in clearing backlogged waste will be credited by weight. I'll be your unpaid labor and clear the space. Put it on the docket, uncle. Lao Chun watched the reader flash, application approved, and slapped his thigh with glee. All right, good kid. Since you insist on doing the dirty work, I'll oblige. Lao Chun grabbed his stamp and pressed it onto the form. If you can load these 2 tons onto a vehicle and move them today, I'll personally add 200 extra guild credits. Chaoyun folded the paperwork away and with the same hand drew out a chipped kitchen knife from behind his waist. Lin Mu, get to work. Load all this bone and meat onto the cart. For the next 3 hours, Lin Mu wheezed and panted as he hauled heavy loads. Chaoyun, wielding the battered knife, scraped quickly at the massive frames. Each time Chaoyun bent to pick up a piece of beastly remnant, and his fingers brushed bone, the system panels, ingredient plunder and storage, progress bar, surged to full. The purest marrow deep within those immense bones, and the last non-toxic inner sinews of flesh were stripped clean by the system and stored in the system space. What was thrown onto the cart was nothing but utterly spent refuse, bereft of a shred of energy. 3 hours later, Lin Mu collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Dozens of trips back and forth. Over 2 tons of waste were emptied with nothing but a battered cart. Lao Chen rubbed his eyes as he looked at the cleared cold storage floor. Are the logistics students at the academy all this monstrously strong now? With the waste cleared, Lao Chen's monthly evaluation was assuredly excellent. You're ruthless, kid. Credits have been deposited to your card. Lao Chun handed the copper plaque back to Chaoyun. Every Friday the guild clears a batch of waste. If you want to keep doing this, come see me anytime. Chaoyun accepted the plaque. No problem. I'll be here whenever. He patted Lin Mu's shoulder. Let's go. We've gathered enough for today. Now time to head back to the cafeteria and cook. They pushed the last card of shattered bones up the steps toward the first floor hall. Chaoyun split off a sliver of consciousness to probe the system. The ingredient cache contained exquisite offcuts. If they cooked and consumed all of these, their attribute panels would see a dramatic surge. They had just reached the hall's exit. A terrified shriek burst through the hall. Clear the way. Everybody move. Where are the medics? Hurry, someone save them. The metal doors of the hall were brutally kicked open. A pungent odor of blood spilled outward. A few hunters in battered combat suits struggled in carrying a stretcher. Leading them was a lean, sharp-featured young man with a close-cropped haircut and a scar running from forehead to chin. A silver-ranked hunter, a high-tier martial instructor at his peak, Shin Changfeng. Shin Changfeng gripped a serrated combat blade in his right hand. His left arm hung limp and blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor. Most striking was the load on his back. Alloy chains bound the corpse of a colossal cyan spider, its size comparable to an off-road vehicle. The spider was dead, yet its shell still exhaled icy breaths. The temperature in the hall plummeted. A silver-grade beast, the cold iron spider. Shin Changfeng had barely entered before his knees buckled, and he fell heavily to his knees. The enormous spider struck the marble floor, leaving hairline fissures. Team leader Shun, hang on, his teammates shouted. The crowd backed away, fearful of the lingering cold toxin from a silver-grade beast. Chaoyun stayed at the very edge of the crowd, staring at the spider's frost-spewing carcass. On his retina, the system panel flashed a prompt. Ding. Discovered extreme-grade ingredient, silver-grade, cold iron spider. This ingredient contains exquisitely pure ice-aligned spiritual energy and silver-grade superior flesh. Best culinary parts: spider abdomen, spider brain. Shin Changfeng lay in a pool of blood, his vitality nearly spent before the threshold of grand mastery. To Chaoyun, this lethal beast's husk was an unparalleled delicacy. Shin Changfeng, he murmured under his breath. He released the cart handle, still wearing his logistics white coat, and stepped past the retreating crowd toward the silver-ranked hunter lying in the blood. Get out of the way. Everyone clear the path for me. The Hunters Guild Hall was in chaos. Chaoyun gripped the handle of a small cart with both hands. The wooden wheels squeaked as they rolled over the tiles. The cart was piled high with the entrails and broken bones of exotic beasts. The stench of rotting flesh, fermented for over 10 days, surged forward, causing several medical warriors attending to Shin Changfeng to retch. The leading medical warrior turned around and cursed loudly. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see we're rescuing a critically injured person? Push your trash cart around to the back. If the wound gets infected, can you afford to pay for his life? Chaoyun acted as if he hadn't heard. The wheels continued to roll forward, coming to a steady stop beside the massive corpse of a cold iron spider. Shin Changfeng was in dire straits at that moment. His skin was a deep purple, and his vital energy was completely out of control. The true chi stuck at the peak of a high-level martial artist was rampaging within him, causing the veins on his surface to bulge. The extreme cold toxin injected by the cold iron spider was advancing through his blood vessels towards his heart. There's no saving him. The medical warrior looked at the flashing red lights on the instrument and threw the defibrillator to the ground. The cold toxin has fully entered the meridians. The true chi inside is in complete disarray, trying to combat the cold toxin. Even if a grandmaster were here, they wouldn't be able to straighten out his chi and blood now. Several hunters nearby had red-ringed eyes and squatted down, holding their heads and crying. If Shin Changfeng were to perish here, their group would be finished. Chaoyun took a step forward. I am from the logistics department of the Martial Arts Academy, specifically responsible for procuring the disposal of toxic exotic beast waste. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. He pointed to the cold spider corpse on the ground. The abdomen and brain of this cold iron spider contain a high concentration of volatile and highly toxic cold liquid. It is indeed dead now, but the toxin is leaking out through the cracks in its shell. If left in the hall within 10 minutes, the nearby low-level martial artists will be subjected to secondary contamination. He scanned the surrounding crowd, throwing out his conclusion without a change in expression. Since you Hunters Guild won't take it, and there's no safe way to handle it. To prevent the toxic gas from spreading, he'll take on the burden and help you cut it away for disposal. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading medical warrior opened his mouth to protest. Chaoyun's hand was already moving. He reached behind his waist. Swish. That old chef's knife, with its edges worn and rough, was gripped firmly in his hand. There was no fluctuation of true chi, nor any flashy martial technique or light. His vision opened up. The cold iron spider, which couldn't even be pierced by ordinary armor-piercing rounds, was directly deconstructed in Chaoyun's eyes. It transformed into a skeletal meridian diagram composed of countless dark red lines. Between the hard carapace, only on a millimeter-wide gap of cartilage was marked in green. Chaoyun bent down, exerting force with his wrist. The old chef's knife slashed down at an angle. Shoo! A faint sound was heard. The blade accurately followed the seam between the spider's thorax and abdomen, cutting all the way through. He encountered no resistance whatsoever. Chaoyun flicked his wrist, raising the knife upwards. Clang! The massive spider abdomen, weighing hundreds of pounds and exuding a ghostly green chill, was neatly detached and dropped into the rusty cart. He didn't stop there. Chaoyun stepped aside and moved to the front of the spider's head, which was covered in compound eyes. With the tip of his knife pointing downwards, he pierced a small indentation below the compound eyes. With a flip of the wrist and a twist, plop! A fist-sized translucent ice blue liquid ball was lifted effortlessly with the flat side of the knife. It landed steadily in a high-strength preservation box. Pop! He closed the lid and tucked it into his work uniform pocket, drawing the knife, removing the spider's abdomen, and retrieving the spider brain's core. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The cries and curses in the hall came to a halt. The medical warriors who had been jumping around just a moment ago stood with their mouths agape, staring at the smooth, clean cut on the spider, unable to utter a single word. Hundreds of seasoned hunters collectively took a step back. That was the shell of a silver-grade exotic beast. A high-level martial artist using a high-tech laser cutter would take a long time to cut through it. This logistics soldier wearing a tattered apron casually sliced through 2 of the most difficult core parts with a mere kitchen knife. All done. Chaoyun tucked the knife back behind his waist. I've sealed the toxic waste, and will bring it back to the academy for centralized disposal. He turned his head to look at Linmu, who was stunned in place. Stop standing there like an idiot. Push the cart back to school. Oh, okay. Okay, Brother Yun. Linmu trembled, coming back to his senses. He didn't care about the blood splatter on his clothes and mustered all his strength to push the several thousand-pound cart. The 2 of them swaggered out of the guild door under the bewildered gaze of the hunters. At 11:30 at night, in the 3rd cafeteria of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. In the kitchen, the main lights were on. Linmu squatted behind the door, gripping a solid alloy steel pipe, straining to listen to the sounds outside. In the center of the room, a shiny alloy pot sat on the stove. Chaoyun stood by the stove. After the system's space purification, the deadly cold toxin from the spider brain's core had been extracted. What remained was the top-tier energy capable of expanding a martial artist's spiritual sea. He strictly controlled the heat. This dish-ice silk spider brain soup required a slow simmer over medium heat. Even a slight temperature difference would ruin the delicate enhancement components. As the flames licked the bottom of the pot, the translucent jelly-like spider brain gradually transformed into a thick soup. The surface of the soup shimmered with a silver-blue glow. The fragrant aroma wafted from the gap in the pot lid, filling the kitchen. This scent had no trace of fishiness, only a refreshing vitality that invigorated the senses. All right. Chaoyun turned off the stove and used a large iron spoon to scoop out a steaming bowl of soup. He carried the bowl over to a bench in the corner. Shin Changfeng leaned against the chair, his chest rising and falling very weakly. Several trusted team members had secretly brought him here using a medical vehicle during the day. At this moment, Shen Changfeng's meridians were in disarray due to the chaotic vital energy. The barrier of a Grandmaster's realm pressed down on his dantian, preventing even a trace of true qi from rising. Captain Shin stopped pretending to be dead. Chaoyun held the bowl, looking down at him from above. Drink this bowl of soup. If you can't break through to Grandmaster after drinking it, don't show your face at the Hunters Guild. It'll be embarrassing. Shin Changfeng struggled to open his eyes. The dominating aroma of meat invaded his nostrils, and his parched tongue began to salivate uncontrollably. The broken meridians in his body twitched uncontrollably upon smelling the fragrance, sending signals of extreme craving. Shin Changfeng seized the porcelain bowl with his good left hand. He tilted his neck back, disregarding the scalding soup, and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. There was no violent energy crashing or tearing. As the soup entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm ice-blue torrent of true qi, washing through all his damaged meridians. The previously frozen and broken pathways quickly sprouted new strands of true qi, tangling and reconnecting. More importantly, the dwindling mental energy in his spiritual sea surged violently. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and stabilize your spirit platform. Chaoyun reminded him from the side. Guide the true qi to break through the barrier, don't let the energy disperse. Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of reconstructing his meridians, and flipped over to sit cross-legged on the cold tiles. He bit down hard on his teeth, every muscle tensed. Time passed second by second. Only Shin Changfeng's heavy breathing remained in the kitchen. 2 hours later, Linmu, squatting down until his legs went numb, stared intently ahead. The air around Shin Changfeng was compressed by the overflowing true qi, emitting a dull cracking sound. A layer of fine white frost formed on the surface of his skin. But the invisible dam representing the Grandmaster realm remained firmly in place, unmoving. Shin Changfeng's forehead was bulging with veins. Forcing the true qi to push against the barrier caused blood to ooze from between his clenched teeth. The potency of the first bowl of soup was nearly depleted. If he failed this time, the meridians he had just reconnected would be completely ruined. A hand held out a second bowl of ice silk spider brain soup, steadily bringing it to Shin Changfeng's lips. Open your mouth. Chaoyun's voice carried no fluctuations. Shin Changfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, parting his lips to swallow the entire second bowl of soup. The two massive energies converged and fused in his dantian, erupting completely. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the kitchen. The Grandmaster barrier that had troubled Shin Changfeng for 3 years was violently shattered by this torrent of true qi. The wild wave belonging to the initial stage of Grandmaster surged outward. Whooshed! The iron pans and slotted spoons on the stainless steel workbench were sent tumbling by the shockwave. Lin Mu, squatting at the door, was blown back onto the ground, sliding several meters backward. He broke through. Initial stage of Grandmaster. Shin Changfeng slowly opened his arms. He lowered his head, clenching his fists, feeling the vast, true qi surging within his dantian. He stood there in a daze. 3 years. He never imagined that the barrier that had hindered him would be completely shattered by 2 bowls of soup boiled by a logistics chef. After a long while, this man who had long been licking blood in the wilderness knelt heavily on one knee on the tiled floor. He clasped his hands in a fist. Brother, this immense favor of rebirth, I will remember it in my bones. From now on, if you need any high-grade exotic beast ingredients, just say the word. Whether silver grade or gold grade, I Shin Changfeng will hunt it down in the wilderness, even if it costs me. Chaoyun turned and walked to the sink, tossing the 2 empty bowls inside. Put it on the tab, and next time use high-grade ingredients to offset it. In the depths of his mind, the system notification chimed in as expected. Ding. Detected that others have consumed the host's cooked dishes, successfully breaking through the martial arts realm bottleneck. System determination two-way profit mechanism triggered. Congratulations to the host for gaining gratitude points 200. Congratulations to the host for gaining luck points 5. With this influx of gratitude points, items in the shop can now be redeemed. Before he could open the panel, a line of red hidden information popped up on the system interface. Ding. Hidden information unlocked. Warning, detecting that an internal high-level member of the Iron Eagle Hunters Guild, a certain vice president, is secretly being manipulated by the deputy commander of the city guard, Wang Deming. This force is maliciously altering administrative processes to forcefully suppress the formal Grandmaster promotion assessment and resource allocation for the target individual, Shin Changfeng. After reading the notification, Chaoyun casually grabbed a cloth and wiped the water stains off the stove. That's enough. Stop kneeling and don't hurry to thank me. Chaoyun walked to the sink and turned the faucet. The rushing water washed his hands as he carefully scrubbed the oil from beneath his nails. He shut off the tap and casually grabbed a kitchen paper towel to dry his hands. There's something you should be aware of. Shin Changfeng immediately pricked up his ears. I went to the guild hall today and overheard something, Chaoyun said, tossing the crumpled towel into the bin with surgical accuracy. There is a vice president in your guild who oversees resource audits, and he's been working against you behind your back. He has been deliberately blocking your Grandmaster promotion evaluations and embezzling your resource allocations. Word is he's acting on orders from Wang Deming, the city guard's deputy commander. Shin Changfeng froze. The smile drained from his face and a shadow settled over him. Grandmaster level qi leaked uncontrolled from his body. The temperature in the kitchen seemed to fall several degrees. Someone in the guild has been holding me back. Shin ground his back teeth until they ached. The scar across his brow twitched. He had been stuck at the peak of the martial list for 3 whole years. He had risked his life countless times on the wastelands, hunted dire beasts, and amassed merits. Every time he submitted an application for Grandmaster breakthrough resources, all he received was a rejection order. The reasons were ever-changing anomalies in merit accounting, bonus tests, not meeting standards, excessive team casualty rates. He had assumed it was merely bad luck or the guild's rules being inflexible. It turned out to be sabotage. I know who it is. Bang! Shin slammed his fist into the load-bearing wall beside him. The alloy wall took a deep dent and flakes fell away. 3 years ago, my team found a small high-tier crystal vein on the edge of the Black Mist Forest, he said, his chest heaving. Wang Deming sent a henchman to me, told me to hide the coordinates and hand the site over to his people to mine, promising me a 20% dry share afterward, Shin continued. He let out a cold laugh. I refused outright and reported the coordinates to the Wu Dao Alliance. Ever since, my days in the guild have only gone from bad to worse. Resource requests denied, high-tier contracts snatched from under me. Those in uniform have the worst manners, he spat. Wang Deming bought off the guild's vice president and cut off my road to Grandmaster. Chaoyun leaned against the stove with his hands in his pockets and listened. He mentally underlined the name Wang Deming. Brother, I can't thank you enough, Shin said. Shin wheeled about, cheese surging around him. He'll go back to the guild now and settle accounts with that traitorous vice president. I'm a Grandmaster. Let's see what he can use to suppress me. He strode toward the back door. Stop, Chaoyun said. Shin halted and turned back puzzled. Don't go rousing the snakes, Chaoyun warned. You are a grandmaster, the guild's chi detectors won't be fooled. Pretend you know nothing and submit your promotion through the normal procedures. If they approve it, consider it their luck. If they keep finding excuses to block you, play dumb and endure a little longer. Shin was stunned. Brother, you mean? I need time to probe and uncover the full picture. Chaoyun brushed the dust from his trouser leg. If they could conspire to stall you for 3 years, the interests involved are surely more than just a tiny mine. Besides, he interfered with my food supply chain. This won't end cleanly. Shin looked at the youth before him. There was not a trace of chi on the boy, yet the newly appointed grandmaster had no argument to offer. Shin nodded heavily. All right, point me a target and I'll strike. Go home. Tomorrow you lead your team out of the city. Bring me some fresh high-tier goods, Chaoyun said. He waved the matter aside. Shin pushed open the back door and vanished into the night. Chaoyun locked the door behind him and sat cross-legged in the kitchen's corner. System enter kitchen god space. The scenery shifted. Chaoyun found himself within the system space where the heavenly fire furnace stood silent and austere at the center. Beside the furnace, neatly stacked, lay over 2 tons of beast refuse he had taken from the guild earlier that day. The system had automatically filtered and destroyed the truly poisonous, worthless pieces. What remained were trimmings purified of their berserk energy. Black iron-grade bovine marrow gleamed pale, bronze-grade wolf ribs showed clear grain. Begin processing. The heavenly fire furnace roared, and blue flames licked upward. Bronze and black iron-grade cuts sprang into the cauldron. The perfect cooking mechanism engaged, and the scent of meat unfurled through the space. System notice cooking black iron-grade beef marrow succeeded. Strength 5. System notice cooking bronze-grade wolf ribs succeeded. Agility 10. System notice cooking silver-grade crab claw meat succeeded. Constitution 15. The system's chimes echoed nonstop. Chaoyun switched to ravenous mode. Faced with prime ingredients, he always became utterly focused, one bite, one slab, one bowl after another of marrow broth. His gluttonous physiology displayed terrifying assimilation. Hundreds of gene of high-energy food vanished without so much as a belch. Every ounce converted into pure power. Muscles warmed, bones sent out a low resonance. The numbers on his attribute panel surged. Strength approached 300, agility surpassed 150. Constitution reached 120. He clenched his fist. Though he had no martial chi, the raw attributes of his body alone already pushed his combat ceiling to the late martialist tier. Coupled with a defense-ignoring skill like Butcherdox, even an early grandmaster who was caught in close quarters could be felled in a single stroke. Chaoyun rose to exit the space. Before leaving, he noticed a pile of scraps on the floor, a small heap the system had singled out as inedible waste fragments. He picked one up. A dark silver bone shard retained the lingering scent of a superior silver-grade beast. It was not unheard of for a few high-tier fragments to slip into the guild's warehouse. But the cut was wrong, too smooth. Hunters from Taiying Bay City processed beast carcasses with battle knives or ordinary saws. Their cuts always bore ragged edges. Not even Shin Changfeng could produce such a cross-section. Those marks could only be made by high-tier pattern cutting machines found in a handful of large laboratories in the Bay City, using an exorbitant device to cut guild waste. Ridiculous. System identify this fragment. System response, all material ingredient identification triggered. Target identified, silver-grade shadow leopard's spinal bone fragment. Composition analysis, marrow retains traces of high-tier purifying reagent. Source trace, Taiying Wudao Academy. High-grade beast experimental field. Chaoyun crouched and continued rummaging through the refuse. Soon he found another slightly larger shard. Between the 2 broken bones lay a water-resistant barcode tag, soaked with blood. Half of the school emblem was printed on the tag, the laboratory's anti-counterfeit marker of the Taiying Wudao Academy. Chaoyun rubbed the tag with his thumb. A few days earlier, after arguing with combat instructor Chen Feng, he had been punished with menial chores. Passing the staff corridor, he had glimpsed the lab's ledgers. They recorded vast quantities of high-tier silver materials marked as experimental accidental loss and written off. He had wondered what experiment could consume a dozen silver-grade beasts in a single day. Now everything aligned. It was an inside theft. The Academy's top experimental materials were being lifted, mixed into waste, and sent to the Hunter Guild's refuse depot. Then they were sold at exorbitant prices through black market channels. In Taiying Bay City, only one gang could handle smuggling on this scale, the underground organization Anjiao. The profit chain fell neatly into place. Chen Feng, as a combat instructor, had the authority to alter discard records. Anjiao's operatives collected and fenced the goods at the guild's waste depot. Wang Deming, as deputy commander of the city guard, wielded inspection and defense authority and served as their umbrella. They had already paved the way within the guild. No wonder Wang Deming dared to choke Shin Changfeng. Chaoyun pinched the silver-grade shard until it turned to bone powder. What began as a simple trip to the guild to scrounge ingredients had unexpectedly uncovered a nest of thieves. A knife handle was passed to him. Chaoyun brushed the bone dust from his hand. Chaoyun struck the keyboard, and the progress bar on the screen filled rapidly, finally displaying that the file compression was complete. He had not been idle these past few days. The experimental lost records in the miscellaneous group's bad debts, along with high-definition photos of broken bones from silver-grade exotic beasts dug out of the trash, coupled with the surveillance footage unintentionally captured by Lin Mu during a midnight stomach upset. The scene was dim, yet one could still make out the figure in a military instructor's uniform handling goods with several unmarked black heavy armored vehicles. Combat Instructor Chen Feng. Is his brain filled with slop? Chaoyun shook his head as he looked at the numerous flaws in these criminal methods. Reselling strategic materials, a pitiful sight, with a very sloppy finish. The accounts were worse than Aunt Zhang's grocery lists from the cafeteria. It was a complete insult to the term embezzlement. If these materials were used for cooking, they could pile up into a dozen peak martial masters. Now they were being sold as cheap cabbage in the black market by this group. Wasting things. Unbearable. The document was packed and encrypted. Chaoyun pulled out a micro USB drive and tucked it into the pocket of his old work clothes. With the ammunition ready, it was time to find someone to fire the cannon. He stood up and pushed open the door to the kitchen. Even if the sky were to fall, breakfast had to be made. Over 3,000 hungry students and teachers were just waiting to be served gratitude values. At 10 in the morning on the top floor of the academic building, Vice Dean Fang Zheng, wearing reading glasses, was reviewing academic documents. This elderly man, nearly in his 60s, had reached the late stage of Grand Master and was on the verge of touching the threshold of Martial Saint. Today he had a particularly heavy workload. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Fang Zheng did not even look up. Chaoyun entered carrying a silver-white insulated lunchbox. He wore a yellowed apron that clashed with the elegantly decorated office. "Teacher Fang, I noticed you hadn't left the room all morning, so I made you some hot porridge." The lunchbox was placed steadily on the mahogany desk, and Chaoyun acted like the most ordinary logistics worker. Fang Zheng lifted his head, and a hint of a smile appeared on his thin old face. "You little rascal, you know how to pick the right moment." He removed his reading glasses and opened the insulated box. The rich, sweet aroma of pure meat devoid of any violent impurities wafted through the steam. Fang Zheng took a deep breath, and the stagnation in his meridians from the all-night document review was alleviated significantly. He picked up a spoon. Chaoyun stood still in front of the desk. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the micro USB drive, and tossed it onto the desk. Clatter. The plastic casing struck the mahogany desk, making a soft sound. The USB drive stopped beside Fang Zheng. "Teacher Fang, I came today mainly to submit a special report on material losses. Someone had the audacity to bring strategic materials used for the students' safety to the black market." Chaoyun stood tall. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zheng's smile vanished, and he set down the spoon. He scrutinized Chaoyun for 2 seconds, picked up the USB drive, and plugged it into the military computer equipped with a top-secret firewall on the desk. He entered the password and opened the document. 2 minutes passed. The office was so quiet that one could hear the fan of the computer host. It was an account comparison table. Photos of the anti-counterfeiting labels bearing the Iron Eagle emblem. Surveillance footage of the armored vehicle exchange late at night. Solid evidence. Fang Zheng did not pound the desk. The precious greenery at the edge of the desk trembled without wind. The purified water in the drinking machine boiled uncontrollably. The pressure released from the furious latest-stage Grandmaster was overwhelming. Fang Zheng stared at the words Combat Instructor Chen Feng on the screen. Where did these things come from? Fang Zheng spoke in a suppressed voice. "I picked them up while cleaning the miscellaneous group from the trash heap." Chaoyun was completely unaffected by the Grandmaster's pressure, speaking in a calm tone. He paused for half a second before continuing. "Additionally, I asked some friends outside the school to look into the suspension models of those unmarked armored vehicles. They belong to the underground organization Dark Crocodile, a special cargo transport vehicle that can pass through the base city's checkpoints without hindrance." Chaoyun pointed at the screen. "The city guard must have someone issuing the permits." He stopped there. There was no need to mention Wang Deming's name. With Fang Zheng's political acumen, he naturally understood how deep the waters were below. Fang Zheng closed his eyes. His chest heaved twice. When he opened his eyes, the overwhelming pressure around him completely receded. Understood. Fang Zheng pulled out the USB drive and gripped it tightly in his palm, the metal edge leaving a white imprint on his hand. He surveyed the young man in front of him, wearing an apron. "You did well. But this matter ends here. From now on, no matter what rumors you hear, do not interfere in any way. The interests behind this can grind you into meat paste. I will immediately activate emergency protocols to notify the Special Investigation Team of the Iron Eagle branch of the Martial Alliance to take over the verification. As long as it's verified. Don't say it's just a mere combat instructor." Even if he has the backing of the Heavenly King, I will still peel off a layer of his skin. Got it. Chaoyun turned and walked out. Using a knife to kill someone, this knife was fast and protective. Teacher Fong, you're busy. Drink the porridge while it's hot. If it cools down, it will affect the effect. He pushed the door and walked out of the office, closing the door behind him. Everything in the corridor was as usual. The skies over Iron Eagle Academy were about to change. In the kitchen of the third cafeteria, the broth in the large pot bubbled, and the aroma of meat bones filled the air. Chaoyun stood in front of the stainless steel work table holding that old vegetable knife. On the cutting board lay a bronze-grade exotic beast, the iron-armored catfish, which was half a person's length. This creature had extremely hard scales, and its bones were comparable to high-density alloys. An average helper would take half the day, even with a chainsaw. The iron door of the back kitchen was pushed open. The old chef Zhao Taiju entered carrying a chipped old teacup, swaying his beer belly as he strolled in. Old Zhao leaned against the sink and slurped a mouthful of strong tea. He sized up Chaoyun with a couple of glances. Kid. Old Zhao lowered his voice and leaned in a step. Did you bring porridge up to the top floor to give that old man Fong a kick this morning? Chaoyun did not stop cutting. The blade scraped across the scales, producing a sharp friction sound. Old Zhao, you've been in the greasy kitchen and your ears have grown. Stop pretending with me. Old Zhao spat out some tea leaves. 10 minutes ago, that old man Fong used the Vice Dean's authority to lock down all the entrances and exits of the first underground laboratory. I was smoking at the back door just now when 4 heavy riot vehicles from the Martial Alliance drove into the academy and surrounded the academic building. Old Zhao put away his lazy demeanor. You just stirred up someone else's treasure pot. This kind of black market is very deep. If those people trace it back to you, what will you use to withstand it? Chaoyun halted his actions. He looked at old Zhao, twisting his wrist. Without any fluctuation of true qi, without any starting stance, his vision opened. The iron-armored catfish was reconstructed into a clear skeletal diagram, with all hard bone joints marked. The vegetable knife drew an arc in midair. Bang! The old knife followed the tiny gap behind the fish's cranial bones and struck down in one blow. The exotic beast's head split in two. The cut was smooth with no bone debris splattering. Chaoyun picked up the tattered towel to wipe off the fish blood on his hands, speaking casually. That's just right. The bloodied towel was tossed into the sink. If he dares to come knocking, I'll just slice him into pieces and turn him into a specialty dish. Old Zhao stood in place, staring at the perfectly dissected bronze-grade exotic beast on the cutting board. Outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the intricacies. That last cut, without the leak of true qi, relied purely on control over muscles and bones. It was not a knife that an grade talent could wield. After half a minute, old Zhao raised his head and burst into laughter. He lifted the chipped teacup and shook it at Chaoyun, spilling half a cup of tea. So bold. I like this kind of spirit. Old Zhao took a sip of tea, turned, and walked out humming a tune. On the third floor of the faculty office building, Chun Feng slumped in an ergonomic chair. His legs, dressed in slacks, were crossed over the solid wood desk. He held a high-priced exotic beef spirit tea, tasted a sip, and appeared content. If this batch of goods is smoothly delivered, the dark crocodile side can at least give me 3 million. Next month, I can buy that high-end apartment with a gravity training room in the central district outright. As for that logistics waste, Chaoyun. Chun Feng snorted coldly. If he dares to oppose me once I have the chance, I'll find an excuse during a combat drill to cripple his legs and kick him out of the academy. Captain, we've got a match. A young investigator slammed the enter key, his voice cracking with exhaustion. In the underground classified investigation chamber of the Wudao Alliance's Taiying branch, 3 investigators sat with bloodshot eyes. They had pulled 3 all-nighters straight. Keyboard clatter never ceased. The young investigator pointed at the crimson aggregate figures scrolling across the digital main display. The fund inflows into Chun Feng's 3 offshore anonymous accounts over the past 6 months align, down to the very second, with the material scrapping schedule of Taiying Academy's first underground laboratory. The offshore shell company wiring him money. We traced it through 3 layers of shell ownership. Confirmed, it's a front used by the underworld syndicate Dark Jiao for money laundering. The captain rose and picked up a dossier 2 inches thick from his desk. Tucked inside its inner flap were photographs taken by Lin Mu and a silver-tiered monstrous beast fragment composition analysis report submitted by Chaoyun. His fingertip tapped the dossier's cover, falsifying accounts so sloppily, you'd think this was a corner store's ledger. How on earth did someone with that IQ rise to become a practical training instructor? He strode toward the door. The evidentiary chain is complete. No chance of reversal. Contact Acting Dean Fong Zheng immediately. We move today at noon. Rip this rot out root and branch. At 9 a.m. In the practical training instructor's office, Chun Feng reclined in his leather executive chair, idly rotating a purple clay teapot. Inside steeped rare monstrous beast bone tea. a brew worth a fortune on the open market. This batch had arrived yesterday as a kickback from Dark Jiao. Last night, under cover of the monthly inventory audit, had smuggled out a consignment of silver-tiered monstrous beast marrow from the Academy's vault. Once sold, his commission would be enough to purchase, outright, a villa in the inner city complete with a gravity training chamber. Chen Feng sipped his tea and crossed his legs. Once I secure an introduction to Deputy Commander Wang Deming Hood, endure this wretched academy any longer. He set the teapot down on the desk. Soon I'll wear the city guard officer's uniform. Every soul who sees me will snap to attention. He pictured Chaoyun's face and spat a mouthful of tea leaves. When I'm promoted, I'll have that dishwashing trash eliminated first, and I'll rank nobody daring to defy me. Bang! A 200-pound redwood door exploded inward, slamming against the wall and scattering splinters. Chen Feng jerked. His teapot shattered on the floor tiles, scalding tea drenching his trousers. Who dares die today? Scalded, he leapt upright, cursing wildly. Break your legs for kicking my door. Then he saw who stood before him and swallowed the rest. Fang Zheng strode in, hands clasped behind his back, flanked by 4 fully armed Wudao Alliance enforcement officers, each gripping heavy-duty gravity restraints. Fang Din. Chen Feng's jowls trembled as he hurried around his desk to greet them. What brings you here? You could have announced your inspection in advance. I'd have met you downstairs. Fang Zheng said nothing. He walked to the desk and slapped a file folder onto its surface. The folder burst open, spilling surveillance photos across the desk, each showing Chen Feng late at night exchanging sealed crates with an unmarked armored vehicle at the Academy's rear gate. Chen Feng staggered backward, knees buckling. Chen Feng, you possess astonishing audacity, Fang Zheng said. Strategic materials requisitioned by the Academy from the Alliance. You dare traffic them. Have you mistaken Taiying Academy for your personal ATM? A crushing aura of latest-stage grandmaster pressure descended upon the room. Sweat soaked through Chen Feng's shirt. Din Feng, it's a misunderstanding, entirely. He cried out. I'm being framed. Those photos are forged. I've taught loyally here for 5 years. Framed. Fang Zheng casually snatched a bank statement from the desk and flicked it hard into Chen Feng's face. Explain to the investigation team. Where did those 20 million star credits deposited into your 3 offshore accounts over the past half-year originate? Chen Feng opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Staring at the cascade of banking records strewn across the floor, panic seized him. The Wudao Alliance's black prison swallowed the living whole. Din Feng, please hear me. He lowered his voice, channeling true qi to project his words directly into Fang Zheng's ear. This runs deeper. I'm not acting alone. He reached to grasp Fang Zheng's sleeve. I'm carrying out orders for Deputy Commander Wang of the City Guard. We're all stationed in Taiying Base City. Let's compromise. He'll return every credit. He'll resign immediately. Slap. Fang Zheng's palm struck Chen Feng's cheek. Chen Feng flew sideways, crashing against the alloy wall before sliding down in a heap. He spat blood and several molars. Fang Zheng withdrew his hand. Even at death's door you still try to intimidate me with names. His full pressure descended without restraint. Chen Feng collapsed onto the floor, bones grinding audibly. Not even the deputy commander could save you. Not if the city lord himself stood here today. Fang Zheng tilted his head slightly toward the enforcement officers. Take him. The 4 officers lunged forward. As Chen Feng activated his true qi, 2 seized his shoulders and wrenched them backward. Crack. His arms dislocated. Gravity restraints snapped shut around his wrists. High-voltage current surged into his meridians, forcibly sealing his true qi. Chen Feng crumpled, gasping for breath. Fang Zheng gestured dismissively. 2 officers hauled Chen Feng toward the door. At 10 a.m., Taiying Academy's public address system chimed. Students sparring on the field, learners attending lectures, kitchen aides prepping meals, all paused mid-motion. Fang Zheng's resonant voice filled every corridor and courtyard. Attention all faculty and students. This is Acting Dean Fang Zheng. I am issuing a campus-wide announcement regarding a grave disciplinary violation. Practical training instructor Chen Feng abused his authority to collude with black market syndicates, trafficking high-tier experimental materials from the academy. This has been confirmed by the investigation team. Effective immediately, Chen Feng is stripped of all positions and expelled from the academy's teaching order. He will be transferred to the Wudao Alliance Disciplinary Committee for trial in Black Prison. The broadcast ended. Across campus, murmurs erupted. Old Dog Chen's been arrested. He trafficked strategic materials. No wonder our class application for bronze-tier blood coagulating powder was denied. The bastard hoarded it. He always targeted us ordinary class students. Deserved it. Let's set off firecrackers by the main gate at noon. In classroom 3 of the ordinary class, Lu Haoran sat trembling in the last row. His graphite pencil clattered to the floor. He didn't bend to retrieve it. Chen Feng had been his sole patron within the academy. His swagger, flanked by cronies, had rested entirely on Chun Feng's protection. Now his patron was bound for black prison. Liu Haoran recalled scenes of himself egged on by Chun Feng, overturning cafeteria tables and provoking fights. All over, utterly ruined. He buried his face in his arms. At noon, in the third cafeteria's kitchen, a student apprentice tossed cabbage leaves skyward. "Brother Yun, did you hear?" Lin Mu waved a stainless steel ladle overhead, shouting, "Chun Feng's been expelled, sent to black prison." He bellowed, "That bastard skimmed our meal funds and used us as punching bags. Today's lunch is extra generous. Bring out the reserve meat for celebration." Logistics students clustered around the sink, buzzing with excitement. Before the stainless steel cutting board, Chaoyun stood in a yellowed white work uniform, an old apron tied at his waist, gripping a chipped, well-worn kitchen cleaver, slicing blackarantier monstrous beast hindquarter meat. Thud, 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 thud. Each blade strike cleaved identical cubes. As the PA system broadcast Chun Feng's downfall, Chaoyun's rhythm never faltered, steady, precise, unbroken. Revenge concluded the moment had slipped the data drive onto Fang Zheng's desk. He held no interest in witnessing Chun Feng's ruin. Better to slice 2 gene of potatoes and gain proficiency points. Ding. Perfect cut detected. Proficiency increased. Strength attribute 1. A warm current surged through his muscles. He sheathed the cleaver. Wasn't that far more satisfying than listening to announcements? What's all the noise about? He flipped his wrist, blade flat, sweeping the diced meat cleanly into an iron basin beside him. Chun Feng's gone. But does that mean we skip feeding 3,000 people at noon? Lin Mu, go scrub and peel those 200 gene of potatoes in the corner. Miss 1, and you're my test subject. Brother Yin, your composure is legendary. If it were me, I'd already be dancing on the academic affairs building steps. Lin Mu grinned and dashed to the sink to scrub potatoes. Oil sizzled in deep fryers. None knew. The whistleblower had toppled a practical training instructor with a single data drive. Was this very kitchen worker slicing meat with quiet mastery? At 1 p.m., outside Taiying Academy's main gate, a fully enclosed heavy-duty transport vehicle idled at the curb. Chun Feng, limbs locked in gravity restraints, was marched out under escort. His head hung low, hair matted, and disheveled face bruised and streaked with dried blood. Students and staff gathered beyond the cordon. Chun Feng clenched his jaw and refused to raise his gaze. The transport's alloy door swung open. Officers shoved Chun Feng inside. He crashed onto the floor of the cargo compartment. The engine roared to life, engines revving toward black prison. Tires shrieked against asphalt. 3 unmarked black armored vehicles barreled sideways into the street, blocking the transport's path. Doors hissed open. Several burly men in black tactical vests leapt down and approached the transport. The leader, a scarred man, produced a transfer document stamped with the city guard's official seal. This detainee is involved in matters of city defense military intelligence. He fixed the Wudao Alliance investigator with a stare. The city guard assumes custody. The investigator verified the document's spiritual energy imprint and anti-counterfeiting markers. All formalities were in order. Release him. Chun Feng was yanked from the transport and shoved into the armored vehicle's rear seat. The door slammed shut. He slumped against the seat, breathing raggedly. He stared at the scarred man opposite him and swallowed hard. A trusted operative of Deputy Commander Wang Deming, specializing in covert operations. Deputy Commander Wang wishes to see you. The scarred man spoke. Chun Feng closed his eyes. Avoiding black prison only meant a slower, more brutal death. To ensure silence, those men would stop at nothing. The armored vehicle merged into traffic and vanished down the avenue's horizon. Deputy Leader, please let me explain. Chun Feng knelt on the concrete floor, his wrist freed from the gravity shackles, yet his entire body trembled violently, cold sweat soaking the ground beneath him. 2 meters in front of him, Deputy Leader Wang Deming sat on a genuine leather sofa, playing with a golden cigar cutter in his hand. With a click, he snipped off the end of the cigar. Wang Deming lit the cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke, its scent masking the long-accumulated stench of blood in the basement. Wang Deming flicked the ash from the cigar, saying, "Chun Feng, oh Chun Feng, I went to great lengths to get you into the Iron Eagle Academy. It was so you could quietly help me sort out high-level experimental materials. But look at you. Not only were you taken away by someone, but you've also leaked my money laundering line. What do you think? The food here is bad? Want to go to the Martial Arts Alliance's black prison to try the prison food?" Chun Feng raised his head and banged it hard against the ground, making a loud thud as blood appeared on his forehead. "I have always been meticulous in my work. Not even a fly could enter my accounts. The accounts of the materials written off were flawless. Someone is deliberately setting me up." Chun Feng spoke rapidly, not daring to pause. "Someone hacked into the Academy's internal network and stole the accounts to give to that old man Fang Zheng." "Oh, who has such capability?" Wang Deming leaned back into the depths of the sofa, pinching the cigar with 2 fingers. A student from an ordinary class. His name is Chaoyun. He's just a cook chopping vegetables in the logistics class. But this kid is quite something. Wang Deming's movements halted. A mere kitchen helper who can take a martial master-level combat instructor like you and put him behind bars. You think I'm here to hear jokes? The pressure from the Grand Master descended, causing cracks to form in the concrete floor. Chunks of debris struck Chen Feng's face, leaving several bloody scratches. It's true. You must believe me, Deputy Leader. Chen Feng braved the pressure, his bones creaking. This Chaoyun's dossier states he is in a grade pure support culinary talent. Just a few days ago during the school-wide ranking competition, he took a broken kitchen knife and completely incapacitated Zhou Tianyi, who had awakened and sprayed thunder body in front of the entire school. With one move. Just one move. Wang Deming tightened his grip on the cigar. Continue. There's even more outrageous news. Chen Feng swallowed hard and began to spill the details. His cooking is problematic. The effects of his meals are more incredible than high-grade elixirs. Recently, during a wilderness training exercise, a guard gravely injured by a beast was on the verge of death. After drinking a bowl of his broth, his injuries healed significantly on the spot. Not even high-grade medical potions work this quickly. Chen Feng's facial muscles twitched. I would stake my life on it. This kid definitely has some ancient secret technique that perfectly activates beast energy. He must have peeked at my accounts while cleaning in the logistics group and used that information to gain favor with Fang Zheng. The basement fell silent. Only the hissing of the burning cigar could be heard. After more than a minute, Wang Deming chuckled. He stood up, his military boots thudding against the concrete floor as he walked step by step to Chen Feng. The sound of his boot heels striking the ground made Chen Feng shrink back. Interesting. A student deemed in a grade waste can leap several ranks and overpower an grade genius. He can casually cook a meal on par with high-grade elixirs and can subtly ruin my business. Wang Deming, as long as I can monopolize this kid, the overall strength of the city guards can multiply several times, and Wang Deming won't need to look at the city lord's face anymore. Wang Deming spoke. This kind of rare talent must either be collared and obediently act as my watchdog or completely vanish from this world so that no one can benefit from him. He turned his head to look at his personal aide who had been standing in the shadows of the corner. Go. Spread out the entire intelligence network of the city guards. Dig up the ancestral lineage of this Chaoyun. I want to know what he eats every day, where he lives, how many people are in his family, and most importantly, what he fears. The aide bowed his head and accepted the order, saying, understood. Chen Feng collapsed on the ground, exhaling a long breath. His life was spared. Chaoyun, why did you have to provoke someone like me, cutting off my source of income? Now that Wang Deming has set his sights on you, I wonder how many lives you have to spare. Evening fell at the third cafeteria of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. There were still 2 hours until meal. In the kitchen, the exhaust fan roared as several helpers washed vegetables outside. Chaoyun, with an old apron tied around his waist, stood at the innermost stove. A large iron pot bubbled with beast bone soup, the rich aroma of the marrow wafting through the air. The ventilation window in a secluded corner of the kitchen was silently pushed open. Shen Chongfeng flipped into the room, landing without a sound. The Grand Master level agility was used to sneak through the cafeteria window. Chaoyun held a skimmer in his left hand, methodically skimming the foam off the surface of the soup, without even turning his head. A renowned golden hunter, yet you choose to sneak in through the window instead of using the front door. Did you bring the golden grade red flame pig ribs I asked you to get? No ingredients, no discussion. Shen Changfeng's eyes twitched. Even with the fire burning close, this kid is still thinking about the pork ribs. Shen Changfeng took half a step closer, lowering his voice. No ingredients. It's a big deal. Chen Feng wasn't sent to the Martial Arts Alliance's Black Prison at all. The escort vehicle barely left the academy when it was ambushed by a secret tactical team from the city guards. Chaoyun's stirring stopped for half a second. Then with a twist of his wrist, he continued stirring in rhythm. The marrow at the bottom of the soup was stirred, intensifying its aroma. It's Wang Deming's doing. Yes, Shen Changfeng nodded. I just submitted a mission at the Hunters Guild when a brother embedded in the intelligence department of the city guards handed me a top-secret message. The city guards undercover group is out in full force conducting a large-scale investigation into your background. You are completely targeted by Wang Deming. This man is ruthless, always cutting down the roots and leaving no survivors. He must have pried open Chen Feng's mouth and discovered your secret. It's no longer safe for you to stay at the academy. How about I arrange a vehicle for you tonight to take the special route of the Hunters Guild and get you out of the city to avoid the storm? Avoid the storm. Chaoyun put down the skimmer, picked up a nearby cloth to wipe his hands, and turned around. Chaoyun pointed at the stainless steel countertops and piles of ingredients around him. Why would I run? Here I have meals and accommodation, the kitchen is spacious, and I have over 3,000 high-quality diners helping me taste my dishes every day. Where would I find such a good feng shui treasure? If Wang Deming wants to investigate, let him. Chaoyun am just a humble cook from the logistics culinary class of the Iron Eagle Academy. My ancestors were all good citizens. My background is clean, and I've never even run a red light. Chaoyun turned off the faucet and shook the water droplets from his hands. He grabbed a clean towel to dry his hands. You came all this way to deliver intelligence. I appreciate your effort. But as for running away, forget it. Remember to bring that piece of pork rib tomorrow. Even an hour late won't do. The meat won't age properly. Shin Changfeng looked at the boy in a tattered apron before him, becoming increasingly perplexed by him. Being closely watched by a Grand Master-level deputy leader who holds heavy military power and can mobilize thousands of city defense troops at any time. Others would have fled in such a situation. Yet he remains calm and continues to arrange tomorrow's menu. All right, Shin Changfeng no longer tried to persuade him. Just be cautious. If there's any sign of trouble, use the encrypted communicator to call me at any time. I owe you my life, I am always at your service. With that he turned and leaped away, disappearing into the night through the ventilation window. Chaoyun turned around and continued to watch the boiling soup. He did not regard the city guards at all. Whether it was the deputy leader or the Grand Master, anyone who dared to obstruct his culinary path was merely a piece of meat on the cutting board. Under the butcher's knife, all is just an ingredient. How much gratitude value Wang Deming could provide him at the same time in the office of the commander of the city guard's underground stronghold. The aide held a dossier covered with a red stamp, quickly approaching the solid wood desk. The aide handed the dossier forward. Commander, everything has been verified. Chaoyun from the lower class of Iron Eagle City, a branch of the He family. Just recently during the Academy's Talent Awakening ceremony, he was publicly announced as being disqualified by the head of the He family for being assessed as an A-grade culinary talent. This kid has no backing whatsoever. He is just an orphan starting from scratch. The aide flipped to the second page of the dossier and pointed at a photo on it. His father is named He Jiangwo. He currently lives in a dilapidated house in the slums of the Western District, working hard at a waste factory to make a living. Wang Deming reached out to take the dossier. Looking at the photo of the weathered man with a slightly hunched back, Wang Deming tossed the dossier onto the table with a soft thud. Chaoyun shoved his hands into his pockets, avoiding the fetid acidic runoff on the ground as he slipped into a sagging tenement. This block sat in the slums of the West District of Taiying Bay City. The stairwell had long been steeped in a foul stench of machine oil tangled with sewage. The stairwell was cluttered with discarded cartons and scrap metal. Layers of tacky flyers plastered the walls. He stopped before a rusted iron door at the far end of the fourth floor. He raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock. From inside came hurried, shuffling footsteps. The iron door creaked open. He Jiangwo emerged in a threadbare old shirt, its collar frayed. Upon seeing the visitor at the door, he froze. Chaoyun. He rubbed both hands hard against his dust-caked trousers. Why did you suddenly come back? Is the academy on holiday today? Chaoyun took in how much of He Jiangwo's hair had gone white. The hands that had just wiped his pants were calloused and scarred, black dirt packed into the nail creases. A tightness rose in his chest. Weekend break. Chaoyun stepped inside and shut the door, cutting off the corridor's reek. Just came to see you. There wasn't even a sofa in the room. The legs of a few broken plastic chairs were wrapped in transparent tape and creaked at the slightest touch. In a corner lay several burlap sacks filled with discarded metal parts, exuding the tang of rust. You brat, why didn't you give us a heads up when you came back? He Jiangwo fussed about the room in a panic. I haven't bought any vegetables. He hurried to the chipped old refrigerator and yanked the door open. Inside it was bare to the bone. There wasn't even a scrap of greens. He Jiangwo then ripped through the cupboards. After a long rummage, he dug out 2 hard blue packets of synthetic ration from the very bottom. Those at the lowest rungs of the slums lived on such rations. Dry, throat-scraping sustenance. He Jiangwo clenched the packets, his face creased with embarrassment. He berated himself for his own incompetence, unable even to scrape together enough credits to buy a proper piece of meat for his son. Chaoyun, you must be starving. Let me boil these rations to fill your stomach first. He'll go downstairs to buy exotic beast meat right away. Old Zhang, the butcher next door, should have some leftover mutated rat meat today. I will beg him to sell it cheap. He took a step toward the door and nearly tripped over scrap iron on the floor. Chaoyun stepped forward, took hold of He Jiangwo's wrist, and casually took the 2 poor-quality ration packs from him. He tossed them straight into the nearby trash bin. Dad, don't bother. His tone was flat. Don't buy that awful junk anymore. Pigs wouldn't even eat it. He flicked his hand. With a subtle gesture of intent, he drew out ingredients he had prepared in the system's preservation space. With a soft thud, heavy provisions landed on the chipped little dining table. There were several neatly cut slabs of low-grade black-haired pork belly, 2 bronze-grade mutated bok choy, and a few fresh potatoes. He Jiangwo's eyes widened. He stood there stunned. Though a manual laborer, he recognized the excellent quality of these exotic beast ingredients. Chaoyun, this. His voice trembled. How much must this cost? Don't do anything foolish at the academy. We're poor, but we can't stoop to dishonorable paths. Chaoyun chuckled. Relax. These are just scraps from the cafeteria. The supervisor said I cut efficiently and handed them out as an employee perk. Your son is the backbone of the logistics kitchen. Chaoyun shouldered the ingredients and squeezed into the cramped kitchen. You rest today. Taste your son's cooking. Jiangwo did not move forward. He wanted to help, but found the kitchen too small to turn around in. Chaoyun stood before the wobbly stove and tied on an apron. The casual air drained from him the moment he took up the utensils. He became intensely focused. A steady rhythm of chopping filled the kitchen. Chop, chop, chop. The knife fell crisply and swiftly on the cutting board. Chaoyun regarded the black-haired pork belly on the board. Though low-grade, the meat's fat and lean layers were balanced. With proper handling, it could rival higher-quality cuts. He didn't employ ancient culinary techniques today, nor did he infuse the dish with qi. He prepared the most down-to-earth homely dishes: braised exotic beast meat stir-fried, mutated bok choy, and vinegar-sautéed potato shreds. He heated the pan and added oil. He browned scallions and ginger, just until fragrant. His control of the fire precise. In less than half an hour, 3 steaming, fragrant, home-cooked dishes were on the table. The rich aroma filled the rundown apartment. Dad, dinner. Chaoyun ladled a large bowl of rice and pushed it toward Jiangwo. Jiangwo swallowed hard. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up his chopsticks. He took a piece of braised meat and brought it to his mouth. The meat melted on the tongue, rich but not cloying. There was no exaggeration of sudden cultivation power, yet the flavor was astonishingly good. Jiangwo's hand holding the chopstick stilled. Tears welled in his eyes, and a large tear fell onto the rice. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Chaoyun asked. Jiangwo shook his head desperately. No. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand, his voice choking. It's delicious. Chaoyun, you've grown up. He shoveled rice into his mouth in great gulps. Chaoyun picked up a ladle and poured a bowl of hot water for his father. Dad, eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. They'll come back every weekend to cook for you. They finished the meal clean. Even the sauce in the plates was used to dress the rice. Afterward, Jiangwo washed the dishes in the kitchen, while Chaoyun sat on a broken chair with his eyes closed. Chaoyun. Jiangwo stepped out, wiping his hands on his apron. His lips moved, and at last he spoke. A few days ago, someone came from the He family main branch. Chaoyun opened his eyes. What were they here for? He asked. Jiangwo sighed. They sent an administrator from the main branch. They said that when you beat that shrank prodigy in the academy's ranking match a few days ago, the news spread through the upper circles of Base City. Jiangwo watched his son, his expression a tangle of emotions. Clan Patriarch He Zongheng personally instructed them. They brought tonics and a pile of flattering words, asking me to persuade you. They want you to return to the clan. They promised to readmit you, to give you preferential access to advanced cultivation resources, and to treat you as a core disciple from now on. Jiangwo was honest, but not foolish. He knew exactly the sort of people the main branch were. They had seen that his son had value, and now shamelessly wanted to drag him back as a tool. Chaoyun snorted. Return to the clan, he answered sharply. No. There was no room for negotiation. The people of the He main branch had rotten heads if they thought otherwise. Back when we stood in the clan's awakening hall, they measured me as an grade chef talent, called me shameful, said I lowered the He family's genetic standard. That old He Zongheng slammed his fist on the table, and in front of the whole clan drove our family out of the inner city with no chance to pack our things. Chaoyun rose and smoothed his clothes. At that time, why didn't they keep anyone? Why didn't they consider I still bear the He's bloodline? Now that I can fight and have value and can bring them face, they want to call me back like a dog. Dream on. I could hear He Zongheng counting his coins even in Taiying Academy when they drove us away. So now they come bearing gifts. Do they think themselves a banquet? Tell that administrator to stop loitering around this broken place and fouling the slum's air. Jiangwo nodded heavily. He had long since given up on that cold, heartless clan. After so many years of suffering in the slums, being trampled upon, the main branch had never lifted a finger. Now they wanted to reap the benefits. Not a chance. Fine. As long as you've made up your mind, I'll follow you. At worst, the two of us will stay in this slum for the rest of our lives rather than live with that humiliation. At 4 in the afternoon, Chaoyun changed his shoes and prepared to return to the academy. Dad, I'm leaving. Take care at home. Don't go scavenging scrap metal. Ooh, I don't need that money. Message me if anything happens. After the admonitions, he pushed open the door and left the apartment. He descended the dim stairwell toward the exit on the ground floor of the tenement. His step faltered ever so slightly. At the edge of his peripheral vision, he swept across a dark alley pooled with stagnant water. In the alley shadow stood a man in a gray jacket. The man had his cap pulled low and hunched in the darkness, staring fixedly at the window of Jiangwo's 4th-floor room. Chaoyun's face remained expressionless. He did not even turn his head. He simply walked out of the tenement and merged with the bustling tide of people on the street. In the Iron Eagle Bay City on the main road of the Western District, Chaoyun blended into the bustling crowd, his pace neither fast nor slow, appearing just like an ordinary student on vacation. Yet from the corner of his eye he precisely locked onto the man in the gray jacket behind him, akin to an inescapable adhesive. Professionally, he trailed about 50 meters behind, neither losing track nor getting too close, even perfectly concealing the fluctuations of his true chi. Chaoyun did not turn back, nor did he immediately dart into an alley to confront the pursuer. He kept his hands in his pockets. Naturally, he turned at the intersection ahead, opting not to take the shortest route back to the academy, but deliberately winding into the most complex, bustling second-hand market in the Western District. The place was filled with street vendors and mercenaries haggling over prices, the terrain resembling a labyrinth as Chaoyun weaved through the crowd. After making 3 large circles, the man in the gray jacket still clung closely behind him, definitely not an ordinary person coincidentally on the same path. Chaoyun approached a stall selling old weapons, pretending to lower his head to inspect a rusty short sword, mentally reciting system, identify the target. Ding. Universal radar, scan activated. Target analysis human. Martial Dao realm, intermediate martial master. True Chi attribute wind type, skilled in stealth and tracking. Hostility assessment, no direct intent to kill. Status monitoring. He gazed at the blue identification information that popped up on his retina. Chaoyun's mind was completely made up. With the cultivation of an intermediate martial master, he was clearly being used as an ordinary stalker, indicative of an organized and premeditated official action. In the entire Iron Eagle Bay City, only the City Defense Army could casually deploy martial masters for such underhanded tasks. Chaoyun let out a cold laugh. This was directed at him, and it was of no low rank. Chaoyun chose not to act in the second-hand market since the opponent was merely monitoring. With no intent to kill, he decided to let them watch freely. Chaoyun calmly exited the market and hailed an old hovering taxi. He returned directly to the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. At 8 in the evening, in the kitchen of the third cafeteria, the dinner service had just concluded and the kitchen was empty. Only Chaoyun was leisurely sharpening an old chef's knife. Swish! The kitchen window was gently pushed open and Shun Changfeng entered, dressed in black. He skillfully climbed in. Brother, the city defense military has been strict these days. I didn't bring any large ingredients. Shun Changfeng walked to the cutting board. Chaoyun did not lift his head. I was being followed. He spoke while sharpening his knife, causing Shin Changfeng's hand to stiffen. He instantly grew wary, glancing at the night outside. Whose person? A wind-type martial artist of intermediate martial master. His methods are quite professional. Chaoyun tested the blade with his thumb. He followed me from the tenement building in the Western District where my father lives, all the way to the academy's entrance. Shin Changfeng's brow furrowed deeply. The scar on his forehead made him appear especially serious. It's the City Defense Army's people, Shin Changfeng said decisively. This is the typical style of the mad dogs in the intelligence department under Wang Deming. Shin Changfeng looked at Chaoyun. What exactly happened to you recently? Why would that old bastard Wang Deming suddenly exert such effort against you? Chaoyun set down the whetstone and picked up a cloth to wipe the blade. Nothing happened. His tone was light. It's just that Chen Feng was dismissed and taken away by Fang Zhang. I did it. I packaged Chen Feng's account books for selling materials along with Wang Deming's underground contact records and sent them to Fang Zhang. As soon as he said this, the kitchen fell into a deathly silence. Shin Changfeng's eyes widened, staring at the calm chef before him as if he were a monster. Damn. This usually composed grandmaster couldn't help but curse. You wiped out Wang Deming's entire network at the academy. No wonder. No wonder Wang Deming would send dark agents to stalk Chaoyun like a mad dog. That old fox must have learned something from Chen Feng. Shin Changfeng anxiously paced in the kitchen. Brother, you've stirred up too much trouble this time. Wang Deming is absolutely the type to repay grudges and won't let this go easily. You must be extremely careful. Chaoyun neatly inserted the kitchen knife back into the rack. I know. He turned to look at Shin Changfeng. But I have no intention of hiding. His gaze was deep, exuding a chilling calm that sent shivers down one's spine. If he wants to play, I will play along with him. He'll continue cooking every day. What can he do to me? Shin Changfeng looked at Chaoyun with a kind of absolute psychological resilience. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. If you need any help, just let me know. Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth. At worst, we'll fight the City Defense Army together. No need for you to take risks. Chaoyun patted Shin Changfeng's shoulder. Just keep a close watch on the movements over at the guild. After sending Shin Changfeng away, Chaoyun called Lin Mu, the chubby roommate, to the kitchen. Lin Mu was gnawing on a cold steamed bun. Brother Yin, what's up? Chaoyun looked at this honest roommate. Fatty, help me with something. Can you contact the dozens of brothers in our logistics starting tomorrow? Have them go in batches to the slums in the Western District. Keep an eye on the tenement building where my dad lives, rotating shifts. Lin Mu was taken aback. Watch over the old man. What happened? Someone's been loitering around there. Chaoyun's tone was serious. If you spot anyone in a gray jacket getting close to the tenement building, send me an encrypted message immediately. Although Lin Mu was simple, he was loyal. He immediately threw the bun aside. You can count on me, Brother Yun. You usually cook and take care of the brothers. Who would dare to lay a finger on the old man? They'll take the guys from the logistics class and smash his head with a big iron pot. He'll arrange for people to switch shifts right away. Lin Mu hurriedly ran out. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, Chaoyun's gaze grew colder. His father was his only weakness, and the protective net had already been cast. He could now engage Wang Deming without reservations. For the next 3 days, Chaoyun's life remained unchanged. He still diligently cooked in the third cafeteria every day and frantically cooked in the system space to enhance his attributes, while the gray-jacketed City Defense Army spy continued to appear on time outside the academy. Monitoring his every move, Chaoyun acted as if he didn't see them, completely ignoring their presence until the evening of the third day of being followed. The man in the gray jacket suddenly vanished without a trace, and the following ceased entirely. Chaoyun stood in front of the back window of the cafeteria, gazing at the empty street. A cold smile crept across his lips. The surveillance had stopped not because Wang Deming had given up, but because that old fox had decided to change his approach. At 10 in the morning, in the third cafeteria of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy, a black heavy-duty off-road vehicle with a special license plate from the City Guard Force directly ignored the academy's access restrictions. It arrogantly drove into the logistics area, hitting the brakes. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle came to a steady stop at the back door of the third cafeteria. The car door swung open, and a young major in a crisp military uniform stepped out, wearing white gloves and holding a gilded black envelope. He frowned at the greasy back door of the cafeteria, a flicker of undisguised disgust flashing in his eyes as he strode into the kitchen. The sound of military boots echoed crisply on the tiled floor, startling a few errand students in the kitchen, who immediately paused their work. "Who is he, Chaoyun?" the major spoke coldly. His voice was not loud, but it carried a commanding tone. Chaoyun stood in front of the cutting board, holding a kitchen knife as he scaled a bronze-tier exotic fish. "I am," he said, not even looking up. The blade in his hand danced swiftly. Fish scales fell like snowflakes. The major watched Chaoyun's complete disregard for him, a flash of anger igniting within. Yet he held back his frustration. He walked to the cutting board and placed the gilded black envelope on the clean countertop beside him. "This is a personal invitation from General Wang Deming, the deputy commander of the City Guard." The major's tone carried a hint of condescension. "Commander Wang greatly appreciates your abilities. Chaoyun, your fortune has arrived." Lin Mu was washing vegetables nearby and shivered at the mention of Wang Deming. He hurried over, his eyes fixated on the gilded envelope. Chaoyun put down the kitchen knife and wiped his hands on his apron. He took the envelope, tore it open, and pulled out a piece of high-quality stationery imprinted with the City Guard's emblem. Lin Mu leaned in to take a look. After just one glance, he gasped. "Holy SHD!" Lin Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Chief Nutritional Consultant for the Logistics Department of the City Guard. Awarded the rank of Major. Monthly salary. 200,000 star coins. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. This is money we wouldn't earn even if we worked in the cafeteria for 100 years. But it didn't end there. Lin Mu continued reading. A standalone villa in the inner city. Equipped with a dedicated high-end off-road vehicle. Enjoy priority exchange rights for martial resources within the City Guard. Enjoy unlimited allocation privileges for high-grade exotic ingredients. Lin Mu looked over these conditions, his atoms, apple bobbing up and down as he swallowed several times. He gazed at Chaoyun, his voice trembling. "Brother Yun, is this a golden opportunity falling from the sky? This treatment is something even our academy's director couldn't get." The major listened to Lin Mu's loud exclamations. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. A poor wretch is still a poor wretch. Just this little bit of temptation had him so excited. Once you've read it, just sign it. The major pulled an expensive fountain pen from his jacket pocket and handed it to Chaoyun. "Commander Wang said as long as you sign, you will leave with me immediately. Your old man who is stuck in the slums will be directly picked up by the City Guard to live in the inner city." The major lifted his chin. This is a blessing that others could never hope to achieve in 8 lifetimes. Chaoyun looked at the stationery in his hand, his expression showing no sign of fluctuation. No surprise, no anger. He merely found it amusing. It was the common tactic of the upper echelons to provide a reward after cutting off one's retreat. First they seal off your escape, sending people to harass your father, then they toss down a piece of meat from a high position, making you grateful and obedient like a dog. Chaoyun did not take the fountain pen offered by the major. He casually tossed the precious stationery onto the cutting board. "Lin Mu, go to the front desk and bring me a menu." Lin Mu was taken aback. "Brother Yunyu, you're not signing. A weasel pays a visit to a chicken for the new year with ill intent." Chaoyun picked up a cloth and wiped the cutting board. "Go get it." Lin Mu hurried to the front desk. He ripped off a piece of the usual accounting menu and ran back, the menu still stained with a bit of grease. Chaoyun took the menu. He picked up a broken ballpoint pen used for writing ingredient labels beside the cutting board and began to write on the back of the menu. The major frowned. What are you doing? Do you dare refuse Commander Wang's invitation? The major's expression darkened. Chaoyun, you'd better think carefully about the consequences. Chaoyun ignored him, the ballpoint pen swiftly moving across the menu. After finishing, he folded the menu in half. He directly stuffed it into the gilded envelope and handed it back to the major. Take it back to your Commander Wang. Chaoyun picked up the kitchen knife and continued scaling the fish. Tell him no delivery. The major stared fiercely at Chaoyun. He snatched the envelope and laughed in anger. Good. Very good. I hope you won't be begging me to take you in the future. The major turned and strode out. He got into the off-road vehicle, revved the engine, and roared away from the academy. Lin Mu watched the off-road vehicle disappear, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Yin, you really rejected it just like that. Lin Mu felt a bit of regret. What did you write in your reply? You didn't scold him, did you? Chaoyun did not lift his head. I didn't scold him. I was very polite. At noon, in the underground stronghold of the city guard, Wang Deming sat at his desk. The major stood respectfully opposite him, handing over the gilded envelope with both hands. Commander, he has rejected it. He also asked me to bring this to you. Wang Deming took the envelope, noticing a distinct grease stain on it. His brow furrowed slightly as he tore open the envelope. What spilled out was a greasy cafeteria menu. Wang Deming's smile vanished completely. He unfolded the menu where a line of crooked writing was scrawled with a ballpoint pen. The handwriting was bold. Thank you for the invitation. The cafeteria is busy with 200 pounds of potatoes to wash daily. I have no time to spare. Signed, the logistics cooking team of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. Chaoyun. Wang Deming stared intensely at these few lines. The hand holding the menu trembled with veins bulging on his back. How insulting. This placed the deputy commander of the city guard on the same level as 200 pounds of potatoes, even less important than washing potatoes. Crack. Wang Deming crushed the expensive purple clay teacup in his hand into powder, scalding tea spilled all over his hand. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. What a busy schedule. Wang Deming's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent radiated from him. To give face, but not respect. Do you really think I can't touch you just because you're at the academy? Wang Deming grabbed a towel from the table. Slowly wiping the tea off his hands, he said to the major, his tone chilling, notify the Hunters Guild and the logistics department of the academy. Starting this afternoon. Completely cut off all high-tier exotic ingredient supplies to the third cafeteria. Wang Deming sneered. I want to make sure he can't even wash a single potato. At 2 in the afternoon, Chaoyun pushed the rusty little cart and arrived at the logistics distribution center of the Taiying Academy, where he submitted the stamped application form at the window. Third canteen requesting 50 pounds of black iron level beast waste for today. The clerk at the window didn't even take the form, rolling her eyes instead. No. The clerk's tone was harsh. From today onwards, the academy is implementing cost control. All high-level beast waste materials must be submitted to the Alliance for Destruction. The canteen will only supply ordinary ingredients and artificial nutritional meat in the future. Chaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not argue. He took back the application form and turned to leave. At 3 in the afternoon, Chaoyun arrived punctually at the underground warehouse of the Hunters Guild. The old administrator, who usually greeted him with a smile, stood at the door today with a pained expression. A brand new seal was affixed to the explosion-proof iron door of the warehouse. Sorry, young brother. The old administrator sighed. The higher-ups issued a strict order today. They said an upgrade in warehouse management is to be implemented. All beast entrails and bones are to be sealed, and no one is allowed to take anything privately. The old administrator lowered his voice. I heard it was the city guard putting pressure on them directly. Did you offend some big shot? Chaoyun looked at the seal. He nodded slightly. It's fine, uncle, I'm not making it hard for you. Chaoyun turned and walked out of the Hunters Guild. At 5 in the afternoon, Chaoyun returned to the kitchen of the third canteen. Before he entered, he saw Shin Changfeng standing at the door with a dark face, and there were no bags full of ingredients at his feet, as usual. Brother, Shin Changfeng looked at Chaoyun, filled with guilt and anger. I'm sorry. Today I led a team to hunt a silver-level iron-skinned rhinoceros outside the city. Just as we entered the city gate, we were stopped by the guild's inspection team. Shin Changfeng clenched his fists. They claimed this was strategic material for an emergency mission and must be prioritized for submission to the guild. They directly confiscated the entire rhino. Not even a single hair was allowed for me to bring back. Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth. It must be Wang Deming scheming behind the scenes. Chaoyun listened without showing any signs of agitation. Everything seemed to follow normal administrative procedures, but each step was cutting off his lifeline. Wang Deming's actions were exceptionally ruthless. Without beast ingredients, Chaoyun could not obtain attribute points through the system's cooking. his strength growth would come to a complete halt. Don't worry. He Chaoyun patted Shin Changfeng's shoulder. This isn't your fault. He Chaoyun entered the kitchen, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He closed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, rapidly contemplating ways to break the deadlock. 10 minutes later, He Chaoyun opened his eyes. Brother Shun. He looked at Shin Changfeng. First, in the future, you will lead the team outside the city for hunting. Do not use the regular city gate. Look for those mercenaries using the black market tunnels. Hide what you hunt in a safe place outside the city and send me the coordinates. I will go retrieve it myself. Shin Changfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. The black market tunnels are beyond the city guard's control. Secondly, He Chaoyun stood up. I'm going to the medical team now. You head back first and stay safe. He sent Shin. He Chaoyun went directly to the building of the academy's medical team. He found Tang Yue, who was organizing files. Classmate He, what brings you here? Tang Yue was surprised to see He Chaoyun. I need your help with something. He Chaoyun got straight to the point. Your medical team dissects beasts every day, leaving behind many blood samples and tissue slices, right? Tang Yue was taken aback. Yes, those are considered medical waste. What's wrong? How do you usually dispose of that? It's all collected in sealed barrels and taken to the incinerator on a schedule. He Chaoyun nodded. Leave it to me. They'll come help you clean up after work every day. I guarantee it will be handled thoroughly. Tang Yue looked puzzled. What do you need that medical waste for? It's not only smelly but also contains toxins. To make fertilizer. He Chaoyun casually told a lie. I have a plot of land on the back mountain where I plan to grow some mutated vegetables. Although Tang Yue found it strange. She recalled how He Chaoyun had saved Su Nianwei before, so she didn't ask further. Fine, just don't throw it around. He Chaoyun successfully obtained the rights to clean up the medical waste. Although there were only small amounts of leftover blood and bits of meat each time in the system space, even mosquito legs are meat. At 7 in the evening, dinner at the third canteen ended. He Chaoyun walked to the backyard, where the old chef Zhao Taiju was lying on a rocking chair listening to the radio, holding a broken tea jar in his hand. Old Zhao. He Chaoyun walked over, pulled up a stool, and sat down. I want to ask you something. Zhao Taiju opened one eye. Have you been cut off from supplies? Old Zhao looked at him with a smile. I've warned you long ago that those old foxes are not to be trifled with. He Chaoyun did not respond. Those aged-dried goods you usually hoard. Lend me some. He Chaoyun spoke with confidence. Zhao Taiju was taken aback. Then he burst into hearty laughter. He set down the tea jar, stood up, and walked into his employee dormitory. In a moment, Zhao Taiju came out with a dusty old sack. He threw it directly at He Chaoyun's feet. Take it. Zhao Taiju was unexpectedly generous. It's all the junk I've saved over the years. It's better to give it away than let it gather dust. He Chaoyun glanced at the sack. Thanks. He'll return it later. He picked up the sack. He turned and walked back to his room, locked the door, and directly opened the system space. He dumped everything from the sack onto the floor. It was a bunch of beast meat chunks that had dried to the hardness of stone. The surface was dark and looked devoid of nutritional value. Ding. Universal ingredient identification activated. Identification target: aged black iron level dried meat. Identification target: aged bronze level dried tendon. A series of identification messages flashed by. Most were low-level ingredients, and the energy loss was severe. But it was better than having nothing. Just as He Chaoyun was about to throw these items into the heavenly fire furnace, a piece of black jerky pressed at the very bottom caught his attention. This piece of jerky was only palm-sized, shriveled like a piece of charcoal. Yet there was a faintly visible layer of extremely weak golden patterns on its surface. He Chaoyun picked up the piece of jerky. Ding. Universal ingredient identification triggered. Warning. High-energy ingredient detected. Target: golden level dried blood meat of the earth bear. He Chaoyun's pupils constricted sharply. Golden level. This is a top-tier beast that even the commander of the city defense army might not be able to afford for every meal. Who would have thought that such a treasure was hidden in old Zhao's ragged sack? He Chaoyun's hand holding the jerky froze in midair as he stared at the red text on the panel. The night was deep and dark. The backyard of the third cafeteria was eerily quiet. He Chaoyun held a piece of black jerky about the size of a palm and directly pushed open the door to Zhao Taiju's dormitory. The door was unlocked. Zhao Taiju was lying on a hard bed listening to an old radio playing a traditional opera. He noticed He Chaoyun entering. Old Zhao didn't even blink. Is borrowing your things not enough? Not enough, and there's nothing left. He Chaoyun walked to the side of the bed. He pulled over a rickety chair and sat down. He slapped the piece of black jerky onto the bedside table. Old Zhao. He Chaoyun stared into Zhao Taiju's eyes. Where did you get this? Zhao Taiju turned off the radio and sat up. He picked up the jerky and scrutinized it in front of his eyes. It's just a piece of dried meat that's been hanging for over 10 years. Zhao Taiju yawned. What can this thing? This is a piece of meat from a golden tier beast, the blood of the earth bear. Don't tell me you found this in the market. In the entire Iron Eagle Bay city, there were definitely no more than a handful of warriors capable of hunting golden tier beasts. let alone casually tossing golden tier meat into a shabby burlap sack. Zhao Taiju was taken aback for a moment. Then he stroked his bald chin. Golden tier. You're mistaken, kid. This is wild boar meat I picked up in the wilderness over the years. I didn't want to eat it back then, so I dried it for reserve supplies. Zhao Taiju threw the jerky back to Chaoyun. If you find it hard to chew, just throw it away. Don't disturb people's dreams in the middle of the night. Chaoyun caught the jerky. He looked at Zhao Taizu's face, filled with impatience. He chuckled coldly in his heart. Pretending. Continuing to pretend. Chaoyun no longer pressed for answers. He stood up. All right. No matter what kind of meat it is, thanks. Chaoyun turned and walked out of the dormitory, casually closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, Chaoyun locked the door and drew the curtains. He sat cross-legged on the bed. System, enter the cooking space. The scene shifted. Chaoyun arrived in the pure white system space. He walked to the heavenly fire stove and placed the shriveled piece of golden tier meat into the alloy pot. Ding. Golden tier incomplete ingredient detected. Internal energy loss 70. Impurities are extremely solidified. Conventional cooking cannot activate the residual medicinal properties. System automatically unlocks advanced skill precise temperature control. A wealth of complex knowledge about temperature control surged into Chaoyun's mind. He immediately understood the difficulty of handling this piece of meat. The density of the blood and flesh of golden tier beasts is extraordinarily high. After being dried for over 10 years, it had become as hard as iron. If the fire is too high, the residual energy would vaporize instantly. If the fire is too low, it wouldn't be able to dissolve the solidified impurities inside. The temperature must be controlled within a hair's breadth. Let's begin. Chaoyun took a deep breath. He placed his hands on the fire control valve of the heavenly fire stove. The eerie blue flames erupted instantly. Chaoyun's mental energy was highly concentrated. He fixed his gaze on the piece of black jerky in the pot. Lower the temperature to 300 degrees. The flames instantly shrank. Raise the temperature to 800 degrees for 2 seconds. The flames licked the bottom of the pot fiercely. The surface of the jerky began to emit extremely faint crackling sounds. This indicated that the impurities were being forcibly stripped away. Beads of sweat began to form on Chaoyun's forehead. This extremely delicate operation consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Time passed second by second. 1 hour. 3 hours. 5 hours. Chaoyun spent the entire night in the system space functioning like an incredibly precise robot, continuously adjusting the temperature of the heavenly fire stove. Finally, when the sky outside began to turn a fish belly white, the piece of black jerky in the pot had completely melted. It transformed into a pot of extremely thick liquid exuding a faint dark golden glow. An indescribable oppressive force of terrifying vitality erupted within the system space. Even the white mist at the edge of the space was dispersed by this oppressive force. Ding. Cooking successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained aged beast blood porridge golden tier incomplete version. Chaoyun let out a long breath. He felt as if his head was about to split open from the pain. This was a sign of mental exhaustion. But when he looked at the pot containing the dark golden beast blood porridge, his eyes were filled with fervor. Without hesitation, Chaoyun picked up the pot and drank the steaming porridge in one gulp. Boom. The moment the porridge entered his stomach, Chaoyun felt as though he had swallowed an erupting volcano. The violently turbulent golden tier energy exploded in his stomach. This energy surged through his meridians like a wild horse breaking free. Chaoyun gritted his teeth tightly. The bones within his body emitted a crackling sound. Muscle fibers were torn apart by the raging power, then reassembled in a very short time. They became even more resilient and explosive. A layer of black impurities oozed from the surface of his skin. This was the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow. Even more terrifying was that the enormous mental energy contained in this bowl of porridge surged directly into his mind. His originally parched sea of consciousness was instantly filled with this energy, even expanding by more than double. He didn't know how much time had passed. The energy within him was finally completely absorbed. Chaoyun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of dark golden light flashing in the depths of his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him, as if he could punch through an armored vehicle. Ding. Absorption of golden tier energy complete. Host attributes significantly updated. Strength, 25. Mental power, 20. Physique. Chaoyun looked at the numbers on the panel, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His strength had broken through the 350 mark. His mental power had also achieved a qualitative leap. His overall combat power could definitely face off against mid-tier grandmasters. Wang Deming thought he could starve him to death. Dream on. Just as Chaoyun was preparing to exit the system space, a sudden flash of blinding red light appeared on the system panel. A highly secret hidden message popped up. Warning. In-depth analysis complete. Detected that this golden tier ingredient had been processed with ancient culinary techniques before drying. Within the ingredient, a faint trace of the true essence of culinary arts remains. Chaoyun's action of preparing to exit the space-frozen place. He stared at the red text on the panel, his brow furrowed tightly. Ancient culinary techniques. The essence of culinary arts. Chaoyun's mind raced. This piece of meat was given to him by Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu said it was something he picked up in the wilderness over the years. Nonsense. Who could find golden-tier beast meat processed with ancient culinary techniques in the wilderness? The only explanation is that this piece of meat was personally handled by Zhao Taizhu back in the day. Chaoyun slowly turned his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the system space, looking towards the shabby dormitory where Zhao Taizhu was. A lewd old man who flips dishes in the logistics cafeteria all day while drinking tea and listening to opera actually mastered ancient culinary techniques. He even managed to obtain the blood and flesh of a golden-tier beast. Zhao Taizhu. Chaoyun murmured to himself, his eyes becoming extremely profound. Who exactly are you? The waters in Iron Eagle Base City were indeed getting deeper. Chaoyun decided to find a suitable opportunity to confront this deeply concealed old Zhao. Pushing open the door to the dormitory, Chaoyun felt a faint crackling sound reverberating through his bones. It was the residual effect of absorbing golden-grade flesh, causing a surge in his physical strength. He walked to the edge of the pool in the backyard to wash his face with cold water. The old chef Zhao Taizhu was lying in a rocking chair, eyes closed, listening to the radio as usual. Still holding the chipped old tea jar in his hand, Chaoyun stared at old Zhao for a few seconds without approaching to confront him. One must eat one bite at a time and handle matters one at a time. Since old Zhao had been hiding for over 10 years without revealing any clues, he wasn't in a hurry for a day or two. What loomed before them was Wang Deming's relentless pressure. Chaoyun wiped the water from his face and turned to enter the back kitchen of the third cafeteria. Just as he pulled the kitchen knife from the rack, the door to the back kitchen was slammed open. Bang! Lin Mu, weighing over 200 pounds, stumbled in. The usual sincerity and cheerful smile of the chubby guy were completely gone. His hair was a tangled mess, his clothes wrinkled and reeking of alcohol and cigarette ash. The most terrifying part was his eyes. Bloodshot and glaring, they appeared like a beast on the verge of rampage. Brother Yun. Lin Mu rushed in front of Chaoyun. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper being rubbed, tinged with uncontrollable sobs and anger. I found out everything. Chaoyun set down the kitchen knife in his hand. He picked up a dry towel to wipe his hands, approached Lin Mu, and firmly grasped his trembling shoulders. Don't panic. Chaoyun's voice was steady like a mountain. Take your time, the sky won't fall. Lin Mu bit down hard on his teeth, causing his gums to bleed, a trickle of crimson flowing from the corner of his mouth. In these past few days I followed your method, and went to the black market taverns with money to stake out. I found a few old hunters who had retired from the front lines of the city guard, and got them drunk on 2 cases of strong liquor. Lin Mu's chest heaved violently, tears welling up in his eyes and splattering onto the cold floor tile. 10 years ago, my mother was picking up scrap near the garbage dump outside the Western District, and the City Defense Bureau classified it as an attack by a black iron-level beast, resulting in a high-level paralysis. That's a lie. Everything is a damn lie. Lin Mu suddenly roared, his voice echoing in the empty back. There was no attack by a black iron-level beast at all. That drunken old hunter told me directly that on that day 10 years ago, a group from the black market was secretly active near the abandoned factory outside the Western District. They were testing an extremely unstable band enhancement drug on live beasts. Chaoyun's eyes narrowed. Band enhancement drugs. Again with this matter. This sinister profit chain seemed to run deeper and longer than he had imagined. Lin Mu trembled all over, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The beast that was forcibly injected with the drug couldn't withstand the violent energy and went berserk, exploding on the spot. It triggered a violent small-scale energy explosion, collapsing the surrounding buildings. My mother just happened to be passing by the wall of that abandoned factory. She was hit by the shockwave of the explosion and the corrosive toxic gas, fracturing her spine, which led to her complete paralysis. Lin Mu lifted his head, his eyes filled with a hatred so intense it was almost palpable. Brother Yin, do you know what the most infuriating part is, eh? Those black market people discovered the explosion and, fearing exposure, packed up and fled. And the city guard captain responsible for security outside the Western District, who led the team to seal off the site at the first opportunity. He didn't pursue the fleeing criminals. Instead, he ordered to seal off the news, destroying the traces of the explosion and suppressing the incident. In the end, they casually caught a stray low-level beast as a scapegoat, labeling it as an ordinary beast attack. Lin Mu enunciated a name through gritted teeth, each word dripping with blood and tears. That is now the deputy commander of the city guard, Wang Deming. After Chaoyun finished listening to Lin Mu's account, the back kitchen fell into a deathly silence. A cold case from 10 years ago. Live testing of banned drugs. The shadow of the black market forces. Wang Deming's all-encompassing cover-up. At that moment, all the clues finally linked together, forming a complete loop. Wang Deming's collusion with the Dark Cuttlefish organization did not start recently due to reselling Academy materials. They had already been in cahoots 10 years ago, establishing a vast and bloody profit network. Lin Mu's mother was merely an insignificant expendable sacrifice in their black profit chain. I will kill him. Lin Mu suddenly erupted with a desperate roar. He abruptly grabbed a sharp bone-cutting knife from the cutting board and charged out of the back kitchen. I'm going to the city guard building to confront him. My mother has been bedridden for 10 years. 10 years. Lin Mu's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing his sanity. Bang! Chaoyun reacted swiftly. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Lin Mu by the back of his collar, using his recently surged strength of 350 points to pull hard. He directly flung the over 200-pound fat man into the air, crashing heavily onto the floor tiles. The bone-cutting knife clattered to the side. Calm down. Chaoyun's voice was like a bucket of ice water poured over him instantly, suppressing Lin Mu's frenzy. What can you achieve by rushing in now, eh? Chaoyun looked down at him, his tone cold and rational. You won't even reach the checkpoint of the city guard building before being turned into a sieve by the heavy machine guns at the entrance. If you die, it will be easy. Who will take care of your mother? Let her starve to death alone in that leaky roof house. Lin Mu slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the knife on the floor. He then covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently as he began to sob uncontrollably. Brother Yun, I'm not willing to accept this. My mother has been lying in bed for 10 years, suffering for 10 years. That old bastard climbed the ranks by stepping on the bones of civilians, becoming the high-ranking deputy commander. I'm just a useless person. I don't even have the strength to avenge my mother. Lin Mu's cries were filled with despair and powerlessness. In this high martial world, the underprivileged civilians faced the city guard commander like ants looking up at a mountain, utterly powerless. Chaoyun walked up to Lin Mu. He squatted down, looking at the chubby man who was crying like a child, and patted his broad shoulder firmly. For now, don't disturb the snake in the grass. Chaoyun's tone was flat, yet contained an unquestionable firmness and chilling intent. Your old hunter's testimony is just drunken ramblings that won't hold up in the Martial Alliance court. Without direct evidence, you won't be able to take him down. Wait until I uncover all his trump cards. I will shatter his shield and profit network into pieces. He'll help you resolve your mother's matter. Chaoyun made a promise that weighed 1,000 pounds. I will make him kneel before your mother's bedside, repaying every debt he owes you one by one. But for now, you have to endure. One step at a time. Lin Mu looked into Chaoyun's deep, fearless eye. He knew that as long as Brother Yun promised something, it would definitely be fulfilled. Lin Mu wiped his tears and snot, vigorously getting back on his feet. He nodded heavily. All right, Brother Yun, I will listen to you. I will endure. Just as the two stabilized their emotions and picked up the bone-cutting knife from the ground. Woo! A sharp, piercing, and hair-raising air raid siren suddenly erupted over the entire Iron Eagle base city. The sound pierced through, instantly drowning out all the noise in the city. The red lights of the air raid warning flashed wildly in the corridors of the academy and outside the back kitchen. Lin Mu's hand trembled, and the bone-cutting knife fell to the ground again. He looked pale, glancing outside. Is this the highest level alarm? Immediately after, Lin Mu's wrist communicator and the emergency broadcast screen on the wall both lit up simultaneously. The glaring red text rolled frantically, accompanied by the cold electronic synthesized voice of the City Defense Army. Emergency beast tide warning. Activity frequency of outer beasts from the direction of the Black Fog Forest has surged dramatically. City Defense Radar has detected a massive high-energy response approaching the defenses of Iron Eagle Base City. Emergency beast tide warning. Activity frequency of outer beasts from the direction of the Black Fog Forest has surged dramatically. City Defense Radar has detected a massive high-energy. All martial artists from the Martial Alliance, various martial arts academies, and the Hunter Guild must keep communication open and await orders from the City Defense Army. The sound of the broadcast echoed in the air. The entire Iron Eagle Martial Academy fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into chaos. Panic spread to every corner. Beast tide. These two words represented bloodshed, death, and an endless meat grinder for the human base city. Lin Mu swallowed hard, his legs feeling weak. Brother Yun, the beast tide is coming. Our logistics team won't be sent to fill the front lines gaps, right? Chaoyun did not answer Lin Mu. He turned around, walked to the back kitchen window, opened it, and looked at the blood-red mist rising in the distant sky. In that mist, it seemed to hide countless ferocious fangs. But in Chaoyun's eyes, that was not a disaster. Didn't Wang Deming use his privileges to cut off all his channels for obtaining high-grade beast materials? Now this vast expanse filled with countless fresh beast materials was lining up in droves to crash against the city walls. Once at the front line, there would be a plethora of unwanted scraps everywhere. Lin Mu, don't just stand there. Chaoyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He turned around and sheathed the kitchen knife back into its holder. Go check the portable fire furnace and spare iron pots in the storeroom. Pack everything up. Linmu looked confused. What are we packing the pots for? Are we running away? Chaoyun shook his head. Running. Prepare, we are going to the front lines. Restocking. The piercing sound of an air raid siren echoed continuously above the Iron Eagle base city. The entire city seemed like a colossal war machine that had suddenly been pressed to accelerate. Instantly awakened from slumber. On the playground of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy, thousands of third-year elite students and combat instructors had gathered. Everyone was dressed in full sets of alloy combat suits, gripping high-grade weapons that shimmered with a cold gleam. The air was filled with a chilling and oppressive tension. It was a primal fear of the impending meat grinder. All third-year students. Target the West City Wall defense line, board the vehicles. With the command from the Director of Education, the heavy military transport vehicles roared deafeningly. Carrying this batch of young warriors, they surged toward the front lines. On the other side of the academy, in front of the logistics building, the atmosphere was entirely different. Hundreds of logistics students were in chaos. The vast majority of them had no combat capability, being equipped with life skills instead. Faced with the shadow of war, many turned pale with fear. The head of the logistics department stood on the steps, shouting loudly into a megaphone. Silence. Everyone be quiet. His voice was hoarse from shouting. The frontline combat situation is dire, and the logistics system of the city defense army is already overloaded. In accordance with the higher-ups' orders, we must immediately form 3 emergency wartime supply teams. They will go to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd frontline supply stations respectively to provide hot water and high-energy rations for the wounded and rotating warriors. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in panic. Go to the front lines. Isn't that a death sentence? If the beasts break through the city wall, are we supposed to fight them with kitchen utensils? I won't go. I came here to learn how to cook, not to be cannon fodder. The students discussed fearfully, especially upon hearing the name of the 3rd supply station. They retreated repeatedly. Everyone knew that the 3rd supply station was set just below the West City Gate, less than 500 meters from the main battle on the city wall. That was the edge of a genuine meat grinder. A single stone falling from the city wall could turn a person into pulp. The director glared at the shrinking students, furious enough to grind his teeth. The academy has been supporting you all this time. Now the survival of the base city is at stake, and you can't even muster the courage to boil some water. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? The square fell into dead silence. No one dared to raise a hand. Just as the director was about to call names, forcibly a clear, calm voice, even tinged with a hint of excitement, emerged from the back of the crowd. Director, I will go to the 3rd supply station. Everyone turned to look in unison. The crowd parted automatically. Chaoyun, wearing a faded work uniform and a gray apron, calmly walked out with his hands in his pockets. The director was taken aback. He looked at this temporary worker who usually went unnoticed in the 3rd cafeteria. Chaoyun, are you sure you want to go to Station 3? The director swallowed hard. That's the area closest to the battlefield. It's very dangerous. Absolutely. Not only was he sure, but he was also a bit impatient. In Chaoyun's eyes, it was not a dangerous battlefield at all. It was a super seafood market that the heavens had sent him after Wang Deming had blocked his supply chain. Countless bronze and silver-grade beasts. There might even be rare golden-grade beasts. As long as he could get to the place closest to the battlefield, all the beast carcasses brought down from the city wall that the frontline warriors deemed unworthy were all his for the taking. Good lad. The director's eyes reddened with excitement. In a critical moment, it's still reliable employees like you who are honest and straightforward. Who else is willing to go with Chaoyun? The director raised the megaphone again. The crowd fell silent once more. At that moment, Linmu, the chubby guy behind, Chaoyun, clenched his teeth. Although his legs were shaking, he still stepped forward with determination. I will go too. Linmu raised his chubby hand. I will follow Brother Yun. The director nodded with satisfaction. Great. Chaoyun, Linmu, you two are responsible for leading the team. Draw 10 more logistics personnel. Immediately head to the warehouse to collect supplies and board the vehicles in 10 minutes. Chaoyun wasted no time and directly took Linmu to the warehouse. 10 minutes later, a lightly loaded truck filled with supplies stopped in front of the logistics building. As Chaoyun and Linmu just loaded a few large iron pots onto the truck, a familiar voice called out from behind the truck. Chaoyun, wait a moment. Deputy Dean Feng Zheng, dressed in gray robes, quickly approached. This martial sage-level powerhouse wore a frown and a look of deep concern in his eyes. Teacher Feng. Chaoyun paused his actions and nodded. You are truly bold, kid. Feng Zheng stepped in front of Chaoyun. Looking at the truck that was about to head to the front line, he said, the situation at the 3rd supply station is even more dire than you imagine. This beast wave is quite unusual. Feng Zheng lowered his voice. The magnetic field in the depths of the Black Mist Forest has undergone a mutation. The City Defense Army's radar detected energy responses from golden-grade beasts behind the beast wave. And not just one. Fangjing fixed his gaze on Chaoyun's eyes. Although your strength is commendable in such a battlefield, individual power is extremely limited. If the city wall is breached, you must retreat at the first opportunity without worrying about the supplies at the station. Hearing about the presence of multiple golden-grade beasts, Chaoyun's pupils constricted sharply. But it was not fear, it was a wild greed upon seeing premium. Don't worry, Teacher Fong, Chaoyun said without changing his expression. I'm just a chef who values my life. If things go south, I'll run faster than anyone else. Fangjing looked at him deeply. He took out a black metal token from his pocket and pressed it into Chaoyun's hand. This is my personal token. Most of the officers on the front line know it. Show it when you encounter trouble, it will save your life. Fangjing patted Chaoyun on the shoulder. Come back alive. You'll also need to represent our academy at the national competition in Long City. With that, Fangjing turned and strode away. He had to rush to the command center to participate in the highest level of city defense deployment. Chaoyun clutched the black token in his hand and casually tucked it into his pocket. Get in the truck. Chaoyun jumped into the back of the truck. Lin Mu and a dozen logistics students looking ashen-faced climbed aboard as well. The truck roared to life. It sped toward the west city direction. Along the way, the streets of the entire base city were deserted. All the shops had their doors tightly shut. Military armed helicopters whizzed by overhead. The closer they got to the west city wall, the more pungent the strong odor of blood and gunpowder in the air became. Boom! A deafening sound of artillery fire echoed from ahead. The entire ground trembled violently. The students in the truck screamed, clutching their heads. Chaoyun sat in the jostling truck compartment, peering through the canvas seams toward the towering steel city. Above the city wall, numerous thick laser beams sliced through the blood-red sky. The deafening roars of beasts were unending. The third frontline supply station was located on a piece of open land, less than 500 meters from the base of the city wall. The truck came to a sudden stop, coming to a steady halt within the supply station area. We've arrived, the driver yelled. Quick, unload the cargo. I have to go back for the next batch. Chaoyun was the first to jump off the truck. He looked around. The conditions here were extremely rudimentary. There were only a dozen large military green tarps set up, and the ground was muddy and stained with dark red blood. The air was filled with the sounds of desperate wails, the ticking of instruments, and hurried footsteps. This place was not just a supply station, it was also a temporary first aid station for lightly wounded soldiers retreating from the front. On the right edge of the supply station, there was a large area enclosed by barbed wire. There, like a pile of garbage, lay heaps of incomplete beast corpses brought down from the city wall. Bronze-grade and silver-grade beasts were piled high. Blood pooled into small streams flowing along the drainage ditch. These precious beast materials, which were usually highly valued, were not meticulously processed during wartime. The City Defense Army only took the most vital beast cores, leaving the remaining flesh and bones as garbage to be burned after the war. Lin Mu looked at the bloody scene. His legs buckled, and he knelt down, dry heaving. The other students were equally terrified, unable to even get out of the truck. Chaoyun stood in place, gazing at the mountain of high-grade beast corpses. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the smell of blood. In the depths of his mind, the system panel went into a frenzy, flashing wildly at that moment. Ding! Ingredient identification initiated. Discovered a massive amount of unclaimed ingredients. Discovered bronze-grade fire pig remains. Discovered silver-grade phantom wolf remains. Discovered. A series of dense blue prompts flooded Chaoyun's retina like a waterfall. Chaoyun slowly raised his hand. He tightened the gray apron around his waist, a satisfied smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mu stopped puking. He turned to Lin Mu, his voice filled with an unprecedented vigor. Time to work. Let's set up our pots. Just then, several blood-soaked warriors rushed down the stairs from the city wall, carrying a stretcher. Doctor! Call a doctor quickly. Help! The piercing cries instantly tore through the air at the call for the medics. Now in tourniquet. Bring a tourniquet. Quickly. And several blood-soaked martial cultivators rushed into the supply station's tent carrying a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was a broad-shouldered, powerfully built man. Not deep, bone-exposing gash, ripped open by a monstrous beast's claws, gaped across his chest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ni's face had paled to an ashen pallor from catastrophic blood loss. And several medical cadets scrambled toward him, hands trembling with panic. Though trained in emergency response, none had ever witnessed such visceral, harrowing combat carnage. And their fingers shook violently as they fumbled with sterile gauze. And step aside. And Tang Yue, clad in a white lab coat, decisively shoved aside the flustered students. And clutching a high-frequency suturing device, she began treating the wounded man, sweat beading across her brow. Wails of agony echoed ceaselessly throughout the supply station. and mutilated soldiers, missing limbs, shattered bones, lay scattered everywhere. It was a vision of hell incarnate. And amidst this maelstrom of chaos and coppery bloodset, Chaoyun stood utterly incongruous, and he did not even glance at the mangled, bleeding casualties. Lin Mu set up the Tianhua furnace. Chaoyun directed several logistics soldiers whose knees wobbled with terror, scrub all 5 iron cauldrons clean, and bring water to a boil. Lin Mu suppressed the violent churning in his gut, and following Chaoyun's orders hastily erected a makeshift open-air kitchen on the bare ground. Flames leapt skyward, and within moments the water roared into a furious boil. "Brother Yun, what are we cooking now?" Lin Mu wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The supplies issued by command are only synthetic starch and low-tier nutrient paste. Then we'll season it. With one fluid motion, Chaoyun drew his battered ancient chef's cleaver from his waistband. You tend the fire. I'll source fresh ingredients. Without another word, Chaoyun seized a massive iron bucket and strode purposefully toward the nearby mound of monstrous carcasses, encircled by barbed wire. The city defense soldiers guarding the heap glanced at him indifferently. Seeing his academy logistics apron, they assumed he was merely clearing waste and offered no resistance. Chaoyun halted beside the colossal corpse of a black iron tier ironhide ox. Its core had already been extracted. Its abdomen lay torn and blasted, raw flesh exposed. Yet to Chaoyun's eye it was nothing short of exquisite marbled beef, 3-layered, flawlessly textured. Knees Pow Ding dissection vision activated instantly. Knees wrist flicked. The old cleaver traced a nearly imperceptible gray arc through the air, its edge gliding with silken precision along the ox's skeletal seams. No dull thud of blade meeting bone or gristle. Shu, na slab of prime tenderloin, weighing dozens of gene, slipped free in flawless, unbroken perfection. It dropped cleanly into Chaoyun's waiting iron bucket. Then, Nei darted through the carcass heap with astonishing speed. Steel flashed. The intact hind leg of a bronze tier windblade wolf, and the rare choice paw of a black iron tier rampaging bear. Within 5 minutes his bucket overflowed with meticulously selected cuts from elite monstrous beasts. He carried the bucket back to the temporary kitchen with unruffled composure. Brother Yun, what is this? Lin Mu stared, stammering at the steaming crimson meat within. This is uncleansed monstrous flesh, and it teems with volatile energy and lethal toxins. Any ordinary cultivator who consumes it will explode from within. Chaoyun uttered no reply. Silence. Keep the fire burning. He focused inward, Nei's consciousness instantly linked to the system's culinary realm. At the microscopic level, unseen by Lin Mu, the monstrous flesh in the bucket underwent instantaneous forceful filtration and purification. Every shred of chaotic chi and toxic impurity was stripped away. Only pure, gentle, and readily absorbable vital energy remained. Thump, 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 Chaoyun's cleaver rose and fell, slicing the purified meat into perfectly uniform minuscule cubes. He poured them directly into the 5 cauldrons boiling over fierce flames. The academy issued instant rice and seasonings, slammed on the lids. Simmer for half an hour. Chaoyun brushed his hands clean, then calmly pulled up a small stool and sat beside the cauldrons, eyes closed, breathing steady. 30 minutes later, and from the narrow gaps beneath each lid, a rich, intoxicating aroma surged forth, bold, overwhelming, irresistible. It was not merely savory. It pulsed with an exquisitely refined life force resonance. Carried on the wind, it instantly drowned out the supply station's acrid stench of blood and iron. Even the wounded, those groaning on the ground, lifted their heads instinctively, nostrils flaring. What is that scent? So fragrant. The broad-shouldered man, whose chest had just been rent open, had now been sutured by Tangyu. Weak, he leaned against the wall, and at the first breath of that aroma his stomach roared like thunder. Time to eat. Chaoyun rose and lifted the lid from the first cauldron. Before them steamed a thick, luxuriant century-aged pork congee, rich broth swirling with tender, glistening cubes of meat. Logistics squad, serve the wounded. Chaoyun commanded. Lin Mu snatched up a massive ladle, filled a steaming bowl to the brim, and hurried it to the broad-shouldered man. His name was Zhao Chong, a junior squad leader of the City Defense Corps, ranked martial artist first tier. Starving, he paid no mind to the heat. Using his uninjured left hand to lift the bowl, he tipped it straight into his mouth. Ghoul, ghoul. As the scalding congee flooded his belly, Zhao Chong's entire body locked rigid. His eyes widened in shock. A vast, yet gentle surge of warmth detonated inside his stomach. Then raced with uncanny precision through his meridians, converging upon the fatal wound in his chest. An intense prickling itch erupted at the injury site, an unmistakable sign of flesh regenerating at breakneck speed. Moreover, His dantian, the reservoir of qi, long drained and desiccated from battle exhaustion, began rapidly refilling, swelling with revitalized vitality. And damn it! And Zhao Chong couldn't hold back. He swore aloud. And he shoved aside the medic, adjusting his bandage, and touched, incredulous, the long suture line across his chest. A grievous wound requiring 2 weeks bed rest. No sealed beneath a thick, hardened scab. And even more astonishing, the 3 ribs shattered during combat had miraculously reknitted. No pain, no trace of fracture. And what the hell is this porridge? And Zhao Chong stared at the empty porcelain bowl, his eyes bulging with disbelief. This isn't food. It's a supreme healing elixir. And Zhao Chong surged upright, and under the stunned, ghost-like stares of the medics, he bounced twice on the spot, completely unimpeded. And, brother, another bowl. And flushed with exhilaration, he brandished the empty bowl and charged toward Chaoyun's cauldrons. That single act ignited the entire supply station. And, old Zhao, your wounds healed. And impossible. You had broken ribs just minutes ago. It's that porridge. It's alive. And the wounded went wild. And who cared about medic dressings? And martial artists, missing limbs, dragging shattered legs, crawled, rolled, scrambled toward Chaoyun's kitchen. Give me a bowl too. And I'll pay 10,000 star credits for a full bowl of meat. And don't shove. Don't shove. My leg's broken. Let me go first. Chaos erupted. And hundreds of wounded surged like starving specters, encircling the 5 cauldrons until not a single inch of space remained. Tang Yu stood frozen, blood-stained hemostat dangling from her fingers, and watching dumbfounded. In her painstaking hours of suturing, rendered obsolete by a single bowl of porridge, the revelation struck her, in the medical academy's prodigy, deeply shattering her very understanding of reality. And Chaoyun stood behind the chopping block, holding a massive iron ladle. He rapped it sharply against the rim of a cauldron. In form a line. In break rank. And you won't taste a single drop. Ni's voice was quiet, yet carried absolute, unassailable authority. In veteran soldiers, men who'd slaughtered enemies atop blood-drenched ramparts, and stood before this apron-clad logistics student and obeyed without hesitation. Within 10 minutes, all 5 cauldrons were scraped immaculately clean, even the bottoms licked bare. Those who'd eaten the porridge visibly recovered, and one's closing strength surging back to peak vitality. An excellent porridge. And absolutely exhilarating. And Zhao Chong threw back his head and laughed. And snatching up his alloy battle blade, he roared, in, brothers, I'm restored. Follow me to the ramparts, and slaughter every last beast. And dozens who'd moments before lain moaning on the ground now charged forward, knolling frenzied, reborn, straight into the meat grinder fury of the frontline wall. The news spread like wildfire. They crossed the brutal, embattled front lines. And there's a divine chef at Supply Station 3. His porridge revives the dying and regenerates flesh. And get to Supply Station 3, now. And more lightly wounded soldiers, Nevin cultivators merely depleted of qi, unharmed physically, began marching in droves toward Chaoyun's kitchen. And they weren't seeking treatment. And they were storming the gates for food. Meanwhile, the City Defense Corps' forward command headquarters, less than 1 kilometer from the rampart, a deputy officer wearing the insignia of a senior colonel stormed sweating into the command tent. In, reporting to General Qin, sir. And he snapped to attention, saluting sharply. In, an extreme anomaly has occurred at Frontline Supply Station 3. And standing before a colossal holographic terrain map, an elderly general, silver-haired, stern-eyed, radiating silent command, turned slowly. In, what anomaly? Has a monstrous beast breached Sector 3's defenses? In, no. And the deputy swallowed hard, his expression twisting into something profoundly bewildered. It's a large group of wounded soldiers retreating from the front, fighting each other, in, over a bowl of porridge. Outside the kitchen at Supply Station 3. Outside the open kitchen of Supply Station No. 3, a dense crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of elite warriors who usually killed without blinking on the city walls were now desperately pushing forward, each holding a rough stainless steel bowl. Don't shove from behind. You're going to crush my bowl. Be quicker up front. Why does getting a bowl of porridge take longer than fighting a silver-grade beast on the city wall? Yungu, give me extra meat. I'll trade you with my military merit points. The noise mixed with distant sounds of cannon fire echoing throughout the open area. On the outskirts of the crowd, a soldier in military uniform with the rank of colonel looked sternly at the chaos. He was Colonel Liu, the personal aide to General Qin, the commander of the city defense. Watching these soldiers who had just retreated from the brink of death quarreling over a few bowls of porridge in big iron pots, Colonel Liu's brows furrowed tightly. Everyone shut up. Colonel Liu stepped forward, his potent aura erupting with the might of a high-level warrior. An invisible pressure swept across the entire area. The noisy soldiers shivered under the cold pressure and obediently closed their mouths. Someone in the crowd recognized Colonel Lu's insignia and instinctively shrank back. Colonel Lu, why are you here in this dirty place? Zhao Chong, a warrior with a recently healed chest wound, tightly clutched his bowl and approached with a grin. If I hadn't come, would you have torn this supply station down? Colonel Lu shot Zhao Chong a fierce glare. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed squarely on Chaoyun, who was slowly stirring a soup pot in the center of the kitchen. A young student wearing a faded work uniform and a gray apron stood there unperturbed despite the chaotic grabbing by hundreds of elite warriors and the pressure from Colonel Lu. The young man's hands didn't even tremble. His eyes were as calm as a still pond. Are you Chaoyun from the logistics team? Colonel Lu strode up to the steaming stove. His gaze was sharp, scanning Chaoyun with hawk-like intensity. At the same time, his spiritual sense quietly emerged, attempting to probe Chaoyun's internal chi fluctuations. But the feedback brought a deep sense of confusion to Colonel Lu. There was no violent chi, no high-level martial pressure. This young man was as clean inside as an ordinary civilian who had never cultivated. I am, Chaoyun replied, slightly raising his head and glancing at Colonel Lu. Are you here to get some food? Then go queue up behind. Hearing this, the soldiers around felt a chill run down their spines. This logistics kid had some real guts. Colonel Liu's expression darkened. I'm not here for food. I'm here on General Qin's orders to investigate the abnormal situation at Supply Station No. 3. He pointed with his whip at the large iron pots bubbling with thick white foam. A large number of injured soldiers at the front reported that eating your food allowed broken bones and internal injuries to heal in an instant. The Martial Alliance clearly states that all special potions must undergo strict official review during wartime. As a student, did you mix in any banned ingredients? Colonel Liu's tone was extremely stern, immediately placing a heavy accusation that could land someone in prison. Lin Mu, who was washing vegetables beside him, turned pale, dropping the cloth in his hand. Chaoyun, however, only chuckled softly. He deftly scooped a ladle of thick meat porridge from the pot and steadily handed it to Colonel Lu. Sir, this is just ordinary century egg and lean meat porridge with a bit of beast offal thrown away from the front lines. If you don't believe me, you can test it with an instrument. Colonel Lu looked at the bowl of porridge, emitting a delightful meaty aroma. The scent was irresistibly enticing. He didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he pulled out a specially designed high-precision energy detector from his pocket. Buzz! A red laser beam swiftly swept over the bowl. Rows of data flashed crazily on the detector's LCD screen. Violent energy 0. Unknown toxins 0. Drug components 0. The entire screen displayed a remarkably healthy green indicator representing the most basic vitality. In that moment, Colonel Lu's expression changed. This was indeed just a bowl of the most ordinary non-special. This is impossible, Colonel Lu murmured in disbelief. He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong, you just broke 3 ribs. Who healed you? Zhao Chong patted his chest forcefully, producing loud thuds. Report, sir. No one healed me. I just drank a bowl of porridge from Yun Ge. Within half an hour, even my broken bones healed themselves. Everyone here is getting better the same way. Hundreds of soldiers in line shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Yun Ge's porridge is simply miraculous. Don't waste time here, sir. If it cools down, its effectiveness will diminish. Can you afford to compensate us? Listening to this overwhelming chorus, Colonel Lu stared intently at the detector, displaying all green, his martial worldview shaken to its core. No high-level medicinal properties, yet able to heal the dead and mend broken bones. This had completely exceeded his realm of understanding. You stay here and continue cooking. Colonel Lu gave Chaoyun a deep look. He abruptly turned and said, Zhao Chong, keep order here. Anyone who dares to cut in line will face military law. With that, Colonel Lu transformed into a blur, swiftly racing towards the command headquarters. In the highest command tent of the Western Defense Line of the City Defense Army, an old general with graying hair, but an imposing presence, pressed his hands on an iron table, gazing intently at the holographic sand table. He was General Qin, the overall commander of the Iron Eagle City Defense. General. Colonel Lu strode into the tent, standing at attention and reporting the situation at Supply Station No. 3 in detail. After listening to the report, General Qin paused slightly with his hands on the holographic table. He slowly raised his head, and a rare look of astonishment flickered in his battle-hardened eyes. No chi fluctuations at all, yet able to reconnect broken bones. Yes, sir, I witnessed it personally. The detector showed no reaction. Colonel Lu's expression was extremely serious. Should we use our authority to control that kid? Fool. General Qin snorted coldly, and the pressure of a martial saint caused the temperature in the tent to plummet. Soldiers are dying every minute at the front. Our conventional medicine supplies are nearly depleted. The old general walked to the window, looking at the blood-red sky outside. No matter what method he uses, as long as it can save my Iron Eagle warriors and help our city defense soldiers stand up to fight again. He is the #1 contributor to my Iron Eagle. I don't care about the process as long as it works. General Qin suddenly turned around and issued a death command. Relay my military orders. Allocate 3 times the basic supplies to Supply Station No. 3. Tell the guards to let him work freely. No one is to disturb him while he cooks. Colonel Liu's expression turned serious. Yes, sir. Privately investigate this kid's background, the old general added. Just 5 minutes later, Colonel Liu returned to the tent with an encrypted dossier. General, this kid's name is Chaoyun, a first-year logistics student at Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. His awakened talent level is the lowest, E rank as chef. He's the one who recently shattered the Shrank Thunder War body of the Zhou family during the school-wide ranking competition. General Qin raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha. The general suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his tone interesting. An rank waste, yet he crippled Zhou's precious heir and can act as a divine doctor on the front lines for me. The general casually tossed the dossier onto the table. Since Fang Zheng has specially approved him to be a cook, let him do his thing. Send word to allocate more of the beast corpses killed at the front to him. They were going to be burned anyway. At that moment, in Supply Station No. 3, Chaoyun watched as heavy trucks laden with supplies surrounded. A supply officer approached him with great courtesy. Student He, this is a special order from General Qin. Supply levels have been elevated to the highest tier. Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a knowing, cunning smile. Sir, I have a wartime request. How about letting my logistics brothers help clean the beast corpses sent from the front? In exchange, we will prioritize selecting usable parts from those damaged corpses. The supply officer was momentarily stunned, then grinned widely. Such dirty, laborious work usually couldn't spare anyone. No problem. This is a huge help. The supply officer quickly stamped the paperwork. Chaoyun slowly stood up. Now that he had received official military permission, he could make bigger moves. Brothers, let's get to work. Today we'll publicly launch the special healing meal. By evening, Lin Mu pushed a heavy flatbed truck struggling to walk over from the side of the city wall. Yungu, come and take a look at this. Chaoyun approached the flatbed truck. Inside the carriage lay a giant wolf corpse, its size comparable to that of an elephant, covered entirely in icy blue scales. Although it had already passed away, it still emanated a terrifyingly cold pressure. The beast core had been extracted, but in the system's view this wolf radiated an extraordinarily bright silver light. Ding! Ingredient identification triggered. Target ingredient: silver grade, pinnacle extreme, cold ice wolf king corpse. Chaoyun tightly gripped the old chef knife at his waist. Wang Deming, you thought that by severing my supply chain I would be unable to breathe. Now I will use this silver grade wolf king as the main ingredient to completely break through the bottleneck of the Grandmaster. Night fell, and the artillery fire along the front lines grew slightly less intense. Station 3 remained brightly illuminated. Chaoyun instructed Lin Mu to lead the logistics squad to rest. Alone, he dragged the colossal corpse of the Frostbite Ice Wolf King into the sealed warehouse. He locked the door behind him. With a mere thought, the massive wolf carcass vanished instantly into the system's culinary realm. Chaoyun's consciousness followed closely behind. At the center of the pristine white space, the Frostbite Ice Wolf King's body radiated an intensely piercing cold. Begin dissection. Holding his veteran chef's cleaver, Chaoyun activated the supreme skill Butcher Ding's art of carving oxen to its fullest extent. Though the silver-tier apex physique was extraordinarily resilient under the synergy of this worn blade and the system's mastery, it parted as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Within 20 minutes, the colossal wolf carcass had been flawlessly dismantled. Nundable components, wolf hide fangs, and other inedible parts were automatically discarded by the system. What remained were 4 thick, muscular ice wolf legs, a large slab of liver exuding chilling mist, and a heart still pulsing with faint rhythmic life. System initiate batch purification cooking. Standing before the celestial flame furnace, Chaoyun operated with practiced precision. Ding! Frost-chilled wolf heart sashimi successfully prepared. 100 frosky vitality preserved. Ding! Purifying, detoxifying wolf liver soup successfully prepared, imbued with potent toxin-neutralizing properties. Ding! Braised frostbite wolf leg meat successfully prepared. 5 substantial dishes emerged rapidly from the furnace, accelerated by time dilation within the system's realm. Without hesitation, Chaoyun lifted the most exquisite dish, the frost-chilled wolf heart sashimi, and devoured it with gusto. As the first bite touched his tongue, a torrent of pure frigid chi erupted within him, surging instantly through every meridian and vessel. Ding! Post-consumed silver-tier apex ingredient agility 20, spiritual power 15, minor frost resistance acquired. Chaoyun exhaled deeply, savoring the renewed surge of palpable chi coursing through his body. His comprehensive strength now stood unshakably at the absolute pinnacle of the martial master latest cultivation realm. Only a single translucent veil separated him from the threshold of Grandmaster initial stage. Exiting the system's realm, it was already dawn of the next day. Chaoyun portioned the remaining wolf liver soup and braised wolf leg meat into several large thermal containers. Lin Mu served breakfast. Chaoyun pushed open the warehouse door and called out. Lin Mu, who had been waiting anxiously outside, rushed forward with several classmates to carry the thermal containers away. Outside, wounded martial cultivators queued in serpentine formation, 3 full circles around the supply station. A martial master, his skin blackened and lips cyanotic, was half-carried by 2 comrades struggling desperately toward the front of the line. Brother Yun, save him. His comrade's voice trembled on the verge of tears. He was poisoned by a black Harantir venomous horned serpent. The medical team's antitoxin serum is exhausted. He won't last much longer. Chaoyun glanced at the stricken martial master. The venom had already reached his heart. Calmly, he picked up a ladle and scooped a bowl of the purifying, detoxifying wolf liver soup from the thermal container. Administer it immediately. His comrade seized the bowl and pried open the martial master's mouth to pour the broth down his throat. Within 60 seconds, the man convulsed violently and coughed, a deep guttural sound. Ugh! He vomited a torrent of foul-smelling jet-black toxic blood. Immediately after, his formerly livid purple-tinged complexion flushed back to healthy ruddiness before their very eyes. Even his flagging chi began surging upward once more. Holy hell, the poison's gone. This isn't soup, it's divine elixir. A fresh wave of astonished cries erupted from the queue of martial cultivators. At that moment, an elderly veteran approached, his hair snow-white, one arm missing. Once a Grandmaster initial stage powerhouse, he had suffered foundational damage years ago in battle, causing his cultivation to regress steadily down to martial master midstage. Young brother, the veteran said with profound respect, offering a chipped humble bowl. Something with real bite, please. Chaoyun studied the old soldier for a moment. From another thermal container, he selected a generous piece of braised frostbite wolf leg meat and placed it gently into the bowl. The veteran took a bite. Boom. An explosively fierce, yet paradoxically gentle, surge of vital chi detonated within his body. His long-dormant, desiccated meridians suddenly bloomed with renewed vitality. Martial Master High Stage. Martial Master Peak Stage. Before the stunned gazes of all present, his cultivation surged, right to the very precipice of Grandmaster. Thud. The veteran dropped the bowl and knelt on one knee, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Chef, he roared, voice raw with emotion. Your grace has remade me. I shall never forget it. Chef, Over 100 martial cultivators, wounded, scarred, bleeding, raised their mess tins high and roared in unison, fervor blazing in their eyes. Amidst this brutal carnage-strewn frontline, the title Chef transformed irrevocably from initial jest into a reverent, heartfelt honorific steeped in awe and boundless gratitude. Behind the chopping block, Chaoyun listened to the relentless cascade of gratitude value notifications flooding his mind and allowed himself a quiet, satisfied smile. Just as he prepared to resume serving meals, a blood-soaked elite squad student burst wildly into the supply station. Squad leader Tang. Where is Tang Yu? Grasping a logistics soldier's collar, the student shouted frantically. Get to frontline sector 2, immediately. Classmate Su Nianwei's frost sword intent has spiraled out of control. Get out of the way. Everyone move aside. The blood-soaked elite class student rushed into supply station No. 3 like a madman, grabbing hold of Tang Yue, who was bandaging the injured. Captain Tang, quickly bring the highest level fire attribute emergency medicine. Something happened in defense zone No. 2. Su Nianwei's ice sword intent has completely gone out of control. This news detonated in the supply station like a heavy bomb. The bandages in Tang Yu's hands fell directly to the ground. Out of control. How could it suddenly go out of control? Tang Yu's face turned pale, her voice trembling. She forced herself to kill a mid-tier silver-level berserk ice ape to cover our retreat. The student who brought the message was jumping up and down in anxiety. The beast is dead, but her sword intent has gone berserk. Everything within a 50-meter radius has turned into ice sculptures. Even the several martial artists nearby have had their meridians frozen. She is currently isolated in a temporary tent behind the trench, and no one dares to approach. If we don't rescue her soon, she will be frozen to death by her own true energy. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's mind went blank. The backlash of the ice sword intent. In the history of martial arts medicine, this was almost equivalent to a death sentence. The extremely domineering ice attribute true energy would surge back from the dantian, freezing the internal organs, and ordinary medicines could not enter the body at all. Hurry! Bring all the fire essence extraction liquid. Follow me. Tang Yu gritted her teeth, calling a few medics as she rushed out with a first aid kit. At that moment, a strong hand firmly pressed down on Tang Yu's shoulder with great steadiness. Turning around, she saw Chaoyun wearing a gray apron and holding a large iron spoon. Chaoyun's eyes were extremely calm, so calm that it was somewhat frightening. Take your broken medicines, going there is just courting death. He casually tossed the large iron spoon to Linmu next to him. Linmu, keep an eye on the fire in the pot. If you burn it, I'll skin you alive when I get back. With that, Chaoyun unfastened his apron. He walked to the counter, deftly drew out a worn kitchen knife full of nicks, and tucked it into his waistband. Then he picked up the heavy, portable heavenly fire stove. Lead the way. Chaoyun looked at the elite student who had delivered the message, his tone leaving no room for argument. To Defense Zone No. 2. 10 minutes later, at the front line of Defense Zone No. 2. In the rear isolation camp, the temperature here was more than 20 degrees lower than in other places. The air was filled with an extremely dense white frost. A thick layer of hard ice covered the ground. In the center stood a military tent that was completely encased in ice, resembling a tomb made of ice. Several leading mentors from the elite class and officers from the city defense army stood 10 meters away from the tent anxiously, like ants on a hot pan. We can't get in. We can't get in at all. A mentor at the initial stage of Grandmaster gritted his teeth, his beard covered in frost. The cold energy within that girl is too domineering. I forced my way in 3 steps ago, and my protective true energy nearly shattered instantly. We can only wait for the fire attribute Martial Saint from the command center to arrive. By the time the Martial Saint arrives, her heart meridians will have already frozen solid. Just as everyone was at a loss, Chaoyun approached with the heavenly fire stove, striding forward. Tang Yu followed behind, shivering from the cold. Chaoyun, what are you doing? The Grandmaster mentor shouted sternly at Chaoyun, who was heading straight for the frozen tent. You're a logistics class student, or are you seeking death? That's an absolute zero that can even injure Grandmasters. Chaoyun didn't even glance at the mentor. His steps showed no sign of halting. Crack, crack. The military boots stomped on the frozen ground, making a crisp cracking sound. With 5 meters remaining to the tent, an extremely terrifying cold energy, like a solidified blade, was frantically cutting through Chaoyun's body. Chaoyun's clothes were instantly covered in frost. However, there was no sign of retreat on his handsome face. Buzz. The blood and energy within Chaoyun began to surge wildly. Having absorbed the golden-grade flesh and blood, his terrifying strength and physique, which reached a staggering 350 points, erupted completely at this moment. Ding. Extreme cold energy intrusion detected. Devouring Constitution activated. Commencing automatic absorption and assimilation of extreme cold energy. The system prompt sounded in his mind as a faint dark red shield of energy appeared on Chaoyun's surface. Those frost capable of shattering Grandmaster true energy melted and dissipated upon contact with this layer of energy shield like snowflakes falling into a furnace. How is this possible? The several mentors and officers standing outside widened their eyes in disbelief, like they were seeing a monster. A logistics student who hadn't even released his martial arts true energy actually managed to withstand the absolute realm of ice sword intent with mere physical strength and blood. Chaoyun paid no heed to the astonished gasps behind him. He walked to the front of the tent and lifted the thick ice-laden curtain. The scene inside the tent was extremely tragic. All the medical equipment had frozen into ice clumps and exploded. Su Nianwei was curled up on a military cot in the center of the tent. Her once waterfall-like black hair had completely turned snow white. A layer of crystal-clear ice armor encased her body. Her stunning and cold face now appeared pale, without a trace of color. Her lips had turned an alarming shade of purple-black. Her breathing was weak to the extreme, as if it could stop at any moment. Hearing the sound of footsteps entering, Su Nianwei struggled to open her eyelids. Her once sharp eyes now appeared dazed. She saw the boy in the faded work uniform who always served her soup with a perfunctory attitude in the cafeteria. Chaoyun. Su Nianwei's voice was extremely weak, accompanied by the chattering of her teeth. Her brain was nearly ceasing to function. Yet the instinct of a warrior still urged her to try to drive away anyone who approached. Go away. Su Nianwei struggled to push out a few words between her teeth. Don't come near me. My sword intent can't be suppressed. It will hurt you at this moment of life and death. This genius, who had always been revered as the ice goddess by the boys in the school, revealed her softest side, the part that most wished not to implicate others. Chaoyun said nothing. He walked to the side of the military cot, set down the heavenly fire stove in his hand, and then he made a move that would leave everyone outside the tent utterly astonished. Chaoyun domineeringly extended his calloused right hand and placed it directly on Su Nianwei's frost-covered forehead. The moment he made contact, an extremely terrifying cold energy capable of freezing marrow surged wildly into his body through his palm. Chaoyun's right arm instantly became covered in a layer of frost. But he did not withdraw his hand. Not only did he not withdraw, but he even steadily applied a bit more force. Using the extremely hot energy of his palm, he forcibly shielded Su Nianwei's brain and consciousness. Feeling the sudden influx of warmth on her forehead, Su Nianwei shuddered violently. In her dazed pupils, Chaoyun's cold and stern face was reflected so close. You. Su Nianwei wanted to speak further, but Chaoyun interrupted her roughly. You be quiet for now. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible authority. Save your strength to breathe. Just lie here obediently. Chaoyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. I'll go make a bowl of soup. This extremely plain statement was like a red-hot sword piercing through the layer of the hardest ice in Su Nianwei's heart. In the last second before completely losing consciousness, Su Nianwei remembered that extremely warm, even slightly rough palm. Chaoyun turned around and quickly scanned the frozen medical supply boxes in the tent. His brows furrowed tightly. They were all low-grade antibiotics and hemostatic bandages. Not a single piece of warm medicinal material from exotic beasts. To counteract the backlash of the ice-sword intent, he needed extremely pure fire attribute, high-grade ingredients to brew an extreme yang soup. System activate the 10,000 Li aroma radar. Chaoyun silently recited in his heart. Ding. 10,000 Li aroma radar activated. Scanning for fire attribute high-grade ingredients with extreme, yang warming properties within a kilometer radius. On the retina blue radar waves rapidly swept across the entire battlefield. 2 seconds later the radar locked onto a bright red light, 0.3 kilometers ahead of the isolation camp. It locked onto a target with extreme precision. Peak, bronze level fire rock lizard, just died, 3 minutes. Ingredient characteristics: its heart's blood contains extremely pure and gentle fire attribute energy, making it a top-notch material for brewing warming soup. Warning: target is located in a level 1 combat zone with high density of exotic beasts, extremely dangerous. Chaoyun looked at the red warning on the system panel. A mocking cold smile crept onto his lips. Danger. In the eyes of a starving chef, the battlefield is just a free buffet. Wait here. Chaoyun tossed those 2 words to the unconscious Su Nianwei. He lifted the curtain and strode out of the frozen tent. Commander. Chaoyun looked at the Grandmaster Mentor and calmly pointed to the smoke in the distance. How do I get to combat zone B4? B4 combat zone. The senior instructor froze, staring at Chaoyun as if he were a madman. Why are you asking that? That area is currently the hardest hit by a silver-tier beast onslaught. The defensive line is about to be breached. The city defense forces are organizing suicide squads to plug the gap. You're a logistics student asking about that place. Before the instructor could finish, Chaoyun interrupted him with impatience. So it's over there. He glanced at the black smoke rising in the distance and gripped the old chef's cleaver at his. With a push of his foot, the ice under him shattered like glass. Chaoyun became a gray afterimage and burst violently out of the quarantine camp. He raced straight for the B4 combat zone, 3 kilometers away and raked by cannon fire. What on earth? Is he crazy? Stop him. He's going to his death. The city defense officers panicked and reached to grab him, but Chaoyun was impossibly fast. They could not catch even the hem of his clothes. They could only watch helplessly as the apron-clad figure dove headlong into the meat grinder of a battlefield where beasts surged like a sea, straight into the B4 combat zone. Beneath the shattered city wall, dozens of city defense fighters drenched in blood formed a battle array, desperately holding back the tide of black iron and bronze-tier beasts. Limbs and blood flew, staining the ground crimson. Captain, the left wing can't hold. A soldier. 3 immense black iron armored rhinos, their heads lowered like heavy tanks, were ramping toward the defensive line with murderous force. At the very moment the line was about to be torn apart, a gray figure, moving in an absurdly direct, illogical straight-line sprint, plunged into the left flank of the beast pack. Who is that? The city defense captain widened his eyes. He saw a young man wearing a cafeteria apron holding a battered cleaver with chips along its edge. Move aside, Chaoyun said in a flat voice, a trace of impatience in it. An armored rhino roared, and he did not dodge. Pouting Jian-Yo butchering technique, vision activated. The heavy armor that could supposedly stop armor-piercing rounds revealed obvious structural weaknesses and seam lines to his eyes. He flipped his wrist with casual precision. The cleaver traced a silken gray arc through the air without any dull impact. Only a crisp, sharp sound. The 2-ton armored rhino mid-charge was bizarrely split clean from brow. Before blood and entrails could spray, Chaoyun frowned in disgust. The meat's too tough, no use. He kept moving, pushing Jifengbu's swift gale step to its limit. He moved like a frenzied shopper snatching discounted vegetables. He carved a brutal path through the swarm of beasts. A windblade wolf blocking his way had its spine severed in one strike. An obstructing venom-tail snake. With the back of his blade, he struck precise weak points. The bloodthirsty beasts that had filled the front line with despair were like carrots on a chopping block before his cleaver. Who on earth is the hidden master from which unit? The captain muttered, staring at the creatures laid out like works of art, each slice immaculate. Their jaws practically dropped. He's wearing the Academy Logistics Cafeteria apron. A nearby soldier swallowed hard. 3 minutes. In only 3 minutes, Chaoyun had thundered across the entire B4 combat zone. He stopped before a ruined crater blasted by shelling. In the center of the pit lay a massive lizard over 5 meters long, its body sheathed in dark red rocky scales. The pinnacle of Bronzeteer, a Fyrock lizard. Its head had just been shattered by the city defense's heavy laser cannon. It had been dead for less than 3 minutes. Chaoyun stared at the carcass still steaming. He nodded with satisfaction. The ingredient is still fresh. He leapt into the pit and guided the cleaver with surgical accuracy beneath the lizard's counterscaled neck. With a practiced twist of his wrist, he severed the aorta connecting to the heart. He then produced a specially sealed glass vial from his system space. Aimed at the incision, the scalding fire-infused heart blood gushed smoothly into the glass jar. Drawing the blood, harvesting the core heart portion, activating the system preservation. This intricate collection process took Chaoyun less than 2 minutes. Fluid practice professional. Done. Back to the kitchen, he said, patting the glass vial in satisfaction and turning away. He retraced his route amid another violent flurry of blade and blood. When he returned to the quarantine camp, carrying a jar of scalding beast blood, he was unscathed. The instructors and officers standing outside the tents watched him as though witnessing a god. Silence reigned. Chaoyun did not spare them even a glance. He went to the tent opening and set up the brazier he had tossed on the ground. A faint azure system flame immediately. He quickly poured the Fyrock lizard's heart blood into a specially made small iron pot, adding a few low-grade auxiliary ingredients stored in his system space. The fire boiled fiercely. Ding. Initiating purification of the Fyrock lizard's raging fire toxin. Purification complete. Converted into supreme Wormyong Kiblut. In under 5 minutes, the scarlet blood in the pot transformed into a clear amber-luster broth. A comforting warmth and fragrant aroma instantly dispelled the bitter cold surrounding the tent. Chaoyun carried the steaming bowl through, opened the tent flap, and strode inside. Su Nianwai's breath was barely a whisper, her heartbeat an appalling sluggish crawl. A layer of ice armor, nearly an inch thick, covered her body. He went to the bedside and roughly pinched her cold jaw, forcing her blue-winged lips to part. With no gentleness, he pressed the rim of the bowl to her lips and steadily offered the scalding Fyrock Wormyong. He poured it slowly into her mouth. Slurp. As the Wormyong broth entered her, a startling miracle occurred in that instant. The domineering fire-attributed Wormyong Kiblut detonated inside her frozen meridians. The energy bore no violence, only pure warmth and life. Crack, crack. The hard ice armor around her began to fissure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amid thick steam, the ice shell shattered and melted away. The frenzied cold ice soared intent with it. Like a venomous snake confronted by its natural enemy, it was begrudgingly suppressed and driven back deep into her dantian. On Su Nianwai's paper-pale face, a faint but real flush of color finally returned. Her purple-black lips recovered a normal tender. A slight cough sounded in the silent tent. Her long eyelashes, still dotted with a few droplets, trembled ever so slowly. She opened her eyes. The once icy, impenetrable gaze now held the confusion and weakness of someone just emerging from grave illness. She saw Chaoyun seated at her bedside, still holding the empty bowl. The tent was utterly quiet. Su Nianwei felt a long-missed warmth stir within her. She looked at Chaoyun's expressionless yet strangely reassuring face, the cold goddess who usually looked down on every boy. She managed to twitch the corner of her mouth with great effort, and in a voice so faint only the two of them could hear, spoke 2 earnest words. Tastes good. The frost inside the tent had completely turned into water vapor. A faint aroma of amber-colored meat wafted through the air. Su Nianwei leaned against the backrest of the military cot. She looked down at the rough porcelain bowl in her hands, now empty, feeling the continuous warmth radiating from the furnace within her stomach. This extremely gentle fire attribute energy was flowing along her meridians, firmly suppressing the frigid sword intent that was wildly threatening to crack her heart's pulse deep within her dantian. This soup. Su Nianwei raised her head. In her usually distant and beautiful eyes, there was an unmistakable shock and incredulity. You know medicine, eh? She looked at Chaoyun, who was sitting on a stool by the bed and casually wiping a kitchen knife with a rag. Chaoyun didn't lift his head. The rag casually brushed against the blade. I don't know medicine. Chaoyun's tone was as casual as discussing the price of potatoes in the cafeteria. But I understand the compatibility of ingredients. He sheathed the knife at his waist and casually pulled out a piece of accounting paper he had torn off earlier. He handed it to Su Nianwei. Take a look. Su Nianwei accepted it with confusion. The paper contained an extremely simplistic diagram of human meridians drawn with a ballpoint pen alongside several lines of text. This was a diagnosis report that Chaoyun translated into extremely straightforward language based on the system's earlier feedback from the in-depth appraisal report. Your cold ice sword intent is rated as a rare level talent, but the operation route of your technique has fatal flaws. Chaoyun leaned against the back of the chair. Without reservation, he pointed out the greatest weakness of this elite class genius. The deeper you practice this technique, the more your emotions will be frozen. Your meridians are like a frozen pipe, and this pipe is now on the verge of catastrophic overload. Chaoyun's gaze was piercing. Even if there hadn't been the provocation from that frenzied ice ape today, in at most 6 months you would freeze yourself into a heartless ice sculpture. Upon hearing this, Su Nianwai's fingers tightened suddenly. The paper crumpled deeply in her grip. She bit her lip, offering no rebuttal. Because every word Chaoyun said struck at the heart of the matter without a hint of error. In recent months, she had begun to feel numb to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. She couldn't even enjoy her favorite foods, which tasted like nothing more than chewing wax. So, can this bowl of soup heal me? There was an unprecedented hint of hope and fragility in her voice that she didn't even notice. It can't heal you. Chaoyun answered crisply. A bucket of ice water was dumped directly. This bowl of fire rock warming soup is made from 2 low-grade materials, merely the blood of a bronze-level exotic beast. It can only temporarily suppress the backlash of your sword intent. It merely pushes the frozen death progress bar back a bit. The light in Su Nianwai's eyes dimmed instantly. She self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, how could a terminal illness which even the best medical grandmaster in Iron Eagle Bay City couldn't resolve possibly be cured by a bowl of hastily brewed soup? Don't show such a dejected expression as if about to arrange your last affairs. Chaoyun stood up and rudely took the empty bowl from Su Nianwai's hands. The root of your illness requires higher-grade extreme warming ingredients to be completely eradicated. Chaoyun reviewed the ultimate treatment plan provided by the system in his mind. At least it has to be a golden-level fire-type heavenly material. For example, Phoenix Fire Essence, or the like at the level of Flame Dragon Heart Blood. Su Nianwei was utterly stunned. Phoenix Fire Essence. Flame Dragon Heart Blood. Those were materials that only existed in ancient myths and legends, let alone a mere Iron Eagle Bay City. Even if you searched the entire treasury of the Longqing Martial Alliance, you might not be able to find a single drop. It's simply impossible to obtain these. Su Nianwei shook her head, her tone turning cold and despairing again. Don't think too much about it. Oh, we'll talk about the future later. Now you just need to honestly drink the soup to keep your life. Chaoyun walked to the tent entrance holding the empty bowl. He paused and turned to look at the ice-cold school beauty on the bed. From now on, come find me in the back kitchen of the 3rd cafeteria every weekend. He'll brew you a nourishing soup to help suppress the cold energy. Su Nianwei abruptly raised her head. She looked at Chaoyun's back, a rare flicker of panic and confusion passing through her mind. Why, oi? Su Nianwei clutched the blanket tightly, her tone extremely complex. I don't lack money, though I can give you many star coins. But why are you so willing to help me unreservedly? In this extremely cold, profit-driven martial world, there is no kindness without reason. Moreover, her previous attitude toward the logistics team had always been one of complete arrogance and disregard. Chaoyun sighed. He turned around, looking at Su Nianwei's stunning face, filled with defense. Oh, but you need to do me a favor. What favor? Su Nianwei immediately asked. Help me taste my dishes. Chaoyun's expression was extraordinarily serious, as if discussing a deal worth billions. I need to continually improve my cooking skills, and will be preparing many bizarre and extreme exotic beast ingredients in the future. Your meridians have been repeatedly washed by cold ice sword intent, making you extremely sensitive to cold attribute materials. You are simply an unparalleled human tasting machine. Chaoyun spoke seriously. I'll brew soup to save your life, and you'll be my guinea pig for tasting. It's an equal exchange, oh, no one owes anyone anything. Su Nianwei was completely stunned. She looked at Chaoyun's face, which was filled with righteousness. A heart that had been frozen for over a decade suddenly surged with an indescribable and strange emotion. To package a life-saving favor into a cold, hard-tasting transaction. What exactly was this greasy chef thinking? But it was undeniable. It was precisely this extremely crude, direct, and merciless trading method that made the inherently strong-willed Su Nianwei, who feared owing favors, feel an unprecedented sense of relief and security. She slowly loosened her grip on the blanket. The cold mask she had worn for years quietly fell away. A stunningly beautiful smile like spring melting snow gently blossomed at the corners of her mouth. All right. This was the first time in her life that Su Nianwei actively agreed to establish a fixed connection with a boy her age. Chaoyun looked at that smile calmly, shifting his gaze away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Quickly get dressed and come out and don't hog the frontline isolation tent. Chaoyun lifted the curtain, and less than 2 minutes after leaving the tent, a series of urgent, and piercing braking sounds erupted outside the supply station. Shin Changfeng was covered in mud with static electricity sparkling in his hair. He jumped directly from a military off-road vehicle rushing toward Chaoyun with a worried expression. "Brother," Shin Changfeng grabbed Chaoyun's arm tightly. His voice was low but carried an overwhelming tension. "Something major has happened." The frontline reconnaissance team risked their lives to relay classified information. Shin Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He stared intently in the direction of the black mist forest. "We've detected the precise coordinates of a golden-level exotic beast." The night was as dark as ink. Inside the special tent of the frontline command center, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if it could drip with water. It represented a narrow canyon on the eastern side of the black mist forest. At this moment, a massive golden light point was flashing with a blinding brilliance, even accompanied by crackling electric effects. The energy reading of this light point was so high it made one's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, in the open kitchen of Supply Station No. 3A, Shin Changfeng was squatting by the stove in an extremely unrefined manner. He was madly stuffing his mouth with the braised pork made by Chaoyun to replenish his strength, while rapidly synchronizing with the deadly intelligence from the front line. "That is an adult thunder pattern tiger." Shin Changfeng gulped down a large mouthful of ice water, his eyes filled with deep dread and despair. "An absolute overlord-level exotic beast of the initial golden rank. It is currently lurking in a canyon at the edge of the black mist forest. The reason it hasn't joined the beast-tide assault immediately." Shin Changfeng lowered his voice, trembling. The sensing-type Grandmaster on the front line risked everything to investigate, and found that this creature is crazily devouring the surrounding low-tier exotic beasts. It is gathering power. Once its thunder core is fully charged, it will lead the main force of the beast tide to strike the West Gate defense line. That dilapidated defense line absolutely cannot withstand a single golden-level thunderstorm bombardment. In Iron Eagle Base City, half of the people will die. Hearing this, Lin Mu, who was washing dishes nearby, trembled and nearly dropped what he was holding. With a loud crash, a sturdy military iron plate fell to the ground, creating a thunderous sound. "Then, hurry up and let the top experts in the city go kill it." Lin Mu stuttered as he shouted. "Isn't our academy's Vice Dean Fong Zheng a martial saint? And the commander of the city guard?" Shin Changfeng smiled bitterly. He shook his head. "It's not that simple. The destructive power of a golden-level exotic beast's physical body is terrifying. To kill it in such an open wilderness terrain, at least 3 latest-stage Grandmasters need to cooperate to set up a formation. Grandmasters in the city are already extremely scarce. They are all stationed at various breaches in the city walls with no time for rotation and cannot be diverted at all." Shin Changfeng sighed heavily, his fist striking the ground fiercely. "As for the martial saint, Vice Dean Fong Zheng must oversee the overall situation, guarding against the secretly active dark crawler organization's cult martial artists' ambushes, and cannot leave the command center for half a step. And although Zhou Hongyi, the head of the Zhou family, is also a bona fide martial saint," a deep disdain and anger flashed in Shin Changfeng's eyes. "That old fox is using the excuse of protecting the civilians in the inner city to stubbornly remain in the Zhou family estate without taking a step out. To put it bluntly, he is unwilling to expend the Zhou family's resources. As long as the beast tide has not broken through the outer city and has not reached his doorstep, he will never take action. This is the cold, harsh reality of this high martial world. The lofty aristocrats always place the survival of their families above the civilians of the base city. So what is the command center's current strategy?" Chaoyun sat extremely steadily on a stool, casually playing with a freshly sharpened meat cleaver in his hand, asking in a flat tone. "There is no good strategy." Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. "Old General Qin is preparing to organize a death squad composed of 100 high-level martial artists and initial grandmasters. They will be strapped with high-explosive energy bombs, using lives to fill the gap. Forcefully drag that thunder pattern tiger down in the canyon." Upon hearing the words "death squad," the entire kitchen fell into a deathly silence. Using the lives of 100 pillars of the base city to fill the gap for a golden-level exotic beast. The cost is simply too excruciating. Just as Shin Changfeng was sighing heavily and Lin Mu was in a state of panic, Chaoyun slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness plunged deep into the depths of the system panel. In the recipe library, a long-dimmed, mysterious golden-level classification, there was an ultimate recipe that had occasionally unlocked at the end of the first volume, but had not been illuminated due to insufficient conditions. At this moment, as the golden-level exotic beast approached, it emitted an incredibly dazzling golden light. Golden-level special recipe, Thunder Pattern Tiger Banquet. Main ingredient required: 1 adult golden-level thunder pattern tiger, extremely important, must ensure the heart is intact. Estimated cooking benefits after consumption attributes will significantly increase guaranteed to comprehend Thunder System's ultimate killing technique and highly likely to awaken the ancient Thunder bloodline. Chaoyun looked at this domineering menu. His throat involuntarily rolled up and down hard once. In his usually calm and serene deep eyes there burned an almost frenzied hunger. The fat man's whole body trembled violently, and his scalp felt as if it had exploded. Brother. Lin Mu swallowed hard, his voice trembling, feeling as if his soul was about to fly away. In Chaoyun's eye, the fat man's whole body trembled violently, and his scalp felt as if it had exploded. Brother. Lin Mu swallowed hard, his voice trembling, feeling as if his soul was about to fly away. You can't be thinking. Thinking about what? Chaoyun calmly turned to look at him. Thinking about going after that thunder pattern tiger, right? Lin Mu was on the verge of tears, his legs shaking like a sieve. Brother Yun, real brother. That's a golden level beast. Just a breath of thunder could melt our few iron pots along with us. Chaoyun stood up. He struck the meat cleaver in his hand down with a loud thud, solidly landing it in the center of the wooden cutting board. The blade penetrated 3 inches into the wood, vibrating with a hum. It's not about wanting to. Chaoyun looked at the knife on the board with a tone that was pure and firm enough to make one's scalp tingle. I need that ingredient. As soon as these words came out, the sip of ice water Shen Changfeng just took was sprayed. Cough, 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 cough. Shen Changfeng coughed violently, staring wide-eyed at Chaoyun. Brother, are you out of your mind? You're going to hunt a golden-level exotic beast to cook. I admit your ability to fight beyond your level is extremely abnormal, but your current strength is barely enough to handle a peak silver-level beast. The gap between golden level and silver level is an insurmountable chasm. Shen Changfeng anxiously rushed forward, firmly gripping Chaoyun's shoulders. You can't even break through its thunder shield on the surface. Going would be a death wish. Chaoyun offered no rebuttal. Shen Changfeng was right, it was extremely objective. His current power was 350 points, barely reaching the threshold of initial Grandmaster. Facing a golden-level thunder pattern tiger filled with energy, he might not even have the speed to accurately hit its weaknesses. Going in headfirst would be like delivering takeout to a tiger. Thus he must, in an extremely short time, forcibly elevate all his attributes to an unreasonable level capable of cutting through defenses in one strike. Chaoyun turned his head, gazing at the enormous mountain of exotic beast corpses piled outside the supply station. There lay countless fresh, silver-level exotic beast remains that had just been transported down from the defensive line today. Brother Shun. Chaoyun's gaze turned unusually cold and disturbingly focused. Go tell the brothers on the city wall. For the next 3 days I will not accept lightly injured individuals' orders. Take all the silver-level exotic beasts with intact flesh that have been brought down. Move them all into warehouse now. 3. Shen Changfeng was stunned, his face filled with confusion. What are you planning to do? Chaoyun swiftly rolled up his sleeves. He walked to the Skyfire furnace. I need to eat. He needed to push the system's gluttonous physique to an extraordinarily terrifying limit. Before the thunder pattern tiger amassed enough energy to attack the city, he aimed to achieve an unprecedented gluttony, forcefully eating his way to the mid-level Grandmaster capable of tearing apart a golden-level exotic beast. The heavy iron door of warehouse No. 3 was slammed shut. Chaoyun locked the door from the inside. Outside, the sounds of artillery fire and screams were deafening. However, inside the warehouse, it was so quiet that only the buzzing of the freezer compressor could be heard. The space was filled with the remains of silver-grade exotic beasts just transported down from the city walls today. This was the superb ingredient he had obtained under the pretense of cleaning the battlefield for free. Chaoyun took off his bloodstained coat. With a thought, the remains of over a dozen silver-grade exotic beasts instantly vanished, all collected into the system's cooking space. Chaoyun closed his eyes, and his consciousness followed into the space. Inside the pure white space, the heavenly fire furnace was burning with a ghostly blue flame. System activate full power purification. Prepare for bulk cooking. Chaoyun picked up the old chef's knife, its blade gleaming. He cut a large piece of hind leg meat from a silver-grade rampaging wild boar. He heated the oil in the wok, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to stir-fry until fragrant. The meat was added to the pan, releasing a rich aroma of grease. He added the system's special soy sauce and spices, covering the pot to simmer. In less than 10 minutes, a steaming pot of braised wild boar meat was ready. Ding! Braised silver wild boar meat successfully cooked. Chaoyun said nothing. He didn't even use chopsticks, directly grabbing the hot chunks of meat and stuffing them into his mouth. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth. The rampant energy was completely filtered by the system, transforming into a warm current that surged through his limbs. Ding! Consumed silver-grade ingredients, strength 5. Chaoyun swallowed the last bite of meat and turned towards the next pile of ingredients. The ribs of a silver-grade wind blade wolf were chopped into small pieces coated in starch and deep-fried until golden brown, then taken out to drain the oil. He prepared a sweet and sour sauce in another pot. The ribs were stir-fried again, evenly coated in syrup. A plate of sweet and sour wolf ribs was instantly completed. Ding! Sweet and sour silver wolf ribs successfully cooked. Chaoyun lifted the plate, crunching the bones and meat together as he swallowed. On the first day, Chaoyun spent a whole day in the system space. He had 6 large meals: steamed ice snake segments, stir-fried armored cow, tripe charcoal grilled flaming bird wings, and braised giant bear paws. These would have been enough to burst the energy of a martial artist outside. He absorbed them all. If it were an ordinary warrior, even a grandmaster continuously consuming such high-level flesh would shatter their meridians. But Chaoyun was different. He possessed 1/10 of the gourmet physique fragment within him. His stomach was like an unfathomable black hole. The efficiency of digesting exotic beast energy was 30% higher than that of ordinary people. There was no sense of fullness, only an unceasing hunger. On the second day, the battle situation at the front line became even more brutal. The number of silver-grade exotic beast corpses sent into warehouse no. Free doubled. Chaoyun's frequency of eating also increased. 8 meals a day. He was like an unyielding shredder, frantically devouring everything that could enhance his attribute. Ding. Strength 3. Ding. Physique 5. Ding. Mental power 2. The system's prompt sounds almost merged into one in his mind. Consuming too many ingredients of the same level indeed resulted in a cliff-like decrease in returns. On the first day, a bite of braised meat could add 5 points of strength. By the second day, eating an entire pig might only add 2 points. But Chaoyun didn't care. Quantity would lead to qualitative changes. As long as the base was large enough, the diminishing returns could still pile up like a mountain. The muscles on his body were continuously tearing and reorganizing. His bones emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound. A layer upon layer of black impurities seeped out from the pores of his skin. This was the deep cleansing of his flesh. On the third day, Chaoyun lifted a pot of silver-grade earth dragon bone soup that had been simmering for 3 hours. He tilted his head back and downed the boiling hot thick soup in one go. Boom! That last sip of soup became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chaoyun had accumulated a tremendous amount of vitality over 3 days. At this moment, it exploded completely. His dantian suddenly expanded, and the true energy surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly breaking through the invisible barrier. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, blowing away the white mist at the edge of the system space for several meters. Initial stage of Grandmaster. The energy wave did not stop. Midstage Grandmaster. Late midstage Grandmaster. Chaoyun suddenly opened his eyes. A piercing brilliance flashed from the depths of his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling a terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering city walls with a single punch. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. System opened the attribute panel. A faint blue screen unfolded before him. Host Chaoyun. Chef level initial stage Golden Chef Apprentice. Comprehensive battle power late midstage Grandmaster. Strength 512. Agility 355. Physique 310. Mental power 220. Perception 180. 3 days time. Strength had risen from just over 400 to over 500. Agility and physique had both surpassed the 300 mark. This was truly an unreasonable surge in data. This was the terrifying aspect of the gourmet physique. Eating could make one stronger. Just as Chaoyun was admiring his panel, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding. Detected that the host's perception attribute has broken through the critical value. Skill taste perception automatically upgraded. Congratulations, host, you've acquired a new skill, miles of fragrance. Skill effect can accurately sense the position, level, and life status of all exotic beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. Chaoyun's eyes lit up. This skill came at just the right time. He immediately exited the system space and returned to the warehouse in reality. He closed his eyes. Activate miles of fragrance. In an instant, a massive radar map with a 5-kilometer radius centered on him appeared in his mind. Countless dense light points flickered on the radar. Red represented black iron level. Blue represented bronze level. Silver represented silver level. And at the very edge of the radar, in a narrow canyon on the eastern side of the black mist forest, a glaring golden light point like a small sun emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Found it. Initial stage golden level thunder pattern tiger. Chaoyun focused his mind, carefully sensing the status of the golden light point. The information fed back by the radar was very clear. This thunder pattern tiger was surrounded by a large number of scattered light points. It was frantically feeding. It was devouring the flesh and blood of lower-grade exotic beasts to accumulate the thunder core within its body. Chaoyun opened his eyes. His brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't wait any longer. If he let this beast accumulate enough energy, it would charge directly at the west gate, with the main force of the beast tied. At that time the city wall would surely break and many lives would be lost. More importantly, hunting golden grade exotic beasts amidst the chaos would lead to too many variables. There was a high possibility of damaging the Thunder Pattern Tiger's heart. Without a complete heart, the Thunder Pattern Tiger feast could not be made. This was something Chaoyun absolutely could not tolerate. He had to take the initiative. While it was still in the accumulation stage, he would go to its lair and take it down. Chaoyun took a towel, wiping the sweat and impurities off his body. He changed into a clean black combat suit, sheathed the old chef's knife in the scabbard at his lower back, and pushed open the heavy iron door of the warehouse. The sky outside had already darkened. Chaoyun took out the communicator and sent 2 messages. He needed assistance. The tiger hunt plan was officially activated. 8 o'clock in the evening. In a corner of supply station No. 30 inside an abandoned tent. A dim emergency light hung from the top of the tent. Shen Changfeng and Lin Mu rushed in. The two pushed aside the door curtain and entered. They saw Chaoyun sitting at a folding table. On the table was a military topographic map of the area around Iron Eagle Base. Chaoyun didn't waste words. He picked up a red marker. He heavily circled a canyon location on the eastern side of the Black Mist Forest on the map. Chaoyun didn't waste words. He picked up a red marker. He heavily circled a canyon location on the eastern side of the Black Mist Forest on the map. This is the exact coordinate of the Thunder Pattern Tiger right now. Chaoyun looked up, scanning the two. It is currently feeding and gathering strength. By tomorrow night at the latest it will strike the defense line. Chaoyun tossed aside the marker. So I plan to take it down tonight. The tent fell into a sudden silence. Lin Mu's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Shen Changfeng inhaled sharply. Brother, here, are you serious? Shen Changfeng pointed at the red circle on the map. That is a golden tier beast. The city defense army is preparing to send 100 grandmasters to handle it. Are we really going, just the 3 of us? Shen Changfeng was not afraid of death. But there was a difference between going to die and going to fight. I'm not joking. Chaoyun pointed at the map. I've already figured out its condition. It is currently in a feeding phase with its vigilance at its lowest. You don't need to fight, Hedon. Oh, just keep it occupied. Fatty. Chaoyun looked at Lin Mu. You are currently a mid-level martial artist. You are responsible for keeping watch around the canyon. Any low-tier beasts attracted by any disturbances must be stopped to ensure our retreat is clear. As for the kill, Chaoyun patted the knife at his waist. Leave that to me. Lin Mu swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. All right. Brother Yun, whatever you say, well, do it. Shen Changfeng still frowned tightly. Brother He, this plan has problems. Shen Changfeng analyzed it very rationally. Golden tier beasts have extremely strong defenses. A casual strike can instantly kill a grandmaster. Me holding its attention. I'm afraid after just one encounter I would be turned to charcoal by its thunder. Golden tier beasts require latest-stage grandmasters to face them. Hedon. Shen Changfeng let out a bitter laugh. Even with both of us combined, our fighting power is far from enough. Chaoyun nodded in agreement after hearing this. You're right. Our basic combat power is indeed insufficient. Chaoyun turned around. He picked up a black insulated box from the side. He placed it on the table. With a click he opened the latch. He lifted the lid. A strange meaty aroma instantly filled the small tent. Inside the insulated box, 3 neatly arranged sealed containers were stacked. So I prepared this for you. Chaoyun took out the first sealed container and handed it to Shen Changfeng. Wind beast jerky. Eat this, and your agility will temporarily increase by 30 points for half an hour. Shen Changfeng was stunned. Chaoyun took out the second box and handed it to Lin Mu. Iron turtle shell soup. Drink this, and your defense will temporarily increase by 50 points for half an hour. You and Brother Shen can share this bowl. Chaoyun then took out a small jar filled with red sauce. Flame meat sauce. Spread it on the jerky and eat it together. For half an hour your attack power will temporarily increase by 20%. Chaoyun pushed these items in front of the two, his expression extremely natural. Eat them all. Shen Changfeng stared at the food on the table. His hands were trembling. After being a hunter for so many years, he had never heard of food that could directly increase attributes. Is this even food? This is simply more outrageous than the 1 million per vial berserk potion sold on the black market. Moreover, the berserk potion has severe side effects. Chaoyun's food left one feeling refreshed after eating. Shen Changfeng picked up a piece of jerky, dipped it in a bit of red meat sauce, and chewed it forcefully. After swallowing it, the next second Shen Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt an extremely scorching airflow suddenly erupt in his dantian. This airflow surged through his meridians into his limbs. His body suddenly felt light, as if it had lost gravity. At the same time, the muscles in his arms were filled with explosive strength. Shen Changfeng clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. He felt that his current speed and strength could definitely contend with latest-stage grandmasters. What is this? Shin Changfeng looked at his hands in disbelief. What the hell are these things you made? Lin Mu had already finished half a bowl of iron turtle soup beside him. Fatty patted his firm belly, looking very satisfied. Brother Shin, this is quite a surprise, isn't it? Nothing made by Brother Yun has ever been normal. Chaoyun returned the empty boxes to the insulated box. This is called military rations. Chaoyun glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. It's getting late. The buffs last only. We need to hurry. Chaoyun turned and walked out of the tent. Let's go. The three avoided the most intense frontline battle. They quietly slipped out of the Iron Eagle Bay city through a collapsed wall ruin on the side of Supply Station No. 3. Once out of the city wall, the outside world had turned into a hell of darkness and blood. Everywhere were the remains of alien beasts and burning flames. Chaoyun activated the long-distance scent tracking radar. He led the way. They precisely avoided all groups of alien beast patrols. When encountering a lone black Iron Tier alien beast, Lin Mu swiftly dealt with it in one strike, refusing to linger. The three moved at an incredible speed. Like three black phantoms, they quickly darted through the wilderness. 20 minutes later, they finally reached the edge of the black mist forest. The trees here were so tall that they blocked out the sun. The leaves displayed a strange purple-black color. A strong miasma permeated the air. Chaoyun stopped. He raised his hand, signaling the two behind him to hide. 500 meters ahead was the long canyon marked on the map. Without the radar scan, all three could distinctly feel the terrifying sense of oppression. The air was filled with an extremely pungent smell of ozone. The ground around them was marked with charred traces of being burned by high temperatures and lightning. Even those purple-black leaves were slightly trembling. The night wind swept across the edge of the black mist forest, unable to stir even a whisper of rustling leaves. The air here seemed completely solidified, a heavy scent of ozone piercing through the nostrils. It made one's throat dry. Chaoyun signaled with his hand. The three of them stealthily approached the edge of the canyon, taking cover behind a massive rock. Peeking out the sight at the bottom of the canyon made Shin Changfeng and Lin Mu hold their breath simultaneously. It was a terrifyingly colossal beast. Its body length exceeded 8 meters, resembling a heavy armored vehicle firmly occupying a flat boulder in the center of the canyon. This giant beast radiated a dark golden luster. Between its fur, silver lightning patterns with every breath, tiny static sparks erupted from its nostrils, producing a crackling sound in the air. This was the golden level initial stage, Overlord the Thunder Pattern Tiger. The ground around the boulder had already been scorched black by the high temperature of the lightning. Not a blade of grass grew. The Thunder Pattern Tiger's eyes were tightly shut. Yet that faint yet palpable pressure of the golden level loomed like an invisible mountain, heavily pressing down on the canyon above. Good heavens, that size could feed us in the cafeteria for an entire year. Lin Mu gulped. His palm holding the battle axe was drenched in cold sweat. Shut up, suppress your breath, Shin Changfeng scolded in a low voice as he drew the alloy long sword from his back. The blade glimmered with a chilling coldness in the night. Having consumed Chaoyun's military rations, Shin Changfeng was now in an astonishingly good condition. The true energy of the Grand Master within him was boiling. Brother, let's proceed as planned, Shin Changfeng whispered. I will draw the monster, and you take action based on the situation. Chaoyun nodded, saying nothing, merely drawing the old chef's knife, which was full of nicks, from his lower back. Swish! Shin Changfeng's legs suddenly exerted force, cracking the rock beneath him deeply as he shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow. He leaped directly from the edge of the canyon, which was dozens of meters high. In midair, Shin Changfeng held the knife high above his head. The true energy of the Grand Master flowed unreservedly into the blade. The originally silver blade instantaneously erupted with dazzling light, expanding to over 10 meters long. Break, army slash! Shin Changfeng roared. This all-out strike bore down with a violent wind that tore through the air, striking fiercely at the sleeping Thunder Pattern Tiger. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the canyon. Dust and debris soared into the air. However, Shin Changfeng's expression changed in an instant. As the dust settled, the ferocious blade light that could cleave through a 10-story building merely left a shallow white mark on the fur of the Thunder Pattern Tiger's back, not even breaking the skin. The silver lightning patterns on the Thunder Pattern Tiger's body automatically emerged at the moment of the attack, forming an impenetrable thunder shield. It withstood the full force of the Grand Master's strike. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying roar that split the heavens. The Thunder Pattern Tiger suddenly opened its eyes. These were not ordinary beastly eyes, but two glaring orbs of raging lightning. Disturbed from its meal-induced slumber, this golden-level overlord was utterly enraged. It pushed off the ground with its powerful limbs. Crack! The massive rocket had been lying on shattered instantly. The Thunder Pattern Tiger opened its enormous maw, unleashing a thick bolt of silver lightning directly at Shin Changfeng in midair. So fast, Shin Changfeng's pupils constricted. Fortunately, he had just consumed the swift wind beast jerky, which increased his agility by 30 points. At the critical moment, Shin Changfeng forcibly twisted his waist midair. He narrowly evaded the lethal lightning strike. The bolt grazed his scalp and blasted into the cliff behind, creating a deep, bottomless pit. Big guy, come catch me. After landing, Shin Changfeng did not pause for a moment. He pushed his speed to the limit, cursing loudly while unleashing waves of blade light, constantly provoking the Thunder Pattern Tiger's nerves. The Thunder Pattern Tiger was indeed thoroughly enraged, roaring as it charged forward with its powerful limbs transforming into a silver lightning bolt that bit down hard on Shin Changfeng's back. A man and a beast engaged in a thrilling chase at the bottom of the canyon. Lightning poured down like a torrential rain, transforming the entire canyon into a realm of thunder. Meanwhile, at the edge of the canyon, 3 silver-level wind blade wolves drawn by the massive commotion bared their fangs. This road is blocked. A plump figure suddenly jumped out from behind the massive rock. Lin Mu stood with 2 enormous alloy battle axes resembling a fierce deity guarding the entrance. Having consumed iron wall turtle shell soup, Lin Mu now felt as solid as a steel plate. Do you want to disturb my brother Yun's procurement? Lin Mu shouted. First, let's see if the axe in my hands agrees. He charged directly at the 3 wind blade wolves, commencing his role as the outer perimeter cleaner. At this moment, the true protagonist, Chaoyun, did not rush into action. He was like a patient ghost tightly clinging to the shadows along the canyon wall. His gaze firmly locked onto the massive form of the Thunder Pattern Tiger. System activate, full power, butchers in sight. Chaoyun silently commanded in his mind. The image on his retina transformed instantly. The once majestic Thunder Pattern Tiger appeared to Chaoyun as an energy blueprint composed of countless red lines and blue nodes. The silver lightning patterns were the meridians through which the thunderous energy flowed within its body. Chaoyun's brain functioned like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing the data before him. Incredible defensive power, its fur possesses lightning resistance and reflection. The muscle density is too high, regular swords can't penetrate it at all. Chaoyun's gaze followed the red energy lines downward, discovering that all the thunder meridians on the Thunder Pattern Tiger converged at its central abdomen. There lay its energy core, which was also the location of its demon core. Found it. A cold smile crept across Chaoyun's lips. Though the abdomen was its most energy-dense area, it was also in a state of overload due to excessive energy concentration. Like a balloon filled with high-pressure gas, if he could find the weakest point and poke it gently, it would trigger a devastating internal explosion. No matter how hard the shell is, the insides are still soft. Chaoyun tightened his grip on the old chef's knife. His attributes had now approached the high tier of the Grandmaster. As long as Shin Changfeng could create a flaw for him within a tenth of a second, he could turn this golden-level tiger into a dish on the chopping board. Brother Shun. Chaoyun sent a calm instruction through the tactical headset to Shin Changfeng, who was desperately fleeing. Its weakness is at the very center of its abdomen. I need you to create a flaw. Make it jump. The battle at the bottom of the canyon had reached a fever pitch. Shin Changfeng's breathing had become incredibly heavy. The energy of a Grandmaster was depleting rapidly. With more than half of the temporary buff time already elapsed, his speed began to show signs of lag. Once again, a thick bolt of lightning grazed his shoulder and struck the ground. Debris flew everywhere. It directly tore through Shin Changfeng's combat suit, leaving a streak of blood. This beast is truly a handful. Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth. He rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the pounce of the tiger's claws. Just then a command from Chaoyun came through the earpiece. Its weakness is at the center of its abdomen. I need you to feign a flaw to make it jump. After hearing this, Shin Changfeng's heart lurched. Feigning a flaw for a raging golden-level beast. It was no different from voluntarily sticking his neck under the guillotine. One moment of carelessness, and he could be bitten in half by that massive maw. Yet Shin Changfeng showed no hesitation. He trusted the chef, who could whip up miraculous dishes. Imolin. A fierce glint flashed in Shin Changfeng's eyes. He abruptly halted his retreat, turned around, and pretended to stumble and kneel on the ground, as if exhausted from the depletion of his energy. The alloy-long knife in his hand hung limply by his side. Roar. The thunder-striped tiger let out a roar filled with cruel delight, seeing its prey finally collapse. It never considered that this could be a trap. In the dictionary of a golden-level beast, absolute power is enough to crush any schemes. The thunder-striped tiger's powerful hind legs abruptly pushed off the ground. Its massive body leaped up like a small mountain, toppling over with the force of Mount Tide bearing down. It pounced fiercely towards the grounded Shin Changfeng. Just as it leaped into the air, its snowy soft abdomen was completely exposed to the air. Now's the time. Chaoyun, hidden in the shadows, moved. Swift step advanced activated. The ground beneath Chaoyun's feet shattered. He transformed into a blur that was nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. His speed even surpassed the sound barrier, producing a sharp sonic boom in the air. He did not employ any flashy martial arts techniques. He simply channeled the terrifying power of over 500 points within him directly into the old chef's knife in his hand. At the same time, the fire-based energy from Lion's Flame Fist was forcibly transformed, flooding into the knife blade through the handle. The originally dull and gray vegetable knife suddenly ignited with a blinding crimson flame. Swish! Chaoyun's figure appeared like a ghost beneath the thunder-striped tiger. In the perspective of Butcher's Cleaver, the red lethal node representing the convergence of meridians and overloaded energy was thoroughly locked in. Without any hesitation, Chaoyun gripped the knife with both hands. From bottom to top, he poured all his strength into a single thrust. Pooh! The sound of the sharp blade piercing flesh rang out, making one's teeth ache. That seemingly ordinary rusty kitchen knife, under the enhancement of Chaoyun's monstrous power and skill, pierced through the most vulnerable gap in the thunder-striped tiger's abdomen with precision, as if slicing through tofu. It deeply embedded itself within its body. Explode for me. Chaoyun's gaze turned icy. He violently twisted his wrist, and the crimson flame clinging to the blade surged forth like a flood that had found its outlet. It wildly spread along the meridian network within the thunder-striped tiger's body. The extreme fire attribute energy collided violently with the raging thunder attribute core within the narrow organs. Water and fire do not mix. Lightning and fire intersect, leading to destruction. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, detonating inside the thunder-striped tiger's belly. The thunder-striped tiger's massive body stiffened midair. The pair of eyes flickering with lightning instantly filled with disbelief, pain, and fear. Azo! A mournful howling echoed throughout the black mist forest. The violent energy of the thunderfire mix erupted from the tiger's wound. It formed a terrifying circular shockwave that directly swept across the canyon within 100 meters. Chaoyun was at the forefront. Even though he had activated iron armor, body advanced at the first moment. The energy explosion within the golden level beast was still no joke. Bang! Chaoyun felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed heavy magnetic levitation train. The energy armor on his body shattered inch by inch. He was violently hurled away like a kite he crashed through 3 towering trees midair, before finally crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Pooh! Chaoyun tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful. His internal organs churned violently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body as he crawled out of the pit. On the ground in the distance, the once mighty golden-level overlord, the thunder-striped tiger, had now crashed heavily to the ground. Its abdomen had been blown open, creating a massive bloody hole. It was charred black. The dazzling silver-white lightning patterns on its body were rapidly fading and extinguishing. Its massive body twitched a few times before finally ceasing to breathe. With a single strike it was killed. Shen Changfeng emerged from behind a boulder covered in dirt and dust. Looking at the tiger's corpse on the ground, he was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the approaching Chaoyun, swallowing hard. Brother, did you really kill the golden-level beast? A mid-level Grandmaster's logistic chef had slain a golden-level beast in one strike. If this news reached the Iron Eagle base city, it would absolutely shock those arrogant nobles. However, Chaoyun paid no attention to Shen Changfeng's astonishment. He quickly walked over to the corpse of the thunder-striped tiger, not even bothering to check his own injuries. His face was filled with anxiety as he crouched down, reaching his hand into the gory, huge wound. He searched carefully. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Lin Mu, who had finished clearing the windblade wolves outside, also ran over. Seeing Chaoyun's actions, he looked puzzled. Shouldn't we quickly dig out the beast core at this time? Chaoyun did not respond. He kept feeling around inside the thunder-striped tiger's charred chest cavity. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, Chaoyun wiped the blood off his hands. He turned to look at the two, who were dumbfounded. His first reaction was not to celebrate their escape from death, nor to boast about the accomplishment of defeating a stronger foe. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his tone revealing a hint of relief. The power of the explosion just now was a bit too great. Luckily, the heart is intact but didn't get destroyed. If this main ingredient had been damaged, this trip would have been for nothing. This statement made Shen Changfeng and Lin Mu completely question their lives. In this chef's eyes, the deadly threat of the golden-level beast was simply unimportant. What mattered was that the quality of the ingredients must be perfect. Just as the two were shocked by Chaoyun's divine-level remark, rumble. In the distance from the direction of the Iron Eagle base city. Suddenly a series of intense explosions echoed continuously. Soon after, the piercing air raid sirens tore through the night sky, resonating throughout. The red warning lights even dyed half the sky. The three simultaneously turned to look in the direction of the base, their expressions changing drastically. Not good. Shin Changfeng tightened his grip on the long knife, his gaze becoming extremely serious. Boom. A deafening cascade of explosions rolled out. Even across 5 kilometers of the black mist forest, the sounds were painfully clear. In the direction of Taiying Base City, most of the night sky had been painted an ice-searing blood red by the fires of war. Piercing air raid sirens howled in a relentless chorus. The sound seemed to toll the city's final death knell. Brother Yun, the main force of the beast tide is assaulting the city. Lin Mu stamped his foot in anxiety, the alloy battle axe in his hand trembling uncontrollably. From those sounds, the Western Gate's defense won't hold much longer. Shin Changfeng gripped his long blade tightly and turned to look at Chaoyun crouched beside the Lei Wenhu carcass. Brother, that tiger is enormous. At least 5 to 6 tons. Shin Changfeng quickly assessed the dire situation before them. We simply can't move it. Quick, strip the demon pill and the most valuable primary tiger bones and take them. We must rush back to reinforce the defenses. Otherwise, if the city falls, no one will survive. Faced with their panic, Chaoyun remained unnaturally calm. Strip the demon pill. Strip the tiger bones. To a cook, those hard, useless things were hardly food. System activate ingredient plunder storage. Chaoyun murmured in his mind. Ding. Ingredient plunder function activated. Target gold grade entry Lei Wenhu remains. Extracting core ingredients without damage. The next instant, under Shin Changfeng and Lin Mu's open-mouthed stares, a pale blue lattice of data light shimmered across the vast corpse of the Lei Wenhu. The light mesh, like the most precise surgical knife, sliced the Lei Wenhu in an instant. Shu, the intact central heart. For thick, powerful tiger legs. A whole tenderloin. The most coveted segment of spinal marrow. These core ingredients, weighing hundreds of pounds, vanished from the scene as if plucked by ghosts. They were perfectly stored within the system's preservation space. All that remained on the ground was a heap of inedible innards and the heavy external skeleton. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Clean, efficient, not a second wasted. Move. Chaoyun rose and casually flicked the droplets of blood from his blade. Back to the city. The three of them did not linger. They pushed their speed to the extreme, streaking like 3 arrows toward Taiying Base City. 20 minutes later, when they arrived at the Western Gate defenses, the scene before them was nothing short of hell on earth. The towering alloy walls had been smashed open in several massive breaches. Beneath the walls, swarms of black grade and bronze-grade aberrant beasts clawed and climbed, trampling over their fallen kin. Above, a dozen massive silver-grade Lifeng doused dove repeatedly. Their razor claws mercilessly ripped apart the defensive fire points. Hold. 3rd Battalion. Fight to the death. A blood-smeared city guard officer on the wall bellowed in despair. He had not finished his shout before a silver-grade berserker ape that surged onto the wall smashed his skull with a single blow. Blood fell like rain. Limbs were scattered everywhere. Desperate wails filled the air. Shin Changfeng watched the wavering defense line, and his eyes flared a furious red. Brother, am going up on the wall to help. Shin Changfeng roared. The great master's true chi erupted as he hefted his long blade and charged toward the most perilous breach. Lin Mu, you take the flank and clear the low-tier beasts that slipped through. Chaoyun seized Lin Mu, who was about to follow, and ordered in a grave voice. Brother Yun, what about you? Lin Mu asked, eyes rimmed red. Chaoyun glanced at the soldiers on the wall, their true chi spent being slaughtered one-sidedly by the beasts. He inhaled a lungful of the smoke-tinged gunpowder-laced air. They'll do what I do best. Chaoyun turned and walked against the tide of reinforcements surging toward the wall. He strode toward rearward frontline supply station No. 3. By then the supply station had already dissolved into utter chaos. There were too many wounded, so many the tents could not contain them. Countless warriors, maimed and broken, writhed and wailed upon the mud-sodden ground. Tang Yu and several medics were so exhausted they could barely stand. The high-frequency suturing needle in her hand trembled without cease. Cookie, an old soldier, missing an arm, saw Chaoyun enter, and as if beholding a savior, scrambled up from the mire. Cookie is back. That shout ignited an astonishing light in the eyes of every desperate wounded man in the supply station. Chaoyun did not answer any calls. His face as still as a pool, he walked to his open-air kitchen and tore the gray apron from the post. He tied it hard around his waist. He eyed the empty iron pots and then looked at the logistics students, trembling. What are you standing there for? His voice like a bell snapped everyone awake. Bring out the largest alloy, light the fires. Turn every Tianhua stove to maximum power. The logistics students, jolted awake, tumbled toward the storeroom to haul out the pots. Chaoyun stood before the chopping block. With a single thought, bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy, dull thuds detonated across the board. An entire tiger leg exuding a savage electric aura, a fresh tiger heart streaked with blood, and crystalline translucent loin meat materialized out of thin air upon the broad wooden board. The terrifying oppression of a gold-grade overlord still lingered despite its death. The residual energy ripples sent shivers through those nearby. What kind of meat is that? A wounded man gaped, staring at the silver sparks that flashed across the flesh. Chaoyun ignored the astonishment around him. He drew his battered chef's cleaver, its edge nicked and worn, and listened to the ceaseless screams rising from the walls. His gaze grew cold and fiercely focused. Today I'm going to prepare for the brothers at the front. A full Manchuhan banquet. Boom. The ethereal blue flames of the heavenly fire furnace suddenly surged up over half a meter high. Chaoyun stood before the chopping board, operating the butcher's skill to its utmost. The old chef's knife in his hand transformed into a swirling gray storm. The first to be dismembered was the most tender piece of thunder-pattern tiger tenderloin. The blade swept past. The meat slices were cut as thin as cicada wings, with faint electric patterns still lingering on them. The pot was heated and oil was poured in. The fierce flames licked the bottom of the pot. Chaoyun grabbed a large handful of spicy, mutated red pepper and tossed it into the pot. The pungent aroma erupted instantly. Next, the cicada-thin tiger meat slices were added to the pot. Sizzle. Accompanied by thick oil smoke, the pot erupted with clusters of silvery static sparks. Chaoyun ignored the hot oil splatter. He single-handedly lifted the heavy iron pot, flipping and stirring it. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, embodying a kind of violent beauty. In less than 3 minutes, the dish was ready to be served. Ding! Lightning stir-fried tiger slices cooked successfully. Effect consuming, it instantly stimulates neural reflexes, significantly increasing strike speed with a slight paralysis effect. The first dish had just come out of the pot. Chaoyun's knife had already landed on the stout tiger leg. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy chopping sounds echoed throughout the supply station. The tiger leg was chopped into even large pieces and directly thrown into the largest alloy pressure cooker along with the system's secret dark marinade. The heavy lid was placed on top. The heavenly fire furnace's power was instantly adjusted to maximum. The pressure cooker's exhaust valve began to emit a sharp shriek. Ding! Red braised thunder pattern tiger leg cooking. At this moment, Chaoyun's gaze fell upon the still robust dark red heart. This was the core of the entire thunder pattern tiger's energy. Chaoyun did not chop it up. Instead, he found a delicate clay pot and placed the whole tiger heart inside. He only added a few slices of detoxifying ginger and a bit of clear water. With the gentlest heat, he began to simmer it slowly, intending to extract the raging thunder power from the heart into the broth. In the end, he used a hammer to smash the thick thunder pattern tiger bones, revealing the translucent bone marrow inside. Along with the high-energy pearl rice supplied from the front line, he poured it into another large pot to simmer. Bubble, bubble. Half an hour later, the entire supply station No. 3 was enveloped by an overpowering aroma that could not be described in words. That was not just the aroma of food. It was a life energy so rich that it felt as if it could make every cell in the body dance. This aroma even penetrated the smoke of battle drifting on the night wind directly to the frontline city walls, where fierce killings were taking place hundreds of meters away. A squad leader of the city defense army, who had half of his ribs broken by a silver-level beast and lay in a pool of blood awaiting death, suddenly caught a whiff of this scent. His dilated pupils suddenly contracted. His stomach let out a thunderous roar. A strong desire to survive and hunger caused him to prop himself up from the pile of corpses. So fragrant. I don't want to die. I haven't had a bite of warm food yet. Meanwhile, inside the supply station, all the injured soldiers had gone mad. If it weren't for a few soldiers from the disciplinary squad holding them back with their guns, they would have already pounced on the large pots. Chaoyun stood at the stove, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ding. Thunder heart soup cooked successfully. Ding. Tiger bone thunder porridge cooked successfully. Gold level special menu thunder pattern tiger feast, all dishes completed. Listening to the crisp notification sound in his mind, Chaoyun hesitated not at all. He directly lifted the lid of the small clay pot. He picked up the clay pot and drank down the bowl of dark golden soup, which had a faint lightning glow in one go. Boom. The moment the soup entered his belly, Chaoyun felt as if he had swallowed a bolt of raging thunder from the 9 heavens. The terrifying gold-level thunder energy exploded within his stomach. Transformed into countless small bolts of lightning, it crazily washed through his every meridian and every muscle. Chaoyun's skin erupted into dazzling silvery white arcs. His bones emitted a series of dense explosions. Ding. Host consumed gold-level core ingredient. Strength 50. Agility 30. Mental strength 25. Devouring physique activated successfully, absorbing the essence of thunder. Congratulations, host comprehended the thunder-type ultimate killing technique, Thunder Tooth / Ding. Detected host cooked and consumed complete gold-level recipe. Chef level officially surpassed. Congratulations, host promoted to Silver Chef Beginner. A series of system notifications resounded like celestial music in Chaoyun's mind as his strength soared to nearly 600 points. His overall strength firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the mid-master level, even faintly touching the threshold of late-master level. Moreover, with the breakthrough in chef level, a wealth of new knowledge about advanced heat control and knife techniques flooded into his mind. Chaoyun slowly opened his eyes. Two solidified silver lightning bolts flickered from the depths of his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the violent power within him that seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Refreshing. Chaoyun exhaled a breath tainted with a burnt smell. He turned around, looking at the injured and logistics personnel around him, whose eyes shone with a green light, and drooled uncontrollably. Chaoyun waved his hand. Linmu, open the pressure cooker, chop all the tiger leg meat into pieces, and mix it with the tiger slices and bone porridge. Put it in a big bucket. Chaoyun pointed at the west gate where the collapse was the most severe. His voice was cold and sharp as a knife. Immediately, organize the logistics team. Serve this meal to the brothers on the city wall who are still gasping for breath. At the western defense line, the position of the 3rd Battalion. The alloy walls here have been smashed by the silver-grade beasts, leaving 3 enormous breaches. The intense smell of gunpowder mixed with the acrid scent of blood permeated the air, drilling into the lungs. Out of bullets. A machine gunner with a face full of grime desperately tossed aside his overheated gun barrel, his hands trembling violently. Out of true chi too. Beside him, a martial artist named Lao Ma held his bleeding abdomen, giving a grim smile. Lao Ma was 40 years old and had been stuck at the mid-level martial artist stage for a full decade. He originally thought he would die quietly in this muddy trench today. Brothers, let's go in with bayonets. Lao Ma spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his eyes revealing a resolute determination to face death. In this moment of near despair, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the passage behind the position. Linmu, accompanied by a dozen logistics students, pushed several carts loaded with thermos containers, rushing forward amidst the occasional falling stray bullets. It's time to eat. Stop shooting and eat first. Linmu shouted boisterously from the trench. Special thunder pattern tiger feast from Brother Yun. Hurry up and eat a bite before you die. Hearing the words, it's time to eat, the martial artists in the position were all stunned, looking at Linmu as if he were a madman. What the hell is going on? The beast's claws are almost scratching their faces, and a fat logistics guy comes to the front lines to deliver food. Get out of here. This is a battlefield. A squad leader shouted angrily, with bloodshot eyes, brandishing his combat knife, ready to chase Linmu away. But before he could get closer, Linmu was already deftly lifting the lid of a giant thermos. Boom. An overwhelming aroma of meat mixed with a faint electric tingling sensation surged into the air like a tangible force. The scent was simply irresistible. It rudely pushed aside the strong smell of blood in the air, precisely penetrating everyone's nostrils. So fragrant. The machine gunner, who had originally prepared to wait for death, suddenly had his eyes shine like 2 searchlights. He felt his stomach twitch violently, in an instant, the excessive saliva nearly choking him. It was an irresistible hunger that came from the depths of his soul. The squad leader also stopped, his throat moving uncontrollably. Squad leader, this is the wartime supply specially approved by General Chin. Linmu held up a military iron lunchbox and shoved it directly into the squad leader's arms. Eat. The squad leader looked down and saw the box filled with dark golden tiger bone thunder porridge. On top of the porridge there were slices of lightning fried tiger slices, cut as thin as cicada wings, subtly shimmering with electric sparks. Who cares? Even if I die full, it's worth it. The squad leader no longer hesitated, picking up a spoon and shoveling it into his mouth. The surrounding soldiers, seeing this, also dropped their broken weapons and scrambled to grab the lunchboxes offered by the logistics personnel. Lao Ma also managed to snatch a box. Leaning against a sandbag, he grabbed a piece of the lightning fried tiger slice with his bloodied hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Sizzle. The moment the meat slice entered his mouth, Lao Ma felt as if his tongue had been struck by a faint electric current. Immediately, an indescribable burst of extreme freshness exploded in his mouth. The meat was not only tender, but also had a surprisingly explosive chewiness. Lao Ma had no time to savor it. He picked up the lunchbox and gulped down the entire bowl of tiger bone thunder porridge, broth and all. Gulp. The steaming porridge slid down his esophagus into his stomach. The next moment, a miracle occurred. Lao Ma's eyes widened in shock, filled with unbelievable bloodshot veins. He felt a violent heat wave, extreme, yet harmless to his body, explode in his stomach. This heat transformed into countless small bolts of lightning racing through his meridians. His dantian, which had been completely dried up, was forcibly filled in an instant with an extremely pure thunder, a tribute true chi. It was even 10 times fuller than during his peak period. What kind of energy is this? Lao Ma trembled all over, clearly hearing a crisp crack sound from within his body. That was the martial arts bottleneck that had plagued him for a full decade. The indestructible, intangible barrier shattered like paper under the onslaught of this domineering golden-grade thunder energy. A surge of powerful vitality belonging to the peak of martial artists erupted from Lao Ma. Did I break through? Lao Ma stared blankly at his powerful hands. The deep wound on his abdomen visible to the bone was now rapidly scabbing and healing amidst a tingling sensation of flesh sprouting. Huh, I've broken through. I am at the peak of a martial artist. Lao Ma let out a roar that seemed almost insane, kicking the sandbag in front of him away. He drew the horse-slaying knife from his back, transforming into a whirlwind as he jumped out of the trench. Die, you bastards. With a flash of the blade, a bronze-grade wind blade wolf that had just charged onto the city wall was cleaved in half, without even letting out a scream. Such miracles were not isolated. On the other side of the Western defense line, 2 entry-level masters from the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy were being cornered by a silver-grade mid-level shadow leopard. Both of them were covered in claw marks, and it seemed they could hardly hold on any longer. A logistics soldier risked his life to throw a lunchbox at their feet. 2 instructors hurry up and eat. They exchanged glances. One grabbed a handful of lightning fried tiger slices and swallowed it. Boom. A silver-white electric halo erupted around both of them. They felt their neural reflexes spike to an unimaginable level in an instant. Their muscles were filled with explosive power about to burst. Their combat power surged by 50% in a flash. So fast. One instructor exclaimed, realizing that the shadow leopard, which had originally moved like lightning, now appeared to be in slow motion. Lao Lu go. The 2 instructors unhesitatingly counterattacked. In the flurry of blades, the accompanying weak paralysis effect greatly reduced the shadow leopard's speed. In less than 3 exchanges, the once mighty silver-grade beast was jointly decapitated by the 2 instructors. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, a shocking transformation occurred along the Western defense line that spanned several kilometers. Those previously dispirited soldiers of the city defense army, who had even closed their eyes ready to wait for death after consuming this specially crafted meal infused with golden-grade energy, seemed to be reborn, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty green light. Kill. Drive these. The defense line, which had been on the verge of collapse, transformed into an unshakable iron wall after just one meal. The ferocious charge of the beasts was brutally pushed back by these warriors, who seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The tide of battle was instantly reversed. The warriors on the city walls even began to spontaneously organize a countercharge. They roared, waving their weapons, cutting down beasts one after another. Even they couldn't believe how they suddenly became so strong and enduring. Meanwhile, in the command center, the chief commander responsible for the Western defense line was staring intently at the holographic tactical screen before him. On the screen, the red defensive net that had represented extreme danger and had been torn apart by beasts miraculously began to heal and was expanding outward with an unstoppable momentum, turning into green, which represented a counterattack. The commander was stunned, not even noticing the walkie-talkie dropping from his hand. Can someone tell me what exactly happened at the Western Gate? The commander pointed at the soldiers on the screen, who looked as fierce as war gods, his voice trembling. Weren't they supposed to be defending? How did they all turn into berserkers? The adjutant beside him swallowed hard and brought up the frontline surveillance footage. In the footage, a group of soldiers were wildly eating from iron lunchboxes, and after finishing, they charged down, yelling with their knives. Report, sir. The adjutant's expression was extremely peculiar. The logistics student cooking at Supply Station 3 just had a batch of lunchboxes sent up. After eating, the brothers turned into this. The commander gasped. What kind of elixir did that cook put in the food? At this moment, inside Supply Station 3, Chaoyun was leisurely leaning against the stove, holding a cup of cool boiled water to moisten his throat. In his mind, he was experiencing an unprecedented barrage of system notifications. Ding. Frontline warriors consuming your dishes break through their bottlenecks, gratitude value 200. Ding. Grandmaster instructors consuming your dishes counterkill powerful enemies, gratitude value 300. Ding. A large amount of gratitude value is pouring in. Gratitude value 100. Gratitude value 150. A dense array of blue virtual panels rapidly scrolled across his retina. Ultimately, the numbers settled at an astonishing height. Total gratitude value credited 3,500. Chaoyun looked at the soaring gratitude value balance on the panel, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3,500 points. This huge sum was enough for him to exchange for several legendary ancient cooking utensils in the system shop or directly buy medicine to break through. A single meal turned the tide of the entire base. Meanwhile, he reaped a massive amount of gratitude value. This business was simply too profitable. However, Chaoyun's gaze swept over the cutting board and the few empty large iron pots beside it. His brow slightly furrowed. Although the western defense line had stabilized, the beast tied outside was still like an ocean endless, showing no signs of retreat. And his premium ingredient, the thunder-patterned tiger, had been consumed down to the last bone shard. Without high-grade ingredients as the main material, he couldn't create strategic dishes that could continue to provide powerful buffs. Once the medicinal effects within those warriors on the wall were exhausted, the defense line would inevitably face a new wave of collapse. He needed more ingredients, and they must be of high quality. Linmu, Chaoyun set down his water cup and turned to look at the panting fat boy who had just returned from delivering food. Brother Yin, what's up? Linmu said, excitedly, still immersed in the shocking scene of the frontline warriors slaughtering their enemies. Clean the pots. Chaoyun picked up the old chef's knife from the cutting board again. We're out of ingredients. He turned his gaze towards the distant city walls, where cannon fire roared and beast roars echoed. A madness and greed that disregarded everything flickered in his eyes. I'm going to restock. Yungu, have you lost your mind? Linmu tightly grasped Chaoyun's arm, nearly hanging off him. If you go out now, it's not just delivering takeout, it's like sending them a buffet. Shin Changfeng stood in front, clear. Brother, please calm down. Although your strength has greatly increased, and you have approached the threshold of a grand master in the face of thousands of beast ways, individual power is too insignificant. Even wearing you down could lead to your demise. Chaoyun offered no further explanation. He merely gave a gentle shake of his arm, sending a soft yet irresistible force that pushed Linmu back half a step. Don't turn off the stove, wait for the water to boil. With that, Chaoyun suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. Swift wind step advanced, instantly activated, and the air beneath him erupted into a cloud of white mist. He transformed into a gray shadow akin to a gust of wind charging out of the supply station directly towards the west city wall. The guards on the wall were engaged in a fierce battle. They had just repelled a wave of fierce attacks thanks to the medicinal power from the thunder-patterned tiger feast, and were hurriedly changing magazines. Suddenly, they saw a young man in a faded work uniform and a gray apron rushing towards them. Before a few guards could even ask what was happening, Chaoyun leapt into the air. He didn't even slow down, directly jumping from the crumbling city wall more than 10 meters high. What the hell? Someone's jumping off the wall. A soldier reloading a cannon exclaimed, quickly leaning over the parapet to look down. Which fool is doing this? Do they have a death wish? But what happened next would remain etched in the minds of this soldier and all the warriors peering over the wall for the rest of their lives. Chaoyun fell like a shooting star, landing steadily amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood below the city wall. The moment he touched down, the powerful rebound of his vital energy caused the muddy ground to explode into a large pit. Around him, there were piles of beast corpses that had fallen due to the failed siege. For ordinary warriors, these were repulsive, stinking garbage and obstacles that could trip them up at any moment. But for Chaoyun, this was a mountain of open-air gold mines, a super fresh market open for free. System activate full map ingredient plunder. He calmly issued the command in his heart. He didn't even draw his sword to kill the living beast still raging. He moved like a savvy housewife on a discount day at the supermarket, deftly weaving through the battlefield. He stopped in front of a silver-grade armored wild boar, half its body blown off by a cannonball. A light touch on the surface of the corpse was all it took. The blue system data light flashed instantly. Swish! The most succulent hind leg meat and perfectly preserved tenderloin were swiftly and cleanly stripped away. It disappeared into thin air, directly entering the system's preservation space. Chaoyun didn't stop, sliding over to the remains of a windblade wolf. Another blue flash. The finest marrow and heart of the windblade wolf were perfectly harvested. As for the substandard meat that had soured, he didn't even glance at it, simply stepping past. Swish! 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 Chaoyun's speed reached its zenith. He strolled leisurely amidst the hail of bullets and the flying limbs of beasts. Occasionally, a few oblivious black iron or even bronze-level living beasts with their eyes red attempted to ambush him from behind. Chaoyun didn't even draw his knife. He didn't even turn his head, relying on the absolute perception, often 1,000 miles, seeking fragrance radar. He casually swung his hand behind him. The terrifying power of a mid-tier grandmaster combined with the precise grasp of weaknesses from Butcher's cleaver. He sliced directly along the bone seams of the beast. Crack! The bronze-level venomous tail snake that had attempted to ambush him was smoothly dismembered into several large chunks of meat midair. He even casually plucked the venom sac from it and threw it into the ruins. This was truly a one-sided, unreasonable dimensional strike. The warriors on the wall gradually stopped firing, and a strange silence fell over the battleground. They stared dumbfounded at the scene below the wall. That young man in the faded work uniform and gray apron appeared like a top-notch butcher amid the throngs, calmly slicing a piece of meat here, reaching for a kidney there. Sometimes he would stand in place, shaking his head in disdain if a beast's meat was charred by cannon fire. Who the hell is this tough guy from which unit? The soldier who had been holding a heavy machine gun swallowed hard, feeling that the slaughter machine in his hands had instantly turned into a firewood stick. What is he doing? Cutting meat. Another warrior rubbed his eyes, looking utterly absurd. Here we are fighting for our lives with our heads on the line. Did he just go down to stock up? Did he just toss aside a silver-grade beast core and only take the tenderloin? In the brutal and bloody battlefield, an absurd yet breathtaking spectacle unfolded. 10 minutes. Chaoyun roamed among the mound of corpses for a full 10 minutes. The system's preservation space was already filled with over 100 tons of incredibly fresh, high-grade beast core ingredients. This amount was enough for him to prepare a 3-day banquet for the entire West Gate defense line. Time to wrap up, returning fully loaded. Chaoyun satisfiedly dusted off his hands. With a loud bang, several chunks of premium wind-blade wolf hind leg meat weighing hundreds of pounds and still steaming were heavily thrown onto the wooden counter at Supply Station No. 3 by Chaoyun. Lin Mu gazed at the top-tier ingredients that had appeared out of nowhere, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yungu, your supply speed is incredible. Our defense line is safe now. The plump man quickly grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to help cut the meat. However, his knife hadn't even fallen yet. Suddenly, a deafening air raid siren erupted over the entire Iron Eagle Bay city, 10 times more piercing than the previous beast-tide assault. The red alarm lights within the supply station flickered wildly, blinding those present. What's going on? Are the mutated beasts attacking again? Lin Mu trembled in fear, the kitchen knife dropping from his hand onto the counter. The guards on the city wall had just finished eating and had pushed back the mutated beasts. Why then had the alarm escalated? Before they could react, Shin Changfeng rushed into the supply station like a gust of wind. This grandmaster, who had just been slaying enemies on the city wall, now looked pale as a sheet, his hand trembling slightly, even while gripping his knife. Brother, stop cooking. Something serious has happened. Shin Changfeng seized Chaoyun's arm. His voice. The second golden tier mutated beast has appeared. Upon hearing this, all the injured personnel resting in the supply station gasped in shock. A golden tier thunder pattern tiger had almost claimed half of the West Gate defense's lives. Now another one was coming. What is it this time? Chaoyun frowned. He wasn't afraid, he just found it troublesome. Just as he was about to heat up some oil, another large ingredient was delivered, meaning the work in the kitchen would never end. It's a basalt turtle. Shin Changfeng swallowed hard, his eyes filled with deep dread. A defensive type golden tier initial stage overlord. The frontline reconnaissance drone just captured an image. This beast is as big as a small mountain, and its shell is covered in solidified volcanic rock. It's currently leading over 10,000 silver tier mutated beasts along the main road of the Black Mist Forest, crushing everything in its path towards the West Gate like a bulldozer. Shin Changfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes red. If the thunder pattern tiger killed with explosive power, then this basalt turtle is nothing less than a pure siege machine. Its speed may be slow, but even a latest-stage grandmaster wielding a blade would struggle to leave a scratch on it. Once it gets close to the city wall, any casual collision will shatter the several dozen-meter-high alloy defense like a cookie. At this moment, inside the general headquarters of the city defense forces, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing point. Bang! General Qin slammed the bone china teacup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. The white-haired old general trembled with rage, pointing at the communication screen and cursing loudly. Zhou Hongyi, you old bastard. The basalt turtle is already 5 kilometers from the city gate. You, a dignified martial saint, are hiding underground in your Zhou family estate like a coward. On the other end of the holographic communication, Zhou Hongyi, the head of the Zhou family, sat calmly in a high-backed chair, leisurely sipping tea. General Qin, please remain calm. Zhou Hongyi's tone was indifferent, carrying a sense of aloof superiority. The main force of the beast tide hasn't been identified. This is just an appetizer. If I take action now and exhaust my martial saint's true energy, what if the Dark Serpent organization, or an even stronger beast king, ambushes the inner city? Who will protect the foundation of Iron Eagle City? My Zhou family's resources must be used wisely. As for the West Gate defense, Zhou Hongyi cast a faint glance at the screen. Isn't there still over 10,000 city guards? We can use lives to buy time to hold it back. With that, the communication was abruptly cut off. What a scoundrel. He only cares about the interests of his Zhou family. General Qin was furious, slamming his hand down and cracking the wooden sand table in front of him. All the officers in the command center bowed their heads, clenching their fists tightly, filled with sorrow and helplessness, relying on the aristocracy for salvation. In this high martial world, the lives of those at the bottom are worth less than a single tile in the estates of the powerful. Pass on my orders. General Qin's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his sidearm. All Grandmaster-level officers, come with me to the front lines. Even if I have to bite, I'll skin that damn turtle alive. Meanwhile, at Supply Station No. 3, despair spread like a plague among the injured. It's over, the basalt turtle. It's known as the most troublesome iron lump among the golden tier beasts. If the martial saint doesn't act, we tens of thousands can only wait for death. Lin Mu sat on the ground, his face ashen. Shin Changfeng tightened his grip on his long knife, preparing for a final charge. Just then, amidst the city's gloom and despair, He Chaoyun stood quietly at the supply station's entrance. He raised his head, his gaze surpassing the shattered city wall, looking towards the massive dark shadow slowly approaching on the distant horizon. On his retina, a faint blue system scanning frame visible only to him was firmly locked onto the moving small mountain. Ding. Ingredient identification activated. Target basalt turtle living. Danger level golden tier initial stage. Ingredient quality supreme restorative item. Edible core parts basalt turtle skirt 100-year turtle fat spiritual turtle meat. System recommends the best cooking method slow braised old fire soup. When cooked with spiritual herbs, it can greatly enhance physical strength and provide permanent physical defense. He Chaoyun looked at the detailed ingredient data report before him. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. A golden tier turtle indeed. In his last life, this was an unparalleled wild seafood that could not be bought for any price. If that turtle skirt were stewed to become tender, the mouth would be filled with gooey collagen, a true fuel station for men. Yinga, what are you thinking? Lin Mu looked at He Chaoyun's increasingly peculiar expression, feeling inexplicably uneasy. At a time like this, how could Yinga not be afraid? But instead, I wasn't thinking about anything. He Chaoyun returned to his senses, murmuring seriously. I was just thinking that turtle soup needs to be cooked longer to absorb the flavor. Lin Mu was dumbfounded. Shin Changfeng was also taken aback. Bro, that's a golden tier siege beast outside capable of smashing city walls, and you're actually thinking about how long it takes to stew soup. He Chaoyun ignored the petrified expressions of the two. He turned around, picked up the gray apron he had just taken off, and tied it firmly around his waist. Then he secured a battered old chef's knife to his lower back. Lin Mu, go wash out those large alloy pots from the storeroom and fill them with water for use. As He Chaoyun flexed his wrists and walked out, Lin Mu shouted anxiously, Yun, go. Where are you going again? He Chaoyun paused, pointing casually towards the direction outside the city wall without looking back. His tone was as relaxed as if he were heading to the market. The water is already boiling. Where else could I go? I'm going out to catch a turtle to make soup. With that, He Chaoyun's figure flickered, transforming into a gray whirlwind directly vaulting over the towering city wall, leaving behind a group of warriors in the supply station feeling utterly bewildered, caught in the wind. Outside the city wall of Shimin, the massive body of the basalt turtle was crushing the corpses of countless exotic beasts, producing a series of bone-crushing sounds that made one's teeth ache. With every step it took, the ground trembled violently. The soldiers on the city wall gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweaty. Amidst this suffocating sense of pressure, a thin figure in a faded work uniform and a gray apron casually appeared right in front of the basalt turtle. It was He Chaoyun. Is that kid insane? A captain of the city guards on the wall exclaimed in shock, his eyes. That's a golden grade basalt turtle. Even a full force strike from a late grandmaster can't break its defense. How could a mere cook from the logistics team withstand the crushing of such a monster, no matter how amazing his cooking was? Quick, call him back. That's not going to kill the monster, that's going to deliver rations. The warriors on the wall were extremely anxious, but no one dared to jump down to save him. The golden grade pressure emanating from the basalt turtle made it difficult for ordinary martial artists to breathe. However, He Chaoyun, standing in the center of the battlefield, seemed completely unaffected by the terrifying pressure. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the colossal creature before him, which was as tall as a 3-story building. Indeed a tough opponent. He Chaoyun stroked his chin. He did not rush in like a fool, waving his kitchen knife wildly. Battling this creature with brute force was futile, though his strength was nearing 600 points, making him quite formidable among mid-tier grandmasters. The turtle's armor value was at least over 2,000. Engaging it head-on would only shatter his knife, without any practical significance. System initiate full power structural scan. He Chaoyun silently commanded. Ding. The advanced vision of Butcher's insight has been activated. The world before him instantly transformed into a deep blue data grid. Upon the basalt turtle's indestructible shell, countless red mechanical structure lines emerged. This was a chef's professional evaluation of his ingredients. He Chaoyun resembled a top chef selecting king crabs at a seafood market. With his hands in the pockets of his apron, he began to circle the gigantic basalt turtle leisurely. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The warriors on the wall were dumbfounded. What is Chef He doing? The martial artist who had just broken through rubbed his eyes in confusion. Is he just walking in circles? Is he setting up some ancient formation? I've heard that some masters from hidden sects must perform a stepping ritual before a fight. Another soldier swallowed hard, forcing his imagination. The basalt turtle was also somewhat irritated by the actions of this tiny human. In its simple mind, this insect should have screamed and fled upon seeing it. This little creature circling around was nothing short of a provocation. Roar! The basalt turtle let out a deep roar, echoing like thunder across the wilderness. It raised its right front leg thicker than a column and stomped down with immense force towards Chaoyun. Boom! The ground was forcefully smashed into a 5-meter wide pit. Dirt and debris flew into the air. It's over. The soldiers on the wall gasped in shock. But as the dust settled, Chaoyun stood unharmed 10 meters away from the edge of the pit. He had merely executed an advanced version of the swift wind step. While the basalt turtle's defense was impenetrable, its weakness was equally fatal. Its speed was too slow. Its attack wind-up was akin to performing calisthenics. For someone as agile as Chaoyun, whose reflexes were unnaturally quick. As long as he wasn't hit directly, this creature was essentially a moving target. Got it. Chaoyun stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the vision of Butcher's insight, he finally discovered a flaw in this nearly perfect armored beast. At the junction between the basalt turtle's thick carapace and its underbelly located at the base of its sturdy neck, there was an extremely subtle crack hidden beneath layers of wrinkled flesh. Width 2 millimeters. This was a physiological gap that occurred when it breathed and extended its head, preventing the shell from closing completely. For such a massive turtle, these 2 millimeters were nearly negligible. But that was already enough. Shellfish are never cut with a knife. Chaoyun smirked with a professional grin. They are pried open with the knife's tip. The upcoming tactic was simple: to precisely insert the blade into that 2-millimeter crack. Then channel the Grandmaster-level fire attribute True Energy of Lion's Flame Fist into the turtle's shell, to execute a splendid internal explosive cooking method. Though it sounded simple, the operational difficulty was hellish. The basalt turtle was extremely cautious. As soon as it sensed any deadly threat, it would instantly retract its head into its shell. Once it withdrew its head, the 2-millimeter crack would be completely sealed by its thick muscles, losing all opportunity. Chaoyun had to wait. Wait for a moment when it actively attacked, when its defenses were at their weakest. He stood less than 20 meters directly in front of the turtle. Not dodging, not evading, nor counterattacking. He just stood there quietly, as if patiently waiting for water to boil. The basalt turtle was thoroughly enraged by this disregard. A brutal glimmer flashed in its cold vertical pupils. This insect was too agile to catch. Then it would simply crush him with a bite. Roar! A deep rumble emanated from the depths of the basalt turtle's throat. Its massive head, covered in bony spikes, suddenly lunged forward from its heavy shell. Like a striking venomous snake, it opened its gaping maw reeking of blood and lunged viciously at Chaoyun, just as its neck fully extended. In the vision of Butcher's insight, the 2-millimeter crack at the base of its neck suddenly widened to 3 millimeters due to the stretching of muscles. The opportunity has come. Chaoyun's eyes sparkled as the old chef's knife at his lower back instantly on. The old chef's cleaver shot forth like a gray lightning bolt. Facing the beast's gaping blood-drenched maw, Chaoyun did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward. The ground beneath his feet erupted violently, carving out a deep crater. His advanced gale step was pushed to its absolute physical limit. Not a single inch did he yield backward, rather he slid forward and sideways in an impossible angle, swift, precise, and utterly unnatural. Speed, blinding, incomprehensible speed. Chaoyun dissolved into a gray afterimage, so swift the naked eye could not track him, slipping seamlessly beneath the rough basalt-like jaw of the Xuanwu rock turtle. Like a specter materializing from shadow, he appeared beneath the colossal neck. His blade thrust forward. Within his dantian, the violent master-level chi of a mid-tier grandmaster surged without restraint. Yet he did not unleash his chi outward in flamboyant, dazzling swordlight. Instead, he compressed every ounce of power inward. Tight focus sealed relentlessly at the very tip of the blade. Shoo! No deafening clang of metal on metal rang out. Only a soft, muffled sound like a sharp blade parting thick, hardened leather. The blade struck with surgical precision, exactly aligned with the 3-millimeter fissure, and slid in effortlessly, driving deep into the creature's flesh. It plunged deeply into the soft, vulnerable tissue of the Xuanwu rock turtle's neck. Roar! A searing, soul-rending agony wrenched a distorted, guttural shriek from the beast. Its massive body locked rigid. Instinct screamed for it to retract its head, crushing both the lethal blade and its wielder beneath the indestructible rim of its carapace. Think you can pull your head in? Chaoyun sneered, coldly gripping the hilt with both hands. Too late. Flame chain strike. At his low command, the fiery chi of his lion flame fist flooded through the hilt, like a breached dam, surging violently into the blade. Within the turtle's body, the old chef's cleaver instantly transformed into a white-hot branding iron. Not a trace of that ferocious flame chi wasted itself outside. The heat remained wholly contained, channeled inward. All of it was delivered with surgical accuracy into the turtle's sealed interior. This texture. Chaoyun tightened his grip, feeling resistance travel up the blade, and clicked his tongue thoughtfully. It's just like filleting an oversized abalone. shell still on of course. The Xuanwu rock turtle thrashed wildly. Its neck strained backward, desperate to escape the torment. But Chaoyun granted it no such reprieve. Planting his feet like iron stakes, he twisted his waist with explosive force. With both hands locked on the hilt, he followed the fisher's path and wrenched the blade sideways with brutal, decisive leverage. Open! A grating, teeth-rattling screech tore through the air. The Xuanwu rock turtle's legendary carapace, said to be impervious even to late-tier grandmasters, split open from the base of its neck, yielding a clean half-meter-long fracture. Boom! The instant the crack burst wide, thick black smoke and blinding crimson flame erupted from the fissure, shooting skyward like a volcanic geyser. High above the turtle's interior had become a sealed high-pressure furnace. The blazing flame Chaoyun had injected now raged unchecked, scouring, consuming, incinerating its tender internal organs. This gold-rank siege behemoth was undergoing a living internal roasting, its immense frame convulsing in agony as it rolled helplessly across the earth. Its thick limbs clawed furiously at the soil, gouging crater after crater into the ground. Silver-rank monsters nearby, too slow to flee, were crushed flat beneath its writhing bulk, reduced to crimson pulp. The moment the fissure split, Chaoyun withdrew the cleaver and leapt back 3 light, measured steps, landing calmly beyond the danger zone. No ragged gasping betrayed exhaustion. Only the serene composure of a master chef timing a delicate reduction on the stove. From his pocket he drew a worn cloth and wiped the blade clean with unhurried, practiced strokes, his gaze fixed upon the turtle's writhing form. A faint frown crossed his brow as he murmured softly, "Enough already, stop thrashing. If you keep rolling, your innards will char beyond salvage. Break the gallbladder, and the broth turns bitterly acrid." His eyes flickered with quiet regret as they traced the half-meter gash across the shell. Fisk, overzealous leverage. For proper stewing, the turtle shell must remain intact. No excessive fragmentation. That's the essence of original broth, original ingredient. Presentation matters. Now look, leaking steam. Ruin. Time ticked on. On the rampart, soldiers stood slack-jawed mouths agape wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. The entire west gate defense line fell into deathly silence, broken only by the wind sighing through battlefield smoke and the turtle's fading, agonized cries. "Old Ma, pinch me." A machine gunner on the wall stared blankly, voice trembling. "Did I just hallucinate? Did that guy in the apron really just stab a gold-rank beast to death with a kitchen cleaver?" Old Ma didn't answer. His own jaw had dropped so far it nearly brushed his shins. His grip on the great saber trembled, not from fear but from pure, unadulterated awe. This was the Xuanwu rock turtle, the very monster that had stymied the city defense command, forcing them to feed it lives like grain. As disbelief gripped every witness, 3 minutes slipped away unnoticed. Thud, with one final dull impact. The Xuanwu rock turtle's mountainous frame ceased all movement. Its limbs sprawled lifelessly. Its massive head slammed into the mud and never rose again. From the cracked carapace, fragrant, savory steam curled upward, rich and golden. Utterly, irrevocably dead. Every soldier on the wall felt their thoughts grind to a halt. A gold-rank Tier 1 defensive titan, the creature that had plunged Taiying City into despair, whose mere presence made even martial sages hesitate to draw their blades, was gone. Slain. Not by a legendary warrior nor a sect patriarch, but by a cook from the logistics division, with a battered kitchen cleaver. In under 5 minutes. Filleted right there on the field like a roasted tortoise. Amidst the stunned silence, Chaoyun strode purposefully toward the corpse. He gave the vast mud-smeared carapace a firm, approving pat. A deep, resonant thud echoed. Excellent. Perfect doneness. The meat remains tender, and the shell retains ideal structural integrity. He turned, lifting his gaze toward the towering rampart. His voice carried no shout, yet in that profound stillness it reached every martial cultivator's ear with crystalline clarity. "Keep this shell," he declared matter-of-factly, as if instructing a fishmonger on how to gut a live carp. "Flip it over. It makes a perfect natural pressure cooker. Dinner for the brothers tonight." On the city wall of Ximen, a deathly silence lingered for a full minute. Hundreds of bloodied warriors seemed to have been collectively paralyzed. Everyone stared intently at the thin figure below the wall. With a single strike, he had killed a silver-grade beast. They could barely comprehend this as the descendant of some hidden family out for training. But to slice through a golden-grade, initial-level basalt tortoise. He even boasted about using its shell as a pot. This had completely surpassed their martial knowledge. Finally, a squad leader who had just arrived from Supply Station No. 3 after drinking tiger bone porridge rubbed his eyes vigorously. He pointed at the young man below who was gesticulating at the tortoise shell. His voice trembled. That silhouette. That worn-out logistical work uniform. The squad leader gasped, slapping his thigh in realization. His voice teetered on the edge of breaking. "That's Chaoyun. The chef from the supply station who made us thunder. This statement exploded like a heavy bomb, causing a stir among the crowded city wall. What the hell? What did you just say? The one who single-handedly slaughtered a golden grade turtle is a chef, eh? Old Moss' eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't even notice when his bloodied saber fell to the ground with a clatter. It really is Brother Yun. From the back of the crowd, Lin Mu and Shun Changfeng leaned over the parapet. The chubby man was so excited that his flesh quivered. He pointed below and yelled, afraid others wouldn't know he was acquainted with that guy down there. That apron is the one I just washed for him yesterday. There's even a hole in the right pocket. The news spread like a whirlwind, instantly sweeping across the entire Shimin defense line. That behind Thessine's hero who had boosted the entire army's combat power with a single meal. The logistics soldier known to all as Chef, he turned out to be a terrifyingly formidable master capable of taking down golden grade giant beasts all by himself. The warriors on the city wall erupted in cheers. Shouts and roars reverberated through the sky. Many even took off their bloodied helmets, frantically waving them towards the figure below. But at the center of the storm, Chaoyun was completely oblivious to the thunderous adoration above. No. But this basalt tortoise in front of him could be simmered into the most nourishing rich soup. System activate the assistance peeling function. Chaoyun approached the cracked tortoise shell. He placed his palm on the scalding shell, and a blue light web instantly spread from the crack enveloping his body. Lift. Chaoyun's arm muscles bulged dramatically. The terrifying power of a mid-level grandmaster erupted. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sound of tearing muscles. That complete semicircular tortoise shell, weighing several tons and comparable in area to a small room, was forcibly lifted from the flesh of the rock tortoise by Chaoyun. With a dull thud, Chaoyun turned the massive tortoise shell over, securely placing it on the ground. It was basically a natural rock-insulated super pot. After preparing the pot, Chaoyun turned back to the bloodied carcass. The blade flashed like lightning as he skillfully navigated along the bone seams. The passive effect of butcher's skill ensured that each of his cuts avoided hard obstructions, reaching the most delectable parts. The most precious and complete piece of century-old tortoise fat was extracted. It radiated an enticing golden hue and was directly placed into the system's preservation box. Shortly after, the elastic and gelatinous tortoise skirt was sliced into evenly thick pieces. Large chunks of tender tortoise meat were deboned and cut into pieces. The entire process flowed smoothly, embodying a natural rhythm. It was as if this wasn't a blood-soaked battlefield but the kitchen of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The warriors on the city wall gradually quieted down. They leaned over the city wall, watching Chaoyun below, transfixed. Next, they witnessed a scene that was utterly incomprehensible yet absurdly extreme. After preparing the ingredients, Chaoyun did not pack the meat to return to the city. He directly walked up to the overturned giant tortoise shell. He kicked away a few obstructive stones with his foot and pulled out several massive bones from the pile of silver-grade armored cow corpses nearby. He constructed a makeshift giant stove beneath the tortoise shell. Then he snapped his fingers. A wisp of ghostly blue flame shot from his fingertips, landing in the bone framework. Boom. The roaring flames instantly ignited in the center of the battlefield. The firelight reddened half the sky, surrounded by scattered beast corpses. In the distance, there was a horde of beasts still eyeing the scene with caution, deterred by the residual pressure of the golden grate. And in this brutal meat grinder's center, a young man in an apron was rolling up his sleeves, pouring the cut tortoise meat and skirt directly into the giant pot made from the tortoise shell. What is he trying to do? Old Ma rubbed his shocked, stiff facial muscles, eyes glued below. From what I see, he seems to be planning to stew soup right in the battlefield, using the beast shell as a pot, using the beast's meat as stuffing, lighting a fire among the beast corpses to cook. A nearby instructor swallowed hard, feeling as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. Is this chef treating our Iron Eagle City's defense line as his third canteen's open-air buffet? This scene was simply too outrageous. Yet it was also incredibly domineering. Chaoyun paid no mind to how others perceived him. He retrieved pure spiritual spring water from the system space and filled the tortoiseshell pot. Then he grabbed handfuls of special antiodor herbs and spices from the system, generously tossing them into the pot. With the fire blazing as the water temperature rose, thick white steam began to rise from the tortoiseshell pot. Half an hour later, gurgle gurgle, the pot was bubbling with a milky white rich soup. The gelatinous tortoise skirt had completely melted into the soup, thickening it immensely. A fragrance entirely different from the past violent and domineering scent of the thunderstriped tiger. Rich, mellow, exuding a life fragrance that made one feel as if they could extend their lifespan by 10 years with just a whiff, drifted up to the city wall with the battlefield's warm air. Gulp. Across the entire Shimin defense line, thousands of warriors who had just experienced a life-and-death blood battle, upon catching a whiff of this aroma, collectively released a thunderous sound of swallowing saliva. Their knives, guns, and spears suddenly lost their appeal. All eyes glinted green, fixated on the boiling tortoise shell pot below. If drooling on the battlefield could be considered a form of retreat, then these thousands would all have to be dealt with by military law. Just then, Chaoyun heard the long-awaited crisp notification sound in his mind. Ding! Golden Grade Special Recipe Cooking Complete. Xuanwu Longevity Soup perfectly served. Consumption effect: host and consumers gain physique 50, of physical defense 40, injury recovery 35. Note: first large-scale consumption will definitely grant the passive defense skill Tortoise Shell Shield. Hearing this game-changing attribute boost, Chaoyun contentedly took out a large bowl and scooped himself a full bowl of rich soup. Blowing on the steam, he downed it in one go. The thick soup flowed down his throat, transforming into an indomitable warm current that instantly doubled the thickness of his true chi shield. Even the surface of his skin faintly shimmered with a layer of soft golden light, as tough as rock. Comfortable. Chaoyun wiped the corner of his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. He lifted his head, looking at the city defense soldiers on the wall who were gazing at him, eagerly, saliva almost flowing like a waterfall. Chaoyun smiled. He walked up to the massive tortoise shell pot, gripping the protruding bone spur at its edge with one hand. More than 500 points of terrifying power erupted at once. Lift. Chaoyun raised this giant tortoise shell filled with several tons of boiling rich soup, with one hand, not spilling a single drop. With a push off the ground, his figure shot up like a cannon, directly jumping onto the Shimen city wall several meters high. Bang! The massive tortoiseshell pot was firmly placed on the walkway of the wall, causing several cracks to form on the hard alloy surface. Chaoyun untied his apron and casually dusted off the surface. Facing the several thousand pairs of hungry eyes glaring like wolves fixated on the rich soup, he pulled out a large stack of iron lunchboxes from the system space and placed them next to the pot, casually uttering two words. Form a line. Don't push. Did you hear Yun Guess order? Form a line. Lin Mu found himself at the front of the crowd, holding a large iron spoon, imposing and maintaining order. Who dares to cut in line? If anyone does, I Fatty will smash his head with this spoon, and he won't get a single drop of soup today. The city defense soldiers, who had just been ravenous like starving wolves, immediately put away their weapons. Thousands of people formed an orderly queue along the blood-soaked city wall passage, creating a long line that could be measured with a ruler. No one dared to complain, because the young man wearing an apron had just killed a golden-level defensive behemoth right in front of them. Old Ma stood at the front, holding his helmet with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Lin Mu. Fat brother, give me more soup. It's fine if there's less meat. Old Ma, just crave this rich flavor. Lin Mu was not ambiguous either. With one scoop, he filled the helmet with soup and meat to the brim and poured it directly into Old Ma's helmet. Drink it while it's hot. Old Ma lifted the helmet, not caring about the scalding temperature, and tilted his head to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. A large bowl of milky white Xuanwu longevity soup was swallowed. Satisfied, Old Ma burped, just about to wipe his mouth. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shock. His legs felt weak, and he nearly knelt on the ground. Boom. A terrifying heat wave, heavy as a mountain and long as the rivers and seas, exploded from his stomach. This energy was not as violently painful as the Leiwan tiger meat, but instead was filled with a warm, rich vitality. The heat surged into his limbs and veins, frantically nourishing his meridians that had been injured from years of battle. Then, Old Ma was horrified to discover that a layer of faint golden energy patterns shaped like hexagonal turtle shells began to emerge on his skin. What is this thing? Old Ma touched his arm, and the sensation was no longer soft skin, but a solidified shield as hard as steel and as cold as rock. At that moment, a silver-level gale wolf, taking advantage of the defense line's shift, suddenly pounced from behind. It opened its mouth full of fangs, bringing with it a gust of wind that tore through the air, viciously biting at Old Ma's neck. Old Ma, watch out behind you. A comrade beside him let out a terrified scream. The distance was too close. Old Ma had no time to turn around and draw his weapon. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, preparing to face the agonizing pain of death. Clang! A crisp and piercing sound of metal clashing echoed on the city wall. The expected scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. Old Ma felt a slight numbness at the back of his neck, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. He turned in confusion. He saw that the fierce, silver-level gale wolf was now writhing in pain on the ground. Its mouth, capable of crushing alloy steel plates, had actually broken several fangs, and it was bleeding. As for Old Ma's neck, that layer of faint golden turtle shell pattern only flickered slightly, leaving not even a trace. What the hell? Old Ma stared at the wolf rolling on the ground, his mind buzzing. Have I become? This scene not only stunned Old Ma, but the soldiers around him holding their lunchboxes were also left dumbfounded. This was the passive skill enhancement of the Xuanwu longevity soup, the turtle shell shield. The physical defense suddenly surged by 40 points, combined with the golden level turtle shell traits that even grandmasters could not penetrate. Those ordinary warriors who drank the soup transformed into indestructible human tanks on the battlefield. Brothers, this soup is miraculous. We are invulnerable. Old Ma let out a joyous roar, throwing away the helmet in his hands and charging at the Gale Wolf with empty hands. Die for me. Relying on his turtle shell patterns, he didn't dodge or evade, taking the Gale Wolf's claw strikes heat and with a powerful punch, smashed its skull. This frantic scene completely ignited the entire Shimen defense line. Drink soup. Hurry and drink soup. Finish the soup and go down to kill those beasts. Thousands of soldiers devoured the rich soup from the turtle shell pot clean. The next second, on the Shimen city wall, a continuous array of faint golden hexagonal patterns lit up. These warriors, originally exhausted from depleted true energy, were now invigorated and bursting with wounds healed instantly, stamina fully restored, and they were clad in an invincible armor that even silver-level beasts could not bite through. Kill. No one knew who led the shout. Thousands of transformed human tanks abandoned their defensive tactics of shooting from behind cover. They waved their battle swords, roaring as they jumped down from the city wall, charging directly into the fray of the beast army below. At that moment, the battle situation underwent a complete reversal. The beast tide, which had been frantically attacking the city, was terrified to find that this group of two-legged sheep had suddenly become harder than stone. Their claws couldn't even spark, their bites broke their own teeth. Yet these two-legged sheep's swords could easily slice through their throats. It was a one-sided massacre. In less than half an hour, tens of thousands of beasts outside the Shimen defense line were brutally cut through by these bloodthirsty human tanks. After leaving behind a sea of corpses, the remaining beast army let out terrified wails, retreating like a tide, no longer daring to approach Shimen even a step. The Iron Eagle Base city, the crisis at Shimen was completely resolved. When this news was relayed back to the command center via military communication channels, the entire command hall fell into a silence lasting 2 minutes. General Qin leaned on the holographic sand table with trembling hands, tears streaming down his wrinkled. We held it. We really held it. The old general choked up. The adjutant stood by, gazing at the young figure on the big screen, who was washing bowls with a large iron basin on the city wall, swallowing hard. General, not only did we hold it. According to reports from the front lines, our casualty rate has dropped from the expected 60% to less than 5%. That logistics student named Chaoyun. He used a turtle shell pot to turn our troops into war gods. The news could not be contained. Soon the myth of Chaoyun slaying golden-level beasts, creating an invincible iron army through battlefield soup, swept through every corner of the Iron Eagle Base city like a storm. The Martial Arts Academy was in an uproar. The city guard was in an uproar. The major families and hunter guilds could no longer remain calm. At this moment, outside the Shimen No. 3 supply station, a flashy heavy-duty off-road armored vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the ruins of the open kitchen. The car door was kicked open. A towering muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a fierce scar on his face, jumped down with big strides. He exuded a terrifying aura of a peak grandmaster. It was none other than Meng Zhao, the president of the Iron Eagle Base City Hunter Guild. Meng Zhao ignored the officers around him, who saluted him, scanning the area with sharp eyes, his voice booming like a bell. Which one of you is he, Chaoyun? Meng came here to pay a visit. The supply station fell silent. Lin Mu was crouching on the ground, gnawing on a piece of leftover turtle cartilage, and upon hearing the voice, pointed to behind the stove. Meng Zhao looked in the direction Lin Mu was pointing. He saw a young man in a gray apron standing at the sink, diligently scrubbing a large bowl that had just been used for serving soup. Upon hearing someone call his name, Chaoyun turned the clean bowl upside down on the drying rack, then turned around and wiped his hands on a towel. That's me. Chaoyun's tone was very calm, as if standing before him was not a powerful figure, but an ordinary diner at a cafeteria. Meng Zhao was taken aback. He sized up Chaoyun for a full minute. There was no oppressive aura of true energy, no haughty demeanor of a top expert. From any perspective, he looked like the most ordinary kitchen staff. Yet this cook had just accomplished something that even this peak grandmaster did not dare to imagine. Meng Zhao suddenly slapped his thigh, letting out a thunderous laugh. Good lad. He strode forward, staring intently into Chaoyun's eyes. He asked the question that everyone in the city was wondering. Little brother, with your skills and courage, you could cut golden-level beasts as if they were vegetables. Are you a cook wielding a spatula, or a warrior wielding a sword? Facing this imposing, soul-searching question, Chaoyun remained unfazed. He turned around, neatly draping the cloth over the edge of the sink. Then, tilting his head, he looked at Meng Zhao with a nonchalant smile at the corner of his mouth. Using a spatula can cook the food. Using a knife can chop the ingredients. Chaoyun retorted. Is there a difference? Meng Zhao stood there dumbfounded. Then he threw back his head and burst into an even louder laugh. Huh, no difference. Not a bit of difference. Killing monsters is like cooking a small dish. What a great point. In Chaoyun's mind, the system notification tone once again ushered in a wave of unprecedented frenzy. However, the smile on Chaoyun's face did not last long. He turned to look outside the city wall. Although the main force of the beast tide at Shimen had retreated, the radar for searching for fragrance showed that the massive beast horde had not completely dispersed, but was starting to drift towards other defense lines. Moreover, the most critical issue was that while he had plenty of ordinary silver-level ingredients in his system space, the golden-level main ingredients that could provide decisive strategic benefits like the Lewin tiger and Xuanwu rock turtle were completely exhausted. Without top-tier ingredients, a cook is as helpless as a skilled woman without rice. He needed to regain his strength and, more importantly, find new top-tier ingredients. At the same time, a huge doubt slowly rose in Chaoyun's heart. The scale of this beast tide was too. In the many years since the Iron Eagle Bay city was established, there had never been a situation where two golden-level beasts attacked the city at the same time. What was behind this that was driving them? 3 days later, with the final dull roar of cannon fire, the smoke that had lingered over the Iron Eagle Bay city for a week finally began to slowly dissipate. The beast tide has retreated. It left behind the ravaged city walls and mountains of beast corpses. Although the losses were severe compared to the initial pessimistic expectation of city broken and people dead from the command center, this outcome could be considered a miracle. Undoubtedly, the core of this miracle was the battlefield kitchen located at the western gate defense line, which constantly exuded a rich aroma of meat. The post-war inventory was being conducted in an orderly manner. In the underground cold storage of Supply Station No. 3, Chaoyun was sitting on a stool counting the spoils he had frantically stocked up over the past few days. The system space was almost stuffed to the brim. Silver-grade wind-blade wolves, iron-armored bulls, and rampaging apes totaling over 100. The bronze and black iron grades were even more numerous. Just the reserves of these ingredients were enough for him to cook freely in the cafeteria for half a year. Chaoyun let out a sigh and closed the system panel. Although his body was extremely fatigued, looking at the full inventory brought forth a unique sense of satisfaction that only a chef could feel. Creak. The heavy iron door of the cold storage was pushed open from the outside. Shen Changfeng strode in. He hadn't had time to change out of his combat uniform, which was stained with dried blood and mud. However, his expression was darker and more grim than when facing a golden-grade beast. "Brother, you need to take a look at this." Shen Changfeng walked up to Chaoyun. He carefully took out a sealed box wrapped in lead skin from his tactical backpack and placed it on the table in front of Chaoyun. "What is this?" Chaoyun raised an eyebrow. Anything that could make Shen Changfeng a grandmaster act so seriously was definitely not simple. "You'll know if you open it." Shen Changfeng took half a step back, seemingly wary of the contents of the box. Chaoyun reached out and lifted the lid of the lead box. Inside the box lay several stones displaying a dark purple hue, their surfaces covered in bizarre patterns. As soon as the stones were exposed to the air, Chaoyun keenly sensed a highly unique, high-frequency oscillating energy wave emanating. This frequency was inaudible to humans, but when it struck the eardrum, it inexplicably induced feelings of agitation and restlessness. "This is..." Chaoyun frowned. He seemed to have seen this thing in the Academy's illustrated lesson. "Beast luring stone." "It is indeed." Shen Changfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous rage. "Moreover, it is military-grade beast luring stone that has undergone high-concentration purification processing." Upon hearing this name, Chaoyun's gaze instantly turned cold. Beast luring stone, a special mineral that only comes from the depths of the underground abyss. The unique frequency it emits drives beasts into a frenzy akin to a drug addict who has gone without for 10 days, completely losing their sanity and entering a state of chaotic gathering and attack. In the wild, hunters occasionally use thumb-sized beast-luring stones to set traps, attracting solitary beasts. But these stones before him were each the size of a fist. "Where did you find these?" Chaoyun asked in a deep voice. "On the outskirts of the black mist forest in the canyon, where those two golden-grade beasts first gathered. During the past 3 days while the beast tide retreated, I took a few trustworthy brothers to scout the outer perimeter. As a result, we discovered large amounts of metallic powder residue and fragments of these stones in several concealed high grounds at the forest's edge." Shen Changfeng slammed the table, causing a dull thud. "Brother, this is not a natural disaster. It's a damn man-made calamity. Someone deliberately set up these high-concentration beast-luring stone arrays in the black mist forest, triggering this beast tide that nearly cost us tens of thousands of lives." Chaoyun stared at the dark purple stones in the box, remaining silent, but the coldness in his eyes had solidified into ice. To employ such tactics could no longer be described as madness. "Have you found out who did this?" Chaoyun asked. Shen Changfeng nodded, his expression complex, filled with anger and helplessness. "I took these stones to the black market in the inner city and sought out a few snakeheads specializing in selling contraband. Only a few places in Long City can refine this high-purity beast-luring stone. Tracing the supply chain, all leads point to the most infamous cult organization in the wilderness, Dark Serpent. Shin Changfeng took a deep breath. But the Dark Serpent organization is merely a bunch of rats hiding from the light. How could they smuggle such a large quantity of contraband past layers of secured defenses and place them at the forest's edge? Unless... Chaoyun interjected, his tone icy. They have an insider in the base city, someone powerful enough to directly mobilize military transport channels. Exactly. Shin Changfeng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. I checked all military supply entry and exit records for the Western Gate defense line over the past half-month. A convoy disguised as abandoned alloy material recovery has been frequently entering and exiting the outskirts of the Black Mist Forest. And on the past documents for this convoy, the signature is... Shin Changfeng raised his head to look at Chaoyun, director of the Logistics Supply Department, Wang Deming. As soon as this name came up, the temperature in the cold storage seemed to drop by several degrees. Wang Deming again. Previously, when he severed the high-grade ingredient supply chain for the cafeteria, Chaoyun only thought of him as a greedy dog. Now it seemed he was a man-eating wolf. Why would he do this? Chaoyun toyed with a table knife in his hand, the blade spinning a silvery halo at his fingertips. What benefits does triggering the beast tide bring him? If the city falls, he won't survive either. The city won't fall. Shin Changfeng scoffed, his tone filled with deep disdain for political schemes. He calculated the foundation of the city defense forces and knew that the old general would sacrifice lives to fill the gaps. What he wants is to profit from the chaos. Shin Changfeng analyzed the dark logic behind this. During the outbreak of the beast tide, the entire city enters the highest level of wartime military control. The power of the Logistics Supply Department will expand to its peak, with resource allocation and personnel arrangement entirely at his discretion. Look at this defense arrangement. All officers and academy mentors who opposed him or were unwilling to collude have been sent to the most dangerous front lines as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, his sycophants and the privileged children of the inner city have all been assigned to safe rear positions to supervise. Shin Changfeng pointed at the beast luring stones. Using the beast tide to eliminate dissenters, transferring high-grade resources from the military warehouse to the black market for money laundering, and at the same time testing the background of you, this unexpected variable that suddenly appeared. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This old fox's heart is darker than the stones in a cesspool. After hearing Shin Changfeng's analysis, the knife in Chaoyun's hand suddenly came to a stop. Thud. He gently inserted the knife into the wooden table. So that's how it is. To consolidate his power and fill his own pockets. He could unhesitatingly treat the lives of thousands on the defense line as mere pawns to be discarded at will. Those soldiers in the trenches holding iron lunchboxes, bleeding while shouting, "Thank you, Chef He." In Wang Deming's eyes, they were merely a string of numbers that could be erased at any time. This was no longer a simple personal grievance. Chaoyun stood up, took a cloth, and began to carefully wipe the knife sheath. Previously, he thought the evidence of Wang Deming's corruption he had given to Vice Dean Fang Zheng would be dealt with by the Academy's higher-ups. But now it seemed that following the proper procedures was too slow. Too slow to the point that this city almost became the cafeteria for beasts. Brother Shun. Chaoyun sheathed the clean knife at his waist. He turned to look at Shin Changfeng. In his deep eyes there was no flame of anger, only a calm, killing intent as deep as an abyss. Compile all the evidence you have gathered regarding Wang Deming during this period. Transport records, transaction flows of the beast luring stones, and organize them for me. Shin Changfeng was taken aback. Are you going to give it to General Qin? Or to Vice Dean Fang Zheng? Neither. Chaoyun walked to the cold storage door and pushed open the iron door. The sunlight from outside streamed in, illuminating his gray apron. Once the ingredients rot and stink. Chaoyun's voice was as cold as ice. They should not be left on the cutting board waiting for others to pick them. Instead, they should be thrown straight into the trash bin and completely destroyed. This time, I will personally serve this plate of rotten vegetables. At 5 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and a thin layer of morning mist lingered on the tree-lean path of the Iron Eagle Martial Arts Academy. At this hour, apart from the patrolling guards, one would hardly see a soul in the academy. However, outside the third cafeteria, the open area was already bustling with people. Upon closer inspection, the scene was eerily unsettling. Dozens of terrifying powerhouses with bulging temples and palpable chi were lined up in an orderly straight line. Among them, some wore the golden-edged battle armor of the city guard, while others sported silver medals from the hunter. There were even a few seasoned martial arts professors who usually looked down upon the logistics class, now holding large stainless steel bowls in their hands. Moreover, some, like the Master Lay of the Hunters Guild, even brought a small plastic stool to sit comfortably at. Old Lay, you're up early today. A sharp-eyed captain from the city guard rolled his eyes, looking a bit envious at the solitary master in the front. No kidding, I've been stuck at the early stage of master for a full 15 years. Master Lay spat, irritated. I heard from those military fellows last week that after dining with Chef He they could directly break through their bottleneck. If I don't get here earlier, there won't even be soup left. Shut up, everyone, no talking at the back. Master Lei turned his head and glared fiercely at the people behind him. This is Chef He's territory, you keep your true energy in check. If you upset Chef He and he shuts the windows and refuses to work today, I'll peel your skins one by one. At this, the usually hot-tempered powerhouses behind him shrank their necks and pulled back their heads. In the base city, masters were indeed like local emperors. But in front of a miraculous chef who could slice golden-level exotic beasts as if they were vegetables and prepare divine dishes. At 6 o'clock sharp, creak, the somewhat old wooden window of the third cafeteria was promptly pushed open from the inside. Lin Mu's round chubby face adorned with a hearty smile peeked out. In his hand, he held a giant wooden stirring spoon, scanning the crowd outside. Seeing so many renowned figures waiting outside before dawn, Lin Mu's vanity was immensely satisfied. Once upon a time, as a useless member of the logistics class, he would not even dare to breathe loudly in front of these powerhouses. But now, no pushing, everyone understands the rules, right? Lin Mu shouted proudly. Today's main dish is the braised iron-armored rhinoceros leg made from the peaked silver-level ingredients captured by Brother Yun last week. Supplies are limited, 1 portion per person. No using martial arts to cut in line, no loud talking, otherwise you forfeit your purchase rights. Upon hearing the words, braised iron-armored rhinoceros leg, Master Lei's Adam's apple bobbed violently, nearly drooling down his beard. Got it. Fat brother, quickly give me a portion. Master Lei impatiently handed over his shiny stink. Behind the window, Chaoyun, dressed in a clean black work uniform and a gray apron, stood calmly in front of a giant steaming iron pot. Inside the pot, a rich, thick, dark sauce enveloped chunks of fatty, tender rhinoceros meat that had been stewed to perfection. The meat of a peak silver-level exotic beast was typically extremely tough, but under the precise temperature control of the heavenly fire furnace and perfect purification of the system, the meat now exhibited a translucent gelatinous texture. The overpowering aroma of the meat wafted through the window. In an instant, a series of stomach growls erupted from the long line. Chaoyun glanced at Master Lei, and with a flick of his wrist, he smoothly scooped up a large piece of richly sauced rhinoceros meat with the iron ladle, placing it steadily into the stainless steel bowl. He also poured a ladle of shiny, thick sauce over it. Pay at the window, no credit, Chaoyun said flatly. Thank you, Chef He. Master Lei exclaimed joyfully, cradling the bowl and scampering off to the nearby. Oh, he didn't care about the dignity of the master anymore. He directly grabbed the piece of hot, braised meat, shoving it into his mouth. The meat melted in his mouth. The rich, flavorful fat burst on his tongue. Before Master Lei could savor the unparalleled, exquisite taste, boom! A pure, unadulterated wave of gentle chi energy exploded in his stomach like a bursting. This energy wildly surged through his meridians, violently crashing against the martial arts bottleneck he had been stuck at for 15 years. Master Lei's body shook violently. A layer of dark red chi fluctuations faintly appeared on his surface. Crack! A crisp cracking sound audible only to him echoed deep within his mind. The bottleneck that had restrained him for 15 years was actually loosening at this moment. The speed of his chi circulation doubled. My heavens! It really loosened. Master Lei's eyes bulged and tears of excitement streamed down his face. He fixed his gaze on the remaining half-bowl of braised meat in his hand, and with a howl licked it clean. Chef He, from today onward you are my father. Master Lei shouted passionately towards the window. This scene utterly drove the other big shots in line mad. Is old Lei really about to break through? Hurry, fill it up for me. I'll pay double the price. You in front, hustle. The scene descended into a frenzy of chaos. At that moment, a group of students dressed in dark blue elite class uniforms holding swords passed by the third cafeteria from the playground. Leading the group was Zhao Kai, a follower of Zhou Tianyi. Zhao Kai had been feeling quite gloomy these days. After Zhou Tianyi was defeated by Chaoyun, even walking down the street felt humiliating for them elite class students. Why are so many people gathered over there at the third cafeteria this early? Zhao Kai frowned disdainfully. Those logistics class wastes only know how to make a fuss all day long. Come on, let's check it out. If those temporary workers are up to something again, I'll just teach them a lesson. Zhao Kai sneered and swaggered over with a few elite class students. However, as they got closer and clearly saw the faces in the long line, Zhao Kai stumbled and fell straight into the nearby flower bed. Zhao, are you okay? One of the students hurried to help him. Zhao Kai pushed his comrade's hand away and climbed out of the mud. He fixed his gaze on a middle-aged, scholarly man in the middle of the line, shaking like a leaf. Isn't that our class senior, Professor Master Su? Zhao Kai's voice rose in pitch. And there's the deputy commander of the city guard, Lord Zhang. An elder Lei Hong of the Hunters Guild. Zhao Kai felt his worldview collapse in an instant. The top figures who could shake the ground merely by stomping in the Iron Eagle base city were now all lined up like elementary school students obediently holding stainless steel bowls in front of a logistics class waste window. Even the usually stern Professor Su, who often punished students now, wore a pleasing, almost fawning smile directed at Chaoyun behind the window. "Can I reserve a portion of braised meat for tomorrow?" Professor Su bent slightly, his face creasing with, "No reservations, you must queue," came Chaoyun's indifferent voice from the window. "All right, I'll be here waiting at 3 in the morning tomorrow." Professor Su, instead of getting angry, nodded repeatedly, as if granted amnesty. Watching this scene, Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. The elite class students were all stunned. They had once thought Chaoyun was merely a lucky brute, nothing more than a lowly cook. But now this cook had become the true god whom all strong figures in the base city bowed to and sought after. At this moment, Chaoyun couldn't care less about the shock of these youngsters outside. For in his mind, the system's notification was ringing alongside the gratitude of these big shots, heralding a true explosion. Ding! Lei Hong has developed the utmost respect for your culinary arts, gratitude value 300. Ding! Su Qingshan is astonished by your dishes, gratitude value 250. Ding! Gratitude value is flowing in at an overwhelming pace. Gratitude value 100. 150. 200. Total accumulated gratitude value 8,500 points. Notice, new items have refreshed in the mall, unlocking supreme, divine objects. Chaoyun's iron ladle paused slightly, a flash of intense brilliance bursting forth from his eyes. It had taken him a whole week. This grand spectacle of big shots queuing for food had finally helped him accumulate the immense wealth needed to unleash the ultimate trump card of the system. With this gratitude value, that plan could truly begin. "Today we close early, please come back tomorrow." Chaoyun coldly uttered this to the dense crowd out. Ignoring the pleas and sighs of the great masters and dignitaries outside, he decisively slammed the wooden window shut with a resounding bang. He drew the curtains and locked the door tightly. Instantly, the back kitchen of the third canteen was completely isolated from the outside noise. Lin Mu was sitting on a small stool, panting as he counted the large number of high-grade energy stones and star coin checks collected today. A smile never left his chubby face. "Brother Yun, the money we've made today is enough to buy 3 villas in the inner city," Lin Mu excitedly boasted while wiping his sweat. Chaoyun glanced at him and walked to a corner to sit on a lounge chair. "Those worldly possessions are useless, we can't take them with us when we die. Just save it to buy medicine for Annie." Chaoyun closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the deepest part of his mind's system space. In the virtual mall panel of the system, those golden icons that were once unattainable and required astronomical numbers to exchange were now glowing with an enticing light that sent shivers down one's spine. Balance of gratitude points, 8,520 points. Looking at this unprecedented sum of wealth, Chaoyun took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and decisive. "System, first buy me the Tao Tai physique fragment to the fullest." Ding! Consuming 2,000 gratitude points. Congratulations, host successfully exchanged Tao Tai physique fragment 2. Current collection progress, 510. With a boom. At the moment the exchange was completed, Chaoyun felt his physical body tremble violently. An indescribable torrent of heat rushed into his internal organs from the void. He could clearly hear his stomach emitting a deep rumbling sound akin to that of an ancient giant beast. System prompt, Tao Tai physique evolution. Current conversion efficiency increased by 50. New special passive can forcibly digest and is immune to any energy toxins below silver grade. Good. Chaoyun silently praised. With half of the physique gathered, his stomach now felt like a miniature beastly shredder. No matter how much violent energy he consumed, it could be completely assimilated in a fraction of a second. Next, exchange for the golden grade special kitchenware, flame dragon pot. Chaoyun did not pause, locking his gaze on the massive golden pot emanating a true dragon's pressure at the center of them all. Ding! Consuming 4,000 gratitude points. Congratulations, host obtained golden grade supreme kitchenware flame dragon pot. Buzz! Accompanied by a faint soul-piercing ancient dragon's roar. Suspended in the system space, there was a giant iron pot about 1 meter in diameter, forged from an unknown dark golden divine metal with 9 vividly carved flame dragons on the outer surface. It landed steadily above the heavenly fire furnace. As soon as the pot touched down, the blue flames below seemed to sense the arrival of a master, instantly surging up by 3 feet. The fierce flames raced along the patterns of the 9 flame dragons, making the pot look like an ancient weapon of destruction. Flame dragon pot attributes: when cooking, fire type and power type ingredients amplifies by 30. The probability of permanent special attributes for dishes increased by 30. Looking at the pot's data, Chaoyun's breathing became slightly heavier. A 30 increase. This meant that a dish that originally added 50 points of strength would now add 65 points when cooked in this pot, and it would be a permanent accumulation. This truly was an unreasonable divine artifact. After reviewing his gains, Chaoyun's gaze finally settled on a herb package emitting a gentle green light in the corner of the mall. Special item quality enhancement herb package silver grade. Item price 2,000 gratitude point. Effect can thoroughly wash the marrow and eliminate the veins, forcibly optimizing the martial arts aptitude of the consumer, with a high probability of breaking the rules of heaven and earth, forcibly increasing the innate martial arts talent limit by 1 level. Looking at the remaining 20 gratitude points, Chaoyun felt no hesitation as he raised his hand and gently tapped. Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. With a swish, Chaoyun's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and flipped his palm. A peculiar herb package wrapped in ancient mulberry paper, exuding a pungent medicinal aroma and faint fluctuations of true energy, appeared in the palm of his hand. Chaoyun straightened up from the lounge chair. He looked at the oblivious Lin Mu, who was still counting money on the floor. Fatty, come here. Chaoyun called out. What's up, brother Yun? Lin Mu scurried over. Chaoyun tossed the herb package wrapped in mulberry paper onto the table. Take off your clothes and sit in that big wooden tub in the backyard. Chaoyun spoke in a flat tone. Lin Mu was taken aback and scratched his head. Brother Yun, a bath this early in the morning. What's in this herb package? It smells quite strong. Although he murmured, Lin Mu had always been absolutely obedient to Chaoyun's orders. The chubby man swiftly stripped down to just his oversized shorts. He jumped into the giant wooden tub, usually used for scalding feathers in the backyard. Chaoyun approached with the herb package. He set the heavenly fire furnace directly beneath the wooden tub and ignited the flames. Then he casually tore open the herb package worth 2,000 gratitude points, which could make those great families outside fight each other. With a loud whoosh, countless ancient spirit herb fragments shimmering with green light poured into the clear water of the tub like a waterfall. The originally clear water turned into a thick emerald green the moment it came into contact with the herb fragments. Waves of rich, life-giving qi surged up from the water's surface. Hiss! Why is this water so hot? No, it's so numb. Lin Mu's expression changed within 3 seconds of sitting down. The emerald green water flowed like burning steel needles, forcefully drilling into the gaps of his bones, through every pore in his body. Brother Yun, it hurts. It's killing me. Lin Mu's entire body convulsed violently. His skin turned bright red like iron, resembling a giant shrimp being boiled. He tried to climb out of the tub, but Chaoyun, with a frosty expression, extended a hand. The heavy pressure like a mountain pressed down on Lin Mu's shoulder, rendering him completely immobile. Stay still for me. Chaoyun's voice was as cold as a knife. In this world, talent level determines everything, right? Chaoyun stared at Lin Mu's pained and twisted chubby face. Your grade talent strengthened fist can only make you a high-level martial artist at best, and you won't even touch the threshold of a grandmaster. Didn't you say you wanted to earn big money to support your mother, who has been bedridden for 10 years? Chaoyun's tone was unusually stern. With your trashed grade aptitude, once Wang Deming gets involved in a few years, he could crush your entire family into meat paste with a single slap. Now I've spent a great deal to give you this chance to defy fate. Chaoyun's hand on Lin Mu's shoulder applied even more pressure. Endure it. You're not useless. If you can't hold on, he'll treat you like a dead pig and throw you out of this tub. Upon hearing the word mother and the name Wang Deming, Lin Mu, who was on the brink of losing his sanity and crying out in pain. His body stiffened suddenly. This 200-plus-pound man, who usually only joked around, erupted with a nearly beast-like madness and ferocity in that instant. He clenched his teeth tightly, blood flowing from his bitten lips. His 2 large hands clung desperately to the edge of the tub, his nails digging deep into the wooden grain. I won't go out. Lin Mu growled like a beast through clenched teeth. Brother Yun, I can hold on. I really want to get stronger. I want to crush that old bastard Wang Deming and his entire family. With a boom, it seemed as if the dense emerald-colored medicinal qi in the tub sensed Lin Mu's inner obsession. The rich emerald-colored medicinal qi in the tub boiled completely at that moment. Rings of green energy began to swirl wildly around Lin Mu's body. The originally solidified and inferior meridian network within him shattered inch by inch under the impact of this medicinal force, then nourished by the powerful vitality of the herb package. At an incredible speed, they rapidly restructured, thickened, and strengthened. This was truly the washing of marrow and eliminating veins. It was an unparalleled miracle that forcibly broke the rules of heaven and earth and optimized innate genes. Chaoyun stood by the tub, watching the black, foul-smelling impurities seeping from Lin Mu's skin, feeling the innate aptitude fluctuations within the chubby man rising rapidly with a terrifying momentum. He slowly released the hand pressing on Lin Mu's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied and cunning smile. Very good. The ceiling on his brother's potential had been forcefully shattered by him using a cheat. Next, Chaoyun slowly pulled out from his bosom A bottleneck-breaking pill exuding a mysterious blue glow freshly obtained from the mall. He looked at the system panel displaying his attributes which had already reached the peak of mid-level Grandmaster, and the gradually darkening sky outside. It was time. Once he swallowed this elixir tonight, he would officially break through to become a silver-grade chef. This would also mark the beginning of Wang Deming's downfall. In the pure white, independent space of the system's silence enveloped everything. Chaoyun quietly sat in the center on a recliner, his gaze firmly locked onto the deep blue pill resting in his palm. The pill known as the bottleneck-breaking pill was adorned with intricate microarray patterns that emitted a light dyeing the surrounding white mist into a mysterious deep blue. System. Use the bottleneck-breaking pill. Chaoyun coldly recited in his heart. As soon as the words left his mind, the pill seemed to come alive. It transformed directly into an extremely cold blue liquid swiftly penetrating through the skin of his palm. The liquid did not flow into his meridians. Instead, it morphed into a terrifying torrent of spiritual energy that crashed straight into the barriers of his culinary level in the depths of his mind. Boom! Chaoyun felt a dull thud ringing in his mind akin to the sound of an ancient bronze door being violently smashed apart. In an instant, his consciousness was elevated to an indescribable height. Ding! Detected the effect of the bottleneck-breaking pill in action, forcibly tearing apart the bronze culinary level barrier. Tier successful. Congratulations, host. Your chef level has officially been promoted to entry-level silver chef. The crisp sound of the system's prompt echoed continuously in his ears. Chaoyun slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils. At this moment, two clusters of dark red flames were wildly dancing. His perception of the world had completely transformed. In this pure white space, he could see with his naked eyes countless tiny fire attribute particles drifting in the air. He could sense the precise balance of every bit of moisture in the air, even the subtle trajectories of energy flowing through the void. If cooking before relied on the proficiency and skills given by the system for mechanical operations, now he felt himself to be the absolute master of this kitchen realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the silver-level culinary divine skill, fire domain control. Skill description centering on the culinary fire elements within the host's body forcibly condense an absolute fire domain with a radius of 10 meters. Within the domain, all temperatures, air pressures, energy flows, and air densities are entirely controlled by the host's will. Can be used for extreme cooking of complex ingredients or to instantaneously trap and kill powerful foes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the silver-level exclusive skill Precision Temperature Control Ultimate. Skill description: the host's precision in controlling any flame or heat is forcibly elevated to 0.01 degrees Celsius. As long as the host is present, all ingredients in the world will never burn and the host will never miss. Chaoyun looked at the newly displayed skill description on his retina. A cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Fire domain control. The name sounded like it was meant for cooking, yet he understood very clearly. In a world of high martial arts, being able to elevate the air pressure within a 10-meter radius 100-fold and the temperature to thousands of degrees in a second. What that truly meant. This was clearly a portable dimensional strike ultimate move. Snap! Chaoyun casually snapped his fingers. Centered on his body, the air within a 10-meter radius suddenly distorted violently. A nearly transparent, faintly glowing dark red hemispherical shield instantly formed. With a slight thought, the temperature within the domain skyrocketed to 500 degrees in 1/10th of a second. The scattered pieces of discarded wood on the ground were instantly carbonized into black ash without even igniting. Collect. Chaoyun thought again. The high temperature within the domain vanished without a trace. In its place was a bone-chilling frost. Very good. Chaoyun exhaled in satisfaction. With the leap in his culinary level, the blood energy within his body began to surge wildly. A layer of silvery metallic texture began to faintly coat the surface of his bones. Ding! Due to the host's level breakthrough, all attributes have experienced a step-like surge. Host's current data has been updated. Comprehensive combat power peak Grandmaster. Strength 780, agility 650, physique 620, mental power 550. Looking at this dazzlingly abnormal attribute panel, Chaoyun stood up, his foot lightly pressed against the ground. The hard system floor was surprisingly dented under his step. Peak Grandmaster. In the Iron Eagle Bay City, this was already the highest combat power tier aside from the two rarely seen martial saints. What Zhou Tianyi and the elite city guard were to him now were merely targets that could be casually squashed. The realm has stabilized. The newly acquired Flame Dragon pot should also be activated now. Chaoyun directed his gaze towards the dark golden giant pot quietly placed atop the heavenly fire stove. 9 flame dragons coiled around the exterior of the pot, exuding an imposing majesty under the glow of the heavenly fire. He raised his hand. The two portions of golden-level main ingredients stored in the system space flew instantly onto the pristine jade cutting board. One was the tenderloin of the thunder-patterned tiger, still crackling with fine silver lightning. The other was the thick skirt meat of the Xuanwu turtle, subtly adorned with dark golden defensive light patterns. One was attack, the other defense. One lightning, one earth. If these two energies were forcibly kneaded together in reality, it would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying explosive reaction that could blow the entire building apart. But now, Chaoyun possessed the flame dragon pot, with the absolute domain of a silver chef. Tonight, I will prepare a signature hard dish for you all. Supreme Dragon and Tiger Duel. Chaoyun swiftly drew out the old chef knife, worn and full of nicks, from his waistband. Butcher's knife unleashed to its fullest. The knife light transformed into a silver-gray tight net. Swish, swish, swish. In less than 3 seconds, the tiger meat and turtle meat on the cutting board were all sliced into perfectly uniform pieces. He raised the pot, heated the oil. The dark blue flames of the heavenly fire stove adjusted to the perfect stir-frying critical point under the control of precision temperature control. Chaoyun single-handedly held the heavy handle of the flame dragon pot, pouring the two completely opposing golden-level meat cubes into the boiling oil pot. Rumble. The pot instantly erupted with a blinding flash of thunder fire. The thunder energy of the thunder-patterned tiger clashed violently with the earth-based defensive true energy of the Xuanwu turtle at the bottom of the pot. It emitted a dull and thunderous explosion sound. The entire pot trembled violently, as if it would explode at any moment. In my pot, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. Chaoyun's eyes turned cold. Fire domain control roared to life. The air pressure within a 10-meter radius was instantly elevated over 100-fold. The terrifying high pressure acted like an invisible hand, forcefully suppressing the turbulent energy within the pot. At the same time, the 9 flame dragon patterns on the exterior of the flame dragon pot seemed to come alive at that moment, emitting a continuous clear dragon chant. A stream of pure and divine dragon fire surged into the oil pot along the pot's wall, beginning to wildly melt and assimilate those two arrogant golden-level true energies. Chaoyun flipped the pot with one hand. The large iron pot transformed into a golden-red streak of light in his grasp. Stir-fry. Reduce the sauce. Add 36 kinds of height-ear spiritual herb fragments. Every step was executed with millisecond precision. 10 minutes later, a plate of Supreme Dragon and Tiger Duel presented a dark golden amber hue, its surface wrapped in a layer of fine lightning syrup. It emitted an extreme aroma that made one's soul tremble. Perfectly finished. Ding. Silver-level self-created special recipe, cooking success. Supreme Dragon and Tiger Duel rating perfect. Chaoyun picked up a pair of chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat cube, and tossed it straight into his mouth. Snap. The outer layer of the lightning shell instantly shattered under the bite of his teeth. Following that crispy sensation was the incomparable softness and gluey texture of the skirt meat from the Xuanwu turtle, along with the explosive wildness of the thunder-patterned tiger's meat. This was no ordinary delicacy. The moment the meat cube was swallowed, ding, the host consumes a peerless dish, all attributes permanently 30. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a rare dual passive thunder turtle strike. Skill description: from now on, every physical normal attack by the host will definitely inflict paralysis damage with lightning attributes. Simultaneously, a layer of Xuanwu energy membrane will permanently form on the host's surface, forcibly reducing all physical damage taken by 30. Chaoyun felt the layer of hard energy membrane that was almost imperceptible on his surface, along with the white arcs leaping from his fist. He exhaled a long breath filled with meat fragrance. Peak Grandmaster. Plus the Thunder Turtle Strike. Chaoyun slowly set down the chopsticks in his hand. He neatly folded the gray apron and placed it beside the cutting board. Then he precisely sheathed the thoroughly cleaned old chef knife back into its scabbard at his waist. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the current world. Chaoyun gradually raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the inner-city logistics department in the void. His eyes were so calm that they were frightening. The back door of the third canteen slowly swung open. Lin Mu emerged, dripping with sweat from the shattered wooden barrel in the backyard, having finished the 2,000 gratitude value medicinal meal for talent enhancement. The fat man had lost a considerable amount of weight, his once loose flesh now transformed under the unreasonable force of the medicinal power. It had turned into heavy rock-like muscles gleaming with a bronze sheen. With each step he took, the floor tiles emitted a dull rumble. Brother Yun. Lin Mu's voice was hoarse, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. My talent has evolved. It has evolved into a brank, crushing rock fist. The fat man knelt on one knee before Chaoyun, his large palm gripping the floor tiles tightly. He knew that if it weren't for the cold-faced chef before him, he would have been doomed to remain a lowly foot soldier, trampled by others for the rest of his life. Now that you are stronger, put away your tears. Chaoyun sat back down, pulled open a drawer, and took out a thick pitch-black electronic document bag. He handed it to Shin Chongfeng, who had now changed into the high-gear attire of the Hunters Guild. His eyes brimmed with an uncontainable fierce killing intent. Brother, is this the final net? Shin Chongfeng accepted the document bag, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Chaoyun nodded lightly. Everything is inside. The first item is the beast attraction stones excavated from the Black Mist Forest over the past 3 days with batch numbers matching those from the military supply department perfectly. The second item is the handwritten confession and fingerprint evidence of the former instructor Chen Feng obtained this morning from the disciplinary committee of the Martial Arts Alliance. It details all the bank transaction numbers related to Wang Deming's illegal sale of high-tier exotic beast materials and money laundering for the Dark Flood organization. Chaoyun pointed to the bottom of the document bag. The third item is the back-end modification records of the Hunters Guild's internal server. Wang Deming had used his public office privileges to block your original data for the Gold Medal Hunter promotion evaluation 5 times over the years. Chaoyun paused. He turned to Lin Mu, who was breathing heavily. The last item is the original pages of the file on the explosion at the abandoned factory in the West District 10 years ago. It includes the public security handling order signed by Wang Deming himself declaring the scene sealed and classifying it as an ordinary exotic beast attack. Each signature carries his unique spiritual energy anti-counterfeiting mark. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Lin Mu's reddened face like worms. He bit his lip so hard that blood trickled from his gums. It had been 10 years. His mother lay in that leaky, dilapidated house for a full decade, banging her head against the wall in pain every night. The uniformed lackeys of the City Defense Bureau would coldly inform him that it was a natural disaster and that he should go home and wait to die. Who could have imagined that beneath the shadowy cover it was all a lie fabricated by this old bastard to profit from selling a few banned potions? Brother Yun. Lin Mu's voice carried a strong sob mixed with endless bitterness. Are we going to smash his military supply department in the inner city tonight? Smash his military supply department. Chaoyun looked at Lin Mu as if he were an idiot. Your brain is a good thing, you don't always expect to replace it with your fists. Chaoyun stood up and placed his teacup firmly on the table. Wang Deming is a Grandmaster Peak running his operations in the inner city for 20 years with thousands of city guards under his command. Even if the 3 of us rush over and I could cut him to pieces, it would still be illegal resistance, and we would be hunted down by the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters for life. Deep within Chaoyun's eyes a trace of a sinister cold smile flickered. Within the rules, using the system to crush him into dust is what we call clean work. Brother Shun. Chaoyun turned to Shin Chongfeng. Take this document of residual guild data and go find President Meng Zhao. Meng Zhao has been furious these past few days over the beast attraction stones. Hand this to him and he will know what to do. As for the rest. Chaoyun chuckled coldly. Vice Dean Fang Zheng has already boarded a special armored vehicle heading to the Martial Arts Alliance's Iron Eagle branch with the evidence. 2 lines closing the net simultaneously. At this moment in the inner city, within the extremely luxurious office of the City Guard's military supply department, the light was dim. Wang Deming sat in a genuine leather swivel chair holding an expensive cigar. He was examining the holographic power distribution map before him. Although the beast tide had retreated, he had successfully eliminated several disobedient opponents by reallocating defenses, causing his resources and logistics power to swell by 30%. That old bastard Fang Zheng, this time I want to see how you can compete with me. Wang Deming sneered, exhaling a puff of white smoke with great satisfaction. However, just as he was about to raise his wine glass, boom. The top-level holographic military computer connected to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters before him suddenly transformed into a blinding blood-red color. A golden seal dropped from the highest judicial department of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters was firmly nailed in the center of his screen. Highest wartime summons order. Deputy Commander of the City Guards Wang Deming for suspected collusion with cults deliberately causing disaster-level beast tides, embezzling strategic materials, and other serious crimes. Effective immediately, all military positions and martial arts privileges are revoked. Freeze all bank accounts and energy stone storages under the Wang family's name. The grand electronic synthesized voice echoed wildly in the silent office. The cigar in Wang Deming's hand fell with a thud. It dropped directly onto his trousers, burning a large area of fabric. This is impossible. Wang Deming stood up, his face pale. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He had accounted for all the details. General Qin had no evidence, and Fang Zheng had no real power. Where did this wartime summons order directly dropped by headquarters come from? He trembled as he grabbed the internal phone, wanting to dial the head of the most core protective family in the inner city. Just as the call connected, a cold, even disdainful old voice came from the other end. Deming, your tail has been caught too cleanly. Even the foundation of that explosion case from 10 years ago has been dug up and sent directly to the headquarters inspection team. All the Grandmasters and the Hunters Guild in the city are already on their way to your doorstep. For the sake of the Zhou family's reputation, don't make this call anymore. With a click, the line went dead, leaving Wang Deming standing there in a daze. He looked out the window. On the street, several heavy armored vehicles marked with the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters law enforcement team insignia were blaring their sirens, surrounding his military supply building from all directions. Chaoyun. Wang Deming squeezed a name through clenched teeth, his eyes turning blood red. In an instant, his entire aged face twisted with extreme fear and rage. The only person who could obtain Chun Feng's confession and the documents from 10 years ago was that young demon hiding in the back kitchen of the third canteen. He thought he was the one controlling the beast tide. But it was only at this moment that he realized he himself had long been pinned down on the cutting board by that first-year loser in an apron. Treated like a plate of rotten meat, completely cleaned up. The next morning, before the morning fog had lifted, the door of the third canteen opened, as usual on time. The air was filled with the fragrance of stir-fried vegetable pancakes and pearl rice porridge. Chaoyun held a large wooden spoon, calmly stirring the breakfast in the pot. Outside the canteen, several black special escort vehicles from the Martial Arts Alliance were escorting Wang Deming, who looked ashen and was wearing specially designed qi restraining chains. He was slowly passing through the tree-lined path at the school gate, looking extremely disheveled. At 7 in the morning, the central broadcasting tower of Iron Eagle Bay City timely announced a groundbreaking news that would be recorded in the annals of the city's history. The inspection team from the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters conducted an overnight thorough investigation. Wang Deming, the deputy commander of the original City Defense Army and director of the logistics department, has been accused of causing a major disaster, colluding with the Dark Serpent cult, and trafficking strategic military supplies, among other treasonous crimes against the city. He has now been stripped of all his positions and martial arts privileges and is officially detained. All 37 officers involved under his command have been arrested. The 3 underground strongholds of the Dark Serpent organization in Iron Eagle City have been jointly eradicated by the Alliance's law enforcement team and the Hunter Guild in the early morning, with none escaping. The broadcast echoed continuously on the sound wall of the main road. The entire city instantly fell into a frenzy. The martial artists on the streets halted in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. What the hell? Wang Deming has fallen. Isn't that old fox supposed to be unshakable in the inner city? How could he fall just like that when someone above is protecting him? Did you not hear the broadcast? This time, it was a wartime arrest order directly issued by the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Even the big families in the inner city are scared and hurriedly distancing themselves. Who would dare to protect him? At this moment, in the back kitchen of the third cafeteria, a rich aroma of preserved egg and lean meat porridge wafted through the air. Lin Mu was squatting by the sink, holding a peeler, frantically peeling a bowl of mutated potatoes. Listening to the broadcast from the loudspeaker hanging on the utility pole outside, the fat man's actions suddenly came to a halt. The potato in his hand fell into the sink with a splat. Lin Mu slowly raised his head and tears instantly flooded down his chubby face. Mom! Lin Mu suddenly threw down the peeler, covering his face with both hands, and collapsed onto the ground. He cried with no regard for his image, his sobs heart-wrenching. It had been 10 years. Since that explosion disguised as an accident, his mother had been bedridden, relying on cheap painkillers to get by. He didn't care when others called him useless or treated him like a dog. He only hated himself for being powerless, unable to extract the mastermind behind the tragedy that ruined their family. And today, that high and mighty old bastard finally got his comeuppance. Whoa, Brother Yun. He got his retribution. Lin Mu cried like a child, weighing over 200 pounds, snot and tears covering his face. Chaoyun stood in front of the stove. Holding a large iron spoon, he stirred the simmering porridge in the pot at a leisurely pace, hearing Lin Mu's cries. Without turning his head, he casually said, "Once you're done crying, hurry up and clean the potatoes. We're making sweet and sour shredded potatoes for lunch today, so don't get your snot in it. It will ruin the quality of the ingredients." Although his tone was dismissive, Chaoyun's wrist paused slightly, a barely perceptible softness flashed